It is the second day of playoffs where it's time for our players to lock in because we started playoffs with 16 teams and we're sending half of them home today. My name is Ed, I'll be your host, and joining me in the studio we have Foxay and Lexing. Guys, does that make it a happy or a sad day that we're sending so many teams home?
It depends entirely on who you're rooting for, technically.
I was going to say, I think you're dressed for the occasion for the teams that are being sent home today. It's definitely going to be an unfortunate day for some fans, and then for other fans, they're going to be very excited to see their teams make it one step further.
It's part of the process. We have to send teams home to get down to the very best and lift the hammer next week on Sunday. But we can have a look at the bracket so far of our playoffs. So we already had day one yesterday, a ton of matches. Nobody sent home, but we did actually send teams to the main stage already.
Yeah, we absolutely did. We saw Furia, we saw Falcons, we saw FaZe, we saw Wildcard. I mean, very big contenders there, I'm sure, obviously, for the French. The Falcons that are going to be there, very exciting. And then we're in the lowers. A lot of a gauntlets for these teams to be able to try to make their way to the main stage.
It's nice to see that it's still competitive all around the board. I mean, there's teams that you would have never imagined to be falling that short. I mean, M80G2 to be starting off the day. Essentially, that is such a pivotal match. And every single team down there, it's their last life. They lose, they go home.
Yeah, it's crazy that we saw two of the teams that ended up first in groups also get sent down to the lower bracket yesterday. But just in general, a lot happened yesterday, so we can have a look at exactly what happened.
Gone for a minute, had to BRB. Had to grab a couple wins, what I did. They sleeping on the kid, I had to do it BIG. I can never be average, and they want a problem with the boy, they don't want no static. I don't need your cosign running with God. Wanna test that, tell them what's happening. Still giving them dope on track. They don't know about me, they can't. And they know that I'm running the game, can't stop me, tell them they lagging. Bring it up, I got it in the bag, let's zip it up. I don't need my much more, but they talk greatness. Anytime that they gon' put me on, let's get it out. Took control, run the game. Best believe I'm shining, dog. Counting in my wins, yeah, I love it when they count me out. Off the leash, on the train, now been a dog. Best believe I run the game, you know I'm in control of y'all. It's like magic, believe I want this standing.
Emotions teamed at an all-time high and an all-time low yesterday, but as we always do, we jump into the panorama to have a deeper look at everything that happened yesterday. Starting off with our monster, we picked JV92.
I mean, it goes without saying it has to be JV92. He was so strong in their matchup yesterday for Furia. I mean, individually able to top the charge. First map was great. Second map was even that much better from him, dropping 17 kills against Weibo, being able to send them down to the lower bracket. And JV92 is just one of those players that can do it every single time. It doesn't matter the operator, it doesn't matter the position. He is consistently there, and he is always so explosive and having amazing, impactful plays to be able to carry Furia to that next level. And it's something that will not let up as the tournament goes on.
And then we pick a moment as well. The craziest thing that happened yesterday. We talked about it so much, but we have to talk about it again. Map 3, round 15, Falcons to Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, it was so tantalizingly close, and Rebellion had everything in their power to close out that series, but due to great team play and synchronization, they able to pull out the unthinkable and turn that 5v3 into a man advantage and ultimately close out that series. And as you can see from users, instead of celebrating, little insult to injury continuing to type through that series. It's always funny to see that mod.
Yeah, the emotions were high as we were talking, of course, you know, a little bit of chatty afterwards the game as well. We celebrate in our own different ways. We will transition into today with the match that you have to keep your eyes open for, the must-see. There's so much to pick from, but the fact that we do have M80 and G2 going up against each other in the lower bracket is just bonkers.
And it's so scary if you're an M80 fan because they won Munich. They're not looking like the same team. G2, on the other hand, was in the elimination seat, and they were able to beat their way to this point. They had the momentum on their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it in the green room, you know, for G2 to be able to make it here off that win of FaZe, I mean, that momentum really can carry that all the way to lifting a hammer. It's just a question, will that be decided in that match versus coming out?
Yeah, and then it's the second match of our day, and guess what? If you win that, you didn't have to go up against Secret, so it doesn't get any better there with the way these matches are shaping up. It is going to be an exciting day. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Shopify Rebellion, our first match here on the A stream. And back in Munich, this was actually the match that saw Shopify Rebellion go home. Can they turn that tide around today? That's the big question.
You'd like to think so. I mean, Shopify Rebellion has slowly been getting better and better throughout this tournament, being able to pick the pieces of the puzzle. And players like Canadian have been doing so much when it comes to the kill department, which is not something that we say too often. So if he's getting kills and everybody on the roster is performing well, it'll be a good match versus NIP.
He's having a live tournament so far, and if he wants to raise yet another hammer, he has to get through 2 former hammer lifters today as well. First up here in this matchup against Pino, and then later on against Fultz as well with the match against SSG, should he make it there. But for Shopify Rebellion, I mean, we talked about that match so much yesterday. There is no time to really be said about it. They have to come back in today. For NIP, they sent Shopify Rebellion home last time around. As we said, a shaky group stage for them, I guess we can say. Only getting in as the 4th place, only winning that matchup against FearX, and that was eventually what saw them coming through here. Yeah,
I mean, that's the benefit for SRs. NIP has always looked a little shaky when it comes to events, and they still are having those same shakes. As for SR, they have to not only play in a situation like this, but get over the fact of what happened yesterday and be able to surpass it. And as a pro player, when you're throwing rounds like that, those are moments that you dream about when you go to sleep at night. It's so difficult to overcome, but if there's a team that can do it, it would be SR.
Now, speaking back about Munich, as we were talking, that was NIP's match that sent Shopify Rebellion home, and it saw later on NIP move in towards the top 8 of the tournament. But apart from that, with the situation of the roster, it hasn't always been looking great.
I mean, NIP has never been able to break past that top 8 finish. They always have so much pressure on their shoulders to make a main stage event. They do have some games where they look explosive, but it really begs the question if they are playing full focus team siege, and it really isn't. It's all on the shoulders of one person, a player like Fantasy that the whole team looks to be able to carry them through. And it's just unfortunate that he has all the pressure, but he is the only player that can really take NIP from 0 to hero.
It is that one player that we talk about that could really break this curse for them. Looking at a head-to-head for Fantasy and his stats.
Yeah, Fantasy is just one of those players that NIP relies on so heavily on the entry, and it's something that is very peculiar because against regular teams, average team, he does very well. He's able to find those kills on the Deimos, but something when they play against teams that are very well-rounded is he gets picked apart because the rest of NIP is not set up around him, and that's the biggest downfall for NIP is he needs to be the focus, the player that's going to carry you to a main stage. We have to set up around him. Let's get more utility around him, more drones around him, because you can't just let Fantasy be out on his own. Yes, he is a prodigy since his inception in the game, but it's just not feasible for you to let your only entry player go do everything on his own.
Absolutely not. Sometimes it comes down to these big individual moments. We saw that for Shopify Rebellion yesterday as well. We talked about it so much. Leo was like the angel on the shoulder. Talk about how Falcons won that round. You have Lexing standing by as a devil on the shoulder. Talk about how Shopify Rebellion lost it.
Listen, man, I hate to be the devil, but we definitely have to jump into round 15 of what happened yesterday before we can kick off this series, because realistically, we wouldn't be having this conversation if these small mistakes weren't being made on the side of SR. And it's something I want to take away at the beginning of this. As you can see, Licky Fack on that Deimos is already removed. This is already setting up this round perfectly because that vertical pressure that would be applied onto Rexen, that would be applied onto Canadian, is no longer there. Everything should be starting to come together in how they're going to close out this. But as we'll continue to see as this goes on, Rexen will eventually end up getting a kill into Connector. Sets them up for even more success. But this is where the little mistakes start to trickle and I really want to look at here, because for Rexen, I would rather had him do 1 to 3 things. And one thing being, I would much rather had him play underneath and play vertical pressure here. Putting holes onto that floor for the player coming through to Connector to make them question their decision making and how they want to get into server. And then the next one I would rather have him do is go for a flank later on, because what you're going to see is Bride is going to come through and swing onto Canadian. And due to process of elimination, they are going to know where all 3 players are. They're going to know Uses is inside Connector. They're going to know Bride is inside Electrical. They're going to know Shaiko's in IT. So just having that information alone, once that execute happens on the side of Falcons, Rex can easily be relayed that information, go for the flank, and it's going to make Falcons panic. But we don't see that happen. Or third, I would much rather have him go and play with his team and play a 4-man up, try to go for a retake. Now, it's not just on Rexen's fault here. The little intricacies that were making this round fall apart. And again, it's not just on his own fault there. The big reason as to why another reason came out of them failing to understand where the win condition was is this next part of Surf throwing his last smoke canister into Electrical, where realistically, that's a disadvantageous angle for a player to be holding, considering the fact you have Ambi holding that cross, you have Surf holding onto that angle. I would have much rather seen the canister either go onto Pillar and Server to force the diffuser not being able to find any leverage there to force them out of position, or even onto a player like Shaiko that actually did end up sneaking in, and that goes into another mistake on that side, is we see for whatever reason, Spoit rotates behind the bomb chassis, which isn't given any sort of coverage for anything to be held at that point, which allows Shaiko to get in and hold that control for any cross of anyone trying to come in and thwart off this diffuser being planted. And again, it's just these small mistakes that just constantly snowball into this series, which ends up losing them. Because as you can see, Rexon is taking this now lone man, trying to go to diffuser. Which realistically, this is a very disadvantageous angle for him. He has to play top down. Obviously, Shaiko has that information, ends up clean sweeping Rexon off the board. No one can play the trade here, and then it's really just shooting fish in a barrel for the side of Falcons here. They did everything to bring this round back, but it was really off the backing of SR constantly making these small mistakes. We talk about it at the pro level. These small mistakes do end up just snowballing and turn into a big mistake, and had they not made these mistakes, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But fact of the matter is, it's do or die today. It's their last chance.
It is that one round that sent them down to the lower bracket here today. And for Shopify Rebellion, there's another thing they have to factor in today. It's Ambi's birthday, and you do not want to get sent home on your birthday.
No, that would probably be the worst feeling possible, is getting sent home on your birthday. But we've seen players, when they come in, they have a birthday, they always turn up when it comes to their special day. But it's moments like that that Lack just went over that you have to be able to get over. It's about the mentality, things that happen outside of the game, like a potential birthday, like a round that you've thrown. As a pro player, there's so many different pressures mentally to be able to overcome that only the best of the best are able to approach event after event and be able to overcome it.
Well, let's see where we're going to be celebrating Ambi's birthday when we talk about the map veto. And the 3 maps that are selected for this matchup here, Shopify Rebellion's pick coming in first, and they're going to take us to Café.
I mean, that's a great pick from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, the last we saw NIP play it, they got 1-7 against Heretics, so it's not necessarily a good map for NIP, despite it being one of their favored maps. So Shopify Rebellion, really good on the homework factor, being able to take advantage of a team that is probably not going to change much on Café despite them losing it. So Shopify, it's just going to be a simple day for them on that first map.
As for the side of Border, I mean, this is an interesting one, and you already talked about this. They did send them home in Munich, NIP being SR, but going to Border, I mean, this is a strong map for NIP, but they haven't been playing very well. They did just recently lose to WBG 6-8 on it. It was a very close series. But funny enough, last time they did play this against SR was in Munich 90 days ago, beating them 7-3. So there is some hope there, but it's also a question of how much have they changed from Munich, from their game to WBG, that SR is deeply going to be looking at. They are going to need to start out strong on that attacking half.
None of these maps really look in favor of NIP when you just take into consideration this event. They've lost all 3 of them. It's a situation where SR just look like they have the map advantage, but like you said, the biggest question will be, will NIP change anything? Will they be able to adapt and learn from their losses? And that's a question that has not really been answered. It usually just always is fail safe. We need Fantasy to get more kills. And that's where, in a moment like this, where your backs are against the wall, if you're NIP, we have to be able to grow from that point. And hopefully they put the prep in yesterday.
All right, we're going to talk to our guests as well. The matchup is almost ready. We're joined by Dev Marta and Pengu. And guys, you've seen the map veto. Question is, who's going to get sent home today?
I have my answer. I'm saying NIP. They only beat Theorix so far, and as the desk said, I think the map veto heavily favors Shopify Rebellion.
Look, on the one hand, Shopify Rebellion have been the better team so far throughout SI, but there seems to be a bit of a pattern. Teams like NIP, especially your mid-tier Brazil ones, when it comes to a back-against-the-wall moment, they tend to flourish. They tend to find their moment, and sadly, I can't say the same for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, all their backs are against the wall, and the pressure is higher than ever. Take it away for the first map.
Thank you very much, and the analysts. Ooh, something going on there. There's something going on here today, though, at SI. We're knocking out half of the remaining teams in Paris today. Yeah, we went through 5 days of group stage to knock out the first 4, and today, every single game is for elimination. We've got 2 former Six Invitational winners going head-to-head in Pino from NIP and Canadian from Shopify Rebellion. One will continue their campaign, the other will be sent home. This match kicks off right now on Café.
Crazy to think that Shopify Rebellion were effectively 1 round away from not going down to lower bracket. 1 round away from taking down Falcons. I mean, The story there is so great, but because they lose that one round, now they're facing NIP for elimination. Such a different storyline.
Doesn't get any easier. Later today, whoever wins this will have to face Space Station, also in the lower bracket. NIP have had an absolutely shocking tournament so far. Very slow start, gradually building up, but losses to Weibo, Amadi, Heretics, they only barely scraped across the line out of groups because of a 2-1 win over the now eliminated Furex roster. But NIP coming in cold today, haven't had a chance to play in the playoffs yet, of course, whereas the flip side is Shopify Rebellion. Yesterday, they had an admirable showing against Falcons 2-1, despite losing it, as we saw the breakdown from Laxing, 8-7 on the final map. As you said, one round away from continuing in the upper bracket. Now the pressure really does sit on both of these teams' shoulders, but my question is, will NIP come in hot after having quite a few days off after the group stage?
Bomb located by attackers.
You know, I'm starting things off here. Shopify Rebellion on defensive side of Cafe. NIP, you know, it really is just going to be such a difficult task for them. That veto favors Shopify Rebellion. NIP starts on a defender-sided map on the attacking side. It's just not going to be easy. So many things up against them. Operator bench though, NIP, they start things off in a very safe position, right? Asami may move from action, gonna make that first step of clearing Piano, for example, a lot easier. Whereas Shopify Rebellion, they deal with the power-ups, the Grim and the Ying. And the more we see of SI so far, I feel like we are in what we qualify as the power-ups meta. It really comes down to both playing and or banning very specific attack and operators to leverage what strong operators you have to break the bomb site apart. We talk about the shields, we talk about stuff like the Grim and the Ying, we talk about information like the Dokkaebi.
And we don't have any of those obviously power-ups in this round.
No.
Those shields brought to the table by NIP, and as you said...
Is Thatcher a power-up by today's
Thatcher?
No. Okay, the rounds where Thatcher is broad. Oh my god, that large drone is scary.
Yeah. Oh, his ADS has survived though, so despite losing the shield, he's got his castle barricade and his ADS, so I'd actually call that a win for Rexon.
So I was gonna say, like, the rounds where we do see Thatcher being broad, he's instrumental, right? He denies C4 or a smoke for a plant, etc. So low-key power operator, although not broad all that often. EMP ticks, or sorry, the second flourish drone deals with 2 of the ADSs. Another nade goes out for the castle barricade, but doesn't pop the wall. This is just, oh boy.
And Rexon is loving it here in Cigar Shop. How much longer can he hold it?
This nade has to hit the castle. Come on, boys.
Very hard to destroy castle barricades with grenades, but finally Rexon's cover is blown. And now Wizard looks to make an entry straight into the Thorn Trap. He is slowed, but he will find the kill regardless. An opening for NIP. Straight on the back of it, the Lion will roar and lock Rebellion in place.
You know what you're thinking? Why did Shopify Rebellion not help Rexon in Cigar Shop? Well, he's in a very deep position himself. He had the utility, the castle barricades, the ADSs, and they burned so many flourish drones, right? 3 of them. They burned 3 frag grenades and a flashbang only to clear him out. On paper, this is actually a really good death for Shopify Rebellion, because that means for the rest of this round, many less tools available here for NIP's attack.
And another E1D rings out. That's the last remaining for Pino. Can't believe it's been 5 years since the last Para 6 Invitational during COVID, and Pino won that. Now he looks to try and fight for another one, but NIP need to level up. Their current form has not been enough. 35 seconds remain. Good luck. They still have so much work to do.
Yeah, got the shield inside on 90. Got the bathroom player as well. Fantasy dancing with death here by 90 corner.
Good crossfire though, Fantasy sneaks in, but a good trade from Surf. However, NIP come to life. Jumping down the skylight at the last moment, and a flood through Piano nets them the round.
A beautiful 5v1 to start off the round for NIP. It's one of those cases where, yes, it was hard to clear Rexon's position, but once they got that done, that was, on paper, the most difficult obstacle for them, because they're so good when it comes to entry frag, just walking in through Piano and taking the fights, simplifying the round. And nobody from Shopify could really help Rexon. They had a player on Skylight, player on New Hatch, player on Piano Rappel, the Lion. So no matter if anyone tried to help Rexon, they would just die in the process. They had to sacrifice him, but then they had to win their gunfights here in 90 Bathroom, which they also did not.
It's a dangerous thing about playing a setup like that if you're Shopify Rebellion. They're just holding their crossfires. A player in Bathroom, a player tucked in Freezer, that was Spoit, and a player in Cocktail. Because of the way Rebellion had opened up all the walls, there's like 10 crossfires going on.
Yeah.
But you need to actually hold your crossfires. You need to play off together. And when NIP are pushing from 5 different positions, those players were distracted. A critical moment for me was Spoit not actually being in Freezer, but swinging out into backstall to try and help one of his teammates. It meant that he died without actually maintaining a crossfire. At the same time, Canadian in Bathroom got injured. Again, swinging a little bit too aggressively. It's a hard call because you do need to swing. You can't just wait for the opponents to get Pika's advantage swinging you.
I kind of think that might have been what happened though for Shopify, right? They maybe waited a little bit longer before they were going to take their power positions because they didn't expect the push to come out so quickly. It took NIP almost 2 full minutes to clear out Rexen. It took them 20 seconds to full take Piano. I think they were just kind of surprised by the pacing of NIP because they were so damn slow earlier. And also NIP team ace, by the way. Every single member got on the board and got a kill. Whereas for Shopify Rebellion, well, 2 of their 5 people picked up something. Ambi and Surf, the 2 best statistical players for SI so far for their team.
Yeah, not across the whole tournament
Just for
so
the
far, but yes, they have stepped up for sure. NIP, on the other hand, look to try and make an entry here, taking Bakery. We need Canadian to rotate over. Nitro Cell burnt without really any damage to speak of. Oh, Fantasy is
Spoit's
in
in trouble.
with the Glaz. He's about to find Spoit, sees him from the back, but
Surf.
Surf through the smoke saves his teammate's life, and Spoit lives to fight another day. This is desperate now from Cons. He tries to get aggressive on the Blackbeard, but Spoit will find him and shut him down. A solid Bakery hold. Despite the Glaz, despite the Blackbeard, despite the power, it doesn't seem to be enough for NIP, and Spoit has found a second. Wizard in a 1v3, but he's been spotted by Canadian. And Spoit can continue to hold his position at the cupcake stand. Wizard will look to try and shut him down, but Rexen's got the crossfire. Phenomenal round from Spoit in his position and from the rest of Shopify Rebellion to support him.
It's so important for the entire team of Shopify Rebellion that Spoit does not peek anything and just stays prone and lets Rexen and Surf work around him. And he did a perfect job at that. The only time Spoit goes for a wide swing is to guarantee kill the Blackbeard, look in the wrong direction. But the real hero there, before that can even happen, is Surf smoke banging the glass as he's about to clear Spoit's position.
That's a gnarly play.
Through the smoke. You see right here. Takes 1 shot.
So aggressive. Like, it's so risky as well, because Surf is thinking you're peeking into a smoke. You know the Glaz is in there somewhere. He could be watching me. If he is, I'm a dead man. But that was such a perfect moment. After the first round was lost by Rebellion not quite maintaining their crossfires, that gives me so much confidence that they can do so.
And I also think we've now seen 2 for 2 rounds where NIP, their entering is good, their confidence is great, but their utility clearing and utility usage is actually really poor. The first round, it took them 2 Flourish drones and 3 frag grenades to clear 1 deployable shield and 1 castle barricade. And then that previous round, both the nades from the Blackbeard, they were soaked up by the Wamai magnets. So he got 0 value. One of the smoke grenades from the Glass also soaked up by the Wamai magnet. So they're losing more than half their most important utility from their pockets every single round to either a Wamai or just simply missing the area. So I want to see NIP here work on the areas where they're a little bit weaker when it comes to clearing utility, because their shots are great. Their timings are good. But if you're fighting, against Spoit, against Rexen, against Surf, when they have all these utility pieces around them, that's not going to be a fair fight.
The last time NIP played Café was just a few days ago in the group stage against Heretics, and they got 7-1'd. Rebellion on the flip side, they beat Black Dragons on this map. So you can see why Shopify Rebellion have decided to take us here. NIP chose the second map, Border. Very different beast. NIP, though, I think we've already seen a little bit from them that makes me think this is not going to be quite like the 7-1 shellacking that Heretics served to them. They can fight here.
See Ambi getting that license to go loose. Same for Canadian. They love bringing out this Solace and Pulse combination, just playing around the map for intel, verticality. And NIP has slowed things down again. Just looking for Canadian spots that are trained. Is he vulnerable? Can they jump in? Nate gets tossed down. The thing is, this is the bomb site, so jumping in should not be possible. Ambi got a lot of fire.
Yeah, and Fantasy takes him down. Oh, Rexen jumps straight outside the white window. This is very deadly, but if he closes the gap, if he uses a C4, he might be able to win the fight. On the other side, Pino is low HP. The shotgun should win at this range, but Rexen is still remaining detected. He has to keep swinging, and he wins the fight. A second one for Rexon outside. And Cons is left all alone. Rexon's having a laugh in the old chat, and while Ambi has fallen, he's perfectly happy to watch Rexon do away with the rest of this NIP attack.
Dude, Ambi had the prime seat for that entire thing to play out. He was dead first, just watching Rexon toying with his food. Another Magnet catches the grenade, Blackbeard in trouble, but somehow makes the trick work. Looks up ADS's, aims down, takes down Surf. The grenade actually gets the final confirmation. It's a 1v3 now. Up against the pulse scanner, the reinforced wall, and what should be a solid crossfire.
Canadian and Rexon both have shotguns, which could essentially one-hit Cons here in the feet if the Blackbeard isn't crouching. So Cons has to play this perfectly. Look to take the risky gunfight as well, but the fire extinguisher will give him an opening to go and focus up on the dining room. Rexon's on the other side in fireplace. Cons is just looking for this fight. He wants to peek it. Oh, playing on the bomb.
Good read.
It's an awkward spot, but it is into a crossfire as well. Spoit is in train, watching the angle. Great first shot, but Spoit will refrag. A little bit too close for comfort there for Shopify Rebellion, but they can thank Rexon for giving that round to them on a silver platter.
I mean, Rexon is disgusting. He jumps out, one-taps the first player right before weapon swapping onto the shotgun. I'm thinking, nah, he's good for one, but not two, surely. He doesn't even take damage, James. He was full HP after getting those 2 kills. That wins them the round. And window jump outs ever since Siege X came out, remember, you're forced into a hip-fire animation. Like, you literally don't have a fighting chance, and yet he gets both.
So risky now to go for those jump outs. Oh, Castle
Ooh,
IQ.
IQ ban.
The Castle makes sense. This is normal.
Here comes the Valkyrie.
Banning Castle in Azami is pretty normal. You get rid of 3 architects by getting rid of the mirror as well. But that IQ is so unusual. Like, you mentioned Valkyrie.
Yeah, so Valkyrie, Kaid, Echo, Pulse, and Solace all get amplified like crazy from that IQ ban. Even Vigil, arguably, but you don't often use IQ as a counter there.
One of the things about Café is the IQ can stand on the roof and just scan absolutely everything. Every piece of utility you can see. If they've got ADSs at Pixel, you can see if they've got my magnets, like you said, about the info gathering ops. So that IQ ban is really going to give Shopify Rebellion a chance to lean into that.
I think the biggest kind of substitute operator here is going to be Twitch. IQ can find out where things are, but can't clear them. Twitch can spend some extra time droning, and then if you do find those cameras, clear them.
The other option, perhaps, particularly against your Valkyrie Echo Maestro, is the Thatcher. I was going to say the Docker B.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
But you do have to find a kill and hack the cams, which is a lot easier said than done.
I think that the issue here is just the map. If you're playing Chalet or Border, getting that early pick on the extended roam and then hacking the cameras, pretty doable. On Café, unless you're gonna find Ambi or Troy solo roaming on those kind of roam-style operators, it's gonna be 5 people around the bomb site or extended or near the bomb site together. But, of course, you can make the phone call and you have like 10 seconds opening for a big play. They bring out the floors instead. Also, Brazil is a region. They actually love playing both Sentry and Striker more than most other regions. We see Wizard here bring out the exact operator. Flashbang grenades in pocket. I think that's a good choice, right? If you're struggling with the 1-mine magnets, now you have Burn in the flashbangs and grenades for clearing. So Wizard himself can actually do a lot of damage. Only issue is for this one, there is no 1-mine.
Yeah, and no Jaeger either, which actually, in a way, is going to lend itself to Wizard having a lot more ability. Cons is in the building looking for something. Fantasy has actually snuck into the objective.
Classic Fantasy.
He's inside reading room. How does he keep doing this? And now Cons is in there as well. He's vulnerable to these vertical holes, and he gets spotted by Rexon for a brief moment.
They got out for the next call.
Hellplayer going and dropping down, looking for the kill, and he finds him. Good info from Spoit. He looks to try and retake it solo, but it is a bloodbath. Spoit is now the last one standing, and he'll have to do the heavy lifting here for Shopify Rebellion. Does he retake upstairs into the waiting arms of NIP? 2 players coming his direction. Nitro Cell could be good, and it takes down Pino. Hates is now following him, but he doesn't want to overextend. A shield operator on a staircase is a very dangerous thing.
It's winnable. Mind you, planning a 2v1 on this bomb site, almost impossible, right? And Sport has so much experience fighting Blackbeard and Shield, so I think it's completely winnable for him if his teammates on those Val cams gives accurate and good information. The camera top floor and cocktail, he knows if the vert is clear or not, and he knows where BB is off the sound cues.
And there's no info here for NIP. Risky play. 1v1 against the Blackbeard. Spoit is cold. And he clutches for Rebellion.
It's the call. There it is. He knows he has to play around the strength of the opponent. That's the Blackbeard. And Blackbeard can't just go for an ADS swing in a gunfight because you see it, he gets shut down. NIP down 1-3, we'll call a tactical timeout.
Agora foi. Ó, olha só. Pro bombe do bar, o que eu quero que a gente faça? Vamos jogar pro open kill, seja Coca ali, seja KDS, mas a gente entrando full embaixo, tá ligado? Vamos jogar perdidão. Deu certo esse round 2 vezes já, tá ligado?
4-1, mais ou menos?
É, tipo isso, com o Hates lá entrando embaixo de Doka, tá ligado? Então a gente joga pra essas open kill nisso. Seja KDS ali, tá, guys? Aí, ô Fantinha, se a gente for pegar aqui o Claraboy e a KDS, deixa que o Hates faz a sua lá subindo nova, tá bom? Pra matar o cara da Claraboy e o KDS. É, bombe da cozinha, eu quero que a gente faça, mano. Vamos baitar que a gente vai caçar, quer dizer, que a gente vai fazer horizontal, abrindo o Neymar primeiro. A gente smoca ali, abre de ace e depois a gente joga pra caçada. É, exato. Vamos jogar de Doka, tá ligado? Também. Pra fazer eles se movimentarem, entendeu?
So if we rewind to that previous round, it started off so well for NIP, right? They're in the bomb side, they get a pick, etc.
Down the gap.
Exactly, and then you might be thinking, why didn't they do anything else? They were waiting for the final Doki call to recharge to then darken the map with those Valkyrie cameras and then go for a plant. So they're sitting still. And in that moment, this is where we gotta praise Shopify Rebellion. They went for a 4-man retake, fighting back, recognizing, guys, when the Doki call comes up, we are screwed.
Yeah. And it was very hard spectating, I can't remember which player it was on the Flores looking for that plant. It was Cons. He was just looking for an opportunity to plant inside of reading. There's holes above default. There's holes above laundry. There's an open wall into pillars. He had literally nowhere safe to plant.
That's it, and that's kind of where Shopify also played really well. They probably were very happy to surrender a lot of that bomb site because they had good vert, they had good information. They knew that the bomb site itself is actually pretty weak to try and plant in. So NIP, good gap finding, but perhaps the wrong read, combined with Shopify actually playing for the retake very successfully. And now the magnet that we get, you know, catches a grenade. We've seen this so many times this game where these grenades, it's almost like we don't value them if we're NIP. Oh, we got a nade. We only got 2 this round. Let me just chalk it in. Oh, they have why again? Ah, too bad. Yeah, now you have 1 nade spare.
You have so many flashes, even smokes from Hates that you could be using. Speaking of smokes, Fantasy is going to get a breach on that small back wall thanks to Hates' smoke grenade covering it. I'm not sure if it got breached though.
Don't think it did. Given that Sport just peeked it.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
It must have been. Was there an impact? No,
nope,
there was no
just
impact.
shot it.
Just shot through the smoke.
Again, expensive utility to try again. Another smoke, another cell. He shot it again.
How?
I think, dude, Serve is literally one of the best support players this entire event so far. The tech I've seen with
bulletproof
yellow
ping.
ping. That's still good, but Serve still plays
so
it well.
Smart.
He's covering his teammates so well, round after round. He's got the take with the smoke, the Bieber C4 play. He's literally been doing so many big brain plays. And calling with the bulletproof camera, they're saying, guys, just ping me where the Selma is. I can go for a smoke bang. Again, great tech.
The hitbox on the Selma is really small.
It is
very hard to shoot. Pinging it with the bulletproof camera that can see through the smoke, I've never seen that tech before.
Funny thing is, I didn't see the yellow ping, so I was like, this guy's a wizard. You know, he's just finding the angle.
No, Wizard plays for NIP.
Oh, does he, huh?
Ambi spotted 3 players up in pillar on this Valkyrie camera. He can
be a
spot
retake.
tracks. Yeah, I mean, there's an ability for a retake here. Surf will shoot the at least clear the track stingers for now, knowing that there's no one watching him.
And now it's open. The question is, right, 1 minute 10 seconds, 5v5. Do you actually want to go for a flank? And if you do, who do you send? Everyone has valuable utility in pocket unless Ambi can spend the C4 first, then sprint up a staircase. But that C4 could be plant denial. So I'm curious who you would send, if anybody. Sport has Baker control. There's the flank.
It's Ambi.
Ambi's up there. C4 in pocket. Does not care.
He's found one. Now he's in an awkward spot. He's trapped in the
fine.
corner. He will die eventually, but he has yellow pings, and so he'll continue fighting. A second kill for Ambi. NIP have to go deep. He finds 3 before he's traded back. Pino 1v4. Good luck. You might have raised a hammer here 5 years ago, but I don't think he's going to raise a round. Rebellion have now thwarted the tactical timeout from NIP, and the clash will lie in wait. Canadian knows that he doesn't have to do anything but sit behind this shield and laugh. 13 seconds. Pino isn't going to do a damn thing. He can jump over. He can go into a crossfire. Rebellion will just keep hunting him. And Canadian puts the nail in the coffin.
And they're calm. Wasn't it clutch? Well, actually, I would say it was an ambit clutch in that 3 kills in a 1v3. He stuck in the corner. But again, thanks to the Valkyrie camera information, they have the intel. And it's such a good mind game to play here. Shopify Rebellion can win so many rounds of simply banning one operator and tailoring the defensive side to that ban. And NIP are not recognizing just how strong the Valkyrie is. I don't even think they spent any extra time looking for the Valkyrie cameras. It was in pillar, in a quote-unquote normal location, not even hidden off because it needed that bunch of information. It needed a good view.
They even brought the Twitch that round, which you said was one of the main counters to the Valkyrie.
If you find them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Twitch was even targeting Valkyrie cameras at all. I assume it was looking for the FNAT mines and looking for the Wamai magnets.
So here's my thing, right? You can substitute the IQ with a Thatcher. You can see what the utility is, but you do have the scanner and it will show a dot.
Yeah.
You could literally play Thatcher, take out that good old EMP launcher, and just look at the walls and be like, where's the Valcam? If you wanted to.
Double as the Twitch. If you want to go for a bakery take, you can,
ADS
you can get rid of ADSs and Wamai magnets.
You're right.
I actually think that could have been the perfect storm here. Cons is teasing it out for now. We'll see. Oh no, he has stuck it rather. We're into action phase already. So I think finally we see NIP making that adaptation, but it is perhaps
it's too late.
A little too late. I mean, Rebellion have extended their lead 4-1. Ambi, the birthday boy, 20 years old today. I mean, for the longest time, he was the youngest player at these events. Now he's not even a teenager anymore.
Time flies.
Time does fly. It would be nice for him to stay in the tournament.
He wants to go flying, James, but they need the right timing on this rappel angle for it to work.
Well, he's got support from Canadian on the pulse scanner, but he's just, fallen back.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
A lot of info gathering here between Canadian and Ambi, and the anti-rush from Surf, the Malusi. I think that's a great play compared, just knowing how Fantasy attacked this bomb site last time.
Yeah, when this call comes out, you have to be ready for a play somewhere. There it is. Call pop, the door open. If anybody's sprinting up a staircase, perhaps, Shopify Rebellion should be ready for something like this.
What info's he got?
And where are the sound cues?
Where are the Banshees?
There it is.
Now his position revealed. Oh, he's going to get flanked. There's 2 players at the bottom of White Stairs.
Yeah, Rexon made the call that he did not walk up the brown stairs as he's inside of pillars, so they know he's down there somewhere. But going hunting for him, very challenging. Canadian on the scanner is looking for him, and if he finds him, they would send back down 3 people, but they can't find him, so they can't make that play.
This is very smart. Rebellion are looking for a gap, but because they're not finding that information, they're not overextending too much. Fantasy is now literally just playing to anti-flank. Oh my god, Canadian's still hunting him. They know exactly where he is at Whiskey Bar, but now Fantasy will have the advantage with the info. Does Fantasy hear Canadian's call? Apparently not, so he's going to continue falling back. 3 players hunting down Fantasy, and I think he knows it.
Yeah. I mean, Fantasy's played it well, but that's both Dookity calls, and he cannot help his team. But he's got 2 players stuck below for now. 3 people, actually. They really want him. They're coming for him.
He might find Spoit here. Spoit
he got
taken down by the destruction of the gas pipe?
Yeah.
Wow. That somehow managed to damage Spoit. Risky play for Fantasy. Going past the gas pipe, Canadian will trade him and get Spoit back on his feet.
And they haven't rushed the bomb side. They knew 3 people were downstairs chasing Fantasy, yet they're still doing vertical setup, holding the flank of the light staircase, looking down the hatch. That was your moment to go, if anything. But then again, Canadian has the foreign pocket, as does Spoit. They can actually destroy these plant positions virtually now because they have kitchen control. So Fantasy spent the whole round getting nothing done. NIP 20 seconds, they gotta drop right now.
Nitro Cell goes out, doesn't matter, doesn't make a difference. Cons has the diffuser, and now he's shut down by Rexon, holding the line. Inside a fireplace, inside of the hallway, doesn't matter. The positions for NIP are simply not good enough. Wizard and Pino are gonna have to work some magic, and Rexon knows exactly where Pino is. Trapped in the train, he might find a consolation frag, but Rexon replies with a question mark in the chat, and Shopify Rebellion dominate the first half.
It's at times like these where I hate to see the default operator bans, right? On paper, again, banning Castle, Mirror, Asami is great, but what about Troy's Pulse? Right? It is getting insane amounts of value. Then they ban the IQ, Ambi's Valkyrie, same exact story. It feels like Shopify Rebellion are just playing 1 level above NIP right now strategically.
Anyone that watched the Six Invitational 9 years ago in 2017 would know you don't mess around with Canadian players.
And he's back on the shotgun because he's got the Reaper second there. Like, it's beautiful. And there's just been something about how active Canadian's been getting at this event, getting in the battle, being first in, entering, and his read of the game Together with Super, the coach, it's been phenomenal to watch. They've had so many big moments where they're out-IGLing and out-rotating their opponents. Again, on reading bomb side, they gave them the side to NIP, and they retook into them with aggression. There, they know there could be somewhere in the basement or downstairs in kitchen, and they take the pulse scanner a floor above, and they look for him, and 3 people chase him down. Look, he was getting flanked by Ambi to his far left. Troy's just watching Spot injured. You see, 4 people. Surf also came down. Wow. 4 people. The site was completely vulnerable. NIP did not have the read. They had a 4v1 bomb site.
Action's like, dude, why is this guy still in train? There's less than 1 second left. Why is this guy still in train? Did you manage to see what Rexon put in the old chat?
I did not.
Just grab the effing bomb and plant.
But that's the thing, right? They had 3 C4s downstairs.
Yeah.
3. So like, yeah, you have fun planting, man. Soft floor all around the bomb side, pulse scanner, like, you know, it's not happening.
I think NIP knew that they were screwed very early on in that round. Rebellion played that beautifully. It's for a map like Café, which is stereotypically getting a bit stale.
Yeah, that was very entertaining.
Some very fresh-looking Siege from Rebellion.
Agreed.
And now as we flip sides, we get to see one of your favorites. The Monty has made its appearance. Another knows how strong Monty is on Café because of what you did to him in 2018.
Is he gonna push wide or long bar teams? That's the question.
Luca back will be having a word.
And that's again where I look at NIP and go, you bend the grip, the token, the power-ups, you're getting hunted downstairs again. So this is the thing, right? Troy Canadian knows how to play the pulse C4 beneath. He also knows how to catch that C4 beneath. Yes, it's not a pulse, but it was a 2-brow of cons. And now you can play the round 4v5. That is the most difficult part of the round done on Café, arguably. Getting open, that is a crazy vertical angle. And it's still could be hacking the cams.
Was that?
He was literally sitting, hacking the cameras, and gets shot vertically.
That's really smart.
Yeah.
That's
very smart.
Such a good read there from Fantasy.
And we're saying how it's so hard to get opening pick early in an isolated position for Dokkaebi to hack the cameras. They finally get that early pick, but then insane vertical usage. Shuts down Dokkaebi, trading it back, and then I believe the cameras are not hacked. The Surge is not watching anything but the drones.
And hacking the cameras would have been massive because of the echo.
Yeah.
In fact, Wizard, he's the one operator here that I'd be worried about if I was Rebellion. Going up against that Monty, if those Yokais go undetected, Canadian will be toast if he gets guard broken and there's a player ready to shoot him. This is very dangerous. Hate might be able to team up here with Wizard to get the kill onto the Monty.
Loading new mag.
Oh, it's perfect! Read like a book. Rebellion now on the back foot, and Fantasy's doubled up. Spoit and Ambi now think, oh crap, we didn't know there was an echo. Really wish that hack went off from Surf earlier. This is going to be dangerous. No nades left for Spoit, and Ambi has been taken down. Desperation now for the Swede in the 1v3, and Wizard knows exactly where he is. Rebellion dominated the first half, and they looked solid at the start of this round, but NIP have found an adequate reply.
Let's see exactly what Spot is. There are 2 Yoga drones watching him, one from Piano, one from Cigar. Fantasy DMR in hand. Takes down Spoit. Yeah, double deployable shield. They're playing the Echo drones. It's just a lot of util here. And I mean, honestly, like you said, if Dokkaebi hacks the cameras and sees all the echoes, that round is completely different. Small things are winning and losing these rounds for both teams.
Literally, Fantasy, that floor bang, by 1 second,
it literally wins them
won the round for them because it unlocks the ability to use the echo like that. God, Nick, I gotta say, we have been seeing some great Siege at this time.
Disgusting.
Loading new mag.
Now, mind you, if you're playing, you know, ranked or whatever level that you play at, if the enemy, if they have a Dokkaebi on the board and a teammate of yours die, you will drop this mini phone that Dokkaebi will hack. If a teammate of yours dies and you check the surrounding area around the body and there's no phone, means no Dokkaebi, you can actually shoot that drone with any gun. You can impact grenade it as well. So if a teammate dies somewhere, just chuck an impact and run away. Then Dokkaebi can't hack the cams. Something that's very underrated to do. Or in this case, bait that location of the phone with verticality and get a kill.
Well, impressive from NIP. They've now won a second round, which means that this is going to be a better result than they had against, off the top of my head, 15 was they got 7-1 by a Heretics. Yeah, better result than against Heretics, but I wouldn't count Rebellion out yet. They've looked good even when they lose these rounds.
Yeah. A little bit curious about the long-term plan here if NIP bring it back. Rebellion, they're going to bring out the Canadian Monty once again. Likely going to get banned on that third and last rotation after this, so we'll see how long they can keep it up for. The thing about bringing out the Monty is that you do lose a bit of utility, right? Like, sure, you're going to have your smoke grenades or your can opener, secondary hop reach, but there was a significant lack of soft destruction in their previous attack. They could not clear both deployable shields and Yokais because they had no way to deal with that. They have the Brava now that can hack a couple of things. They have one set of grenades on the sledge. They try and do the same Selma thing here. Funny enough, there's no camera to yellow ping for the information for the side of NIP.
Impact helps, but there was at least one explosion already activated. Brava doesn't actually manage to hack the... Oh no, he did hack the gate already, so...
Thing is, it's playable from Wizard. If Rebellion get on the boost spot outside on the red car, they can actually see his head peeking around. But it's just one player on drones. I think it's Rexon himself actually sitting there. There's a car right behind him that you can boost yourself up upon with a vault prompt.
This is actually Rebellion's Arena gate, by the way. So not to be confused. Rexon can walk through it. It will just open as soon as he gets close.
Yes, they know if he's jiggling it by the sound then.
Yeah, exactly. The gate will activate, deactivate. Ooh, nice impact, but doesn't do a lot of damage. Now Canadian can continue to harass Wizard.
Yeah.
Wizard has to constantly keep his eyes open on Canadian. Otherwise, Canadian can just ADS, unshields, wants to try and harass him. Wizard doesn't know which target to want. We need someone else from Rebellion to help out. But Wizard's now taken out Rexon. Canadian forced into passivity as he looks to continue fighting Wizard. Spoit from the window supports for one on the small bay. Canadian has to wait, yes, go for the kill. He's diggling the angle and he finds it with the pistol.
A very important kill. That gives them bigger control and they can now stabilize the round, forcing NIP into an aggressive swing. Hates on a lot of fire. No safety on the bomb side. Fantasy go for a big flank. Has to find a kill.
Oh, big moment though for Surf as he comes down the red stairs. This locks out half of the site, half of the map. An ambi from above. It's a 6th round for Shopify Rebellion. They restabilize and NIP are sent packing.
Wizard was so close, just carrying that round, taking down Rexon, loosening up Bakery double door. But honestly, at the end of the day, it's just so much pressure. Playing a DMR Zoom Scope in a close quarter engagement with a shield, it's such a small hitbox to fight against. Yes, it's a one-shot headshot against the Monty, but you can't see what you're looking at. You're just scoped in right in his dome. But a great first pre-fire. The fact that Shopify Rebellion have to win the round of this play right here, that defines everything. Super high risk, and you saw how long Canadian waited to make that play. He knew that I'm only gonna ADS and go for the 50-50 gunfight if we have no other way in. And the reason why he had to do it is Spoit was stuck outside small bakery window with a player holding him in the hallway. If Spoit just kind of jumps in trying to desperately save Canadian, he'll die immediately. And they recognize that they go, okay, Spoit, you cannot help me. I gotta try and make the play. Let's see what happens.
I'm just gonna rub my eyes. Do I see that correctly? Spoit on 11 kills.
He's been farming this game. Also had a 1v3 clutch against the BB.
I gotta say, Spoit, let's be real, he hasn't had the best tournament so far. He's had a few moments.
Statistically, he hasn't, no.
Rebellion has also struggled this tournament in a lot of their games. So they've had 3 7-1s, I believe, against them. A lot of grueling overtime losses. And a lot of their wins have been grueling overtime games that they've only just got across the game.
Yeah, so heartbreaking losses. 1-7 Chalet to D+, 1-7 Chalet to FaZe, 1-7 loss to FaZe on Clubhouse. And then hard-fought victories. 8-6 G2 on Labs, 8-7 G2 on Clubhouse, 8-7 FaZe on Labs.
And also heartbreaking losses to... Who was it? Oh, it was the Falcons game, of course.
Yeah, I mean, max overtime.
Overtime against Falcons.
They've been fighting for it.
They have.
When Troy was on DC, they went overtime every goddamn game. Troy and Shopify Rebellion, you know, it's either or. Either you're stumping your opponents or you're just barely winning.
Canadian is the content. We've always known that. It's just nice to see Spoit showing a bit of his Berlin major form. Back in Europe and chasing his first hammer.
I will say this though, while Spoit might have gotten all the kills every single game, he's been pretty good as that middle ground pillar to enable Surf and Ambi to play around him in those supportive positions. Here we see Troy again with the Monty. Probably last round for him is either gonna get banned away or they win in regulation 7-2. Selma charge on the mirror window, clears it, forcing him to be back. Again, they play these mirror windows, but they barely protect them. Ambi with another. Fantasy goes down.
Double digits for the birthday boy as he looks to chase Spoit as top fragger. Two-player advantage, Rebellion, as Pino tries to fall back and Surf catches him. Talk about impact plays from this guy over here. He's been smurfing and surfing over NIP. Wizard needs to pull something out of the hat here, and he does! A good frag, but Ambi returns fire. 3 kills on the round for the young gun, as Cons is left with the impossible task of 1v4ing to save the map.
Here's the Bunty! Oh, he didn't know!
Tries to bait him, but he will find nothing. Rexen to put the nail in the coffin for NIP. A dominant first map in this series sets up Shopify Rebellion to begin their lower bracket run.
I mean, Rebellion, they start on defense. They got a good strat going into it. NIP, they've only beaten Fearix at this event, so going up against Shopify Rebellion, it's a much taller challenge. We got more Siege coming for you after this quick break.
Shopify Rebellion take that first map with ease, and I feel like we don't say it often, but it was a bit of a team diff on all kinds of different fronts, and even when Shopify Rebellion players were down in clutch situations.
Yeah, it didn't really look like Shopify Rebellion was worried at all. Like you said, even when they're down clutch situations, they have big players that are going to clutch up, and I think that's the biggest aspect, is the confidence aspect from SR, being able to regain it throughout the tournament, to be able to come here. Sometimes you got to go through the lower bracket to be able to bounce back and have momentous plays like this. I mean, this 1v3 from Spoit early on in round 4, it was very well played. He sees the BB pushing up, but the C4 still gets hit, and then he goes back downstairs to rotate. Nice little push, and again, the BB is just there as a moving drone, not really using his gun at all, and it was really heads-up play from Spoit to be able to pop that C4 anyway, get the kill behind him, and clean up the Blackbeard.
It's also good to see the birthday boy give him a little praise here. I mean, 11 and 6 in the map so far. I mean, both these two, it's good that we're highlighting Spoit because we haven't been able to as much. Ambi, he's always been a spearhead for this team. We talked about Ambi time and time again. So it's good that we're seeing both these players come alive, especially in this do-or-die situation. And something that I even was, said in the beginning of this pre-show is they need to look as perfect as possible and play as close to that, and they absolutely did on that Cafe. I mean, the clutches, the team play, the synergy was absolutely there. I am very scared for NIP once we get into this second map.
Yeah, I think the biggest talking point is Spoit. I mean, we've been criticizing him the whole event, having some up and downs, and I know Elegance is somewhere cheering with joy that Spoit is finally topping the charts, and look at the stats across the board. And when you look at the side of NIP, again, the entries aren't necessarily too divided. It is very decent when it comes to the side of NIP getting those opening kills. But what do we talk about? Even if Fantasy's getting kills, even if NIP is getting opening kills, their late game understanding of how are we going to connect the dots to Fantasy to be able to go for those executes, it's not there. There hasn't been much change. When we look on Cafe, there hasn't been much change. No. So again, it does scare me for NIP going into a map like Border that there hasn't been much change.
No, it does. I mean, when you're looking at that, they should have won that round 4, right? That 3v1 scenario. These are mental breakers when you look at the side of NIP, and they're on the brink of elimination. Can they keep themselves in the tournament? We're going to find out.
Thank you very much. That we will, and we're going to Border, the battleground chosen by NIP. Pengu, they actually got very close against Weibo, almost taking them to they did take them to overtime and lost on this very map. Shopify, they did have a good win on Border against Black Dragons, but I mean, it's Black Dragons. Do we have any hope for Ninjas in Pajamas here?
Yeah, honestly, I have a little bit of hope. I have more hope than I did on Cafe because the way that NIP play the game is that aggressive spearhead in the building, Fantasy in your face playstyle, which is going to work out better on Border in general.
Well, after an 18-month hiatus from the international stage, NIP are back. They did well in Munich. Now they look to do even better here at SI, but they will need to come back. 1-0 down in the series against Shopify Rebellion as the North Americans look to get it done in 2.
Nice little 2-0, huh? The thing is, when you're going through the lower bracket, which is exactly where we are right now for both of these two teams and many others, getting 2-0s is actually much better than it is in the usual group stage, for many reasons. One, reserving energy. It is gonna be a long and grueling tournament if you're in the lower bracket, playing many more games than the teams in the upper bracket. And two, because you're playing many more games, you can get to save strats and save maps for even longer, because if you go 2-1 every single series, you're showing much more of your playbook. And a team like Shopify Rebellion has a deep strat book that they're using every single time. The longer that can be hidden for, the better.
And last year we saw FaZe Clan, the eventual champions, start in the lower bracket round 1 before they eventually made it all the way to the grand final to win it. They had 2-1s over Liquid, Virtus.pro, and Team Falcons, the old Team Falcons roster, and then 3 2-0s over SSG Unwanted and Furia. They revealed so much information, and they still went to that grand final and won it.
Yeah, that's the thing though. If you're a strat team versus a, I don't know, all-around team, it will change the conversation there. Some teams depend more on your pocket strats, your one-offs, and people analyzing their playstyle. Imagine going up into a grand finals against Furia right now and go, oh, so what are they bad at? Okay, that was that conversation. So what are their strengths? Boom, bam, boom. And just like the aggression, the confidence, the individual players. You can't counter-strat super hard against a team that isn't like as strat-heavy.
Yeah, and look, Rebellion are a team that like to innovate a lot. They like to play their play style. They like to bring a lot of pocket strats. They were one of the most early adopters of the Sens a year ago back in Boston.
10 seconds
I remember we got very excited about that when we started to see Sens come into the meta. And right now, they're happy to bring old styles back, like the Pulse Shotgun from Canadian, and the more that they reveal, I think teams will start to read into their playstyle.
Exactly. And that can be in the form of an operator ban, of targeting Troy as an individual where he's playing on the map. There's so many ways to deal with analysis once that information is out there. That is why a 2-0 would be a great look here for either team. But in this case, for a 2-0 to happen, it has to be Shopify Rebellion because they won Café 7-2 very confidently. Operator bans, we got an Asami and Goyo target band here on border. That's going to mean that the pushes on the side are a lot easier because Goyo is gone. Asami, easier to, of course, take CCTV, E-stairs, etc. And for Shopify Rebellion, it's the good old Ying and Deimos. So not too far off of Café. That was the Grim and the Ying.
Twitch drones come in. Fantasy played it a bunch in the past. We've seen a lot of teams really utilize the Twitch and also the Brava very well, especially on maps like this. They're clearing out a lot of util before making the first incision. Wizard finds Ambi. The Oryx put down. Oh, nice peek from Spoit though. Wizard got a little bit of a jump scare jumping on his drone.
Spoit can still feel the power of Café going for that ego challenge, but it's a really good peek. Trading back Ambi, keeping numbers even. Eight's injured, but cannot be confirmed and probably will be safe to be revived later on, unless...
Oh, nice trade. Fantasy does come up. Hate's finished off by Canadian on the pulse shotgun, but the Monty is still alive and into the 3v3 with Canadian on half HP and the Monty still up. I can't help but feel like NIP might actually be favored on paper.
Yeah, so the Canadian could pop these hatches, look for a fallback late round and play two different win conditions. So he stays above for now to help hold 90, hold the crossfires. The moment he's under pressure, probably gonna drop down, play the verticality. Then NIP have a short gap where they can either rush the bomb site, they can just say, with no pulses beneath, either we hunt him or we leave him be, but we have to be conscious of that C4 downstairs.
Oh, wow.
He swings it.
Bait, Surf, over egregious, swinging outside of Armory. Now Canadian needs to play this perfectly. The C4 could be nuclear, but he needs to make sure the player doesn't move. The timing could be off, but he nukes the Montaigne. 2v2 now, and that does give up the jig. NIP now know it's a 2v2. They have to push. Spoit needs to hold the line. Bit of damage onto him as Fantasy goes deep. Canadian below. But he's got that shotgun, and he's got the Reaper. NIP don't know if he's still down below. Pino spots him, and Fantasy will commit with the AK. Finds the first round for NIP.
Very small bit of miscommunication there from the side of Shopify Rebellion. The second the C4 goes off, they have to acknowledge that a bomb site rush is super likely because it's the most obvious play to make. The one opening you have is in Pulse, it's in Customs downstairs, and the both people right outside Ari, Spoit should either be expecting the rush or Troy should be calling, hey, watch out for this. They didn't. NIP played it perfectly. They get in, they get the pick, and they get site control.
It was a good round from the get-go for Rebellion, aside from losing Ambi early. Rexon losing E-stairs, I mean, he was kind of, it was his time, he was due. This felt like the decisive moment for me.
Yeah.
Right? It was Surf dying, swinging outside. It meant that even though Canadian found the Nitro kill, as you said, NIP immediately had an obvious choice to make, which was it's time to rush the site, and Spoit could not fall back early enough. Canadian could not retake quickly enough.
Yeah. I do think the swing was a bit overzealous there, definitely. If you're fishing for C4 downstairs, want to keep that bomb site safe. Your job is to just play sheltered rolls on the bomb site. The Surf goes down, spotters the cover, miss comes, whatever. Still not a bad round from Rebellion though. But NIP showing the border is more of their map, I think.
Definitely. I think the chaos of it lends itself to NIP. Rebellion though, no need to lose sleep over that round. It happens.
Yeah.
And of course, they lost Ambi very early. The Monty and Blackbeard double shield combo being brought out by NIP. Spoit replies with an Oryx pick. It's now a 2 for 2 on the Oryx, so he can 1v1 either of those shields.
That's pretty smart. Spoit recognizes that the big weakness is just a shield in his face, but the thing is, what if there was a blitz? I know there isn't, but the blitz could go in, flash him, you can't dash the shield operator, then you'll probably get taken down. But I also think Spoit recognizes the strongest shields here are gonna be the more safe ones, which is the Blackbeard having a good gun and grenades, and Monty that's just quote-unquote unkillable. But he wants the Monty really badly. How about he trades 1 for 1? If he just runs at him, charges, and his teammate kills him, is that worth it?
No, I don't think it is.
It might be. It works for Monty.
Look, if he dashed outside right now, he's not going to get the kill. He's going to dash the Monty, knock him over, and he's going to die. Surely not. Wow, Fantasy's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Maybe now, and C4 from Surf is going to finish off that Montaigne. Don't even need the dash from Oryx.
They're working offense at the same time, though. Rebellion doing a great job.
Nice swing from
Splitting the
Boyd.
pressure. Good swing from Sport again.
And you're right, though. Rebellion now need to be careful of this offense push. Cons under a lot of pressure, but Canadian gets the angle around it with the pistol. Everyone from NIP falling one by one. Hates the last man standing, but all he'll find is the one. Ambi recomposes. And a great round from Shopify Rebellion to reply. Wake up, Surf, mate.
Come on, dude. We're fist pumping right now. We're celebrating the round victory. I mean, if we thought that NIP can play a scrappy, aggressive, spearhead of a border, how about the current playstyle of Shopify Rebellion? We saw them on Café on 2 separate rounds, chasing enemies despite being on the defender side of Café. Now here in border, they're also fanning out, taking fights. It's Sport and Surf working together on Armory, with 2 people playing Office, taking down the Blackbeard, and then that 5th player is a loose roamer, likely gonna be Ambi. See right here, 2v1 swing, Rexon and Canadian, and guess what? Ambi's in below, full roaming himself as the Solus, and they all get kills. So they're covering so much of the map, horizontally, vertically, locking out NIP.
I'm just running, bro.
He said it.
I mean, he's not wrong. NIP never got themselves into the building, not properly. They never had control of CCTV. They never really even took East stairs, which for many teams is step 1.
So that's the difficulty here, right? If you go back to the very first round, Monty died in break room CCTV to a post C4 below. So this time, guess what? He's gonna go on the exterior balcony because there's no C4s downstairs, but then there's a crossfire elsewhere and his teammates are stuck outside the building. And it's these small mini games that can really impact the small decisions of individual players. If you fear that C4 downstairs, you're gonna take the safer option for you, but it's gonna weaken your teammates because they don't have the Monty shield. They can't just walk that path. And it's why playing the verticality, playing fast, playing slow, spawn peeking, and playing passive, it's so important to play all styles of Siege so your enemy can just adapt to what you're doing and get very comfortable having that dance. Now it's a Clash, for example. It's the 3rd operator for Troy. Pulls into Lesion, into Clash. Very different playstyles.
Yeah.
And then they're doubling down with also the Kite Claws and the Cancel Barricades and the Aruni Gates.
Yeah, especially looking at Archives. Absolute Fortress, Castle, Aruni on all of those.
Yeah.
Exterior doors and walls. Kaid on triple.
I think the reason why they've done this is they're just respecting the Archives direct attack or the rush. And by getting Castle Barricades and Aruni Gates on this setup and denying triple wall, the Archives rush gets stopped before it even starts. And that's because of the Goyo ban.
Yeah.
By NIP banning out the Goyo, they could play Thatcher and go for rush and maybe guarantee a round victory. So instead, Rebellion have built this strat likely around that aspect and forcing a different approach.
Yeah, wow, they've really created a fortress. Completely abandoning these stairs. Castle Barricades, and guess what? There's an Aruni Gate behind it. Oh, careful though, Ambi. He exposes himself to the long angle from East Stairs. Has his head taken off. Ambi's been a bit hot and cold. He's had some really strong rounds, but also some early deaths now. 2 times for Rebellion on border.
Emperor didn't realize the Castle Barricade was opened a second earlier. I was about to say, what this defense also does really well is nobody's isolated. Like you said, they gave up Easter's control. That's normally the 1v5 kind of player. But Ambi dying from that far angle does mean Rebellion start off this round in a man disadvantage. And while you're playing the Clash, that can be sometimes be a 3v5.
Oh, careful, Clash. Don't walk up too close to that.
Surely not.
Nomad, air jabs. Boyd is going to get stabbed in the back as Cons just manages to march on inside of CCTV. He wasn't spotted by Canadian. Perhaps they needed more angles opened in order to allow Canadian to use that tase against the Monty further away.
Big win con here for NIP is going to be the Monty. He has to go in and show where the attack is coming from. And right now, if they want that triple breach, they gotta get the Kite Claw. But it's on the floor. Rexon hiding beneath it.
Gonna find it.
They hear the angle. The crossfire has to do the toe is sticking out.
Stay close. Rexon down on the ground. Canadian needs to have a big impact. He is the shield counter operator. And Wizard has snuck into the back line. Surf finding that kill. No refrag from NIP just yet. Means that Rebellion might actually have a chance. If Canadian is able to get aggressive onto Cons, that as the plant goes down, it will be nigh impossible. 180 with shield. Canadian somehow Canadian gets past him, but he isn't into the enemy lines yet. And NIP can swat down those last 2 players. As the plant confirms, so too do NIP with the round.
I thought he was going to turtle the shield on his back and crouch walk up and deny the plant with 1 second left, maybe winning on time. But NIP, they hold their ground. They took down Surf and Armory, they shut down Canadian inside Archives, and they guarantee themselves at least that second round. The multi-ban comes out, and in response, as does the Clash. This opens up the game now in a different area. We're gonna have information vertically, let's say the Solis, the Valkyrie, and the Pulse, and we're gonna have hard-holding positions like the mirror windows. We can bandit trick them or play, you know, the Wamais, the Jaegers, and just bunker down in one single spot.
This was a pretty important moment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, what if they had just fully opened the soft wall instead of making just a single rotate? Open the soft wall between CCTV and the balcony so that Canadian can actually tase the Monty, no matter where he is in CCTV from Armory.
There's 8 seconds left, actually. I thought it was less. But no, you're right. More lines of sight. The only issue is it works both ways. They're playing Clash, UMP, Thorn. Not really a lot of DMRs there. They have the Aruni, but that was the first diff in the round. And Rexon was the second diff in the round, the Office. So it feels like, or third diff technically.
It's the two-scoped operator.
It was the two-scoped operators that wouldn't be playing Armory where the long angle existed. Had Ambi stayed alive, then maybe, but he was, again, first diff.
That's something for Ambi to think about. He was really good on the first map, and he's had some good moments throughout the series as a whole, but 2 early deaths.
I mean, that was just unlucky, right? He had a cancel barricade where he felt, okay, I literally cannot die from these stairs. And then if you don't hear it popping,
look, I agree, but I agree it's hard, but that's part and parcel of playing that position.
Yeah.
You have to be really wary of those long angles.
What if Ambi thought he had plot armor? Maybe he thought it's my birthday.
It's his birthday!
Don't shoot back.
20 years old today!
Also, that is a debuff, right? Once you leave your teens and Cs, you know, you're 20, you're 21, Thermite's not long.
He's washed up.
Thermite's coming, Ambi.
You know, Canadian turns 30 in 4 months.
Hold up. He's right here. He's literally right there.
Dynasty, who's around the corner? It's Surf. The Oryx has now taken the lead in the scoreboard. 6 kills. I saw him during the break and I said, Surf, nice shots that game. And he said, yeah, dude, 5 kills, I'm nasty. And I was like, I like that he's got a sense of humor.
It's not how many of those kills you get, it's how you get them. And they're very high in value, Surf. We recognize that. And taking out Dynasty here might not be the highest value on Sledge, but it still gives your team a huge advantage with crossfires in the 5v4. He's back upstairs in CCTV. Meanwhile, in NIP, this 2 spearheaded attack also taken off his control, forcing back Rexon into a corner. Shattered mirror window. Nades being tossed in. He's under a lot of pressure.
Such an extended hold here for Rebellion, considering that this is actually the quaternary bomb site.
And the breach.
In custom inspection. Wow, he's not even dropping down the hatch. He's committing to the fight. He wants to take one with him, and he will, down to Pino. A second one surely not to follow. Hates, he doesn't have any bullets. Out comes the shotty, and that's goodbye to the Ash. Wizard 1v5. I cannot believe a flawless round for Rebellion. Customs inspection, by the way.
I didn't even see the bomb site.
Did you notice the bomb site?
No, I was like, this gotta be a donation one, right? I don't care.
No,
and then
dude,
it was customs.
I only noticed like 30 seconds to go that we were playing customs.
Dude, what awful casters we are. It's not my bad that Rebellion are holding it so well Armory and then NIP attack so.
This is why I'm like,
focused
why didn't Rexon fall back? So yeah, it's like there was a player inside of vents early on. So you're like, is that the bomb site? No, it was right next to the bomb site. But man, Rexon's just laid it out on the table, hasn't he?
I mean, if you want to be really nitpicky here, that first grenade from Blackbeard either missed the bandit battery or he wasted the second. Because in my mind, you toss out the first grenade, clear the bandit battery, you breeze stall with Ace, and then the second grenade will clear the corner which Rexon is stuck in. Instead, they spend both grenades, then they breeze, and that corner Rexon gets a 2-piece, is completely safe. So again, Rexon, Rebellion, they're playing these rounds almost perfectly given their circumstances, but NIP can do more to make it harder for them. And that's kind of where I feel like NIP, while they're pretty good in gunfights right now, again, their utility usage both on Café and Border has not been at 100%. And it's giving Rebellion some of these gunfights that are just too easy for them. Imagine dodging a nade while taking a 2v1 gunfight versus juking a nade and taking a 1v1 gunfight, waiting 5 seconds, reloading, and then taking another gunfight. Rexon played it as good as he could, but as I said, NIP could make it harder for him.
So in terms of the half, what's a win condition here for NIP?
3-3?
How many rounds? You reckon they need 3?
I think 3-3. I think you need 3 attacks to have a good chance. A 4 would be phenomenal, obviously, but I don't think 2 is enough because defense is where I think NIP actually gonna have a harder time. When you and I saw Shopify Rebellion on border last, they had phenomenal attacks. Such a good read, counter shredding, pace changing. So I think NIP needs an even or a head here on the attacking side.
Border is 43% attacker sided. Sorry, 53% attacker sided.
Okay, that makes more sense.
53% attacker sided at SI so far. So it is one of the only maps that actually skews towards the attack.
Yeah, makes sense.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
NIP doing something new this time. They're really taking it slow and holding their angles. Void strikes first, takes down a wizard, nomad removed. This break room door has been such an obstacle for NIP, mostly due to Sport, how good he's been in this location. 4 kills to 2 devs, and it's a second kill on this exact door.
Oh, Fantasy though, he's always looking for a lurk and a way in. He's just found Ambi. Another opening death for Ambi.
It is the bomb set this time.
Yeah, it is indeed. Fantasy's very close to it. Is there anyone on the bomb site? No, everyone is upstairs.
But he took down Solus, mind you. That's the win condition. That's the only information. There's a single bulletproof camera that's downstairs.
Rexon's suspicious.
If they get in the case with Cons, this is super plannable. He's in east stairs. He's so far away. So Fantasy is rat playing alone by the bomb site. His teammates still have to clear upstairs.
The longer that Fantasy is here, the more Rebellion are going to likely assume
Here he
clear.
comes.
And as Con starts to make his way over, is there a rotate in from bathroom?
He can pop it himself. That's a soft wall. So Cons can get in, try and bait a plant, or nade the guy in office first.
Is this going to be a retake? Oh, Fantasy's finally spotted. Rexon up above, made some holes in the floor of Archives.
Injured.
Canadian, though, injured by that grenade, and Hates will finish him off. So it's tit for tat. NIP have lost their site presence, but they've taken down one of these players in offices, which means that the top floor is a bit more vulnerable.
I still think it's plannable. Get Pino either downstairs to assist on avert angles, or in Hates pressure upstairs to the breach. All of a sudden, Cons can definitely get this diffuser down. This breach denies the hatch pass, but Rexon is prone. This could save the round. He could prone towards the hatch or kill the guy in the window here if he's good.
Clan is going down. He needs to take the fight on the player on the window. But Surf sends a nuke from way downtown. It takes out Cons.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Rexon seems to own this position inside of Archives. 2 rounds straight. Pino in a 1v3. He's got no chance. He might see Surf, but Surf can just tuck in the corner and bide his time. Rexon is very happy again with how he's managed to hold on to Archives, and Shopify Rebellion are 3-2 up on defense.
I mean, this is so good. This is what feels like prime Rebellion. Rexon cannot be cleared from any of the positions that he plays in. He keeps staying alive somehow, and Surf has the saving play. Every time something else goes wrong, whether it's a C4 or a good swing or a flank, always there. Right place, right time, with the right piece of utility in the pocket. With Ambi dying first again, very pivotal operator, right? The Solus, the win condition changes. Canadian, great nade from Cons takes him down on the ground.
15 seconds to go.
But then these small moments, Rexon hiding by the breach, Surf saving his C4 the entire round. That's in the last 10 seconds. They have the answer. Win conditions, very clear for Shopify Rebellion, and for NIP, they just need one more attack, boys. Come on.
You know one more defense?
They need one, no, the NIP boys need one more
I
attack.
was saying Rebellion. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? This is, I've double checked. Border is the most attacker-sided map at Six Invitational, and NIP are one of the worst attacking teams at the tournament. In fact, they are worse than Elevate, who was the first team to
No shade to Elevate, but that says something.
The only teams with worse attacking win rates than NIP are the 4 teams who have already been eliminated. Black Dragons, Fearx, Enterprise, and Daystar, who technically hasn't been eliminated yet. But that may change.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, going into this, it's NIP who's only beaten Fearx, who did not look like they were at 100% efficiency for this event. Yeah. Otherwise, it's all losses across the board. That means that almost no matter who they go up against, unless they face a team like Daystar perhaps, who's a bit further down there as well, it's gonna be a very difficult matchup. And it has been so far. I mean, Café showed the whole story, right? The 2-7 lost in the first map, getting out-strategized. Now here in Border, it's looking better. But again, they need this attack round. Get that 3-3-half, make it competitive.
To their credit, NIP did get maps off of both M80 and Heretics. M80, the champions in Munich. Heretics have proven themselves to be a very strong team, but they need to keep that momentum up. They need to keep on getting better game after game. And sadly, that hasn't been the case today. When it matters most, they bottomed out their group, and they need to have a lower bracket run to save their skin. I like this round, though, what we've seen from them. A lot of breachability happening on the tellers and bathroom.
It's very horizontal. They need to find Canadian to get into the bomb site itself. He can lock down the window jump in.
Oh, good smokes.
They're just going to send it.
This is so dangerous.
They're sending it.
He's going to need another smoke, though, for coverage. He has one in pocket, but he hasn't used it as of yet. As it goes out, he's planting just outside of the smoke. He might be able to make it work. And this plant is now coverable all the way from deep inside of Customs, and he's taken out Rexon. The pivotal player that needed to have an impact, needed to deny the plant. Canadian is locked out of it as well, and finally finished off by Hates. NIP look to finally redeem their half with a risky play. 4v2 in the post plant. Surf and Spoit have to work wonders.
They have no information, not a clue. Surf finds another one, Fantasy goes down, but there's only 15 seconds left to get the vert control. Spoit tapping in for information.
Oh, there's a player in Passport, and Pino will find them both. Much needed round for NIP, and a much needed win for Pino.
That's a statement.
It is a statement, but look, Shopify Rebellion, they've still dictated the pace, and that was such a risky play for NIP.
It's what they needed though, right? You're down 2-3, you gotta make it work right here, right now. What do? You do the most unpredictable attack against a very prepared enemy. There's no way they saw that coming, because if they did, they would have had the toxic babes being thrown out, a C4 that pushed the smoke grenade, something.
It's just the most exposed plant spot you could possibly ask for.
Literally.
Which means that if you get that plant down, it's a round one, because there's no way that they can get into position where you can't deny it. You can deny it from mezzanine. You could be outside the building and jump in mezzanine, and in 1 second deny the plant. You could be outside Passport, sprint in. You could be in Customs.
You could drop bathroom hatch and see this instantly almost as well.
You could be above. You could be in so many different places. And that meant that Rebellion needed to deny it.
The round is won or lost based around the bomb going down and getting denied. It's that simple. They spent all their smoke grenades, everything for that plant. And they wallbanged it. They wallbanged took me down to what, 20 health? Yeah, 20 health. If any of those fake bullets hit the target.
Boy could have denied it right here.
So could Rexon. He's playing smoke right next to him. But they had no clue this was going on. I mean, mind you, Cons took a really good path in towards the side. He didn't trigger any traps, really. Like, no elements, maybe a single thorn in the blue hallway, perhaps? But they didn't know if he was inside or where on side.
And there were a lot of traps. I mean, Thorn, Ella, and Fenrir. Not to mention the smoke for Planthanile, and yet they dodged all of it. Again, like, that's the kind of round where if you're sitting there, an NIP fan worried about them getting eliminated, you are on the edge of your seat.
That's the attack they're going for, my boys are crazy.
The win condition is on a nice edge. Did Fantasy just try and hide the Valkyrie?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he hasn't put out any of his utility yet. He's hunting drones. Still 2 cameras in pocket. He's just put 1 out in Customs.
He's got places to go, man.
Got a little bit inspired by how good Rebellion's Valkyrie was on the first map. I love this Valcam. It's one of my favorites.
Our feed up and running.
Yes,
and this is also a classic.
An avid archives planter I'm attacking. I hate that Valcam. You can't shoot it from the window.
Nah, you have to get deep.
Yep. Good information from NIP, right? They got both the Valkyrie and the Solace. But Shopify Rebellion's attacks, last we saw them here in Border, was very fundamentally strong. You know, they'll take an area that can be east stairs and CCTV, and they work from that area forward. And then look at their enemy's composition. Knowing that there's a Valkyrie on the board here means they're going to be very careful with the vertical C4s from Troy on the Monty. So where he's going to go on the map is going to be dictated by that operator. That's why he's going to go into the balcony here, into office with much less vert.
Look, I'm a little surprised NIP didn't ban out the Monty. They went for Ying and Glaz instead.
Yeah.
I mean, Canadian played Montaigne every single round of attack on Café, and Rebellion looked really strong on that half.
I would argue that Border is probably a weaker multi-map than Café, but with that being said, it's still a strong map for him. Monty's always pretty good.
Oh, nice vert.
Good vert, yeah.
He managed to get both of them? I think he did.
Yeah, he did. So we see, when Troy's not in the building, it means that Rebellion doesn't have a clear way in just yet. They're double, triple droning. They see Armory Archives. Surf on the Archives window can kind of cut that in half. That protects the Monty from above. Because Monty's going in downstairs, that means that he can't get C forward vertically. So that's the protection game. But there are pre-placed C4s waiting. We see it's going to be a very linear push. I mean, they could use NIP's attack against them, right? If they take bathroom control, get in through the rotate, and then plant with the heads covered, How do they clear out this player of hates in bathroom? Not sure.
Well, if NIP keep up the pressure elsewhere, then it might not be. Oh, this is dangerous. Canadian exposed himself for a brief moment, and Fantasy comes in to help out. Fantasy's now found 2 kills. Canadian knows he has to get desperate. He has to take the fight with the pistol, but his risk pays off. 3v3 again, even though Canadian is low HP.
They got the hatch. They could go for plant or 2v1, serve upstairs. They have to.
Rex needs to win this fight, but he can't even get the damage onto Cons. And with that, Rexon down below, and Canadian him in together. Oh, he's so dead. Pino at Nitro Cell was everything he needed. Rexon now has to clutch up, and he's being watched from the hatch above from his own position. NIP take the lead on the first round of their defense.
Great read from Ninjas in Pajamas. 2v1 in the line upstairs. That's going to change the entire round. They could have just gone for that same NIP plant below the hatch. Serves had it covered with the Lion. But they recognize, hey, if we 2 on the line, we open the hatch. Now they got to go deep in the bomb side. That's where Bandit is. He has a C4. He can take down the Monty. Everything is good. And it was actually Shopify Rebellion struggling to get that first footing in the building. The second they entered, 2 players died immediately.
3-4 now in favor of the Brazilians. And look, maybe you were right about this Monty pick. Though it does feel like the reason that didn't work was because of Fantasy, and I didn't actually see exactly where he was playing.
I think he swung the single wall teller's door.
I can't believe Surf lost that fight as well. It looked like he landed 2 chest shots.
The funny thing is, right, when you got the Monty there jumping in bathroom, you're kind of just a big drone. If that was a blitz, you get in the face of Kite immediately, it's a really easy kill. That's kind of the awkward thing about playing the Monty versus Blitz on Border, is that Border's pace doesn't fit Monty very well. And if you're going for direct plants, Blitz can do the same job.
Are you sure that Canadian isn't listening to what you're saying?
I think Canadian and I, we came from the same era of Siege.
You did. You were the 2017, 2018, 2019 era of Siege.
And the reason why I personally am a big Rebellion fan here is because I see so much quote-unquote old-school gameplay inspired probably from Canadian. They play very logically, which I really enjoy watching and playing myself. And then there's a newer generation where I'm like, man, I'm too bad for this. It's too chaotic. My brain doesn't know what's going on.
Look, it's still logical. It's just a different kind of logic.
Yeah, okay, to me, it's not logical, right? I'm like, I wouldn't do that. I would just lose the gunfight. You're coin flipping it, but, you know, the game has evolved and people have to adapt, and that's why I'm retired and why they're still going. So there's that.
Well, speaking of, this is something that we discussed a little bit last night. There are 6 people in the history of Rainbow Six Siege who have won 2 Six Invitationals. Nice C4 from Spoit from way down
From customs, by the way. Up through the floor, up through the door. Look at that angle. Damn!
That's gnarly.
Yep.
As I was saying, there's 6 people who have won 2 SIs.
Yep.
There's you,
Yep.
Fabian,
Yep.
and your old teammates Eunice and Goga.
Yep.
There's Canadian,
Yep.
and there's Bosco.
Yes.
Every single one of those players is retired, except for Canadian. And in 4 months, he's going to be 30 years old. Could he be the first player, and maybe the only player, ever to win 3 Six Invitationals before he retires? Because that question mark's going to be coming pretty soon.
It is.
Located a bomb!
It is. Troy probably would say, I'm never going to retire, I'll keep playing, but everyone has their moment, has their day come to them. But for now, he's hanging, and the individuals had a great event so far. Really enjoyed seeing him the last couple of days. Another customs defense, by the way. Everyone seems to bring this out into action. We've seen a wildcard bring it out. Both teams here in IP and Shopify Rebellion. Spawn went down early to that incredible C4 means they're a little bit limited in what they can and cannot do. For example, all those hatches inside a CCTV, they cannot be broken. That makes this bomb side infinitely stronger.
Oh, rough angle for Canadian. ADSing at long range.
Enemy tech.
Not going to work.
Enemy devices.
I don't know what he was. He just stunned.
Could be a Valcam.
Or a Nitro?
Swap in mags.
Or a Nitro, yeah.
Maybe he doesn't really know, of course. It was a Nitro, apparently. He's actually just going to use this. I think that's just to destroy the Nitro, partly, as much as it is to get vertical. Still a player down in Harry Potter. Rebellion are really struggling to finish off these side players, but if Wizard swings, that'll give Rexon a chance to even things up, but nah, he's just going to get swung back again. Ambi, though, trades onto Fantasy. He might actually be able to pick up Rexon. 15 seconds. This is very dangerous, very last minute, but Hates has also been spotted. Surf sees his head, but he loses the fight. Time is ticking away and there's nowhere safe to plant. Nice shot from Ambi, but he can't get that diffuser back again. NIP at the drop of a hat, at the switch of the sides, they find 2 rounds in a row.
It's very small things. Spoit dying meant that they couldn't get any of the hatches. And there are 2 hatches in CCV.
You guys hear me?
Timeout.
Yeah. Okay, big thing, obviously, as Troy said, they're playing way more bunkered, so that means we can't take space. We also need to be patient because they're playing bunkered, so we kind of have to wait for things to set up so we can get what we need to be able to do what we want. That means not being careless with our positioning. Obviously, if they're underneath playing horizontal, what does that mean? They probably have C4s, right? Like, be thinking about the setups. Don't just assume it's like every other border because they're trying to play a different style. That obviously doesn't mean that they're going to stick to it, and they could obviously switch it up, in which case we have great ops for East takes.
Yeah.
But just main thing, guys, make sure we're being patient and taking space where we have it, okay? Communicate, stop separating so much and just giving ones everywhere. We're not playing together. Stick to what we're good at, okay? Let's go.
Solid.
Guys.
Covers everything that I could possibly think of right there. Both the current issue of how they're playing their own style and how they're playing their hard setup. So we need to take more time, be less careless about how we dodge a C4, for example, without kind of name-shaming anybody, saying, generally speaking, guys, this is what we got to focus on. And then saying, if they switch it and go for default East holds, we have so many strong others open, like the Grim, like the Capital, like the Shields, to deal with that location.
Look, you can barely even blame Spoit for dying. He was outside the building droning.
Yeah. He got hit by the craziest C4 known to man. But it's one of those things where this happens once, and now you have to recognize it, and this tactical timeout was about recognizing this fact.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's kind of saying, shit happens.
Yeah.
Because there will be rounds like this where you lose the one operator that you needed. And it's why we see so many teams nowadays bring out more than one hard breacher. And it might be in the form of secondary can openers on the Capital Multi, plus they play the Hibana. Because if the Hibana dies, you're screwed. And they didn't bring a spare setup because they had the Blitz.
Redundancy, right? And that's, we talked about the eras of Siege before. You talked about the old style, the more logical style. Back in the day, we didn't have redundancy.
There was Thermite.
We just played Thermite.
That's it.
And then after that, we just played Thermite and Hibana.
And you know what?
That's all we had.
What people used to do back in the very beginning, there was a 5-man spawn peek shot on every map, because if you found the Thermite, you win the round.
Yeah.
You just fall back to the bomb side. Same with if you kill Thatcher.
And the new era of Siege, you have to be much more adaptive mid-round. Because constantly things are changing. You don't know what operators you're going to have at the end of the round when it comes down to a 3v3, 2v2. You don't know if you're going to get... Like, we don't play checklist Siege anymore.
No,
we can't.
not as much. There's too many things to check.
Too many things to check and too many things that can go wrong. Like, if you can't tick off one item, then you just have to change things up. At the moment, the checklist item that Rebellion's trying to deal with is breaching this wall of passport into waiting, but Hates is making that very challenging.
And honestly, big praise to NIP right now, not playing a standard, usual border against a very sound team of Rebellion. They're playing their very much own style, own iteration, and it's working well so far.
Oh, Ambi freebie. Nice. Finally. So Rebellion identified that Hates was continuing to hold on to that vertical position to try and protect that wall inside of waiting. And Ambi decided, look, we have a bit of redundancy in the hard breach. Maybe it is worth... Actually, they don't have any backup hard breach.
No, that's what I say. They just have the ace, one spare cell map, but...
A little bit risky of him to take that fight then.
It is true, but there's also a lot of big rotations here because of the Clash. When you play Clash in defense, you make these very big open rotations you can sprint through, so Clash has to unshield, crouch, walk through. This also gives opening to Rebellion when they get by side. Because Office Triple is open, Armory Wall is open, they have the ways in they need. The last cell map just went out to weaken the CCTV attack again by cutting off the rotation here on 90.
Yes. Does give a bit of vision to Fantasy, but... Oh, the fire comes out. Cons is feeling the pressure. Yeah, it does miss this little tuck that Cons can play in. Ambi's going to have to get aggressive now. In through 90, the smoke might cover him. If he is able to walk through, he could just backstab through the rotate. Yeah. He needs to go while the smoke is selected. Second smoke goes through. He spots the player and stabs him in the back. It's beautiful. And it leaves just Fantasy left. In a 1v5 for NIP. Shield on his back. He finds the first kill. SMG's only got 13 bullets left. He knows the diffuser is down. But Spoit from outside the armory wall will shut him out of it. And Shopify Rebellion make good after that initial tactical timeout.
It's a huge switch up. taking the time, measuring 2, 3, 4 times, then cutting once, isolating the solo player in break room, get the 5v4, and then again, beautiful use of the Capital. The first fire went out, it lasts now 13 seconds. They matched that with the smoke, and the thing is, they didn't want to make that aggro peak into 90 into the fire and take in unnecessary damage, so they waited 13 seconds, smoked it again, and then pushed it. What's that smoke player gonna do? Cons had no way to lift that because look at this! Smoke cover, push on break room door, push on 90.
Yeah.
And then at the very end in the 5v1, they lose one player, they instantly sprint back outside Armory because Sport is playing cover while his teammate went deep. They're not risking a loss in that 5v1. Disciplined.
A key word that Super said in that tactical timeout was patience, and that's what we saw from Shopify Rebellion just then, particularly what you said around the smoke and the fire. It makes me think back to Café. I don't remember which player it was. I think it might have been someone from NIP on the Glaz in Bakery that made an entrance.
Yeah.
And they, as soon as the smoke goes off, right, you know there's probably someone making a play around that smoke, so you can smoke bang it, right? If a smoke goes off and nothing happens for 10 seconds, and then another smoke goes off in the same place, you don't know when they're making that move. You don't know when to pre-fire. If you're the Clash, you could just activate your taser and look into the smoke, but not for that long.
That's the thing.
Patience rewards Rebellion.
And pattern recognition, right? We can all recognize a pattern where you pop a smoke, you go in instantly. So now people pop a smoke, they wait 3 seconds, then they go in. But we all recognize that, so now you wait with the smoke bang sometimes to counter that waiting. And it's this whole mind game of back and forthness that happens at a high level. So you're right, doing things a little bit differently, off pace. It's illogical in the mind of the person that thinks it's wrong, but it's super logical in the mind of the person who does it. So different brains, they will just do things differently. And it's why it's important to have a very big mix of players. You know, we talk about the longevity of Troy Canadian, but what about the rookiness of Ambi, right? He sees the game so differently from Troy, and they can share that vision and combine a really strong one together. Surf though, vision of his own. Can't see much but drones this round. He's dead now on the demo, so they lose a player early. But note NIP's lineup. This screams we adapted. They're playing traps, they're playing info, they're playing in-your-face gameplay, they're playing shield counter on the Oryx. So no more bunkering down, no more waiting around. They want to fight Rebellion on the map.
Canadian knows
somewhere in
around
there.
there somewhere, but he doesn't want to reveal his drone position because he doesn't want Hates to move. Dokkaebi call rings out. Ambi looking to cut from one angle, reveals his position. His army keeper barrier, though, is isolating this angle, preventing that angle from the
easy stairs.
What's the play here to try and get rid of Hates? They have to walk into crossfires one way or another, and he's so close around the corner. And he's worried about Pino inside a bathroom, and Hates will up and take his head off. That gives NIP the advantage now. As Spoit looks to try and reply, he does find one, and immediately back outside the building. It's time for a reset for Rebellion.
Very scrappy. I think they recognize that, hey, they must have given up top floor control. There's 2 people beneath, the Asami and the Valkyrie. Either top floor is fully clear, or we can 3v1 the last player. That's gonna be Cons, hiding in Fountain, literally proning in the corner. If he gets spotted, he'll be as good as dead. But if he goes undroned, he should be able to at least get 1 kick.
And Canadian's about to walk right past him. Spoit tempted to go inside.
They're waiting.
They are cautious. But there's no other Dokkaebi call, if I'm not wrong. It's already been expended.
There is not.
So how are they going to try and drone up the top floor before they go for an execute?
If they could hack the cameras, they actually have a Val cam right next to him in archives that could maybe see or hear him. But they're too far away. The kills happened elsewhere. They can't get those hacks.
Oh, Rexon moved down the east stairs, exposed himself. And now Pino's in such a tight position. Takes a lot of damage from Canadian. Moving in from waiting. Player down. But guess what? Still upstairs. We have Hate. And Canadian now on the bomb site. He needs to tuck in and find the Zami, but Hates holds the line. Map point claimed by NIP, and a chance to send us the distance.
This is where Troy is truly gonna get tested. Is it gonna be the bunker setup, nice and slow, methodical? Is it gonna be them fanning out on the map, finding you on the entries? They have to now spend a couple extra seconds both in drone phase and when the round first begins to figure out, okay, what style of NIP are we up against? 1, Rebellion need the right operators for the setup, but 2, they need the right playstyle and mentality going into each and every single round. They were caught off guard when Surf died early last one because they're probably expecting them, they're not gonna swing, they're playing Tucker down, right? No, they're not. They were in East stairs, they are fighting you on the entries. They've changed the game plan again.
I gotta say, I'm impressed by NIP. That performed far exceeding their expectation, especially after Café.
Very much
Were in
so.
control. And look, just to add another point to that, I mean, NIP, yeah, they've struggled so far in the tournament. They're coming in cold because they haven't played a game since groups. I heard that Wizard this morning is deathly ill and I heard we might have to have a technical pause if he needs to run off mid-game because he's that unwell. He's 1-8 right now. NIP are essentially playing 4v5 once the round begins.
Hey, 4.5 and 5, okay? 4.5. He's still doing stuff, and he's playing a lot of utility operators, putting stuff down, probably calling or watching cams, hopefully. He's still very much still in this, and he hasn't left anywhere.
It's true. I mean, massive respect to him, to be honest. Like, I know how hard it is to do anything when you're unwell.
Oh, it sucks.
But he's really giving it his all for NIP. And it's what's getting them across the line here.
I mean, everyone else, right? 10, 9, 7, and 7 kills between the four of them. Like, they are just all putting out an equal effort. They have to. They have to match Rebellion in so many different areas of the map. There is that extra drone time that I spoke about, right? Getting the twitch, spending some time in spawn, taking it nice and slow, recognizing, guys, they're holding break. They're in 90. They got the Solus. This is a fighting strat. We have to be very mindful of how we take our gunfights and where we take our gunfights. The bomb set will be easy. The roam clear will be difficult.
Hates has been so
Spoil's
good.
pointing. He's pointing. Look.
I don't think anyone's looking, Spoil.
I'm pretty sure he's probably visualizing himself and where people should be going. I'm not sure. He's communicating, that's for damn sure.
They're gonna hard clear Hates because it's a hard
I don't think they can. Again, there's no capital, there's no shield. Monty was fanned away. They're mostly just stuck right by the eastern door and on the exterior of the building.
Trying to bait him. They're trying to get him to move.
Waiting for a swing.
NIP are doing a hold not too dissimilar to Rebellion with these castle barricades.
And look at this. 2 people CCTV, 1 can run away, 1 can hide by desk. Fantasy and 90 as the middle link.
By the time Rebellion eventually cleared break room, Hates was nowhere to be seen, is relocated to monitors.
Time's gonna be an issue here for Rebellion. They're making very slow but steady progress, I will say that. It looks like they might try and go for that same technique they did before. Breach archives, hold a very limited area of the map, and go for a bathroom plant attempt. But they have no soft destruction. They have no way in towards the bomb set. They have no way to plant either without a shield, unless they just smoke planted. That's the last time we're going. That's the only soft destruction that they have.
It's a vault hole. Pino is still holding on to Archives. While you've got the pulse above, there's nothing you can do on the side. Fantasy's gone for a flank as well. He's just dropped into bathroom. He's right around the corner from Canadian.
Well, they don't know.
He's found one. Immediately the line will roar. Canadian will trade. A much-needed kill to keep Rebellion alive on border.
Good push. That's it. Could be a smoke plant right now. Cons Warden stuck upstairs. Has C4, drops down. Can't deny the plant.
Can he get to it in time? The Nitro cell not active, but Canadian fakes out the plant and Hates has found one.
Has a C4.
Patience here for NIP is lending them the success that they've been deemed for. Rexon and Surf now need to clutch up, and they find the first. Cons is down, but Hates has been untouchable on the Azami. No util to speak of. It's up to Rexon to get that diffuser back and look for a plan. Surf is low HP, but so is Hates. And it comes down to the Azami to clutch up. A lot of damage, but Surf finds the critical kill. Shopify Rebellion continue battling on border.
Down to the very last second. So many moving parts in that round. To me, the biggest thing is actually that Shopify Rebellion did the thing that NIP could not. But first, an NIP tack timeout.
Que Arsenal ali, mano. A gente só não ganhou porque o Hates ficou se matando ali na passarela sozinho à toa, tá ligado? Beleza. Que nenhum. Não sei porquê, tá ligado? Então, acho que o que a gente faz, mano? Vamos fazer Arsenal de novo. Faz com você de Azami de novo, Hates. Só que passa pra porra da banana. Tá. Beleza? Agora eu posso fazer o round sombra, tá? Então, então faz de smoke aí. Qualquer coisa a gente bate. Então, qualquer coisa a gente usa. Não, pega aí você smoke. Porque qualquer coisa a gente bate forte lá, tá ligado? Com a Zami, tapando a passarela. Que nem uns loucos, tá ligado? Tá. Aí, ô Contos, não sei o que você pode pegar, mano. Talvez um Arden se pá, mano, pra gente ter 2 C4s ali no arsenal, tá ligado? Pra mim é o que faz mais sentido, entendeu?
Pode ser. Posso pegar
e pra eles não smocarem também, eu já pulso o Pino já usa, tá ligado? Então acho que é isso que a gente faz. Se a gente vê que eles estão por de palete, mano, só a gente jogar, mano, recuado pro quadrado, tá ligado? Ou a gente tira ele full.
The big thing for me right there is how Rebellion cleared archives. When Rexon played in that position, they would nade first, breach after. Rebellion, they would breach first, then grenade. And we saw how effective that was. There's nowhere to run, because if you go far away, the angle on the window sees you, and if not, the nade finds you. You see right here, what do you do?
Exactly.
Breach first, nade after. NIP did it in the wrong order, and they lost that round, but that changes everything. Canadian then, the old man, as we say, steps up on the entry and trades back his teammate.
Eights has been scary, though. He made that clutch look possible, especially with Cons helping out. But eventually, Surf, who had 4K in the round, by the way, he stepped up to another level. The backbone of this roster, the support main.
Heartbreak.
For NIP, it's just another round that has slipped by.
And it's for elimination, right? Rebellion, they have a map in the tank. They can go third map and be okay. They can mentally reset every single round for NIP right now. It matters so much more. Because if they go into overtime and they lose, they're out of the tournament. If they win this map, they have this newfound momentum, newfound confidence to take it to that third.
Spawn peak on match point. Cons is putting that pressure on. Though we can't deny, I mean, NIP are really feeling that right now. They're feeling the mounting pressure of being on the verge of elimination. Rebellion need to exercise patience. That's exactly what their coach Seth said in their tactical timeout a number of rounds ago. Now NIP have just taken their own tactical timeout. What do Rebellion do? One last chance to push overtime. Otherwise, it's Lair.
So again, this nice and steady pace. They want to get to the end round. They know that that's where they're so strong. The coordinations, the timings of pushing upstairs and beneath at the same exact moment in that previous clutch. So NIP, they can either disrupt Rebellion early, find a pick, and really destroy their pacing, or they can fall back and just keep numbers even on that 5v5 and try and play the bomb side, but that will be difficult up against operators like the Blackbeard, Dokkaebi, and Deimos. A flash was out, a call as well. Sport wants to play the sound cues if they gave up control of break room or not, but Hate is sticking around.
One of the first times we've seen the Deimos back from Surf. A fluffed nade from Canadian. Surf is going to have to help out from down below, but Canadian just jumps straight into Hates. Ambi will trade, but he's taken a hell of a lot of damage, and Wizard is still upstairs. Pino's not far. We need Rebellion to get a handle on CCTV. As they get aggressive, desperation begins to set in.
Ambi's fighting for his life, takes down Wizard, who's
big nitro. It's Ambi who will have to do it all.
He's 1 HP, James.
3 kills to find. Fantasy is low as well, but that gas. One whiff and Ambi is a dead man. 50 seconds to play with. He's got the diffuser and he's got a phenomenal weapon. No flashes left, however. As a Selma goes out, NIP know exactly how to play this. Years of experience in Brazil and on the world stage. They look to push us to a third map, and Cons will take matters into his own hands. Shopify Rebellion might have dominated them on Café, but we have a series on our hands on Border.
Expectations well met. There was a map difference between Café and Border that really made the difference, fitting NIP's playstyle so much better. The question is, but how long can you keep this up for? Well, there's only one map left. Stick around. We'll be back very shortly.
And just in regulation, NIP clinched their way back in this matchup, but we need another map to determine who's going to get sent home. The overall conclusion from this map, though, has to be that NIP's teamwork seems so much better.
It does. They're playing a lot more well-rounded. We got players like Pino stepping up. Everybody from NIP is performing a little bit better, but can't help but feel like this is SR's game to lose. And it looks like mistake after mistake when it comes to their defenses, to their attacks. The exact same things that we saw them lose that Falcons game. And round 6 was a big proprietary of that. I mean, just giving up the site completely in a 5-on-5 man adjustment. Yes, little mistakes like this. Can you expect Cons to be able to make it into the site? No. But that shouldn't be happening in the first place. There should be some type of information to get a pinpoint on it. And the kills after the post plant was the biggest blunder. It didn't look like there was really 2-on-1s to be able to get trades back. And unfortunately, it is a very difficult retake to do in general. But that being said, it shouldn't have happened. If it does happen, what are the fail-safes? It didn't seem like SR had those questions answered. And NIP just was able to scrape some rounds away and get their map.
We can have a look at the map summary as well to see the numbers from this game, because as we talked about, 12 rounds, it got really close. But if you look at this, Lexi, what do the numbers tell you?
I mean, the numbers tell me a lot here that the synergy and the synchronization between NIP was there. I mean, we didn't really get to see that there on the first map, but something I really want to point out is those entries, especially from one map to the next. First map, they only had 4 entry kills going into their favor. This time, they would have 8 out of those 12 rounds, converting 6 of those. So it really goes to show that they were playing that aggressive nature that we'd love to see from this NIP, but they were being coordinated. And then especially we've highlighted Cons. He had success. So their IGL is finding his tempo, finding his rhythm, and that's what we need going into this last and final map.
And everybody across the board was getting the opening kills, as opposed to map 1. It was just fantasy that we saw.
Correct.
And that was the biggest issue. And now you're going to a map like Lair, where you have to be a lot more proactive on how you're able to approach the attack. It needs to be teamwork orientated. Every time we see NIP play it and they have fantasy on the demos below, that's where things scramble. They don't have anybody to be able to trade fantasy. They need to be more cohesive on their entry altogether, focusing on those trades, because those are the aspects that it's shown that SR will give them opportunities to be able to execute and get the site from them. NIP just can't make those mistakes.
Now, I want to start focusing on this final map, because it essentially comes down to a best of one, whether you stay in the tournament or get sent home. We're going to Lair. What do we want or need to see from our teams?
If I'm NIP, what I need to see is exactly where D+ exploited them, especially on their attacks. The last time they played this, they would lose, and this is SR. They would lose it to D+, 7-4, and they would not be able to find success on those attacks. They only won 2 of those attacking rounds, despite they had all the entry kills going in their favor. So if I'm NIP, I'm looking at that matchup, looking at what I just did in border, get that opening pick, play into those layers, play into those crossfires, force SR's hand, and then just absolutely put the foot on the back of the neck and shut out these rounds.
If you're SR, it's a lot slower of a map. The information game is something that we've been seeing Canadian run with the Pulse. I believe that's the same ideology. They have a better game plan like they did on Café. They just need to make sure that they're not just giving up the site, play a lot more together.
It is just one map to determine if you stay in the tournament or go home, and that final map is Lair.
Ninjas in Pajamas saw in Munich that they can indeed take down Shopify Rebellion, despite the social community really favoring the North Americans. Don't forget, Shopify Rebellion fans, you guys got knocked out in Munich by NIP.
Whoa, don't make it personal now.
Okay. Just saying, this is a chance at revenge for the NA roster. It's time to lock in. If you're NIP and Shopify Rebellion, elimination on the line. Six Invitational winners fight for survival in the first round of the lower bracket. Pino and Canadian, so much experience. They go head to head. A revenge opportunity for Rebellion, and NIP look for redemption for a miserable group stage. It comes down to the third map of Lair.
It's crazy how the conversation has changed so quickly. Going into this, NIP, they were a team that lost to everybody except for Fearix, who's been so weak this tournament. Going up against Shopify Rebellion Café, they were outmatched in terms of gun skill, strategy, communication, and even the operator ban phase. And then we go into Border, and it's a different beast from the side of NIP. But what happens on Lair? It's nothing like Café, it's nothing like Border. It's very much, if anything, a mixture of them both into a single map. It really means that this is going to be anybody's game to take.
Wizard looks like he's struggled
Located
today
by
a little bit.
attackers.
We saw that on border. We know he's been a little bit under the weather, but you know who hasn't struggled? It's the SI debutant, Hates. His first Six Invitational, and border we can largely attribute to his success on the Azami, disrupting Rebellion.
And just staying alive for so long every round.
Now, he's on an even more critical operator, arguably, in this first round of Lair. One of the few maps that we really look to Tachanka to save Plant Denial, and in tandem with Pino on the smoke, the clash, this is going to be such a challenging plan for Rebellion.
The only thing that they're missing, if you're not bunkered down even harder, is maybe a bandit instead of the mute, and maybe a Wamai or a Jaeger. But then, you know, our operator line gets very thin. Where's the Asami? Where's the C4s? You're missing a lot of those kinds of things. Bandit, of course, often dying first. So instead, they bring the mute for a bit of drone and wall denial. Also for the Deimos trackers, I'm sure. Dokkaebi calls, etc. by the site itself. And Shepard Rebellion, to start things off, will be tested in their pacing. If you're too slow in the early stage of this round, you will be locked out by Tachanka smoke. However, if you're too quick and you lose a body on the roam clear, or the entry rather, that also means you don't have enough guns to punish the bomb site. So it really comes down to a fine line, similar to border, where they have to do things at the right speed and the right safety.
The one good thing I will say about this mute is it does give a little bit of safety against Ambi. You can see where Fantasy's playing right now. He's walking all over these mute jammers so that he can't be detected from below by Ambi. And as we see the track coming through, this should get stopped as soon as Fantasy stands on that jammer. The death mark will fail. Ambi has to figure out what else he's going to do.
It's very smart. He's gonna swing the breach, actually. A white swing at that. He's by the reinforced wall, but there's a red ping. Clash might need to escort him back.
Out go the Grimm's Bees, and that will not be jammed by the mute jammer. And so Sport is allowed to punish Fantasy as he looks to try and fall back towards the bomb site. With the Candela going out and some of the Grimm's Bees, Rebellion now look to try and lock off the site with the Rayora and take control of Mezzanine.
Take the hallway first, then breach the wall later, as they cannot shoot them. Mind you, they do bring spare Harpies now. Can openers on Canadian as well, so in case Rexon would fall on the entry, they did bring backup this time around. Selma goes out. Now they're going to rotate a player. Rexon, who has nothing left in pocket, outside on the exterior breach to establish a crossfire with his teammates set up a plant.
And Canadian just opens straight up that Rayora gate. Look at Rebellion's positions. They are picture perfect. However, the danger game here is Hate on that Tachanka, but he's now been shot down. No more plant denial, 40 seconds to go, and NIP have already lost both the Tachanka and the smoke. Canadian forcing that diffuser down. Cons has to get a move on, but it's too late. And Wizard is not going to work any magic with the Azami now. He's about to get targeted by that Deimos as he's spotted from outside the breach. A flawless round for Rebellion. It doesn't get much more picture perfect than that.
Come on, Sif, lock in, dude.
That was literally like a coach's wet dream, that round.
No, it was. Everything was working. I mean, the pace was good, but so was the risk-taking. They get opening pick, they use the utility early to get that advantage, to then hit the bomb site, and then again, they have enough time, they have numbers advantage, and they also have different win conditions. Deimos below, disrupting both the shield of the Tachanka and that position, the Clash walking about, the Grimby spotting every single player in the server. The fallback here from Fantasy, I have to be a little bit critical here, he blatantly trolled it. Because what you can do when you have operators like the Clash, like the Monty, you can escort your teammate back. If you just walk literally hand in hand with the Clash and walk together backwards, he will be fine. And he is sprinting out of there like he was about to die the very same second. Clash was fine. And if you're by the Clash, who's fine, you're also fine. It's not like you're getting thrown C4s at you that explodes immediately, right? So a little bit of a troll moment there, a bit of panic there from Fantasy, but it goes to show how much pressure that Shepard are building and applying both horizontally and vertically. And the mute pick was practically inefficient. Like, we didn't really see much of a counterplay, and Abby did a great job just shooting things open with the pistol, knowing the tracker probably isn't gonna work.
It's classic Rebellion, isn't it? When they play their best game, they look like they could be a world-beating team, and yet sometimes they completely drop the ball, as we saw a few times in the group stage. Let's not forget, I mean, they lost to FaZe, they lost to D+.
1-7, 1-7, 1-7, 3 times against 2 different opponents, FaZe and D+. Some tough games up against them.
Back in the day, the Rebellion roster, when they played under the Sonics team, they got top 8 at Montreal, top 6 in Sao Paulo at Six Invitational, top 4 in Copenhagen and Jönköping. We know that this team is capable of very great things, but the last 12 months has been disappointing. Munich, an early exit, only top 14. EWC, top 8, but back in Boston, top 16. Rebellion are capable of so much more than that. And they're set to prove it. Paris.
And many would say going into this that this might be one of their events where they make a deep run, but if they want to make a deep run, they have to win here first and start that lower bracket run. It's going to be a long tournament for them. Right now, they're looking pretty good on pace. They're in deep garage. They breached the single wall. They're in missile, looking towards Solarium. Again, really good bit of map control. A very limited take. With one person watching above and 4 people working together down beneath.
Wow, very split up, but so many good power operators. The Candela is shot. The smoke goes out as well. Surf is clearly baiting something here. This is not a full play.
No Goyo, actually.
Idea for Rebellion.
That clears the hard right corner. The grenade can force back the Lucy. Maybe give a swing to the Grim.
Okay, he's got to be careful. A lot of damage done. A lot of the util goes out as well. The Grim Beast to support. And so they spot the Malusi Wizard forced back, but Fantasy finds one. Good trade by Exploit as Canadian makes his way forward straight into the crossfire. Cons shuts him down. And the Fenrir's made things hella awkward. A trade immediately back again, and Spoit is on the floor. Surf with the shotgun is the last one standing. And as he runs through the smoke, he is choked out by Cons. Solid lock-in for NIP. Shopify Rebellion did not have the teeth that they thought they did on that attack.
The Fenrir mines, the nearsightedness, the crossfires from deep within the bomb site and even vertically. It's why that horizontal push can be so difficult to pick to pull off successfully. And I was gonna say, if there was a Goyo, you can really stall out the attackers and kind of cut them off, but they were supportive, but there was no Goyo. NIP, just they held their guns. But this Fenrir, it affected 3 different attackers throughout that round, all making this push impossible.
They only got 1 kill that round in Rebellion, which, to be fair, is well, it's better than what NIP did in the first round. So Rebellion started with a perfect attack on the top floor. Rebellion got a perfect attack on the top floor. NIP then replied with a near-perfect defense downstairs. As it often does, it comes down to this tertiary site, how to split the difference.
5 seconds to go.
And, I mean, this is one of my favorite sites in the game. It's so interesting to see the way that it plays out, the way that teams hold it from above.
Funny enough, it's funny, this bomb site, for the longest time, had the highest pick rate of both Solus and the Sense on attack and defense. And we are going to see the Sense be brought out immediately, but no Solus.
The Solus is very much in the meta right now. Wow, Hayes, what are you doing? Spawn peeking?
He's peeking.
I mean, at least he's an operator that's already set down his utility. Ah, yes. A spawn peek. Or was he just running past?
Surely he's peeking that. Yeah.
Disappointing for NIP to have to fight this 4v5. This bomb site, you really need a lot of numbers to hold onto that extra map control. And with Fantasy falling, this is pretty much in the bag for Rebellion. You can't really fumble a 5v3.
I mean, you can always throw around teams. You can do it to 5v1. So they gotta lock it in now and not risk anybody going solo. Use the body system, right? Everyone has a body near them. You go 2v1, you go 2v2, you fight together. The side is weak, the roam is weak, everywhere is weak as long as you utilize this big advantage. But if you give them 1v1s, then the man advantage doesn't matter. So I want to see Rebellion go for and execute very much together. They can either choose to hit the side or hit the roam. By the looks of it, they want to take upstairs control.
Yeah, which is perfect, but it actually gets jammed out by that mute. Which was a good idea.
That's the phone, by the way.
There you go, you mentioned that before. Oh, is there going to be an angle here?
There's an angle.
Wow, poor Surf. Exposed. And from Skybridge, Cons takes it 1 step closer to evening up the scoreline.
A little bit surprised that despite the early pick on New Bridge, they don't want to go there and take 30 seconds to hack the call, the phones for free rather. So instead, first call goes out, can't hack the cams whatsoever, and they still are very insistent here on the top floor. They want to take it. They've committed the Heart Breach, they've committed the Grim Beast. They've spent too much util to not take this.
Yeah. Rexon could also just take out that bulletproof camera now that
all
his
3 are above,
EMP would have removed his jamming effect.
There is a gap here.
Is there really? Because they can deny the plant from above.
Yeah, but mind you, the attackers can see half of it, so with the right location of a plant attempt, I think it completely works. He's gonna cut the crosses here.
Feels risky for me.
Yeah, this is very risky. I don't like this anymore.
I know exactly where Cons is on the stairs, and someone is looking for a
now
back
it's good.
Rexon's in position. He can cut off the staircase position.
So they watch the bit avert, they go in below, and they watch the flank.
Critical fight. They know where he is now. All three of these players above. Canadian needs to get inside. Looks for a plant opportunity as Pino drops down below. Canadian will catch him. And look now for a plant. A smoke grenade on the stairs. They need to be careful because Wizard can see through the smoke, but Spoit drop shots him and Rexon covers his position on the stairs. Beautiful conversion of the 5v3 for Shopify Rebellion.
Again, it goes to show the level of depth that Rebellion they have, right? How they play that 5v3, it's very strategic, where they say we can leverage numbers advantage by attacking from a lot of different positions, locking down the flank, holding just a little bit of the vertical area so we don't get killed from above, and then work the bomb set itself, exposing those weaknesses and those gaps in the defense. If they hadn't gotten those first 2 picks in the 5v5, that round would have played out completely different.
And now the Azami ban finally comes through from Rebellion. Hates has given them such a headache on border, and look, the Azami is such a powerful operator here. It's been played every single round by 3 different players on NIP. I think it was the right play to ban out that operator.
Yeah, it's funny because like Azami is like a universally every bomb site very playable operator, whereas you can target ban something that's only being brought from maybe 1 or 2 of those defenses.
Like a Clash?
Like a Clash, for example, but that's also the scary part. After the 3rd round, when that final ban comes in, you can shift your entire chatbook and go, well, we've been hiding this operator for this time.
Yes, well,
You're hiding every operator this time. What?
You know what scares me here for Shopify Rebellion is what happens if NIP decide to really lean into the Tachanka and the smoke like they did in the first round of defense of that top 4, but they actually make it work. If you remember, Pino actually died really early before he'd used his smoke babes. And Hates died as well before he could use all of his Tachanka fire.
Sometimes there's too much pressure, and I will say this, Shopify Rebellion, they certainly can shoot back.
Quick rehost, by the way, guys, but we'll be back into it before you know it. We're attacking that top floor, and of course the players can change operators once we get into it, but from what we saw, it was almost the same lineup for NIP as the first time around. Almost. Well, the different one was that the fact that we brought the Bandit instead of the Mute, and also the Denari instead of the Azami. But particularly that Bandit is the one that you mentioned you were very curious about.
I like it because it adds, and this is the thing that I love about Rebellion so much. They have different win conditions, right? They're gonna have this operator can do well at roam clearing, this one gets the information, and that one gets the plant down, for example. For NIP, when you don't bring the Bandit, you cannot have a win condition around denying the hard breach destruction. That means no matter what happens, Rebellion will open up the walls. By playing the Bandit, you're now introducing a new element where you can now penetrate the walls and stop them. So now Rebellion have to send a guy downstairs and look for the verticality, but you know that, so you do that before they do. In prep phase, you send down a roamer downstairs protecting the Bandit verticality, and now the whole thing changes. The first step of being outside the building, breaching a wall, becomes a battle in the middle of the building down beneath the bomb site, where you can support that roaming defender with an echo drone, verticality, even the Clash if you wanted to. And if you deny them from opening up those walls, you basically increase your win rate from like 50% to, let's say, 85% of defense.
Honestly, I think you could probably forfeit that position on the mezzanine into Ops room, which is where they fought last time, and instead just try and really fortify Hates on the Bandit inside of side, protecting not only the external wall, but that internal wall onto rafters as well with the Bandit. And I think you need mute jammers for him, because we saw Ambi play the Deimos last time around.
Well, if you play the roamer downstairs, Ambi can't thrive beneath him. That's one, because the issue is, right, you only get 5 operators. The issue that they had last time is that Asami was not banned, so they want to play the Asami. Now that's been banned away, then they replace one operator, the Asami, with the Denari, and then they go from Mute into Bandit. Now the strat works the same, but the win con has changed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. According to my my notes here, I'm not sure if this is correct, but it looks like they actually played both Denari, Bandit, Mute,
I was to me as well. So
and
no
Smoke
Tachanka.
and Clash. It was the Tachanka that they said goodbye to.
Okay, I actually thought it was the way around.
I don't love. I think Tachanka is great. I just think they played it badly.
Well, if the... So the Mute now helps with the Dokkaebi, the demos, whatever. And then you're gonna have Tashanka is really good if the breach gets opened up and they start planning default. But other than that, it gets a bit tricky with Tashanka. And you don't have a gun, you have your Shurima launcher. So now you have more guns up, you deny more information technically from the side of Shopify Rebellion. It's a different way of playing it. It's not bad, it's not good, it's just a different way of doing it.
The thing that scares me about if you do sub off the mute is, yes, you can have a roamer contest the Deimos below, but I'm pretty confident Ambi's going to kill that roamer and then just start on the vert anyway. If that roamer is just...
That's the thing.
One solo player, like, especially, none of these operators shout out to me as an obvious choice for a roamer to hold on down below. I'd be a little bit scared for NIP trying to contest.
Mind you, when you pick the bandit, your goal is not necessarily just to guarantee the walls don't get opened, it's to guarantee it takes longer time. Because if they gotta go downstairs first, then go back upstairs, you might get yourself 40 to 60 seconds of extra time burn as a defender. And if you reduce that, 60 seconds in the previous attacking round, timer gets kind of low. So it's one of those, like, you're forcing to speed up the pace.
I know, you're looking at our second monitor
I think we're going to need to have another host.
To just peek behind the curtain for you guys. When music comes back, we just rehost. We just got back to the game, but unfortunately we didn't have the band set. So we're just going to have to rehost again. It'll take like a minute. Trust me, guys, we'll be right back into it.
That's not what I was worried about. One of the defenders that I saw, I was thinking that's a different kind of
What did
operator.
you
I saw a Caveira.
Oh, really?
And I was like, surely that's a mispick or something, right? Right?
I think that they were just wanting to rehost.
I think so. Ambi called the rehost before the operators got picked, so I think they got auto picked or whatever. Just kind of.
Yes.
Yeah. But I was like, from this whole talk about the bandit, the vacancy, the layers, to let's just play Caveira. That would have been a bit of a switch up.
There's nothing quite like having a 5-minute conversation, analyzing around, and then being like, no, they're just going to run it.
Yeah, just gonna full send. I mean, the funny thing about, you have casters, you have pro players, you have analysts, and you have the fans watching at home. And everyone is gonna view these rounds differently. Oh, I think they should have done this, or I think they won or lost this round for this reason. And you can be right, you can be wrong, but I also think there's this middle ground of we're telling a different story or we're looking for a different thing. You can look around and go, NIP played that so well, I can't believe it. But someone's like, actually, Rex would have hit 3 headshots normally, so they shouldn't have won that. Like, you can argue whatever you want, and you all see, like, I know I'm not a regular sports kind of guy, but I have friends who watch, like, let's say, football, soccer, whatever you call it, and they go, oh yeah, this player, if he just did this thing instead, they would have won the game, they would have scored this goal. I'm like, bro, you can't even run 5 kilometers. Like,
my
what do you
grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike.
No, it's one of those where it's like the couch spectators, right? But
armchair analysts, that's what we are.
Armchair analysts,
we just have a mic.
we are as well, and we're taking the story. And there was this time when we cast Shopify Rebellion on Border, we painted this incredible story that ended up being false. And I learned that in a heartbreaking way. I checked back the VOD to watch back what happened, to analyze and prepare for this game. Remember when Surf was injured and he sacrificed life by crawling in and bleeding out for the yellow ping for Canadian in the clutch?
Yeah, where was that?
Bulletproof camera.
Oh.
It wasn't Surf. It was a bulletproof camera in Armory that spotted him. Surf just died due to timing. But watching it, the observers showed Surf bleeding out, crawling away. That only makes sense to me if he was crawling for information. So I was like, okay, he's crawling in to yellow ping for the Canadian to get the 1v1 clutch with the wall bang. And we both bought into it. It was a bulletproof camera that was there the entire time that 3 defenders were watching and they were pinging from.
Look, we have a couple of different observers like in the same game, but even they can't catch everything. They can do their job perfectly.
Exactly.
But there are 10 different perspectives going on at any one time. And at this level of Rainbow Six, like, there is so much going on. Anyone who watches the game and thinks they understand everything and get the full picture, you just don't.
And we don't have the comms from the players either, right?
Even like, Canadian is going to see a very different perspective of the game to Pino on the other side.
Exactly. So my point was just that we're all watching the same game, but we're all experiencing different things.
Very much so.
And I think often it's not a matter of right or wrong. It's about the story that you believe in, that you want to tell, that you see.
Yeah. And for us, we're really focusing on what's happening with this bandit. And it looks like you were right. They actually have decided to forego the mute. So the weakness here is the vulnerability to Deimos, but Rebellion have actually completely foregone the Deimos again.
Interesting.
So they also got rid of the Rayora. So I'm wondering, are they even going to go for an offside take? Or maybe they have something else cooking?
Denari into Ella as well. It serves very much as a similar operator, like similar weapon. They both can bring the deployable shield, but Ella has impacts.
Both trappers.
Both trappers, of course. That's the main reason.
But Rebellion are still looking for Vert. They're just going Buck instead of Deimos.
So I really wanted to see a roamer downstairs supporting Fantasy's Bandit, but Ambi has fully taken this in 30 seconds, mind you. And this is where I feel like NIP, they dropped the ball. Why are you playing the Bandit if you're not going to protect them at all? Because Ambi can pop the floor, shoot the Bandits, and now we're back to the exact same scenario of they can't deny the breach. And look, one box shell.
They're going to forfeit the outside breach, so they can't even protect the inside breach.
That's what I mean. So now the entire Bandit is just a C4.
It's fallen all the way back.
But if you want to C4, you can play many better operators, whether it's going to be the Pulse, the Valkyrie, the Mute, whatever. So again,
he put 2 batteries on the same wall of ops, and he didn't put 2 on the external wall. Well, there's one get shot.
Yeah, 2 external and 2 ops wall. Nobody internal. He blocked 1 and then breached it.
Did one? Oh, he what?
He only has 4, right? So he put 4 on the ops wall.
No, but how did the first Bandit battery?
He blocked it.
Oh, blocked it from below.
Yeah, right there with the ball break.
No contest.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if they had seen a player downstairs,
waste of a Bandit.
Then Ambi solo drones in, drone gets shot. Now they go, guys, there's a roamer downstairs, I need help. That means 1 or 2 other attackers have to rotate over to help Ambi and stop taking another portion of the map, and that slows the game down. Now it's an instant take, they get rocket stairs control, they got the main breach, they got exactly what they wanted from last time, with the exception of the raw aura, but they have the sense instead.
This is a dream for Rebellion. Yeah. They've cleared out some of the Elemines as well in the bathroom using grenades from Surf.
No, this drone is...
Fantasy is just absolutely cooked here. The Ella is looking to try and retake Ambi, but he's already had his impact, so it doesn't really matter if he dies. In the late round, Wizard might be able to deny vertically is the only concern for Rebellion. But out comes the fire. And a reply from Sploit with some of the light walls from the Sands, but the clash starts to get active. Yeah. This will enable this plant denial to continue as the nade will miss Canadian. Wizard has found his fight on Ambi down below, which means he can vertically deny the plant now. Rebellion have to go deep. They have to find lots of frags in order to make this one happen. 24 seconds to play.
They're indeed constantly the intel for the Sense wall because you can see and the wall bangs come through because of it.
And it's just not going to work for Rebellion, is it? They did not have enough ingredients to make this execute happen. They were too slow and they did not have any form of a response for the clash. They couldn't plant safely because of the threat of Wizard below. And as a result, NIP just push and push until Rebellion fall back on their faces.
The 2 very big things happen there. First of all, Cons is the round MVP on the Clash because the second those Sense projector walls came out, he was going really aggressive past the safety line, if you will, to say, guys, they're not in, don't stress about the plant location, okay? Have your guns up. And secondly, we saw it, the Ella flanking downstairs, taking down the verticality of Ambi on the Buck because that's the moment to counter the Clash, right? You block her from beneath. That's where she's vulnerable. But it's also one of those, like, if you lose that 50-50 gunfight downstairs, Rebellion likely win the round. So everything gets decided, technically, on that singular gunfight. It's a very risky playstyle, but it works, it pays off. NIP, they're tying the score, and they're keeping up with Rebellion.
Yeah, I still don't really understand that round in my head. I'm like, Rebellion went from absolutely dominating NIP to then really just not having much of a response at all. I guess it goes to show the first time that Rebellion played that bomb site, a lot of the reason they won it was because they picked the smoke and they picked the Tachanka. Like, they just found those kills early on.
I feel like despite Lair having been out for a decent amount of time now, I still feel like it hasn't been, like, figured out. Yeah. Like, I feel like we've seen, you know, I don't know, 85, 90% perhaps, but I feel like there's still, like, that 10% unlocked potential. We're still not seeing a ton of verticality necessarily, nade lineups, smoke lineups, to the same level as other maps.
Well, look, we saw a Café earlier today that looked very different in some rounds to the Café that we've been seeing for the last 10 years. And the same story on Clubhouse, so a good map. Can certainly withstand the test of time. I really like that from Surf. It's just to protect anyone that's playing outside that breach from the Skybridge peak.
Break in here!
That tertiary bomb site. This time we see what we mentioned before, the Solace and Sense combination on 2 different sides. The reason why they go so well against and together is because often you'll do like a bit of a direct clear, you clear the bomb site itself, you open the external walls, you'll just Sense, run in, go for a plant. Solace can overclock and see the difference between the projector walls, because they have an icon, and where the plant is going down. and no plant is actually safe from the verticality whatsoever. So
what?
It's one of those. He's
How's
injured.
Cons just died?
Did he?
On the mezzanine, he exposed himself to a player inside of
Oh,
Ops.
or he turned his back to the half wall here. He got shot from lobby stairs, maybe. Either or.
That's rough.
That's a really bad death.
Not a player that you want to lose early, and Fantasy's gone down as well. 5v3 for Rebellion.
I mean, it makes top floor kind of... this is kind of what happened last time we played Tertiary.
It is.
You lose 2 players early. Top floor is not super holdable. The bomb set's exposed. Rebellion can go for the exact same attack again on paper. Or they can surprise NIP and do something new.
Looking for intel.
What matters is just locking in these last few players, making sure that any kill comes that gets refragged back. Canadian's going for it in the close range.
Oh, he's reloading.
Needs to reload it. Oh my god, that's scary. Ambi thankfully is there to cover him, and Hates will go down. 5v2 now. It's all about the refrags. Wizard finds one, but immediately shut down by Ambi. And Shopify Rebellion find a second win on the tertiary bomb site very handily.
Of course, it's the oldest man in the game forgetting to reload, and one of the younger boys being like, I'm ready. I'm watching that angle. I got you. You saw the play though from Chart, right? I say, like, he really is getting active this tournament and getting in the battle more often than not. And great, again, use of utility, coordination, the timings.
The OG entry IGL.
Yeah. Everyone starts as an Ashman, okay? We've all been there. And then you turn your early 20s, mid-20s, Thermite, AC Bana looks a lot better.
Yeah, Grim is the new Ash.
Grim is low-key.
Not wrong.
I do think the opening kill has been one of the most important things in both Border and here in Lair.
Yeah, well, every round so far, a different team's won the opening kills. You know, Shopify Rebellion, NIP, Shopify Rebellion, NIP, Shopify Rebellion, and they've
the rounds
always converted it to a round win. There was only one round on the entire Border where NIP got the opening kill, but then lost the round. Every other round, it was converted to a win.
See a bit of a Scopos deep roam, perhaps, supported by the Echo drones. Now, this is what we call very new style Siege, but it was seen many years ago as well. It's one of those returning things, kind of like fashion.
Yes.
Or something that your mom had many years ago, now it's trending against it. Oh, I got
my
Flares
are back?
A Flare's back?
Flares are back.
Not sure what a Flare is.
It's the where the pants go like really wide.
Oh, the
bottom
Flare.
out.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It was a very
I've
70s
seen that.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you see. Echo feels that way to me a bit, because Echo was one of the most
Echo wears
present...
Flares?
No, they're not, you know, tactically viable. I feel like you get stuck in things and whatnot.
But Echo is coming back.
But Echo's coming back, whatever he's wearing. And
3 yokai drones, by the way.
One of the most present operators in defense for many years. And then he disappeared for a bit, and he was like occasionally brought. Now, I would argue, doesn't have the highest pick rate, but he has a lot of impact with pick. Has the potential for it.
Dude, every few years he just gets another drone. In 2040, he's gonna have 6 drones.
Oh. First smoke from Surf spent on the glass. The issue is, again, the yokai sees him. A pre-fire easy. He runs away. Has a good read. Probably heard it or something like that. He only has one more himself in pocket, though, so while he's taking some attention away from the defensive setup, it's just Pino battling 1v1 with the yokai drones. Meanwhile, Canadian entering in barrels.
Nice.
Boy, great follow-up.
Looking for a second. Hell of a lot of damage done. The Wizard, who's not going to be able to escape with his life. Spoy claims them both with the SMG-12. Canadian on the floor, traded back. Rebellion have decided to turn it up. They've gone deep. 4v2 as they look to close this half with same scoreline.
Surf is still just waiting for his time to shine. He's outside that locker store. Still one smoke in pocket. Now we're resetting around. Maybe hack the cameras if you can with Dokkaebi. Get those flank drones set up. You don't want to throw this one. Again, discipline all the way through. They have so many win conditions. Dokkaebi call, Grimbees, glass smokes. So many ways to win this round. Only one way to lose it. That is if you throw.
Pino's looking for a gap. He's getting aggressive. Spots one, but misses his chance. Knows he's likely to get swung from behind. Wants to take the fight onto Spoyd, but he has been so hot today.
Hack the cams.
Hell of a lot of damage done, and you're right, the cams have been hacked by Spoyd. So all of the information on the bomb site is now working against NIP. Rexon finds Pino on the retreat. Cons yet to find a kill on Lair since the rehost. They know exactly where he is. He's trapped in the corner. Surf is coming for him straight through the smoke. He finds the kill, despite not having the vision. And now he has a chance to reposition. But Rexon's forcing that plant down. A bit of damage onto Spoit, but they know exactly where he is. Again, he's getting pinged constantly by the bulletproof camera. His own team put down. A Rebellion have been so good on Lair. It's like harking back to Café.
Good fucking job, guys.
Rexon confirms the plant. Shopify Rebellion lock in a win in the first half.
That's that pace change that we spoke about before, right? They've been playing methodical, step 1, 2, 3 style siege. That was a blitz, Dokepi in barrel window, rush where they get 3 quick kills. And it's most down to Sport, getting the first entry of Canadians intel, then the Grim Bees in the garage hallway, just keeping up that pressure. Scobo's TB's back, the Yoka drones are there, but it's too little too late. And honestly, Surf distracting Echo Pino on the back portion probably is why that Yokan wasn't there for the blitz counter. This, again, the small things, right? Drawing attention. And then Surf being a very smart player, he was playing all the way back in spawn, not risking that 50-50 gunfight.
Canadian was sitting there inside of that room just staring at Hates for so long on the blitz. And that call was what enabled Spoit to jump in.
Yeah.
You're right. Like, if that Yokai had been there, Canadian is dead. Spoit doesn't have a very favorable gunfight, and the round goes a very different direction. NIP 2-4 as they lose their defensive half.
Not sure how I feel about the halves on Lair just yet. Like, do you go 3-3? Do you go 2-4? I feel like it's very team-dependent in general. But is there a clear divide here on the stats?
Let's have a look at SI as a whole. Lair is pretty close, actually. One of the closer maps, 47% attack win rate. So you would expect a 3-3 for the defensive side. If you're going to go 2-4 on your defense, yeah, you're not looking too good.
Okay.
It's not the most attacker side, not the most defender sided, but certainly still defender sided. NIP really have to turn it up to the next level. Now that they're on the attack, pick apart these Rebellion defenses. But Shopify Rebellion are just so good when it comes to these static, methodical, it makes logical sense defenses. Things like the Tachanka, things like the Bandit. We talked a lot about in the first half. NIP didn't play into all that well, save for one round that the Tachanka did essentially win it for them.
Yeah, I was going to mention the clash, but NIP actually Bandit, feeling that pressure as well, that target. Very small thing there. Rexon was watching all the exterior default cameras for quite some time, hoping to spot an attacking operator or two, because that's going to change how they play this defense, right? They're expecting, I don't know, the glass, the in, the Dokkaebi, the blitz, the fast takes. Are they seeing something more fundamental? Like the below, C4 over the edge there from the bomb site door, almost takes out Hates.
What happened to that Bandit battery? Why did it not die both times he shot it?
I didn't see. Oh, so was an explosion.
Oh, he tried to shoot the Bandit battery, and that kind of wasted enough time for Spoit to have a chance to get around it with the Nitro cell. Cons, though, has taken Mezzanine for free.
Yeah, completely. And Bathroom as well, so that's kind of dangerous for Rebellion, because that's kind of the backbone. They're right by the bomb site now. But, I mean, they're relying upon the Bandit to do the tricking, and right now there's no downstairs pressure. Yes, they have the stairs control. Yes, they have a Flores, a Sledge, but there's no buck. They might need to bounce a grenade or two in towards the Bandit instead, which honestly, it will get the job done, but you're risking a swing from Sport to get a kill.
It's the danger. The Sledge nade may help out, but it gets caught by the Magnet. Rebellion have layers to their defense. Serve can keep on tossing more out once they regenerate. I don't think there's another Magnet, though, as the second nade goes out. That will take down the Bandit battery, and Spoit has none left in pocket, so he's going to be a dead man in a moment. Exposed. An impact grenade comes out and destroys one of the charges, and he managed to shoot off the second.
No way in.
So it's just a line of sight here. Fantasy is going to have to swing the dangerous angle to take the fight on Spoit. Down below, Cons might be able to find the kill, but he just misses.
Doesn't check the corner correctly. They should know he's still there, though. There's no way he crossed, right? Floorstone can actually get the job done as well, but the issue is there's no way in. He doesn't check the corner.
Wait, what?
He doesn't check the corner.
They've called it clear.
Really? They called it clear?
Cons must have called it clear, but he didn't check every angle.
Number 2.
Spoit could single-handedly win this round. They don't know where he is, and he finds Fantasy. No entry for NIP. Rebellion continue to hold the line. Spoit can find another. It's embarrassing for Ninjas in Pajamas. They haven't woken up this morning, and now Spoit looks for another one. Hates finally puts him down, but now the fire from Canadian should lock in the block site. NIP have no choice but to go deep. Surf is smurfing again, and Wizard has no chance. A first kill, but not the rest.
Good shit, Will. Let's go, Troy.
Spoit has single-handedly dismantled that NIP attack.
That's a one-man job right there. He shot the second breach of the Selma. I mean, even if he died, you know, from the verticality, from the flourish drone, whatever, they didn't have a way in. That changes the plan entirely for NIP because, okay, we cannot go for default plan A. But then he gets 2 kills. Stalls for so much time, it disrupts the entirety of that attack. It's beautiful. It was also Spoit's early C4, taking hits down to very low health here on the Blackbeard. Boom. There it goes. And it's why we speak about how strong the bandit can be and how important the hard destruction truly is. What did Rebellion always do? It was exterior wall first, then interior wall. That makes sure that no one can bandit trick or deny it whatsoever. By leaving that exterior wall and not opening it up, that can happen. So they're skipping a small step, and it's a crucial step. And that's really where I think the difference between Rebellion and NIP in terms of stylistic choices, they differ the absolute most. Rebellion don't skip the small things. They keep trying to do them and do them as good as they can. And NIP go, we'll try and walk around it. And it just, you can get punished because of that.
Cutting corners is risky business. Some teams are really good at it. Some teams make it their playstyle.
Yeah.
Take those calculated risks every day. But no, Rebellion are all about dotting those I's, crossing those T's. But they're about to be met with a lot of chaos. Look at this. Yeah. Glaz, Blackbeard. We need to see good prep work, though, from NIP here. If they use the Roteros from Flores, if they use the Twitch drones from Wizard to clear out all of this util, I mean, talk about Mira, Goyo, Malusi, even Valkyrie. If we can target a lot of this util with those 2 drones, then maybe NIP will have a solid shot. Also, you want to be getting that bulletproof camera that Spoit's brought to the table with that Twitch or Flores.
What is happening here?
Oh, it's trying to get
they
an angle.
see some toes.
No damage done.
That's the Goyo.
Oh, you lose the Twitch drone for it. That is not worth it.
Also a bit of time as well. Gotta get Blackbeard active on the entries. They can pop some Goyos early, fall back, or even... Okay, I mean, you're trading a nade with an impact right there, plus just burning 20 seconds of time. That's super worth it. Especially because there's only 1 more nade on the attack inside, so again, limited self-destruction.
Wizard has not got value out of this Twitch drone either. The first one goes down without any destruction of the Goyo canisters or the mirror windows or Valkyrie cams. Sends in the second one now. He really needs to make the most of this Twitch drone.
Here he goes. Pops 1 Goyo. That's actually pretty good. Ideally wants a little bit more though. Fine, get the mirrors. 1 more.
Oh, the bulletproof.
Left or right side? Which one? Okay.
If you had another drone, it would be so nice to send that in first just to scout. I don't know if they know that there's a mirror pick as well.
I might not have seen it actually.
And Hates is... Oh no. He's going to lose this mirror. Surely mirror should find him. Wizard now, deep in the bomb site, looks for something else, but he does not find those mirror windows. There is, however, a breach on site. Spoit has an unbelievable Valkyrie camera here, thanks to Ambi. NIP know exactly where... Oh, sorry, Rebellion know exactly where NIP are coming from.
Rexon is so good on border, playing those corner positions. He needs help. And Nate, only 1 left. Oh. Another C4 shot. Nate comes down to, and most importantly, the toxic bait from Canadian was tossed out first. I mean, they can't swing off the grenade contact, so Rexon can fall on back and play safe. Fantasy and Blackbeard half health.
But Rebellion have a player upstairs. It's Spoit. He's now not in position, and you're right. They're just going deep, and 1 by 1, they're dropping. Hates and Wizard to find gaps, and with Spoit still upstairs, it leaves Surf as the only player on site. NIP have a chance to make this a 1v1 on the objective, and Spoit does not have an impact to try and make verticality. He's 1 speed operator, and he has to run all the way back now. The Valkyrie camera has been taken down. Surf has to find a way, but Spoit, he does have the secondary shotgun. He can put pressure on it. Forts Haze off, and now Pino needs to go deep, find the kill on Surf, but patience is his virtue. A 1v1 on the bomb side, but he doesn't break a sweat. It's match point for Shopify Rebellion, and NIP stare down elimination.
It's another round with the small fundamentals and clear communication wins Rebellion the round. Surf again. One of the... Oh, actually, tag time MVP first.
Tá? Agora, mano, eles não estão jogando, tirando no show ali, eles não estão jogando com choque, essas coisas, tá ligado? Então, no dormitório, eu quero que a gente faça a nossa ideia, tá? Se eles estiverem lá rodando verde, tá? Eu quero que a gente faça o FOD verde, beleza? E aí, aquilo lá, mano, se a gente não abrir a bomba, mano, não tem problema, tá ligado? Caso tenha choque, velho, não tem problema. Foca em matar o cara do coitado e já era, mano. Tá ligado? Ou aí a gente faz, tá ligado? Aí a gente plantando e comendo em cima, ou a gente só planta mesmo. E foda-se, mano. Só fica turtle e planta, tá ligado? Os caras fazem isso com nós, tá ligado? E terceiro, eu quero que a gente bane smoke. Demorou? Pra gente não atrasar depois desses outros steps, tá? Mano, comunique melhor os recursos que vocês têm pra limpar, tá ligado, guys?
Acho que tá faltando a gente
Mais
falar,
carinho,
mano, puxar drone, tá ligado? Mano, falar, mano, drone disso aqui, pá.
Tá limpando muito mal as paradas, tá ligado, guys? Bora, guys. Bora.
Just to finish off the point, Rebellion won a round of great fundamentals and communication. Serve playing some insane level of support cast for this entire best of 3, staying alive, knowing that he falls as with the bomb side. Meanwhile, Squad upstairs runs for his life and gets a couple of shotgun shells off to force the attackers off the plant and into the arms of Surf, who goes that final swing. You see that here in a second. They forced the angles, and then Surf again plays the timer, knowing Spoit cannot make it back to the bomb site. Great job all around. NIP, again, did not clear Rexen in the corner until they took down 2 players and injured a third. Rexen is so good at playing in those to-die spots. He always finds incredible value, and this time he was held by Canadian. When Blackbeard tossed out that first grenade, they can swing with the grenade and take him down. But right when the grenade was tossed out, as was the toxic bait from Troy, stopping that same push. Again, these small things.
In the 5v5s, NIP look alright, but as it whittles down into those 2v2s, Rebellion are so patient.
I also just think when NIP they get an uncontested opening pick, like the 5v4, that's when they look their absolute best, which isn't really a big surprise. A lot of teams look good in those, you know, strong positions. But when they go from the 5v5 into the execute, and it's like 4v4, 2v3, 2v2, like you said, that is definitely where they lose the vast majority of the time. They need those uncontested picks. But when you can't kill Rexen, who's the first one in the line, who are you gonna kill instead, right? Like, he's so hard to catch, this guy.
I have a translation of the tactical timeout. And look, apologies if this is not perfectly clean, but Maria says, NIP said, I want to bang smoke. They are not playing with electrocute operators. In dormitories, we're going to do exactly what we planned. If we don't open the bomb site, it's no problem. Stay in turtle position, which I assume is a call out on the map, and plant. Communicate better, play the game with more passion, and clear the positions right this time. That will be the focus for NIP in this split bomb site attack.
This C4 is proving very difficult to clear, but I think they got a job done there with the Selma charge on the floor. Good use of hard destruction. But as we always say, we're gonna bring a second one, right? So Thermite and Ace, they double down to make sure they can get the job done. Wanna take top 4 first. Troy, this corner is kind of tricky now. Sprints away, stays alive. A Sport, actually. I thought it was Troy for a second because it's 11, but it's Solus.
Troy is still upstairs, though, holding his position. 4 out of the 5 defenders hold on to this top floor, and Spoit in the late round will have the Solus to find any potential planter. Even with 2 sets of smokes. Good night. Oh my god! Rexen is set alight with 3 grenades, but somehow he lives to fight another day. The Candela makes its way through, and he shoots that as well. Rexen, he plays it better than anyone else when he's put onto the pump, but finally, the eruption from NIP as they storm the building. Finally take down that mirror position. Job not done yet. As Rebellion hold on to the top floor, they slowly peel back, but Surf, he gets the last laugh with a C4, holding on with the water, and he can peer through the smoke. But a gap's been found by Hates on the Canadian. The smoke is dead, and the late round plant denial will need to be from the guns alone. Surf, though, he's been so valuable on this mirror position. He fragged like crazy on border, but they lost the map. Now he looks to frag out on Lair, under the pump again, but the SMG-12 will find another. Into the 2v2 as NIP have 15 seconds to execute.
Job done, but not just yet. Ambi, 1v2, no C4, but 10 seconds left. They're storming the bomb site, down the stairs and down the hatch.
Spoit could not afford to lose his life and put Ambi into a clutch.
Landing.
But it's up to the birthday boy to prove that he's still got it. Pino forcing the plant down, a lot of damage on the Hates. Oh! And clutched it! The gauntlet run begins for the man who has won it all. A third hammer is calling. Shopify Rebellion knock the ninjas in pajamas from Paris.
A clean, well-executed 1v2 clutch for the man, Ambi, and it's his birthday. What a way to end the series. Honestly, though, again, serve, and serve. And when it's not served, it's Rexen getting incredible amounts of value, tanking 3 grenades, 3 Ying Candelas, staying alive, dealing half health of damage to the Blind Beard and the Ying before he goes down. The Des is gonna wanna break that down after a quick break.
Shopify Rebellion just eliminated NIP, and I will not be biased. Just because I'm Brazilian, I won't be sad. And you said, be honest, Maria, you were rooting for them. I don't know. But let's talk about this game. We could see that NIP were committing a lot of silly mistakes, a lot of ranked mistakes, maybe. How do you feel about the game that you just played?
I mean, I think we played like to our strengths, you know. They kind of played very slow, and we knew that. And I feel like when we played them today, they're like awfully slow. So that, well, obviously, we can't see the mistakes they're making, I guess. But maybe the mistakes they're making made them play more slow today.
Okay. How does the workflow changes from the group phase for phase 2? You're playing in the lower bracket, which makes even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just say everyone knows like what's on the line. You know, you lose 1BO3, you're eliminated, so it just kind of amps up the intensity, I'd say, because you know you don't want to go home, you want to win, and we plan on to keep winning.
And oh, wait! Before my last question, I need to wish you a happy birthday. I should have opened the interviews singing you happy birthday. Can I do that now? Happy birthday!
Thank you.
How old are you now?
I'm 20.
20.
Big 20. Big 20. Oh. I'm getting old. I'm getting up there. It's bad.
Okay, very old. Woo, 20. Let's talk about the later match we'll have today against SSG. We were talking about that before the interview. And of 7 times that you faced them throughout 2025, you lost 6. And you said, Maria, I don't count that, but I'm telling you that. Okay, so any words for SSG?
We're ready. We know how they play. We're ready. We know how they play, and we fully believe that we can beat them.
Okay. Happy birthday again. I hope you have a great day. You eat some birthday cake. And yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Congratulations to the birthday boy, Ambi. Shopify Rebellion stay inside the competition so far. Commiserations to NIP, and honestly, even for the birthday boy, what a way to end that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to look at that last round in particular. Not only does it highlight the birthday boy, but we got to highlight someone that's the glue of the roster, which is Surf. I mean, this was such a pivotal round right here. To be able to get that C4 onto Blackbeard, I'm not really sure what Cons was trying to do here, but Surf just plays a little switcheroo here on this mirror, applying that pressure, gets a quick kill on Fantasy, and is constantly moving back and forth, constantly keeping the NI plays moving around. Fortunately, couldn't get the 4K, but now it's on to Ambi.
Yeah, put Ambi in a disadvantageous position in a 1v2 with the plants going down. And then Hates just peeks out a little bit, takes out the Deagle, and is able to get Pino. Very questionable decision from NIP to go for the peek when the diffuser's almost going to get put down. You could play that 2-on-1, but Ambi, you give him those opportunities, and he's not going to miss it. And it was such a great game from everybody from Shopify Rebellion. Just looked really well-rounded. I mean, absolutely. 2 7-2s, 1 at the start, 1 on the third one, and it was just so good from them.
It was. We're looking at the scoreboard right now. Anything that the numbers are telling you guys when you're looking at this in particular?
Spoit.
I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that we're looking at here. 30 and 14, 77% cost. I mean, it's Mr. Man do it all at this point. One-man army.
Yeah, and we actually have him on the desk with us. And Spoit, I wanted to ask you a question specifically because I'm sure you've seen there's been a lot of criticism around your play throughout the event, and I wanted you to be able to have the opportunity to explain what it's like as a player, performance-wise, what's going through your head, and that it's not always, you know, sunshines and rainbows.
Yeah, I mean, we all play our role in the team, and, you know, some of us eat more trash, I guess. You know, depending on the roles, you know, we have Ambi, who's obviously our main fragger. I've also stepped back a little bit, and now I'm playing more of a flex role, kind of, so I don't get to play like the Dokkaees and those type of ops, but I'm still learning those roles. You know, we have Richie, who's our main flex player, so, you know, I'm just learning and, you know, growing throughout the tournament, so yeah.
Well, it looks like it's coming together. And I just had another quick question. I heard that you guys didn't want to play against SSG when you could have picked them the first time around. Now you guys are going to be going up against SSG. Yeah. Is that something that you guys are thinking about at all?
Nah, I mean, now when the stakes are high, we'll see who's going to come up on top. I've never really had an issue with like SSG personally, like playstyle wise, but I mean, maybe they historically have been beating SR because of the playstyle and how they can counter each other. But this time we'll be ready. I'm excited, and yeah, it's gonna be a good game.
All right, Spoit, thank you for joining us here in the studio. Congratulations on the victory. I want to bring it back all the way, Spoit, if you can give us your thoughts on this very first round. Don't go so fast. We want to hear something from you first. very first map, we're talking about your round 4 clutch. We're going to play it as well so you can have a look at it on the screen. Just give us your thoughts on what's going on here.
I mean, here was just like trying to find some picks. There's a lot of time. I don't want them to set up their drones and stuff. I actually missed the C4. I meant to C4 the Blackbeard, so I got lucky with this. And then I got called from my teammates that this guy dropped laundry, and I just went for it. And then it was just a 1v1 against Blackbeard. I did manage to miss a few shots on the BB's head. It's not always easy because like his head is just so weird when to shoot. But yeah, I'm happy I got the clutch and kind of grew after that. And then yeah, had a very crazy game in the series today. So it's a great game.
I got one more question, then I'll let you go on your way to get ready. Obviously, you guys are playing against SSG. Fox just talks about that, but I kind of am curious. You know, when you're at these events, when you have to play against all these other regions, how hard is it to transition from one region to the next in terms of playstyles, and then ultimately come back to the familiarity of playing a team within your region? Just if you want to run me through the just intricacies of going from region to region, then back to your home region.
I mean, we always talk about how we should focus more on ourselves and our own adaptation in the game and not trying to care who we're playing. Right. I mean, obviously with SSG and like M80 and Wildcard, we have more experience because we always scrim them like every week. We play them online. So it's just, for us, it's just more focusing on ourselves, adapting to what we see in the prep, and yeah, just play it the way we like it.
For sure. Well, good luck later on.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have a look at the bracket here. Whilst you're still with us, Spoid, I would like to get your opinion. We have a really important game after this one, the M80 versus G2 one. Who do you think takes it?
M80 versus G2?
It's difficult, isn't it?
No, it is. I'm gonna have to go with, I mean, G2 right now are on a low bounce back, I guess, after the face game. So I think I'll go with G2 just because of that. M80 has been, been a little iffy in their series. They lost against Deep, Fearix.
They can hear that.
Yeah, I know. But they lost to Fearix, so just because of that last game, I'm gonna have to go with G2.
Now, do either of those teams beat Secret?
No, Secret on top.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, well, that settles it.
All right, well, there's still so much more to play for here today. That was our first game over on the A stream, but we have more, as we said. Before we get to the M80 game, though, we sat down hot and cold to chat against his potential next opponent to talk about some strategies.
We're gonna do the reinforcements first. So the vault hatch, do the stock hatch. The red hatch is open.
Yeah.
We're gonna be playing a Tubarão, a Goyo, E1 with the E1 hatch open. Most attackers, they're gonna take the top floor. They're gonna open up the stock hatch, open up the Janny hatch. He can use some Tubarãos to stop at hatch if he wants. Most likely just gonna shoot a couple drones.
The Grim is gonna clear from janitor. Gonna clear from, top square. With the drone from BB, he's gonna stay outside open and he's gonna drone upstairs. Basically, the BB is gonna jump in first to call the attention of the Tubarão, and the Grim drops after that. And after, we kind of wait out the smokes. Like, we keep baiting, wait out the smokes. Once the guy doesn't have smokes, or maybe on the off timing, on one of his smokes. So that's why I'm gonna call a frag execute here, especially with the glass here. We're gonna put the glass going back on garage there. The BB is gonna play alone here. He's gonna dash through and try to make a plant either on the bomb or depending whether if they still goes or even just not plant and just play for kill. And then these guys just gonna hold the cross here and these guys gonna obviously try to take the 2v1, but I think realistically it's a solid attack.
If smoke did die, we'd have a BP garage just holding the glass. Hopefully our garage guy didn't get caught playing on the right side. He's more on the ramp and he could just help sight. So it would just mainly come down to the backside trades. Yeah, I mean, if we kill those guys, the bomb's down, it doesn't really matter if they have the back.
Well, I mean, we still have the same positions, but actually focus on the plants, where the guy would be on the side hatch, obviously holding. We have the guy says still, and the guy still goes garage, and maybe this guy just baits sweet things that he held down. He baits everything here, backsides, and we focus on getting the bomb down.
I'm gonna give it to the attack.
Yeah. I mean, when you've got that for his hands, it's a team secret cut.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to the A-Stream. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Fresh and Alfama, and we're going to set you up for our match of the day, M80 versus G2. One of these two teams is going home and loses a chance of winning another hammer. When we look at Fabian, he has that chance to win the hammer, and if he wants to do it, he has to beat the organization that he last lifted the hammer with.
Yeah, he has to go through all the lower bracket. I don't think we expected these two teams to be there. Honestly, looking at the performance that they've had throughout the year, looking at the players on that roster, I mean, seeing them in the first round of lower bracket, that's a tough one.
And it's a tale as old as time, obviously, Fabian, G2. They've been so intertwined. I've called them married. I think Fabian is wedded to G2. His fate is that it's cursed, always with G2. I know it's cursed, I know. But he's won a major with G2. He's won 6 Invitational as a player with G2. And as a coach with G2, and just in the last event with M80, faced them in the Munich Major. Now he's facing them again. And it's kind of poetic that for him to have that success on an individual level and with his team, he has to go through the organization that ultimately gave him everything inside of this game.
And I was hopeful for that journey to continue, right? After the win in the Major in Munich, I was thinking surely they will be one of the favorites for SI. I think many people were counting Furia, FaZe, Falcons, and M80 to be that last top 4, right? The problem is they're the last missing on that call, because they've dropped maps everywhere on the group stage. They've lost maps to FearX, for example. You know, they've showed weaknesses all the way, and now they're in the lower bracket. Something is not working out.
Is this maybe like the post-event curse that teams always get when they win in events, and it gets really difficult for them afterwards?
I mean, I think so. I think there's a few things with that kind of post-event curse. Obviously, this is the stats between Munich Major to Six Invitational Paris. Now, the statistics don't really show up too much in the differential. A drop in the attack win rate by, what, 9 percentage points? But the big thing for me is the clutches against. M80 are conceding many more clutches against this tournament than they were previously inside of Munich, and I think that's one thing that it relies on coordination and communication and teamwork. So that's not even necessarily about other teams bringing up their level to play to the champions. It's more about your own intrinsic, methodologies and the way you're working.
Yeah, and it seems to be shown in many ways as well. Like the entry rate is better than Munich, but for example, they're still losing more rounds, right? And so it shows also this disparity. The team play is not there as well. And when I look at the clutches as well, it's against Weibo, it's against multiple people in their group stage. It's not only 1v1s. It's like 1v3s, 1v4s in critical rounds. The kind of rounds that you need to go over the line. At the top level, they're getting punished by that right now.
Yeah, and the last time they played against each other was back in Munich, and that was when M80 started their campaign so successful against G2 by taking that first victory. Now, for the likes of G2, you got a feel for the G2 fans out there. They age about 10 years every time they have to watch a G2 game, but when they are with their backs against the wall, like we saw in that game against FaZe, they just excel.
It is so frustrating for that roster because you see the talent on that roster. You see the potential. We've seen it all year, and we've seen them win EML. We've seen them reach the grand finals of EWC. We've seen the level on that team, but at the same time, they're as much capable of the highest highs than the lowest lows, and that's the tough part. And we had hope. We had hope that they would make it, but they were pushed all the way back against the wall. They had to beat the world champions to get here, and they did it, Jack, and it was beautiful.
And how nice a performance was that against the world champions? I think every single player on the side of G2 really woke up and remembered that they are an elite level player, particularly that guy on your screen there, Lair. He was absolutely sensational against FaZe. If we take a look at the first 3 play days that Lair had versus the final play day against FaZe, you will see a massive increase in terms of his statistics. That is an increase of 30 in the EPS. His KPI goes up to 1.0 on the kills per round, and the stat at the bottom that's absolutely massive. Across 3 full best of 3s in his first 3 matches, he got 3 3K rounds. Against FaZe, he gets 4 of them. It's like he remembered he is a sensational fragger. And actually, a little anecdote. After map 1 against FaZe, he went into the toilets and he just splashed water on himself and just stared at himself in the mirror. And then it was map 2 and map 3 against FaZe where he really woke up.
And it really showed. Look at round 11 here. He's scratching up metal stairs, and he will get a very important kill here that gets him another one in Fountain. And then he rushes in on the bomb site and gets the last final kill. That puts G2 on the map point. And then if you look at forward, at this moment, G2 is in the 4v3, and suddenly, that's the last moment, that's the match point, right? It turns into a 2v3 for G2. They've just lost 2 of their teammates. Stompin will grab a kill around middle, and at this moment, it's the IGL and the rookie Star. The 2 of them working together in a pair. 2 seconds left on the diffuser. Look at when he starts planting. Within the last second, Alemao needs to win that gunfight. He needs to be the cover. And as soon as the player drops in workshop, he will win that. And look at the relief. Look at the reactions on the side of G2.
Yeah.
That is what it meant. That one single 1v1 defined if G2 was going to stay in that tournament or if they were going to go home.
Is absolutely crazy. They will once again have to channel their inner demons today because survival is on the line. the maps might be really important in this one as well. I feel like, you know, we've seen a lot of Fortress coming out from NA. We've seen, you know, G2 bring out certain maps that we haven't really seen from them a lot inside of this event. So thoughts on what we might be seeing there?
Well, I
think we're looking at two teams that, you know, have showed a lot of things throughout the year. They are coming here with a bunch of surprises. I would not be surprised if we see Fortress, a new map being played. I think right now they're throwing everything they have at the wall, because the thing is, they're two of the favorites for the tournament, and they're facing off in an elimination match. So I'm expecting to see some surprise here.
Yeah, saving strats is not going to work here. You know, G2 are such a big fan of that, but it won't work. Lair is our first map.
Yeah, quiz time, Leo. When's the last time G2 played Lair?
That was at Munich.
Munich?
No, it was at SI.
It was at SI.
Oh, yeah, you're
Against
right.
FaZe.
Oh, yes, and they destroyed them 7-0.
And they destroyed them 7-0.
Oh,
That's right, why they're going straight away back to Lair. It's a confidence pick. It's got to be. And M80 are going to come in with the pick of the Fortress. I think we've seen generally our European teams struggle across the board so far. Fortress internationally. We've seen G2 lose it as well. So I'm not necessarily surprised to see M80 go there. We keep harping on about how North America currently seems to have the best Fortress, so that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, now we look at the decider. It's Clubhouse. Now that is, for many, that could have been a surprise. G2 used to have that map as a permaban. They've started integrating it here at the event, and they actually played against Shopify Rebellion, which is, in my opinion, one of the best teams on that map in the world, and they barely lost to them, 7-8. It goes to show they reworked ever the permaban coming into this event.
And a little bit of inside information, I was told from the G2 camp that they didn't lose Clubhouse in scrims before this event for 20-odd maps or something like that, so maybe Fabian and M80 might be a little bit worried should we get there. Fabian says no.
No. And we have Fabian standing by on the sidelines. He's just shaking no. And I feel, you know, they must be feeling confident going into this one. You have to be confident as well. Elimination is on the line. We talked about it. Two big organizations we didn't even expect to have here in this first round of lower bracket. We expect them both to be on the main stage, but one is guaranteed not to make it.
It must be a massive failure to be in that spot already in the lower bracket in the first round after winning an event. I was just saying this as Fabian is looking at me, daring me to say anything against his team. But I will say this, it is a big surprise. What do you have to say to that, Fabian?
Oh, we suck.
We suck. Okay, that's what he just said. I'm just repeating his own words.
That echo just bites. I love
He
that.
thought he was a desk analyst again.
Yeah. Now he's getting his headset on. The game is about to start, so that means we get to talk to our casters for this matchup. We're joined by Fluke and Demo, and I gotta say, you two landed a great game for today.
I couldn't ask for. Could you ask for more?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Lair, this is the best thing. Obviously, first of all, your graphic entirely unhinged with Fabian in a wedding dress. I don't know what sort of...
That was me.
Yeah, okay, I guessed. It's just everything you want. It's every single SI story sort of wrapped together for these orgs, for these players. It's all of the history of the year. It's just... Where else but at Six Invite?
I just think Fabian up against his old team, I think already that in its own, that's the story.
It is. It's everything we want, and the match is ready to start, so take it away.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we will. What a pleasure it is for you and I, Demo, to be able to take this. And I'm kind of hoping for 3 maps. I don't really care what anybody else wants at this moment. You have so much history, so much heat, so much tension, so much focus, and so many of you either side of the thin divide. So let's waste no more time and take it into our first map. We begin with a Lair. Now, as pointed out by the desk, Lair was kind of a pretty dominant showing, I think it's fair to call it, from the side of G2 the other day, Demo.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing about G2, this event, obviously coming into it, Group C was kind of group of death, wasn't it? That's what we kind of said. I mean, the expectations of that group kind of lived up to that, wasn't it? And, you know, G2 just about getting there on the final day, and I suppose there's the arguments where, oh, well, FaZe, you know, they were already secured first. Did it really mean as much to them compared to G2 trying to stay in the competition? There's all that goes into it. I think for G2, they played against FaZe the way we know that they can. Like the way Jack said, they realized who they were.
Yeah.
But I think the main issue for G2, it's getting that on a consistent basis.
Well, consistency, I think, has plagued them for a very, very, very long time. Obviously, it's a roster that's not unfamiliar with the lower bracket, the last time the org itself and some of these players lifted a hammer with the man on the other side was an entire lower bracket run. A similar story, but a few years ago in Montreal, that we might be seeing here again, depending on if that man, that sort of magic mojo speechmaker of Fabian, can be that first sort of wall. Because, well, it's not just this game, Demo, but who does the winner of this play? Oh, it's Team Secret. Oh, it doesn't get any better.
Yeah, obviously with the way that the brackets went and Secret losing, Secret now, they play the winner of this matchup. And, you know, it's a really tough side that we're looking at with this bracket. A lot of big teams down here who can easily go home if you just don't turn up in the day. But whoever wins this, yes, they have to play again later on to still stay in the competition. Again, apologies, we've had a bit of a tech pause, but let's get it out of the way before we get it flowing.
It's the calm before the storm, Demo. It's a moment for everybody. Just get in your seats, please. Check your theater tickets. Is this where you're supposed to be sat? No? Oh, there's a gentleman in the corner. Mr. Fresh. Yeah, that is where you sit. Yeah, that is correct. And get yourself ready, because, you know, I've already said it sort of partially selfishly. I want 3 maps. I think any at least neutral fan will want 3 maps. I think fans of either of these two teams that based on the expectations everybody has had for them, are underperforming. I think that's a very fair thing to say, that you, as you sort of put it, you don't expect either of these two teams to be in the lower bracket in some ways this early, right? You want to see them succeed. It's a massive, massive sort of rise of skill across the entirety of the tournament. We're having some Cinderella runs, but we're having just generically pretty good siege. But without too much further ado, let us begin with our first round down here in the basement.
So, into Lair is where we head. I think it's a really good map for G2. I mean, I think in terms of Europe, we know our top teams in Europe really strong on Lair. Suits the play style. So for G2, yeah, I think this will be pretty good map. So M80 up against it. They will be in the defense though. And they kick things off straight away with a basement. Typically not the bomb site that gets chosen first. We look towards our top floor, but maybe looking at the bans from G2 where they went for the double electrification, maybe M80 feel like, yeah, you know what, maybe top floor could be a little bit more difficult to handle. So let's start off first with the basement.
There's always that element of familiarity. There's always that conversation of, well, this has become the first site. Okay, we have learnt to attack the first site. Move on towards the second site. We've seen it obviously in Café as a very obvious example, as the top floor of Bar fell out of favor. Could be the start of a similar story here. Try and push things a bit wider, bring things off pace a little, and the pace is driven right into the heart of the warehouse. Doki just going to get rid of the utility and cut himself across this barrel's line, but you can see the position held on the swing stairs there, just to the left-hand side. They need to try and get Gaveni either side. If he's confident on yellow, he can just sort of keep putting the pressure on as soon as they try and get anything flat inside. They have enough bodies down. They're not doing a deep roam, especially now that they've brought the Scopus back as well, and it seems like actually a heavy focus on towards lockers.
Yeah, horizontal take coming in from G2. They still have the added element of bit of soft destruction. Never mind though, as Vlad's on the sledge. He's gone. And still for Gav in a great position just to put that little bit of pressure, deny them that access to garage, or at least closer to, in towards garage. And there we go, Laura, they're in sight. They've just walked in. There's no traps, there's nothing there. They've cleared it all out.
Okay, too much hands off. Yeah, fine, the bulletproof can see you, but it can also just see a post plant. But he's able to slip his way past the first and right into the bullets of Doki. In the meantime, Kino does find Loira, but a post plant with a little bit of pressure they need to put laterally across. There's no verticality for this. You just have to force these long watches out here, and as they're just pinging in Bs, they get all the awareness of Hotten's position. They know as soon as he goes for it, they're hoping they can keep the narrow line, but look, just drifts around the back and picks up the first on a freebie. They're pinching either side, and there's just a man above. Gunner lost. Looking down as his teammates fall apart. Can't even get to the kit in time, and G2 open up with what felt really easy.
Yeah, big gap. Big old gap. Walk in. Go for the plant. Nobody there to stop it.
Solus, not in a position to deny from above. Just a sleepy start, I think, for M8. We'll put that down to. But again, G2, good opportunity spot. And that comes, of course, from Alamo and how well he can call in the game.
Yep. Sometimes it's you know, that sort of call and response, right? You call, your team responds, and you're able to pull around together. Here, just Doki taking up that position, going, right, I've got this full background. As I said, if you're not going to pinch from the other side, you just have to make sure you're ready for that. And the fact that the Lockers approach was so uncontested, it was easy for them to just swing around the other side.
And what I love was there was like really no util used by G2. Like if you look at the ending, there was still Look we call, there were still smokes, there were still 2B canisters. I mean, it was, yeah, like you said, it just felt too easy and just a sloppy start from M80. Need to pick things up and they go in towards the top floor. Now, this has always been a comment that we've made with Lair now that we've seen the kind of meta develop. Whenever we head in towards that top floor, depending on the bans, it can be a pretty tricky bomb site to try and plant in. And that's mostly because we have the Chanka and the smoke. Because of the electrification bans coming in from G2, you now leave yourselves kind of open to the denial strategy that you can utilize. Smoke on the Chanka, we've seen it played a lot so far this competition. You just sit deep in sight, you throw your util. There's great lineups you can have. You can stop the default plant positions coming in through Office. Yeah, pretty simple stuff. So I think for G2, I think the approach is very important. I'm happy to see Alamo on the shield. I think that'll give them good control if they want to try and take in towards Ops or try and go in towards Green. I also think split takes are really viable in this top floor. You take one part of the map and then you pivot to the other, and you almost just try and trash compactor the opponents in.
Well, you can see Doki's ready to get underneath with that buck. Start putting pressure on the Green side. You've got a bit of free real estate to explore, but obviously the hatch is open in the core of the site. If M80 want to sort of drop down, get a bit of a punchy fight, they can. In the meantime, look at this. In and off to the races, straight on the side of Green, and the first smoke canister won't actually be used. The Chanka, as you said, sort of unity between these two ops. And there's the buck I talked about before. That will be a sort of, okay, maybe we need to send somebody down, go for the pinch, but currently we can play a bit with the space. In fact, we just go for the peak. Through the bars, but cannot quite connect. In the meantime, one of the benefits of this defense that they've got, it's so malleable, it's so viable to just pick up, swing round to the defense on Green, as we're seeing, and Loira is unfortunately taking a bit of a lungful outside the building. Blaz, in the meantime, just holding steady on Art Window, has the pinch, and Stompin, he is droning out Ops, so they're getting themselves, G2 here, that bit of width, but they need to find that first angle, and currently it might be Stompin who's about to, I think, make his way in towards the walkway side.
Yeah, I like this from the buck. Doki downstairs with a bit of information. You can see the yellow pings, but hasn't got the kill so far. Just to note, look at where Alamo is. He has the diffuser and he's over towards the exterior breach, so it might be a quick jump in here from the shield.
But this is what I'm sort of saying. You can see on the far side of the screen there, Stompin's been free to just take all this terrain. They're going for the rotate underneath. Lawyer is able to find Kino, and now they have the man advantage. And, well, apart from Gunner behind the main desk, Hotton and Diffuser are trying to just rotate and keep eyes on things. But at this point, Loira is the only one left on the far side of the site, and they're just going to try and swing in for the pressure. Diffuser gets Loira. Now it's a very direct take. The Monty can't really do much about the man behind the desk, but the C4 can't do much about him apart from go for the shake and bait. Gunner gets one. Stompin gets the swing round, but gets down in the meantime and finished off with the secondary. A 2 versus 3. The body balance has swinged its way back round. The Monty is ready to try and find a fight, but they're not taking the bait. Instead, he's going to have to try and drive and make his own fate, but it's a triple kill for Gunner. He's checked in behind the desk, and the only one left to check out here is Blaz. The shield will make things pretty much impossible. They're going to play themselves a little bit arms off. No, maybe not. 9 seconds. Hunt's the last man, swinging close. He's left or right, and he can't quite get it right.
Oh, very close for Blaz. Just didn't have the info. Checked right, he was left. You lose those 50-50s. I mean, for G2, the position of Gunner, big old problem for them.
Yeah.
Where, realistically, it shouldn't be. I mean, that's a fairly common position that we see defenders in. I mean, they had the buck. You can go downstairs as well, don't forget, and remove that position, which maybe that's a bit of an oversight from G2. But just one guy behind a table. I mean, great awareness here from Gunner. And to be fair, Diffuser basically sacrificed himself for Gunner.
Get down, Mr. Gunner. I mean, he'd done everything. As I said before, there was a long period of time where it was just a 1 versus 1 on the other side, but they hadn't quite got anything out. Gunner was looking away, and Stompin was droning himself in, took ops, took walkway, but quite enough to be able to push that one over the edge. One apiece, and we find ourselves getting a little bit of a repeat down here in the basement. And you said they didn't really hit any traps.
Out to defuse a bomb.
Well, maybe they'll try and find themselves. The Goyo could obviously be propped up on the doors, stop that sort of entirely awareless thing. There was Goyo last time. In fact, I think the lineup was pretty much the same. So I'm wondering where the position's going to change.
Yeah, well, it was the Twitch, wasn't it? Slipped in early and got rid of a lot of the util on site. But no Twitch this time, though. No soft destruction. Really, unless you want to count the bailiff and the super, the shotgun on the side of Doki. But other than that, we're not seeing the ram, the buck, the sledge. But it looks as though that G2 are going to be gearing up this time for maybe a bit more of a roam hunt. You can see the positions again.
Yeah.
Upstairs you have that Dokkaebi, but still entering in towards Garage. I mean, if you're G2, you should know that you're not going to get away with the same things as last time.
Though, they're eyeing it up. They've obviously now got the shield position to play on. They're just going to get rid of the utilities. The breach isn't quite clean. It is still a visual breach, but it's not entirely positioned. In the meantime, Lair and Alamau are propped up in the same place that they were before. You can see them on the right-hand side as Stompin and Blaz from range can help.
This all comes down to Gunnar. Upstairs, on the Solus, he's going to need to try and supply that information to his team, discover where that diffuser is, and then try and collapse on top of it. Here comes the Dokkaebi call. Stompin ready for his backstab onto these roamers upstairs. He will spot out the Scopo shield, but he needs to find the real players, not the drones.
At this point, a little bit of a lull as G2's just trying to make sure that they don't step foot into a trap, because last time was easy. This time, easy has a big question mark and a bit of an underline, so instead, Blaz comes around for a bit of split pressure either side, but it's actually Doki that gets caught out first, and there's the follow-through and the trade-outs. They have got one of the men on the site, but it doesn't take a huge amount of time for the rotates to come back round. Kino is that current backline. And as they're watching from above and making sure that these doors become impassable and locked, we're going to enter this final minute. And it's not quite one. He can win out. Blaz using that DMR gets another great pick. And at this point, there's about to be a swing fight round here above the Solus. How aware is he that they're aware of him as he's looking towards the kit itself? He's about to make a friend from behind, but it's maybe, a little bit of a preamble leads to the final sentence. You get the execute, a 4 versus 1 as they drop into the waiting arms and gun, but do get the down, and now it's technically a 2 versus 1 with Blaz and Lyra on the ground. Can he just get an isolation? But look at the positions, Demo. 1 deep in lockers, 1 above as well. They should have this secured. There's the pickup. That's 2 to 1.
Nowhere near as easy as the last time for G2, but the end game result is the same. They're still able just to walk in via that horizontal take. They did have to fight a lot harder inside of Toxin. They were really worried that somebody was going to be in that position. You've seen Doki was using his nades, using the util, but the Scopus was eliminated from that backstab coming in from Blaz, coming in from that storage door. And Blaz had a very important job. He needed to win that engagement. If he didn't, that Scopus then can kind of retreat back, play deep, play alongside Kino. I mean, again, Blaz getting that kill on the Kino was also big. So really important kills coming in from Blaz, able to change the side.
We're doing wrong here in the defenses so far, and this is all 3 of them, even the one we won, is that we're super stressed and we rotate manpower to where they're coming. Like, we know that they're going to backstab. They're always going to have that one backstabbing guy, and then they're going to be rotating around. But we're raising our voices and we're being stressed for simple callouts, which means that the plan is not understood. Is it an important callout? Then stress it. But if it's not, we need to be fucking calm and just talk normally. But every single call out is given stressfully, and then, well, everything will go to shits. We will collapse.
Yeah. Take a deep breath, guys. Literally
reset our heads, literally. Reset our heads, and we start over from 0-0, and we fucking do it simple.
Yep.
Easy, calm.
They're not doing anything special.
Not doing anything special. I mean,
it's true.
It's just straight horizontal takes with a bit of a backstab. Fabian and Co have obviously done that research. They know what they're up against. But it's more of a calm thing, it feels like. Fabian's obviously picked up the stress, and whatever he means by, stressing comms, there's a big difference whenever you're kind of playing a game. Sure, everyone can kind of reflect with this. Let's take G2, for example. G2's always going to take Garage, right? You can't hold Garage. Yeah. Somebody's always going to be in there. There's a big difference between calming Oh, there's a guy in garage. One guy in garage. Two. There's a guy in garage! Quick! Quick! There's a guy in garage!
Mayday, mayday!
That's the difference. You know, and that's what's going to make everybody stress.
Let's see if we get our reset. That's something you sort of, again, from the long litany of great things coaches say, just getting the heads, giving them a bit of a wobble, getting them a little bit. Look, it's 0-0. Let's get ourselves reset. You can still angle yourself. You can still get a 4-2 defensive half here, lead on towards the other side. You've already done better than FaZe did, technically, when they played against G2.
Are we doing the comparisons already with that? Yeah.
You know, you're on the up and up, and different games, different setups, but still, it's sort of that proof, right? And we know that it's a team that can counter-strike.
We love this bomb site into our mid floor. It's one that we're very fond of. You need certain operators to make it work. We've seen this time and time again. You can see the sense being brought in by Lair. That's going to be their way in. You, of course, have seen it all before. The senses go in, and then you just walk in and go for the plant. The vertical operators can't really do much apart from a Solus, who can obviously scan and see which one's the real diffuser. And then get the impacts in. I also like the fact that G2 have brought in a bit more of a stable comp too, with the Monty again making an appearance. I think that's going to help with almost controlling potential aggression like this.
Oh, didn't control that one. Have them out, scored out as the first death, and there's your Nomad. There's your control of the space around the back for a site where you really want to make sure that you can just compartmentalize the defenders. And, well, as more Keybers and more time and more gridlocks in a way get wasted, they're just sort of at least half and half. But to say her, at least they still have her. Gridlock's there for the cover, so is the teammate. Look at the player just waiting for the hop-off. Great aggressive position here from Lair. He is not too far away from the site itself. As this, well, I was going to say if his position gets seen, that will happen. Hey, he got seen, that happened, but stop it. At least got the fuser for the trouble.
Yeah, the aggression very early on has really caught G2 by surprise, and they have lost a very important operator. That sense is gone. They still have the Monty, and Doki is now knocking at the front door of the bomb site. I mean, nobody's really in a position to hold him from the verts. There is, I mean, could he just walk in? Could he go for that? I don't know. It is a big risk, and obviously G2, they don't know that they can go for it, and we can see it.
Well, this is the thing, but obviously they haven't done the breach on the other side as well. Are they just gonna they might just go for it. I mean, there's the swing player, right? You still have the player not too far away. It's Gunner with a rifle. Oh. He can do what he can do very well. There's obviously the BP that's reading all of this as well with the audio, but now that Gunner's in this position, they have to try and find a way to root him out, and he can just tuck back. He's got time, and time is of the essence.
That main breach is not open because I'm pretty sure there's still a mute jammer on it, so for kind of moving around the site, it's very easy here for Gunner.
Oh, he's hitting all the shield. They've used the smoke as the cover. There's just a little bit too many people inside the area for fighting, and unfortunately the fight's cancelled, called off, and sent packing. G2, as you said, a single mute jammer.
Yeah.
That caused the downfall.
I like the approach there from M80, though. I like the aggression very early on. Kind of fighting in towards Skybridge, not allowing them in the building. Really good start. You know, I love this here from Diffuser. Catch them by surprise, and look, the attempt was made, but because that breach wasn't open, Gunner knew he could just walk around the bomb site, you know, no problem at all.
I do want, obviously, you could see Stompin get off the plant. You knew that the player was swinging around. It was all being called by Doki, but when you had Blaz on the cover as well, there was almost this moment where maybe have the pre-fire come through from Blaz. Maybe there was a bit of a miscom. The same way, Fabian obviously talked to M18 and was like, we need a bit of clarity in what we're doing here. There's a chance it could have helped there because suddenly Blaz has to stop firing because Stompin's in, and it becomes a bit scrappy.
Yeah, I think it's always that risk that, you know, Blaz could end up TKing a teammate as well if things get hairy, so there is always that pressure, but again, still for M80, good old like the start. 2-2, we've got a game.
We've got a game. Got a game. We wanted a game. We've got a game. Obviously, that's sort of dependent on progression when we're going in towards Fortress next, which has been, well, it's namesake for NA, generically across, but who knows? This was a 7-0 for G2 the other day, and they're already even within 4 rounds. At this point, obviously, the bans that have come through, we'll briefly sort of illuminate them. You've got the mirror to limit the extensions, but also to play against the breaches if they wanted, entirely block off that hard wall game. And in the meantime, the Dockerby, which you sort of called for some of the executes, they were making sure that they could kind of manipulate the space from range. Not just bring things a little bit more together for the approach of G2. Now, oh, there's no stopping that, as that wall will get popped open. The impact DMP, easy enough.
Yeah, it's all about time management, of course, for G2 in this attack, knowing that they're up against that Tachanka and that smoke. It's all about how quickly you can set up your attack before those operators come in to bite you in the later stages of the round. Also keep note of the util dump that G2 have. They have an abundance, a Capital, a Ying, and a Grim.
Yeah.
So in terms of clearing out anyone who potentially could have been inside a Mez, and I mean, Kino's kind in Mez, but not really. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. Gunner below. Don't think he's going to have much of an impact down there. Probably best to come back in sight and stack the C4s in the bomb site. I think that's probably the better play to go for.
He's the only one with one. So they're going to sort of trust that the fire and the flames of Cotton and Kino can try and just keep things under wraps and maybe lead him in towards that default plant position. But with a minute 20, G2 still doing this poking, this probing game they love to do across the stretch of the map. And there seems to still be a very strong extension from the defenders on towards green, right? They've got this backline, so they're going to lead in towards Mez and not get caught out. But now, as they had before, this territory, this area, can they actually make it something they can close down upon?
Gunner has remained below. He has not came back to sight, so a C4 from downstairs, which it looks as though at G2, they haven't got that covered. Nobody's downstairs, so Gunner could have a massive impact in combination with the smokes and the flames.
Well, he's ready to go for it. They've gone with the breach that they can get because of the laser gate. They can't quite get the tucked in, so they're going to have to swing around into an open firefight, but hey, they're winning out too, so why not see if you can go for gold here? Doki takes a bit of damage, but he's able to get Gunner. That is the player underneath. That is the player inside the site, and this is probably going to be a G2 3-2. There is at least one that comes against them, but stomping is the punctuation to end a pretty strong statement round from G2.
Yeah, really big round from G2. That was great. That's clinical G2. That is how you clear out a bomb site, make it look really easy for yourselves. You look at the way that they approached it. I mean, you have to highlight the players moving in towards Art and R6 room.
Yep.
You know, that was very, very important. In towards the vault as well, putting pressure on that side of the map. So it means that the Tachanka isn't going to feel safe. You know, the Tachanka's not going to sit and look at the breach if he knows he's going to get flanked from behind. So I love that added bit of pressure. Obviously, you have to move in and win your gunfights, and G2 are doing that at the moment. I mean, if you look at the kills after 5 rounds, it's pretty hefty in G2's favor. You know, Blaz on 7, Lair on 5, Stomping on 6. I mean, if you're Toki and Alamau, those are the 3 you want showing up.
Yeah, you know, take your foot off the gas. It's also sort of coming into this based on the stats at the sort of start of the day. Kaveni was the top rated out of anyone that was in this lobby. He's had some meteoric performances. A little bit of a slower start today, but obviously, you know, you're building in. It's your opponent's map pick. It's the one that they're sort of expected to get off to the better foot. But yeah, Thumpin and Doki have not been a million miles away. And across the whole team, I think generically, G2 have been a little bit ahead. But also remember, they have played less games because they didn't play in the upper bracket yesterday. So that 2-0 that M80 suffered the wrong side of would negatively impact stats. At this point, though, hot and cold on towards the clash. See if she can try and bring some success on a site that is generally been a bit back and forth. That time round, it felt very strong in the favor of G2, so instead of trying to go for the extension on the far side of green, let's peel ourselves back towards ops. Let's try and slow the mark a bit. G2, I'm not going to say they've struggled with time, but they like to spend a while cooking.
Yeah, I don't think the time has been too big of an issue here so far for G2. I think they've handled it really well. You look at that last round as an example, but I think for M80, you just want to keep stress testing that, don't you? Just want to keep piling on. I mean, the tubs, it's just delaying the inevitable. A very split take here from G2, looking to approach all angles off this top floor. Just need to find out where the punch is going to come from. I think maybe is it going to be a bit of a bait from the guys coming in from storage and in free green, and then you still have Stumped and Alama here with most of the util, and obviously has the diffuser too.
Yeah, well, I think this is the sort of position, right? They've pushed the clash back in towards the site, but with a minute 30, she can restack and has actually gone all the way towards where Doki and Loira are hanging around. They're still, as I said, G2 taking their time. They like to run the numbers, see if they're any good at math. But currently it's just long watches over play spaces. They are opening up. Laura's going to put some pressure on towards the bathroom, which you can hear slowly surrounding Kino is wondering, well, at what point do I leave? Oh, Oh, 2 for 2, almost immediately either side, and that's a bit of a wide spread as well. So that's now the kit cold in Mez. Alamau's watching to make sure he doesn't get swung as well, but this approach might be one that gets us tied for the half, Demo.
Yeah, Blaz needs to try and find some picks in the backside, but look at the patience, though, from M80. They've got the 2 kills. They went aggro. They were able to find the kills earlier. Now they just do the easy part, sit in your hands and just play the trade game. And look at where Kino is. He's got a shotgun bullets. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Where's he going?
He's got to choose the side. He's got to make a choice, and he chooses freedom. Sprints his way out of there with 30 seconds. That means G2 do not get a pick that was probably quite important. The C4 almost gets the rest of Blaz, but he's living, and what kind of life will it be? 2 smokes. They can see if they can try and lead themselves in towards the site itself. Lair was just hoping he can get picked with the clash. Well, can't stop him getting the first, but does pick up on the second. Blaz gets Kaveni. There goes Blaz and Alamau. All that's left, 2 smoke bolts and 1 body for it, but with 8 seconds of time left, they know he's on the swing. They're just going to try and take the engagement. Played very smart here by Kino. There's also still a clash on the board, but Kino, he's sick of running Demo.
M80. A good response. I think the aggression games worked really well for them in the rounds that they've won. Not allowing G2 to set up, taking the fight to them. I mean, you sack off the smoke, you sack off the Tachanka, you bring in the clash, you're going to use it as active information, you're going to go pretty heavy against G2, and it's worked for them. Love it from M80. G2 just stalling out, could never really get the attack moving. And I think that's a kind of trademark, though, of G2. I think sometimes whenever the attack that gets called doesn't work out, then we start to see the kind of individual shot and you make big plays. I mean, Lair, he's got a bad habit of doing that, where a team could be sat 5-3, great, Lair finds 2 kills out of nothing, and all of a sudden it's back in G2's favor. Well, he is so dangerous at that.
It was sort of what happened in the play the other day, right? Lair had a bit of a slower start and towards the tournament.
Not much happening, and then bang!
Bang. Unbelievable. And it's always the element, I guess, of when you have a lobby like this, and when you have teams like this, and when you have the expectations like this, sure, the reason they're in this could be by their own standard, could be by the standard of sort of supporters or wherever. You don't expect your top teams to be in the lower bracket, but that doesn't mean they don't have the capability to still win it, right? It never means that they could be counted out, and there's always that trigger. It's a trigger phrase. It's an activation phrase. Whatever the coaches or each other can say to turn these sleeper agents on into killers in a video game. Just to clarify. Well, they'll see if they can try and get it. And what we will get is a sort of different approach here to limit the approach Demo to shields back.
Yeah. A little bit different. So G2 not wanting to play against the shield, I don't blame them. Certainly in terms of M80 electrification, so opening up these walls should be pretty simple for them, similar to what G2 went for. But, I mean, like G2, you also have to then play up against the smoke and that Tachanka combination. So I'm curious to see how M80 are going to combat against that. They've got a decent amount of util dump. Capitao Ying is there. They also have the demo, so potential of going downstairs, looking for the tracks below, and again, clearing out strong positions. You think about behind the desk inside of office, where usually Azami sits. I think kind of Blaz is there at the moment. You can see the keep barrier right behind him. So there are positions that still need to be checked by M80, but you look at the aggression that Doki has over towards Ops. He's wanting to hold in towards Mez as long as he can. Oh, good info though. The Tachanka
just going for it. No, the fire will at least stop them, as well as Stompin getting the first and Lair getting the second. They sort of went off to the races, but our race has been cancelled. Ground isn't quite passable. We're going to have to call the whole thing off. This approach. Oh, it's even worse. Now as another body hits the floor, and a 5 versus 1. Good idea, but unfortunately, G2 with better reactivity. They've all sent themselves down the corridor. There's one. There will only be one.
Think you heard that?
Oh, maybe.
So that's pretty much like you've stalled the clutch in a hill.
Yeah.
You've went straight back down immediately. False start for M80.
screaming begins?
I mean, they're laughing. It's always trying to work out who is screaming, because obviously there's still 4 teams playing in that room. There's still a lot going on, a lot of siege.
Attackers have located a bomb.
We are not that far away from them as well. There's the occasion, especially when you get teams do the big like pre-game chants. We hear that where we are, like physically, through the floor. We feel it, the vibrations. So I can try and work it out.
Home improvement time. Loading new magazine.
The other fun fact about where we are right now is
10 seconds to
Telestrator is
go.
right next to us, and Fresh has just put the picture of Alamau and Fabian getting married
seconds to
on the
insertion.
Telestrator.
That's
right
his
next to us.
inspiration.
It's his inspiration. He's just looking at it. He's staring at it lovingly.
Yeah, great graphic, isn't it?
It is a great graphic. Although the graphic packages out. This whole tournament has been so much fun. Our desk, though, maybe rein them in a bit. We're back in. And the one option shield they've decided to bring with outside of Fuse. Get Kino on the board. Great shield player. Has been able to get himself manipulated in the play space, and that was sort of in some ways what they were missing last time, Demo.
Yeah, Kino's had his great moments in shields. He's also had some poor moments in shield in the past.
We didn't talk about this.
I mean, sure,
Oh, we talk about this.
plenty of crips. Look at this.
In and off to the races, straight in towards the side itself, about to round on the man. He's able to get one though. Can he get both? Surely not. Gunner does get stomping, but still, those are those alarm bells were sort of ringing out, Demo, you talked about before, and Kino's just going to keep the pressure going. He's able to drop, but Doki keeps things balanced, and now it's unfortunately not. Loira swings around the back, gets himself a double. The activation phrase was said. It was help, help, help there in the sight, and now Loira pops up, puts them down, and leaves Gunner all alone. But with any of these players still standing, it's never over, really, until it's entirely done. Flashes his way around the corner and hopes to get a little bit lucky with somebody moving out the way. They know exactly where he is, so he's not really trying to hide or disguise his motion. The problem is a lot of time and a lot of utility still stood. That's the downside. They know exactly where the kid is. They know exactly what is still standing, and, well, they know where to put him down. Loira, 3 for the round.
I'm really surprised they've went for a rush after what happened to them the previous round.
2 rushes?
It's... I think it's a tough one, because obviously if you see a gap, if you see an opportunity, you want to try and take it, but at the moment, G2 are reacting really well. I thought G2 reacted well also in their attacking half to how M80 were setting up. This is the very important kill. Being able to pick up Diffuser, the only guy with Kino, and then you've left Kino in essentially one versus whoever's in the site, which is not going to be favorable for him. And you know, Laura, he's on Demon Time again today.
Demon Time?
That's it.
So 2 rushes in a row. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Surely not fool me 3 times. There's no adage for fool me 3 times.
No,
There's no saying.
It shouldn't.
It's not gonna.
It can't be.
But it might.
I think
It's not gonna happen.
I think they need to try and slow it down, control the game more. I think with the way that G2 and the players have really developed into this game, where players are gunning, you know, trying to just go for the head-ups, kind of 50-50 gunfights, which sometimes rushes kind of are. It's catching somebody by surprise and then winning that engagement. But if you're not doing that, this is what's going to happen.
In terms of approaching this site with this lineup, in this weather, in this Paris, you've got something a little bit standard. There isn't really a huge amount of, you know, the sort of sends play. You could get the question of the covering smoke and going for the pressure on the verticality. There's another Solace to have to deal with, whether they knew that or would work that out as time goes on. But Blas's mirror position could prove to be problematic.
Yeah, I think they're obviously going to try and go for that plant via using smokes and then also having that Thatcher above to stop any potential Solace who could have been up there. But as we can see, G2 have not brought in the Solace, who we know is great for this bomb site to stop that plant going down, which is probably still a pretty good thing for M80, knowing that there is no Solace. You can almost just kind of forget about them if you want and really play into the smokes, but I would still say they're going to add a little bit of pressure. You can see Kino's rotated over here, has the Candelas. You should get a lot of value out of this. There's nothing to really stop the Candelas. So G2 upstairs, they need to be careful.
Threaded a network of Denari and threaded a bit of safety behind the shield, making sure they can swing on towards Art Window, but it's just structural work being done right now, right? Get yourself up close. You know they're not going to push out of this angle. Well, they might as G2, but they're probably not going to. Here's that Thatcher play we talked about, and they're just going to maybe try and roll their way in. There's the throw in, there's the blinds. He's going so deep with the shotgun, but nobody's here to be found. They've absolutely gone on vacation. Oh no, vacation's cancelled. And the reason it's gone down is through a hurricane Kino that's just blown across the top. Now they're going to keep driving. They've peeled their way back down green, back down the chute, back off towards the safety and sanctity of the site. Demo.
Yeah, really good clear from Kino, using the Candelas, using that fear factor, knowing that G2, you cannot fight against something you can't see. And that is what Ying is great at, taking that space, being that problem. And now they have top floor control. G2, though, you mentioned it, a lot of them ran away before they could kind of get caught out, so there is still potential for a retake, or just try and hold the bomb site from outside of it.
And now we've only got one smoke canister left, Demo. So how are they going to plant? Look at that for an external rotate. Wow. They know where Stompin is, but he doesn't really care.
Whoa!
Oh, Gaveni hops through the door over Blaz, gets the hurdle, and then kills the hurdle. Now Loira, though, finds Gunner. 3 versus 4, 20 seconds, and nothing to disguise the plant or any cover inside itself. They're going to see if they can just make it happen, but he can't even get back in and out because they've locked it in from above. Demo Stompin said, I'm going on this rotate, and I'm going to get 2, and maybe try and find 2 more. 7 seconds. It's going to turn into a 1 versus 1. They got to plant. They got to find the right angle, and you know, he's hunting. He's sort of circling the problem, but a post plant. And at this point, they can just peel themselves away. Diffuser just pulls that one together.
Oh, and breathe. Wow. Almost from Stompin. I mean, the run out, the rotation that he went for. Going from Skybridge door all the way into Ops. But sadly, just did not have the information of knowing where they were planting. Very, very close for Stompin, but it's not going to be a clutch you can add to his already impressive total. The bans. Yeah, the Ying straight away. No surprise. After what Kino did to them upstairs. Yeah, I think you're right to go for that ban. I mean, just look at the area that he's been able to control. He just completely disrupted that roam game, and that was a bit of siege time. And I think if you're Black, you're thinking, how has he jumped in at the moment I ran up to the door? Almost.
Almost. Taking accountability. That's what makes a great teammate. Only 1 round between them once again. Obviously, for the first time at the start of this half, G2 were able to double down. And that becomes this worry, because now we head back to one of the sites they've won, Demo.
Yeah, they've cracked the 3rd bomb site, but it's the other 2 that M8 need to try and get themselves into position where they can win. And, I mean, really both of the rounds were just tosses from M80. They didn't really create much of a problem for G2. Tried to take early control of Mez coming in through rocket stairs. It was caught on very early on from G2. They were able to put up a fight against it. Gotta be a different approach here from M80. They can't be going with the same reckless playstyle. I mean, look, that slower playstyle worked really well from them, taking areas of the map, taking that control.
Yeah. Obviously, it's always the comparison on the tertiary, but now we get, as you said, a different take. There is a lot to slower take here. You obviously still got the Tachanka to make sure you can control the play space. Doki can peel their way back. Stompin on the Goyo, obviously, waste as much time, holding a bit of an aggressive step up. They're making sure that the team is one that is leaning in towards the approach, but M80, they're not rushing into it. Themselves this, the pinch on towards Ops, the coverage on towards Skybridge as well. They're sort of taking it step by step. They've got the Deimos of Diffuser. Could go underneath, start digging out players, put pressure. Obviously, it's pretty much a constant ban against G2. They don't want Doki to have Deimos, and I get it. Fear or respect, as he always types in the all chat. At this point, maybe if they do it enough, you might forget how to play the operator. Here's the close swing. Do they expect this? The pop round, just a step, just a step. Oh, he actually gets caught because Gunner doubles down. Well, maybe he's also forgetting how to play his army. You talked about siege timing. If that happened to me, I'd smash the clock.
That's a tough one. Oh, Doki. Down he goes. Again, would add still a good, decent amount of util with those keepers if he fell back to the bomb site, but it's into the cameras. And again, the slower playstyle working well for M80, taken just kill by kill. They've got their way in. They've got themselves in towards Ops. Mez is going to be the next thing they need to try and clear out. The players downstairs looking for a bit of a cheeky pick there from Diffuser. Again, still all quiet for M80. This is where they're getting ready for that second take to clear out these players in towards Bathroom and in towards Mez.
It's the run-up. The main stairs hit by the smokes. They can slow it down. In the meantime, Malamal's able to take the head off of Gaveni. Double. Can't get 3, though, because suddenly there's Kino swinging around the side, but he's got a second to reload. Hotten's only watching from the art window from long, and Gunner's trying to cut his way across Mez behind him. So, hey, he'll take the work into his own hands. Why not get 4? No. Stompin has the cover, but there's another for his trouble, and that just leaves Hotten watching the windows, looking at the art, but the picture currently painted is G2 in a 2 versus 1 situation. He might be able to get lucky here. He's got them angled both towards the same side, but the reason they're there is because that kit is sitting pretty dangerously right in the open of a very long corridor and a very bit of tricky terrain, 20 seconds. And he doesn't even know where to start looking, but he's got to clear every angle so he doesn't get swung on from the back. Okay, well, there's Chanka that sort of makes the rude hello that he can. Let's go on towards G2 map point.
Fantastic trade game from G2 there, wasn't it? Really backs up against the wall, minute left. Big old util dump in towards Mez, but they stood firm. I mean, obviously this was the unfortunate one for Doki, where he realized at the last moment.
Yeah.
This was massive, by the way, from Alamau. Gets the first, immediately switches to the shotgun, and he gets the second as he pushes up. Look, I don't blame him. Didn't expect the third. That's not his bad. This was a big pick here from Stomp, and he needed to get this one to really put Hot and Cold in that difficult position of the 1v2. Yeah, great work from G2. Great trade network being set up.
Well, they couldn't quite crack that site that's been doubled down, but there's always the chance at this on towards the basement. Now, this has obviously been a place where they tried a bit of a rush, and, you know, we highlighted one very important kill at the start of that. If this had gone away, it could have been a different round, and I'm wondering how much of that G2 will bring into this. I think M80 is going to try a slower approach whatever happens. But will they try and root out this, especially Stompin on the Vigil on the top floor, taking out drones so they know somebody's out and about now, just by the sheer fact the utility is gone. Double down with some support of Doki, and you're going to trade places. Tag him in, see if he can bear the first bit of brunt. That position is so dangerous for Lair as well.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times in the EML. Him inside a garage is somebody you just don't want to... Was it against VP? I think it was against VP. Yeah, don't attack him. It's his garage, it's his boats. You can't have them.
My man loves his boat.
There are boats in there, I am correct, isn't there? Is there boats in that garage? I think so.
It's a big garage.
I think there's boats. Am I right? Yeah, there is. Okay. Good. I passed the general knowledge test. Get in there.
Oh, look at all these boats. And enough about boats. Let's get back to the approach on towards the top floor. Sort of said, are they going to try and cut them at the pass? It's very spread out right now, as you can see. Yes, they're putting pressure onto Warehouse, but they want to try and catch the G2 players as they rotate back down.
Yeah, and they're kind of spread out through kind of every layer right now, and they're kind of pinched one. And I think for Stompin, losing up very, very early on without having that impact, and if there are other rumors you could have kind of retreated back to, bit of a blunder there for him.
Ooh, it wasn't Lair that got that kill, but it was Doki. Came around the back, got a pinch, and, well, a 4 versus 4. They might have lost one, but they've leveled things up, and with a minute 33, they sort of make the idea of everywhere is still dangerous. Where would you like to go? And they're going to say, oh no, let's try and get some of the work done. Get the boogie drones boogieing as G2 will retreat back towards the site, make sure that they're prepared for the 4 versus 4. In the meantime, they're still set up here and waiting. They have a lot of control of the site itself, and is it just going to be a try and sort of wrest control here?
Yeah, look where Alamau is. A danger position. He going to get cut off by the verts. We need to be very careful if he wants to try and take these challenges. And he's going to go for it, using the keepers. But no, there's Kino. Hits him in the back with a Blackbeard.
3 versus 4, a minute on, and they're still just going to try and wrest control of lockers. They've got it locked down, and Lair, Doki, and Blast have set themselves up as this front line. Gunner's still above. That's that danger. That limits the space that they can sort of move in, but they only need a second to plant Lair. Oh, he pulls it off! 2 versus -2, 40 seconds now, and it's all down to Gunnar and Gaveni, a dream team duo, but against the shield, and with a big rotate still happening, you can see that, well, they're just burning out time. One more smoke canister demo, one more C4. They could play the rest of this from a bit of long arm, so those 4 flashes are going to have to be part of a bit of a flashy drive in. They've obviously got some awareness. They're just going to try and move on the back of it, and they're able to catch first by finding a pocket of space. The second, they line up. They can't quite get the connection either side of 1 versus 1. And Doki might have been the first removed in the previous round, but here, pulls back, Gunnar. He's going deep. He doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have an idea, and he's hoping that he can find a single place. He's only just realized he didn't know. And a Shakespearean tragedy leads to an EML victory on the first map.
Oh, my heart bleeds for him. He didn't realize. He thought, oh, I can still win this. We're in the 1v1. I get the diffuser. But no, cold on the floor. I have to highlight Lair. Wow, that play saved them that round.
Well, saved them the round, but it was almost a little bit more competitive. And for now, well, it's almost time. Oh, it is for our break.
Meu Deus. Muita coisa aqui, hein? Começa por aqui? Acho que é. Fácil também. Do Lion. Dois. De cada baú que a gente abrir vai ter um desse. Porque 3 bang ali, tipo, 2 mais... 8 mais 8 mais 8 é 24. 17? 17, 8 e 2. So it will be 18. Tá, tem um cadeado aqui. É de onde os operadores são, será? Que país? Acho que nenhum aqui é canadense, né? O Capcom também não. Tá, faz sentido. Nada a ver. Eu não entendi isso aqui não, velho. Ok, we are doing the wrong way. Acho que é em ordem crescente, né? 7, 6... Abriu. Foi. 6. Agora a gente pegou todas as senhas já, né? Não, faltou uma aqui não. Faltou uma. Não, 4. 3. Aham. Então esse é 4, 3. Esse aí é o que mesmo? Não lembro. Tava onde mesmo, vai? Foi. 7. Mais um número. 2, 1. 6, 7.
Hello, I'm Benjimaster, and I'm a player from SSG. And this is like, finish this sentence. Right now, the best Essex team is probably have to be Furia, since they just beat Falcons. If I win the SI 2026, then I will have 2 SIs. The best map in Essex is probably maybe Chalet, I would say, or Villa for Ranked. The most underrated player is probably I'm just gonna go with Philippux, even though he's highly rated, but like, he's good.
Eu faria uma rotação aqui, né, no close, obviamente. Faria uma rotação aqui. Faria pixies aqui. Eu faria pixies verticais de cima para baixo aqui, para marcar luz. Certo. Aquele da bomba da cozinha. E o do troféu, e o do troféu não, do tapete e o do portal. É que fica muito grande, né? Mas eu posso colocar pixel vertical aqui. Aí, meluze, eu colocaria uma meluze aqui no piano. Eu colocaria uma aqui fora. Eu colocaria uma no portal. E eu colocaria outra no solário. Cara, vai ser um cara no janelão. Vou botar uma Ing na porta do CEO. Vou botar um Black pra embalar solário. Um Blitz pra pular banheiro. E um cara de 4-1 na Bíblia, que vai jogar solo. Na minha visão, esse cara tá morto. Esse cara não consegue fazer nada por causa do vigil. Esse cara morre de baixo. Esse cara vai avançar aqui. E aí, enfim, não sei. Vai ser essa troca aqui, né? Esse cara não consegue avançar. Aí fodeu pra mim, então. Aí desenrola, mano. Aí não tem o que fazer, pai. Tomei pique, tomei marcando de baixo. Tomei counter no CEO, aí perdi a rodada. Mas o que você faria se você soubesse que eu defenderia assim? Tipo, você traria a Ing pra cá, talvez virar uma Ing pra piano. E aí, no caso também, se eu soubesse, por exemplo, que a Solis ia picar, eu tiraria o cara do janelão, botaria pra ele somar no rapel Tesla ali junto com o Black pra ele conseguir embalar. Mas acho que seria isso, mas a minha principal ideia era a primeira, né, no caso. Sim. Cara, sendo sincero, eu acho que é um 50-50, né? Pra ser um draw, um empate. Porque dependendo também, se eu faço ela muito rápido, eu poderia surpreender vocês. Tipo. Exato. Se você pula aqui rápido, esse cara entra com dor no posicionado, sim. Já esse cara já morre, tá ligado? Ou tipo, você domina o piano rápido, aí não tem como ajudar por aqui, porque esse cara o janelão mata, aí é o cara da moreta, trocação do ataque.
I feel like that's phase.
Ok, so, phase winner, bro.
Yeah.
G2 take map 1, but it was closer than against FaZe, and what a heartbreaking way as well to end the series or the map for MAT with that 1v1 in the end.
Yeah, MAT stayed in the fight the whole time, right? It was much closer than FaZe, but I will say this. I was questioning some defenses. That one, for example, with Gavin in Neil stairs, right? In the defense, he stays there multiple times in basement. Yeah. G2 just takes the bomb site and plants multiple times. I don't see the reaction I usually see from MAT that are so good at adapting to something that you see live. I did not see that.
That was a much closer game, but for probably a couple of deplorable garage defenses from MAT. Them first couple of rounds on the garage were really, it set G2 up on a momentum roll, and they did manage to bring it back. I think Fabian had a good timeout to bring it back, and then it was a lot closer of a game than it needed to be. But when a game is, what, 7-4?
Yeah.
Like, it's a couple of rounds either way, and, you know, that's going to kick them.
And look at most of the rounds, by the way. That's a testament of how good these two teams are. Most of the rounds end up either in a 3v3, either in a 1v1. They're made very close because each team is fighting back. And I want to go back to something that Harry Demo said at some point. He said, fantastic trading game from G2. Well, I will say this trading game was also good for MAT. We're looking at two teams that are playing at the top level because they're back against the wall.
I think we highlighted one player at the beginning of this series, and I feel like we might have to highlight him again.
Yeah, it's going to be Lair. I mean, I think Harry referenced it. He called it demon time. It's Lair and actually Stompin'. I think the two main players on the side of G2. Lair actually made a couple of big plays. We saw him just at the very end, in the very final round, make a round-winning play for his team there. He made one on attack as well. And Stompin' was really, really good for G2 on the backstab initially in the first couple of rounds. Playing the Dokkaebi, you know, lurking on his own and finding picks, but waiting for his teammate to create that action and then walking in the building.
Beautiful how both of them are able to do that on hard breachers, by the way, on attack. Obviously, abusing the vigilance agile in defense, but I will say this, they're basically put on roles where as soon as they use their utility, then they can go and die, it's fine. And so that's why they breach the walls usually that are accessible from outside, and then they're given the good guns. If we look at one of the rounds that, for example, I thought that Lair was doing a great job, it's a backstab actually on the top floor, and it goes to show the way that G2 is playing, by the way, on attack.
Yeah. Where the trade game is just so strong.
Yeah, if we look at this, for example, you're gonna see Lair and Blaz on the bottom right of the screen. Lair is droning the back of the bomb site. Blaz has sent green bees to try and spot the two defenders. Here he spots the first one in TV, the second one here around the pillar. Look at how Lair gets aggressive on this guy, gets the pick. Blaz is ready to cover the retake here from the smoke, gets the kill, and Lair can then get aggressive on Diffuser close to him with a flashbang. Look, perfect flash, Lair takes the pick. The three core players on the left side are still working the bomb site, but Lair and Blaz, single-handedly, the two of them were able to backstab.
And that's the kind of yin and yang, right? M80 in that kind of scenario, their NA, I suppose, fabric would have looked for a plan, whereas G2 were kind of just baiting it and then play for the aggression and find the initial entry in a place that's maybe not too expected, and Lair and Blaz working perfectly together. The teamwork for G2 was exceptional.
So far in the series, or in this event, Fortress has been the wild card for NA. Can M80 keep themselves in the competition? Elimination is on the line. The map is ready.
Well, I'm excited to take it into the Fortress, as excited as they are to see themselves on the screen. But obviously, that is only a temporary before it gets covered out. I am looking forward to this because there's a lot that you and I will talk about, but before we get there, well, let's get into Fortress. So, Fortress is a map. You and I actually haven't been able to cast this yet in this tournament. This brings us down to you and I actually only missing one map that we haven't cast yet. Do you know what it is?
Border.
It is Border, but that's a different story. Anyway, Fortress itself, we have seen it have a pretty decent play in generically NA and how the teams have been able to bring the game there. And, well, I'm just going to open with a vague question, Demo, a vague one to pluck at your big brain. What's your thoughts about the map?
I like it. I think it's good. Me and Mr. Pengu have had quite a few, I don't want to say arguments, but debates about it.
Okay.
He loves the kitchen bomb site. I don't.
Right.
I am very much leaning towards this being more of an Oregon-esque map. And whenever I say that, I mean there's two really good kind of defender bomb sites, and then the other two you're kind of begging a bit for a little bit of help. So that's kind of the way I look at this, as almost another Oregon. Hopefully it doesn't, you know, we're not sitting here saying Fortress, you know, a few years later down the line, but you never know.
Not Fortress. Oh, I came Fortress. I mean, if it got to that stage, people would actually have to let it through the ranked ban pool. Come on, anyone who's listening who bans it, stop being a coward. This is a direct call out to you, but we're not quite in that engagement. And, well, if I want to back up statistics, if people want a taste of how this map handles dorms and games, and Command Officer and Bathroom, the two top floor sites, they are the ones that teams will drive most of their defense through with pretty decent success rates. Waiting Room Cafe is the third fadeaway for most teams, and there have been 2 plays of Hammam Sitting Room because Demo, it's not that good.
No, it's terrible.
And I think you and Pengu can even agree on that.
Yeah, that's the bad one. That's the fourth, you know, and there's a big gap there. Looking at this hold in terms of G2, I like it. There is a very much a layered defense going on. It's that onion that we love to build. You have the kind of 3 different phases. You've got the Azami you have to burn for as the attackers. Then you have the mirror window. And then the kicker is going to be that clash in the late stages. So there is so much that M80 need to try and work through, and as possibly as fast as they can. Seems to be they're kind of stemming for a more traditional minimalistic take, where all of their pressure is going to come from one side, that being up in through white stairs. Demo Shotgun, a very common operator to be used here.
Ooh, trying to charge their way right into the traps, but the Razor Bloom can't quite get either of them. Instead, the Shotgun Rush rocks white, and suddenly they've lost this pin position on the backside of the site. Lair, it's a bit of a danger place to be in, right? You don't fully expect to survive. However, what a quick and clean removal.
Yeah, the shotguns are great going up that staircase, and unless you have your own shotgun as a defense, you're just not going to win that. So yeah, great early pick from M80, and interestingly enough for M80, they're going for a completely different approach. Yes, they've been able to get that kill towards White, but now they're switching things up, hoping that with that kill, maybe G2 would kind of drop off, fall back into the bomb site. That is the timing! Oh, no, Stompin', no!
Oh, no! Disaster has struck Stompin', and, well, Hotton survives. The man with the breaches in the kit is gonna live, but only with a sliver of health as they get the breach open, ready to try and get another pick. He said aggressive, and here's them trying to just put the pressure back onto this situation. There's still a big divide to cross there. Crossfire from Blast from Horse will actually get the drop down on towards one. They still have a bit of a control. The C4 kind of only caught air, and Doki catches Kaveni, though. Now a 3 versus 3 with Hotton on the other side by himself, trying to put some pinch pressure in towards the Fuser, who just drives across Horse, gets the double down, but it's again these consistent engagements back and forth. The anvil rocked on the other side, so now we're just left with a bag of hammers, and we'll see if we can slap them against each other and see which ones can survive the drive-through. The Fuser cuts his way across, his gun is able to get the pinch on the other, and M80 build a better structure.
Big old track there in the 2v2 to isolate Doki, pick apart Alamau, who, playing as the Mira, not mobile enough to really get out of danger. Too many angles that Alamau had to cover because Doki had to fall back because he was being tracked. Really well played 2v2 by M80. You have to talk about the opening. I mean, getting the opening pick. Now look, there was I don't want to say a mistake, but a massive missed magazine during that round. And I mean, when do we ever see Stompin' miss that? Never. I mean, no chance for Laura to do anything but this, that. I mean, that has to be a kill. Has to be. Credit Hot and Cold, but Stompin' got to hit those. Still not a bad fight back for G2, but you said that 2v2. Played really well by M80 to get the first round on the board. And G2 double dipping, going back to the same bomb site. However, 2 changes. Loira with his own shotgun in hopes to play towards Whites there this time. I think that is immediately what I noticed.
Yep.
And also a Fenrir from Stompin'. I mean, that's also going to help if he wants to try and hold towards bunks again. Having that little bit of a trap, that little bit of information.
Yeah, it just gives you that sort of serenity, right? As you said, this is going to be a bit of an arms race across these 2 teams, see who can try and get themselves just that 1 step ahead. And if it comes down to locking yourself down on the swing, well, then so be it. Obviously, when we talk about the history of this map between these 2 rosters, we can cite wider statistics and win rates, but the only one, these 2 who's brought it towards this tournament so far, was actually G2, who lost it 6-8. Against FaZe. It was that sort of first map that made every single G2 fan suddenly stood on edges. They might get eliminated during Phase 1. M80 haven't played it. So this could be a question of sort of prepping, counter-prepping. What's the difference of 2 rounds? Says M80 and the team behind them. Well, time to prove it.
So M80 gonna just front up with a Monty, clearing away these roamers towards bunks and games. And the first man through the rafters is gonna be Doki. Got to keep a barrier. You can see the Monty clear as day. It's just who could be behind that Monty. And oh, I think he's spotted something. I think Doki knows that somebody's with him. Oh, he pulls out the Kiba, and that allows Gav to go for the swing. Doesn't get the kill though, only a down.
Well, they should be able to get him back up, and you can see that they're using the clash as a sort of saving grace. It's a bit of a cross line here. It's a no man's land, and that's how that wall plays into the hole.
And look at the info that Blaz has been able to gain. There's 3 players that he was able to spot out, so they know that everything is going to be flooding through in towards meeting now, and this is where G2 can go and play with those mirror windows, play with that Clash who is still full HP. And you kind of look at what have they got apart from the nades. There ain't much to really get rid of that Clash shield.
At this point, M80, they get themselves rolling around, and as you can see on the picture-in-picture, this pass, this cross across the meeting room is one of the hardest sort of swings around on this map. The pressure that you can generate on towards that singular back door all sort of rebuffed, so instead they drive on towards Horse. They pick up the approach, bring it to the other side, get themselves in close and make it a bit of a swing fight, but the C4 ripped and ready to go. It's gonna actually get the all-go from the other side, but Stompin hits Diffuser right back. The Bees are going to an already dead player, hoping that there might be a bit of a loose catch instead, but in the meantime, they're up against the Clash that's already pre-popping, and Hot and Cold who just wants to drive his way through, but the Keepers keep pulling against the perfect utility game here, just keep them battering and battening against the doors themselves, trying to get on towards the strategy table, but the only strategy they can see is safety and back out and back round and just looking for a singular route in towards a singular purpose, but Doki has a purpose, and that is to appear from behind and get a couple of kills, but Stompin says, I'm too busy, mate, doing your job for you. The last little pop is a Stompin, and G2 level things up.
You are so good, thank you. Brilliant from Jack. Yeah, G2 playing the operators that they have at their disposal. Just look at the onslaught of util being dumped, even around the minute mark. You know, the Kiba barrier still playing big. That Clash, an absolute nightmare for that Monty. What could he do against it? I mean, the Monty had to almost go from one end of the map all the way to the other because the Clash said, no, this way's blocked, you have to go the other way. A detour. I was also a little bit worried whenever I seen Lair get taken down because he was man holding Horse, and we know how big Horse is to kind of secure that control off. Opens up all the different avenues into that bomb site. But M8, I think, just almost feeling the pain of that timer too. You know, it took them a while to really get in position, and nobody looked as though they wanted to move into the bomb site. They were very timid, I think, on that final execute.
10 seconds to go.
Now to finish a slightly earlier point, when we talk of the reference of how this map is played on a region basis, which is always a fun conversation because, you know, teams will scrim into region, they'll get themselves ready for tournaments, they'll get themselves traveling around. NA, I believe, at sort of first glance across this tournament on Fortress are on a 7-1 win record against other sort of teams when they're sort of basing. And yeah, we haven't had an M80 play, but it is a map that's obviously come quite quickly in towards their pool. It's sort of majority of playtime on towards it, and only other two teams have found a win on it, that being FearX and FaZe, who are more than happy to get themselves round, though early reveal on a Clash who's just sort of keeping herself aware, but Alamau shouldn't be in too much danger. That hop-in window there on towards vending is going to be a bit of a problem thing that you have to keep an eye on. Obviously, Gunnar has that bit of an outside stretch. He can open up here, make sure he doesn't get caught on the ankle hold, similar to, say, if you're approaching on Villa. For those that might be aware of it, and you have the cross in towards Washroom, yes, you've got the door of the site, but oh no, they can shoot your ankles with that opening.
Yeah, it's the place that you don't want to go to. It's off limits for a lot of the attackers. Opening pick goes in favor of M80. That's happened again for them. I mean, the opening pick is certainly a stat line that G2 are struggling in inside this game. But speaking of struggling, this Clash is such an issue again.
I know, you've got the glass trying, you've got all the smokes, the Deimos, the calls, everything but the kitchen sink. But at that point, I think even she could deal with that problem. Look at them, stuck, held up, and just having to sprint their way past, hoping they can find the cover. Oh, they can't quite get the thread of the needle. Instead, Blaz, with that big LMG, can just hold that angle, hold left click, and hold every single M80 approach at bay alongside the Clash. And what do? Stuck here. Here's that wall I talked about before that becomes a bit of a danger aspect. Maybe pull them away, but for all that she's doing, she's luring them in towards a fight. Someone help her. No! She's done, but she's taken a lot out of them. There's a bit more out of Hot and Cold. But with a minute, they've finally been able to get themselves tangentially close towards the site. But as things are still a bit hypothetical, back towards the drawing board and seeing if they can get a landing.
Look at the position that Hot and Cold's been able to go in towards. That is a blind spot position. Nobody can touch him whenever he's planting there. And yeah, this is all G2 can do. Try and run and stop it, but no. Look at the coverage. The exterior wall being opened up.
Good shit, guys. Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Great stuff. I mean, for how long that they were held there, right? They were obviously trying to bait out utility. There was the balance of the smokes, but they were using them actively first. They were trying to push behind them. When you see teams throw down smokes and go for a sprint through, they're the ones, I think it's very fair to say, desperately trying to get a clutch on the momentum. They put the pressure on towards the Clash, as we saw. They didn't quite have the result that they wanted because of Blast's cross angle, and we, I think, fading in towards a timeout.
So like they can do that to me because like they did the first time because we didn't have like first there.
Yeah, okay.
So like I'm gonna have like first for me for the master. They can't push that anymore, and I'm gonna have the gate the other night for the other push. Okay, so like we should be fine. Okay, and for kitchens, I say like just try to hide the gate, put in the back the brick hatch, and one for dining if you fall back in reinforcement. Okay, and for banks, guys, I think like just like we don't need to worry about the mountain now. Like just can.
Yeah, but start there still.
Don't play out the organized for banks. Okay, play traps more.
No. So we just caught the tail end of that, but obviously he always calls very specific plays. I think in terms of how your coach leads, we've often talked about what can sort of be pieced together, but whether it's something that G2 as a team prefer, it's always very specific. It's watch this hatch, go bring this operator, get this answer to this question, I've solved this, here you go, take it away.
Yeah.
And it's really great to see the sort of contracting. I'll get the word on the third attempt, gonna go for it again, contrasting, there she goes, against obviously M80, how their preference is a lot of motivation, it's a lot of rallying.
And you look at the bans too. I mean, Ramallo mentioned it. You don't have to worry about that shield. You don't have to worry about that Monty walking in and gaining a boatload of information. And look, for M80, that clash was the main issue for a lot of their takes. So that's also been banned. So yeah, double shields, no surprise with the kind of toothpick pain that has been caused. So, and now we move into the third bomb site choice, which, again, I'm just not a fan of this kitchen. I just think you can't play on the bomb site because there's no real safe position that you can sit, because you can just go above and open up everything. So it forces you to have to go for a roam. And because the map is so large, trying to get a solid roam game with really good trades without giving away half the map is really difficult, pretty much impossible. I mean, you just don't see teams be able to maneuver a 5-man roam with the full extensions going in towards top floor and in towards the first floor. Yeah, I don't know. It's very tricky to try and hold, and I think if you're a competent attacking side who can play well against the roam game, this bomb site is very easy to go for.
Now, let's see if the early call timeout is going to net some success. It was the same time with sort of the reversed score of the previous split, where we had the result, but here's the coverage, here's the glass, here's the drive right round to a fight that currently isn't actually active. Oh no! Stabbed in the back, and who's to blame? Maybe the cover that can't quite be there. There it is! Doki swings around, gets the pinch on towards one, takes a bit of damage, but most importantly has pulled out that front foot forward and made sure that they stumble just a little. They need to try and keep this momentum going. As the Boogie drones working over the top and over time. Target acquired. But in the meantime, they're just going to see if they can get their way through and taking off a fight of somebody they're not quite sure where she is, probably because of the mute jammers scattered about. There it is, the Boogie drones. And at this point, G2, once again, as we complimented them on before a couple of times in the previous map, pull back.
Yeah, but you look at where they are now. They've all kind of had to fall in and around the site, which, again, the vertical play, it just makes it impossible to really defend that B-bomb site. I mean, all it takes is just one drone and then you're going to be spotted out and you can get killed quite easily. Look at this position. I mean, they are in good positions though to trade one another. That's the only thing, but how do you trade from the verts? That's the worry.
It's always that sort of challenge, right? As you said, and maybe that's why Pengu loves this map, because he just loves killing people through the floorboards here. 40 seconds, 8 players still stood and trying to just desperately get a single grasp, and you can see a little bit of the loose motion as
don't have what I need.
Ready to want to cut his way in from the hallway, but otherwise the prep and the pressure is still on the plant, right? And what have you got in pockets? A couple of Capitao bolts to force some motion and some flashes. It's a very aggressive lean in here, and 1C4 could be the one already ripped and ready to go from the side of Stompin', but instead it's the pinch. He's got himself tucked in. There's the fire. Will force him to, not quite go anywhere, but with a shotgun ready to lock and load. It's a crossfire and a firefight of accidental play in towards the kitchen, but Gaveni and Gunner get one apiece between them, and with Alamau leveling things up, well, Diffuser, not all that's left.
A misfire. And I mean that in the literal sense. He missed the flames, he missed the Capitao bolt. Obviously a TK in there doesn't help, we know that.
Does not help, no.
But that was rough. I mean, you've seen it there in, when that kill happened inside of the kitchen. He thought that angle was checked. We've seen just the guy in the corner surrounded by flames. Just little things like that really tips the balance.
I mean, a good opening, I thought, from M80 to get themselves in, establish that early control. I mean, again, there was a time where we've seen where everyone in G2 were almost like standing on top of each other. Because there's not a lot of room to maneuver in, but the two mistakes, you know, the TK and then the misfire, does not help whatsoever, or else, realistically, you clear away that one guy with a shotgun. Who is there from G2 to stop that plant going down? That's the tricky thing. But this is what it's about. It's playing off the misses of the team you're against. It's about taking advantage. It's who can adapt better. That moment, it is all square, and even half.
Timeout worked, though. Did net some success, even though it was a bit chaotic. It's on what is a tertiary site in the regards of how they've played sites.
I also think there's an element similar to the Lair game for M80, where you're around about the 30-second mark, and they really have to start thinking about getting in and going for that diffuser. And nobody's really up for it. You know, they do take their time quite a bit, and I think that's an element that G2 have also exposed in this game. It's that kind of time management and really putting the stress under M80.
Deploying jammer.
Back in. After a timeout, and well, we talked about being able to hear stuff through the wall. You might be able to hear something that's going on in the other street right now, because
it's a very loud Canadian man.
Very loud Canadian man. And I heard the word heretics thrown in, so who knows what's going on over there. We're busy here. We have what is pretty much an entire evolution of operator selection here. Let's see if they can try and get themselves through. Obviously, with how this site has gone, it's been one once, one either side. They've got themselves in. There was sort of, in some ways, similar pushes, I think, from the side of M80. Both times they went for white with a bit of pace, with a bit of gusto. But there's always the chance that, well, I think very early on, the second time around, they almost got, I think it was Doki, down quite early. They almost got an advantage early on, and then when it came into the trade game, as he said, they just didn't have an answer for the Clash. Well, Clash is gone. So they found the answer for her. It comes in the third round and allows you to remove her from the game entirely. But so was the Monty. He was that driving force, as he often is on new maps.
Currently, the opening kill game is not in favor of G2. They've lost every single entry. Most of it coming in the form of Loira, who I believe has died all 4 times to that opening kill, and that's why he sits 0-4. And look, the guy had 15 kills in the last map. And it is a surprise to see you go from one map to another. So Loira needs to get himself stuck into this game and make that imprint, but again for G2, another opening kill goes against them. This time it's Blaz.
Yeah, Blaz won't be getting stuck into this game. The Kaid, you assume, has already done what he wants to do, but still. We talk about the importance of the trade game. We talk about the importance of that cross-control, and it's just removed out of their perspective. They can try and get some of this work done with the Blackbeard. We've already talked about how Kino can be on this shield, and you can see G2 is just kind of giving the terrain over. Oh, what is this little engagement? As we cut away from shotguns at dawn, but apparently both of them weren't quite able to connect. No one wanted the full risk, and here, this is that divide, that cross. On the long meeting room I talked about before, you know they'll have the angle from the opposite side. You've got to do this and just make sure that they can't watch it so comfortably and force them further. Back in towards the site, and actually goes for the reinforcement just a little bit later. They have one more Selma if they want to get that popped open. But otherwise, outside of that, what they've got is what they're working with.
It was the Clash that caused a lot of issues last time for M80. It just slowed their approach down, especially in towards Hordes, but they're making moves happen now. They're using that util. No Clash to go up against, using the Grim. Horse is gone. You have that shield. Kino can now start looking at these different engagements, spot out for his team. M80 in great shape in 40 seconds to make this a success.
Well, will he drive himself in towards the bathroom here? You can see that Loira is more than happy to go for the swing itself, but he's being tracked. But to be fair, he's holding a shotgun angle, and he's got a shotgun to make it work. Gets one! Can't get his way out the building with the grenade, but in the meantime, Doki's able to find one on the cover. So once again, we find ourselves in this sort of flat-fronted 2 versus 2. Drive right into the site, but diffuser! His cape took most of the damage, and the mask took the rest, but he's still standing, and instead, 13 seconds. Force Alamo out, they know where he is. That doesn't mean they can do a damn thing about it. The 2 versus 1, Kino, he should be swept up here as soon as they go for the close, and there it is. I said it was shotguns at dawn. Apparently they're just as good, if not better, at dusk.
What is the attack? He asked the question. I think this is for you, Emmy, to hop in there and answer.
Well, that was an attack on towards the second floor of Fortress, and that is all I am qualified to say.
I think he's looking for more details than that.
Oh, well, do it again, and I'll go through it all once more.
I thought they were in a really good pause here now. Like 3v4, minute left. Got horse control. Finally, Laura gets himself into the game. And look, I think for Loira, whenever you look at the G2 team and the success that they've had over the year, and yes, as much as what we've said, the impact that Stompin has had, Loira has to get his flowers too. You know, the year that he has had, you know, the player that he is, the way he's been able just to ease into this lineup has been incredible. You know, he's the kind of player that Alamal loves to IGL because he can go off and make plays which change the kind of dynamic of the round. And again, it's G2, we know the potential that they can play up to. But this M80 side, I mean, they are also so good. You know, I sat there and I think back to the major, and, you know, they never looked in doubt. You know, every game they went into, it was that confidence, that swagger that they had about it. Finally, we see an opening kill go in favor of G2. It's a spawn peek from Donkey. Great operator as well to remove the glass is gone. A big old util operator out of the hands of M80. Still, though, they have the Blackbeard. You've got the glass. Not as many smokes as what you maybe would like to have if you have the glass comp. Just the two from himself. 45 seconds. Where are they going to stem from? Where do they want the entry in from? It looks to be Horse. I mean, nades are being used in towards Horse, but Stompin on that Azami can easily plug up that hole. But for G2, it's just about staying compact and having that trade game.
Alamau gets the self to double down, and oh, why not make it 3 for the trouble? Wow. Blast wins out in the just shootout against Kino, and Hot and Cold is left with plenty of time. That's great. No flashes, drones loose, and some Selmas. This will probably be a bit of a conversation between the team. He's got time to try and dig in some of this round and a couple of picks to potentially find, but I mean, think about what's still in the pocket, right? 3 C4s, all the fires. They could play the rest of this hands off if they want, but that's not really what G2 do. Instead, they cement themselves the 4-2 half.
I just did a brand new random spawn pick. I punched the wall in music and just killed the guy. I never even knew the anthem.
So we're taking chances and it's paying off.
To be fair, if he didn't know it existed, knowing how he likes to play the game, there's a good chance most of the people didn't know it existed.
G2, good half, 4-2. Wonder though if M80 maybe need Fabian to get in there. The body language, the faces, not much in the face of M80. And we know what a Fabian pep talk can do for a team.
It's always that mark, right? It's always that thing. And they, you know, illuminated it at the desk at the start. It's the conversation piece around this series, is the history of these sort of orgs, of these players, of these coaches, of where things have gone and how Fabian is related towards them. We've all seen the clips. We've all seen the grandstand rallying he can do.
I mean, SI-23.
SI-23.
With G2, that was his most iconic call-out.
Sometimes you got to be back towards the wall, but it's also the same thing about G2. But here we go, I think. Mike's down.
Having a slight issue, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You lot at home, you got to wait. Got to wait for the good stuff. Do you think he's got it written down there, or do you think... Do you ever think he sat there, Fabian, and he's like, oh, this would be a banger line for the next speech?
Knowing his mentality, definitely not.
No, I've worked with him on a desk in a studio. He was the invention of the fact we had to get a swear jar in the old Parisian EML studio.
He made it mainstream, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was the first to do it. He was first to do a lot of things, we will say that much. Well,
this is such a trendsetter.
It is for Fabian. It's that fourth hammer he's chasing.
Yeah.
I
I mean, he's already got the most as it is with the 3, but then to go 2 ahead of everyone else, wow.
Could he ever be caught? It becomes that sort of question. And
I think Pengu bet it best. We can't allow that for Pengu's legacy. He's in it for himself. He can't have Fabian go 2 ahead of him.
Being the keenest eye, so I can shut up as soon as his lips start talking audibly. A 4-2 sort of situation, right? Obviously, technically 3 rounds separate M80 from getting themselves ready to go home, not being able to make the main stage. It's not the winner of this is only game today. If M80 win this, then we're on to 3 maps. And that means a very long series.
He is speaking.
Fortunately, we're not hearing.
Yeah. Don't know what's happened here. Just the bans. So not the timeout, just the bans.
Fortress 2 attack's good.
Apologies everyone, we thought it was going to be the tech timeout and we thought that's why the big pause was, but no, it was for the bans,
but it's
of course.
Yeah. Okay. Oh well. It means we still get it though. It means it's still in the cards.
Yep.
Damn it. I was ready, I was excited. I lied to myself as much as I lied to our wonderful viewers. 4-2. And we get the Monty ban immediately. I think it's a very fair ban. As I said before, Deimos is just banned against G2 pretty much all the time. But the Monty, you know, on a new map, when you're up against unfamiliar sort of enemies, it's sometimes this is a panic Monty, but it's also the exploration Monty. You get the chance of face checking, of clearing.
I mean, don't forget what team you're up against. I mean, Alamau, very confident in the shields. We know that how good he is in those operators. So you remove the Monty, who is great at just getting the information, being very, very safe. But for Alamau, still plenty of other shields he can choose from, and he will go for the Blackbeard. Now, what's the take going to involve here for G2? You look at the lineup, it just screams the util dump in towards the old tower side. That's what I would maybe look at. You have the Glass, you have the Ying, you can strong arm your way in through that, but what's the one thing that G2 did so well in Lair against M80? The backstabs. That is always going to be an element that they're going to be after. Here is the old tower take. You've got the shield primed and ready, and I'm sure that the Ying and co will not be too far off it. However, if he does drop, Smoke is ready with the toxic canister in hand. And it will choke him out. So Alamau just needs to be really careful here. So I like the play here from M80, trying to counter those shields. Gunner, though, on a roam game. Has he killed him from courtyard looking up? Where's that kill came from?
Oh, the hop.
It is, yeah.
The door, yeah. Gets rid of the player, gets rid of the lockdown, and pulls out, pulls out the glass with all these blinds, with all this cover. Not going to be able to really have the biggest impact here. They're loose on towards the vending window as the blinds and the flashes start to move. Make sure they can keep the pressure up. An untraded body doesn't go any further. Toki gets caught out by Hot and Cold, and that now leaves the 5 versus 3. No more Lions to try and help Prowl and the pride of the approach. Instead, it's the Blackbeard they've got to try and build behind and hope that he can batter down the hatches. The roll of the flashes go even deeper. As to the players itself, Loira, he's able to take care of one, and Kino gets the drop on towards. There's Diffuser with one more, leaves just Blaz outside of a window, and does get one more for the hop. Bit of a bold approach. Then the 1 versus 3 no kit, as you pointed out, right buried in the middle of games, but I think the only game he's playing is being toyed with right now. They've got themselves a very good cross peak. They've gone wide. They know it's right in the sort of pinch of it. He's got to drive himself through. In fact, it's not even in games. It's down the stairs on the other side of it, even further away, Demo.
Could just be a matter of time before M80 pick up this round, and well, maybe a 1v2 now. I mean, surely not. Surely not. No! No! You can't
not allowed to do that! The Frenchman who can do it all!
He wants to be in front of Paris. You can't argue the Frenchman doesn't want to be in front of a home crowd, Demo. But you also have a little bit of a question mark over M80 and what were just...
I mean, look at where he is.
Right?
He's jumped in vending window. And they just peek him one by one by one. Look. I mean, the shot on the last guy is insane. But that's... Look at the... Jumping in that window. He should just be dead. There's barbed wire. But somehow they give it to him.
10 seconds to go.
Christmas is over and Emmy are still giving gifts.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Fabian said 2 attack rounds were enough.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I don't think he counted throwing defense rounds at them as well, giving them that feed through 5-2. G2. And now they are but 2 rounds of continuing along the lower bracket, starting on paper technically sweeter than they did back in Montreal a few years ago, where they made the run all the way past an M80 at the time, but that was a bit later. In fact, the first team they dispatched off the top of my head was FaZe. Oh, equally difficult. But the momentum that can put to a team like G2 could be off the charts. Quick work with a Twitch drone, get some of this locked down. You can see already a player's down inside the site and they're off, making sure they can keep the pressure on Lair. He said he's on demon time. Apparently it's unending. There's Gunnar at least getting one back, but Adamau keeps the pressure hot. Can't quite thread the needle on towards the stairs, and now the 4 versus 2. But Gunnar, with the operator he was in the position he was in, is going to have to try and slowly creep his way back to offer some support. But at this point, with all of this happening in that opening minute, G2 have a lot of time to cook with.
Just a time thing now, like you mentioned. G2, acres of space. You look at where the defenders are. They're confined into the bomb site, in the bathroom, in towards office. And they just don't have the information. They have no idea where G2 are going to try and pop up from. And this is the advantage of going fast. It's the advantage of having Lair. Blaz just keeps it going with that Sophia here today. And Gunnar, can he maybe pull off a clutch?
The 1 versus 3 is going to find the next. No, he's not. Pre-fired it. But at this point, G2 sit but 1 round away of dispatching M80. And you ask for difference makers. Maybe it's pressure. Maybe it's the coach.
Guys, I wish I had words of wisdom for you now to tell you on how to come back on this. Honestly, I don't. But the one thing that I do think that can give us something against their walking is just to go heavy traps. Fuck this, Mia, fuck this, you know, fuck that, all that shit. Just go hard on traps and then time it together and swing off the traps. Generally, we have nothing to lose. And obviously their walking is what's struggling for us. They're just walking and finding gaps. They're constantly calling for it. That's what we got told in the break. Yep. So, Matt, in my opinion...
One round of struggling.
It was Lair 2, but if you want to keep playing that, that's up to you. I wish I had the wise words for you, but it's the one thing I see us struggling with, and we are not finding a fix for. They're walking on us, they're finding gaps, and they're abusing them. Alright, fix that. Let's go. Have this. Come on.
We run back bunks spread.
So, if anything, I think it's a fair underlining of the entire day so far for M80. It was what we talked about on the first map, right? G2, on their attacks, they were able to just walk their way in underneath the map itself. They see these angles and advantages. And whether it's just sort of gaps in intel, gaps in communication, as it was talked about before, even Fabian seems a little bit stumped.
It's up to them.
It's up to them.
It's not Fabian controlling it. It is up to Hot and Cold as our IGL to lead this team to one heck of a comeback if they pull that off. Because for G2, that momentum has just engulfed M80.
10 seconds to insertion.
I mean, it's the confidence, and yes,
It is that opportunity spot. It's the gaps
5 seconds left
that
before
G2 will abuse. They've always played like this. That's the way that G2 play. That's the way that Alamau, IGL, you've got players like Lair who are so incredible at finding the space. That's what you have to prep for against G2. 6-2. 4 rounds. M80 need to find, or else their invitational story will come to an end for this year.
At this point as well, that's been now 5 rounds threaded in a row here. For G2, it was a 2-1, and then a timeout from Romalio has led us here. Whatever the conversation was, as I said, he calls plays, they've got success, and that builds this energy, this momentum, and now they'll see if they can put it to a final use and prepare themselves for what will turn into a big showdown against Secret in but a couple of hours. But look at the position here, it's as it was before. Doki's maybe going to try and drive up behind the stairs. They drop the shield in closer and closer, worried about a C4 or some potential pressure elsewhere, but here with the crossfight, just going to bait somebody to swing in, hope they can get picked. Doki, as I said before, he's going to look for the engagement elsewhere, but both him and Gunner leave a little bit worse for wear. Diffuser suffers a bit of a strike, and you can see M80 desperately not wanting to hand over the first.
Yeah, all these individual 1v1s happening around the map, but it's G2 who strike first blood. Lair, who just became alive in their second half, is causing them, again, just so many issues.
Could not get the trade as well, could not get the double down either. Lair sets himself up here with the cover on towards the window, and they're feeding themselves in, and they've just got to bunker down. Hunker and hope that they can keep themselves, get 1, get 2, but G2, they're threading this needle and making it into a beautiful fabric. There's the walls going up either side. The Blackbeard can just keep this heavy step and the pressure on towards the site with a rotate round gunner on the back end. If this goes unchecked, this could be huge. He's found a pocket. He's found an angle of space, but he has to operate at the right time. At the same time, G2, they're keeping themselves on Lair time until the watch gets cancelled and called off, and Diffuser slows things down. Deeper watch. Inside games on towards the cross with a bit of support from Gunner now on the bathroom. He's just got to find an angle, and he gets stomping. Levels things up and causes a ruckus, but Alamau has a quick counter and levels things back in. But Kino, it's back and forth as it needs to be. Fabian said you need to work out how to do it in the lobby, and now Kino and Diffuser have to work out how to keep the dream alive. A dash across. Alamau's in, but he's not the man with the kit. Instead, he's the cover in the 2 versus 1. 15 seconds. Doubling down, there's 1! Can't get the second, and there's the spray. Kino keeps them dreaming.
Oh, almost. G2 attempting the diffuser going down, but Kino wins a massive engagement against Alamau. And an easy cleanup onto the plant. M80 still in it for 1 more round. But again, Emmy, we have to talk about it. Lair being allowed to do what he's doing right now. I mean, I'm pretty sure both of those kills were from outside, so that's people swinging into him. That's not a good idea.
Well, they learned that, didn't they? They learned that a few rounds ago.
They think they're the Demon Slayers. They're not. Well, somebody did kill him, but that's beside the point.
There's 1 Demon Slayer.
You cannot allow G2 just to have that straight 2-man advantage right from the get-go. Maybe they were not able to convert it this time, but who's to say they won't convert it the next?
I mean, it comes down to a 1 versus 1 engagement. It comes down to the narrowest of margins. And you can see it on their face. As I said, like, it's just anyone's guess, anyone's game. And M80. Got to make it stick inside the server. All we have ahead is clean play.
And look at the timeout that Fabian went for. What did he call for? You know, don't play with the mirror. Don't play with the Azami. Let's stop them from just walking in. Look at the traps that they brought the last round. Look at the traps in this round. They're trying to stop that approach. Think about the ban. It plays into that too. Doke could be gone. Could be a target ban for the one guy who's doing really well with it, but still, the playstyle, finding those gaps, that universal operator, gone. This is way better from M80. It just, you're almost pulling your heart thinking, well, why was this not the go-to plan from the start?
Somehow, though, G2 were able to pull off the first 2 kills in the previous round and get themselves propped up for success. It was a bite back from M80, and the same way we've talked about momentum, the importance of it is the same way. They could almost have a bit of a memento for growing back in, learning and learning of all the mistakes made and all the ways that you can try and bring them back to pay dividends on your opponents. You can see, as you said, a heavy trap game. All that intel as soon as they try and set foot inside any aspect of the building, as Blaz is about to do from where he had all his success before. This time, the narrowest of lines. Gunner, he's slipped his way on path. He doesn't know. He's just got himself in towards this slightly aggressive position, and your eyes don't fool you. He is on the other side of a hard box. Neither of them is aware, and that side of the holographic also almost covering the player. If anyone sneezes, you would know that they were there, and they're just unaware. Holding on. Oh, and he misses the moment. Gunner reacts quick enough, and probably a loud scream, but it turns into at least an M80 entry.
Oh, it was the longest hold I've ever seen. G2, minute 15 remaining, they've lost the opening pick. Doki tried to get a kill back, but he's been forced out. Again, another flank being attempted by M80. Can this catch them by surprise again?
They're going to use this. They know somebody's off site. Instead, try and focus on Diffuser. Has his take. There's another one. Lair does find one in the mix, but now he's all that's left. You talk about demon time. He's got 50 seconds to see if he can really cement the rest of this round. And 1 versus 4.
Double reinforcement right in front of him.
And a shotgun to boot. M80, 2 rounds in a row, something that they have not been able to do for a very long time, to be fair, and I think actually throughout this entire series, as I have a quick glance back over. So maybe the timeout of Fabian, though it was a little unorthodox compared to, I guess, the comparison of as usual. Players are rallying themselves, they're getting conversational.
I mean, that was a 1 in a million. I've never seen a standoff like that ever in this game.
Especially with a
solid minute.
Yeah. He was waiting for the approach from the other stairs as well. He would say like 2 ships passing in the night, but this was middle of the day. The ships were looking at each other and somehow missed the first bit. 6-4. G2, they're still only 1 round away. Still only 1 round of pushing this one over and continuing their role. As I said before, if we do get into 3 maps, it's a long series before having to play against Secret later on in the day.
For M80, they're starting to make a comeback. However, I think a roadblock with the site selection, this is what's going to hinder you. Both of these bottom floor bomb sites aren't great. And this is what M80 have to try and overcome. Look, we've seen G2, they defended it successfully. Yes, they did. But the main concern was it was down to a few blunders on the side of M80, which allowed that bomb site to be held. Attack pause. Slowed things down just a little bit. But what a game. I really hope they do it. I want to see this map in OT.
Oh, I entirely am with you. And I think it's one of those things where you want to see, I said at the very start of the series, you want to see the top contenders contending. You want to see the best from regions. You want to see those that have lifted hammers. You want to see those that have found recent major success, showing that it's continued, showing that even across, you know, meta changes, operator changes, additions, removals, however else things play out, that when they get to the stage where they're going against each other again, well, they've still got it. People love Cinderella stories. They love underdog stories. But I think it's always made better when it's everybody is hitting the game hard. Everybody is rising towards the occasion. And they're starting to rise, Demo. M80 are starting to sort of shift through the clouds.
I mean, whenever you talk about Cinderella stories, you think about Unwanted last year at SI. Some of the players in M80
They lived it. They were in that story. Stomping. Always a player you have to look at for this G2 team. I think whenever it comes to Rookie of the Year contenders, it's got to be him with the impact that he's had to a G2 side who we've seen can struggle for long periods during a year. And he was just that breath of fresh air to sweep them up off their feet and carried him to victory. Gunnar really getting himself into this game. I mean, the flanks this guy has hit. That has been a big issue for G2 now. Twice in a row, the flanks not being covered off.
One round is still only that difference, though. Just takes the stars to align once, and to be fair, that's already happened at least once for G2 this game. If the stars were M80 and they aligned perfectly in front of Blaz's guns, it's happened. And probably, you know, if that round is the difference maker, if we get to 6-5 and then G2 push it over the end, how long can a round like that haunt somebody?
That's your moment.
That is your moment. But that will be in but a moment. We do still have.
Oh my god.
Okay, Fabian. A little bit of percussive maintenance onto Gaveni.
Manhandled him, has he not?
He can do a lot of things, but apparently massaging, not one of them.
He did say if you want to be a coach, you have to be qualified in Swedish masseuse.
Well, knowing how he lives his life in Sweden, where he likes to live in the mountains, I think, he's probably tough love. Anyway.
Practices on the reindeer up there.
6-4. We are back in, but we are still exactly where we've been for the past, what feels like 20 minutes. The precipice of potentially being over. G2 obviously claimed the first map and have done absolute wonders. Bounce back in towards this. On Fortress, as we said before, a map that has struggled, but you know, with the split of how things worked, remember with FaZe, it was an overtime loss, right? It was a 6-8 for the side of G2. They've been into overtime from before. They've suffered the wrong side of it as well. But here, the sort of threshold of success and failure is just as important. Well, we'll get ourselves maybe the final approach as we're going to see if they can try and go on the tertiary side.
M80 going for the horizontal hold. They have no intention of holding upstairs, so it allows Stockman with the ram to get in and open up just everything he wants to.
Yep.
No problems at all. See, M80 have also slipped in the castle, I've guessed, to try and assist them with this kind of off-site hold. That, again, is always something that G2 have to be careful of, but, I mean, they're in above. Gunnar, again, on these flanks. This is the danger man. This is who G2 need to try and lock down. And Doki is on the hunt for that Solus, but we can see that Gunnar is long gone, and he's out of there. Oh, he's going to double back and go up the ladder now. Just depends if Doki can hear that or not, and I think he has. Yeah, Doki has heard the sound cue. Going to try and challenge on to Gunnar, and Gunnar once again is gone.
I mean, pulled out, did more damage to Doki. It wasn't a lot, but it's enough to sort of say, I'm out here. Right, you have to pay focus, playing the Solace so he can read himself in on what's being watched, what drones are active, and where he can pop his head up and cause problems. And now Doki stuck, watching and waiting for a moment as the rest of the team has some other work to be done. As you said, the verticality was uncontested, fine. It's also not netted any real reward yet. They've obviously got some of those boogie drones down and got everything opened up, but it's still not exactly all the positions cleared as they go fishing. Unfortunately, they're currently upriver.
Yeah, it's Infirmary next. That's the player you need to try and target. I believe it's Kino on the smoke. If you take him towards Infirmary, there's really nothing that you can do to stop a plant going down. So that's going to be the position that G2 need to try and target. And got the Lion scan to try and help them. And here comes the push, and they've been able to find the man. Kino goes down.
Eyes on towards the site. They've cut it in half, but they just have to try and find a safe place to land. And Lair gets himself on towards hot and cold. We're in the final minute here in a 4 versus 3 with a surround on towards the pressure of a site where actually the kit is currently in the most danger. But recollected, and you can see the propped up position of Gaveni ready to fight for it as Stompin gets one. Gunner retakes and puts some pressure back in, but with the vertical watch, it's all down to the straight firing line. They can't quite find the slip in. These long firing ways just across as Gaveni locks it on towards Alamau, and now Stompin has to drop down and offer the flat 2 versus 2. Holding on. Ready for the swing, close. He's got himself propped up on the side as soon as they go for any of this ground. Well, Astolis turns her back at the worst possible time. Gets themselves in, 10 seconds left. And almost 2 1 versus 1s on the narrowest of angle. He's down, you're up, you're knocked out, somehow wins it, and now the final swing round the kit with pistol out, Stompin, the man who's done so much. Can he do just this last bit? Gaveni rotates round the back, can't quite get the fight itself, a 2 versus 1. Had enough think of any, with not much more health, and there are players still in the lobby, has swapped positions, and that puts all of the pressure on these openings back onto him to retake. Stuck in the middle, can't quite get the angle, Lair does! You've said it, and it's time for Lair, but it's time for G2 to keep fighting. And in the meanwhile, those reigning major champions who kept their head above water in Munich have been washed away in Paris. M80's journey ends here.
What an attempt from M80 of a comeback, but just could not get past that kitchen bomb site. And G2, the lower bracket run, it's here, it's now, the lower bracket. We've seen them come from the lower bracket in SI23. Can G2 do it again?
Well, for the journey these two teams have had across the years and across this most vital one, for one team it'll continue, for us, to the break.
G2 just eliminated Emady, the current major champions. Alemão just eliminated Fabian. What is the message that this victory sends to the rest of the teams, you think?
Just like my coach said, he said all the teams coming to the lower bracket, they're coming to our lower bracket, because I think we played really good the group stages. We just couldn't make the points we needed. We lost every map OT. So I feel like it's kind of unlucky we are on the lower bracket, but we're gonna do the lower bracket run. And I feel like every team that is coming to play us, they're coming to play in our bracket. So I'm very confident we're gonna win our matches.
Okay. Doki typed it in the chat before the game started. Fear or respect? Were you fearing Emady or respecting them?
I think it was just to joke with them because they banned Deimos. Because I think against FaZe, Doki just won the game alone with Deimos. And I was just playing with them, saying they fear Doki or they respect Doki. You know?
But actually, you can answer that too. Were you fearing or respecting the gameplay that Emady put up?
None.
Okay, Alemão being Alemão. Okay, I want to talk to you about the last game that you had against FaZe Clan. A fun fact that some of you might not know about is that you didn't know that you needed to win the game to qualify for the playoffs. You thought only one map would it be fine. But today, you knew that your back was against the wall. How much pressure do you feel from that?
Yeah, I feel like on the last game against FaZe, coming to the match, we kind of knew, we thought one map would be enough. But then by the time we won the first map, I think I heard somebody speaking outside about we didn't make yet. So me and Doki, we knew we didn't make the playoffs, but Stomp and Loira and Blast, they didn't know. So we played the other maps without them knowing we didn't make playoffs.
And you choose to not tell them?
Yeah, me and Doki, we chose we just didn't tell them. And also my manager and my coach, they knew it. We just didn't tell them.
But today it was fine, no pressure at all.
No, yeah, it's fine, no pressure. I feel I don't know. We kind of feel more pressure when we're playing bad, but I feel we're playing good. Just unlucky losses, but it's fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Alemão. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
G2 stay in the competition. In fact, it's also the first time a European team wins Fortress inside of the Six Invitational. We're joined by Doki. Congratulations on this victory. How are you feeling?
I feel good, yeah. Very confident, good. 7-4, 7-4 win. Happy to win Fortress. It's good to build confidence on a new map, so yeah, feel good.
That's awesome. Glad to hear that. We have to talk about the big moments inside of this matchup, and one in particular. We talk about the 1v4 from Blast. What a crazy round.
The silent killer.
What are you thinking during this moment, Jack? Are you just letting it play it out, or?
I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not thinking. I'm trying to tell Alemão that he's calling it completely wrong, because he's saying it's a 1v1 Blast, it's a 1v1, but it's a 1v3. So maybe that was the confidence Blast needed, that it was just a 1v1 from Alemão. So it's genius from him. But yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Blaz is just hitting insane shots, but I don't know what they're doing. I think they missed a target opportunity there, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, happens, right? That's what SI is all about. Let's go, Blaz.
I guess you'll take the gift, right? From that round?
I'll take it.
I think looking at more of the rounds that were built the right way, I'm looking at round 5, for example, where you guys are in a 3v4 situation, and you bring it back. And I just want to go through that with you, because I feel like that's really well played. You're off on call shot, you're trying to find a pick over there with Cavani. But look at Lair. Lair gets aggressive and stops actually 3 guys from coming in and gets the pick there. What's interesting is look at what Alemão will do there. Can you tell me what he's doing?
Yeah.
He's baiting them.
Yeah, so basically you can't see what I'm doing on the other side of the map, but I knew there was a guy holding the flank, and I have 2 options. I can continue holding him, and basically I'm useless. Carl and Lloyd are in a 1v4 then, 1v3. So I decided to take the fight against them so I can help my teammates. So I end up winning the fight, and then everyone's screaming Carl, play safe, Alemão, play safe, play for the time, because the time's running really low. So we are both kind of juggling the enemies around the map. Me on the meeting side of the map, we call it meeting, I have no idea what you call it, and Carl's on the white stairs. So yeah, we were both literally just playing ring around the rosies with the opponents. So just burning the clock, so it's all about.
Up until that moment where you guys collapsed together.
Exactly.
It was really well played, and I feel I don't know if you feel the same way. I feel there was a turning point in your adventure at SI, and I think that's the win against FaZe. I think those last 30 seconds and that moment and the emotion that you all shared, do you think that's at a turning point in your adventure here?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it in a lot of interviews now, but ever since we started the group stage, we've had really close games that could have realistically went either way.
Yeah.
And tough opponents, yeah. So we always say to ourselves, like, you know, it's 1 or 2 rounds each match that could have went a different way and would be sitting in the upper bracket right now. So I made sure the guys know that we should have the confidence of an upper bracket team. One of the best teams here. We've just knocked out the reigning champions of the last major. So and we beat the world champions yesterday. So that's 2 things to be proud of. Every team that plays against us should be terrified. And I think Secret absolutely know that coming up in a few hours. So yeah, good luck, Secret.
That seems to be where G2 is best in the lower bracket. I mean, you've done it before from a lower bracket run. Thank you for joining us, Doki.
Thank you.
Good luck with your match later as
Have a good
well.
day.
It's just one of our 8 elimination matches for today. We do have an update from the B stream with Intero about Heretics and Oxygen.
In the depths of the lower bracket, we had to say goodbye to 1 of 2 teams today, and unfortunately for Team Heretics, it was them. OXG, a 2-0 victory over the upstart T2 team. Map number 1 was a show of strength between both squads, with Flexi carrying the weight for Heretics, but ultimately a team effort for OXG takes Heretics map and puts it in the North American win column. We then moved to Clubhouse, a map statistically quite poor for Heretics, but they managed to claw it back, giving hopes in the hearts of European fans, only for Grixer in the dying moments of round 12 to shatter their hearts, and with it, the chance of Heretics staying at the Six Invitational. Heretics go home, OXG play again against Fluxo W7M. It'll be a tough day for the North Americans. Can they go out 2-0, or will they fall at the hands of the Brazilians later this afternoon?
And we have a bracket update for you as well with how we're currently setting it. What is crazy to me is that with the elimination of Heretics, Weibo are now the only team remaining from Group A that still have a chance of survival in the tournament. They're playing on the B stream right now against D+, and that's going to be a close game too.
And at the end of the day, we'll only have 2 European teams in SI.
Stop. I do not want to hear it.
It's full of bad news. We knew it going into these days. It is the eliminations. It is the playoff bracket. It is extremely, extremely dire for many of these teams that are going to be sent home today. That's the tough part, but it's a beauty of Six Invitational.
I've been stewing on it. I've been marinating. We're only going to have a maximum of 2 European teams at the main stage of the Six Invitational. One of G2 or Secret are not going to make it, which is massive for our region.
My day is ruined. Love that. Wonderful. But we have so much more action here on the A stream. In fact, our 3rd match of the day is SSG versus Shopify Rebellion. And we had 2 players from either side sit down together to talk about their generations in Siege.
How we doing? What up? What's up? Alright. I watched Troy. I mean, I first watched CG Sports probably when I was like 12. Yeah, like I got clowned on. It's like, oh, you're a choke artist. Like, hey, you're not going to win. 2nd place for life. I want to say a year, maybe 2 years before, so like 16, 17. Okay. I'd like heard your name and like, okay, like he's going to be good when he's 18. Yeah. Kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, I think Troy was definitely a role model for me. I remember on console, I'd steal some of his Pulse strats. So on Oregon, I'd play Pulse a lot. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely a role model from all the way back in the day. So yeah.
Oh my God, okay. Well, that's
okay, I've seen this like a million times.
This one's iconic, yeah.
Yes.
This one's iconic.
Wasn't it the flank drone?
It was the flank drone.
The flank drone? That's why you get on cams.
Well, so I'm pretty sure they were saying this was back when if you had 2 drones, if you threw your 2nd drone, it would delete your first one. And he threw his 2nd drone and it deleted the kitchen door. Yeah, I didn't see that guy.
You can kill this Blackbeard before he gets around this corner. Blackbeard's on his drone! Canadian doesn't see him! Canadian peeks over the top, kills the thermite charge, but then will fall.
Yup. Oh my God.
How old were you here?
I think it was 19.
But there's the 2nd kill! Retro's done it! More than enough time to defuse. Continuum are the first North American team to win Rainbow Six Pro League. Holy sh...
Yeah. 10 years ago. 29 now. Yeah.
What did it actually feel like? Like, because this was SI, yeah.
Yeah, this was the first SI, yeah. I mean, obviously it felt great, but I don't remember a ton. But yeah, I lose my mind, so yeah. Also, they were like NA rivals. Like we played them all the time.
Yeah.
So
okay.
This was like the first big crowd.
Yeah.
That
Brazilians were passionate.
Yeah. Like this was the first big crowd I ever experienced, which was really cool. At this point, like I said, it was just knowing the maps in my head. Like I felt confident the whole time. Yeah. And I think the team always kind of fed off that anyways. And like it never seemed like we doubted much.
Yeah. I think that's the strong thing, right? Like you have the belief, even when you're down, right? It's like
exactly.
As long as you have the belief, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Like as long as you know that you're still in it. I mean, they always say it's not over till it's over, but like if you truly do believe, then like anything can happen.
Well, exactly. Yeah. That was again like that SI 2020 was a huge part for me because, yeah, like I got clowned on. It's like, oh, you're a choke artist. Like, oh, you're not going to win. Second place for life. Basically said, fuck you. Like, I'm going to win. So.
They need to find one person. That's it. He'll head in towards Archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit, but it's home once again is North America. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
And I think that's always been a motivation for me is like kind of, I like to have a chip on my shoulder. So I think the qualities back then, I think nowadays you have to have more qualities to be good. I think the qualities are the same. I think back then though, you could get away with like, you know, only being mechanically good or only being like smart strategically. I think that was always my edge. And then I'd play with, at the time, mechanically gifted players.
Yeah, I think for my team especially, it's a lot different than most because our culture is so, you know, obviously they say it's like a brotherhood, but it's kind of like, you see it in sports, you know? Our team's ran kind of like a, you know, a very high tier like sports team. You know, we have our coach he sets the standard, and it's a lot of it is of what he preaches is coach driven, but it's on the players to hold each other accountable. And I think that's where there's a big difference between our team and a lot of other teams because, you know, usually a lot of players, they'll just, you know, let the comfortable thing slide and, you know, not push your teammates. And our coach preaches that, and he shows what we should, you know, the right thing to do. My coach isn't just a Siege coach, you know, he is a nutritionist, a personal trainer. You know, he teaches us a lot about like mindfulness, and he's brought a lot of good stuff that, you know, in the game may not help, but overall to make us a better person, it helps a lot. Oh, we've called kill. And then, yeah, I went wide, I think, which was a troll.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been rough either way.
Yeah. I remember we were down like 5-2, I think, and it was just like about the belief, like we said earlier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like finding a way to win, no matter what.
Yep. For
us, the solution was bring a Monty and walking tiles.
And it's down to Ashen and Fultz to try and keep them off of map and series point. It's Lagonis for one. It's a 1 versus 1, and Ashen, I said he needed to pop up, but he does. Shows when he needs and ties us back up 5 apiece.
I mean, again, I think you seem to have a good attitude, but other than what I said earlier, I think it's just enjoy it. Like, yeah. I think that's something I still just try to do. And I think, honestly, I'm glad I do that more now. I think I already did before, like you're so in it that it's like you can't have fun and not like enjoy it as much as possible. But I don't know. Taking a step back every now and again and just like realizing the moment of like, yeah, like, bro, this is like, it's something special to do. And yeah, later on in your life, like eventually you're not gonna be playing. And these are, yeah.
Being grateful.
It'll be a special thing to look back on. Yeah, for sure. All right. Okay.
window is closing. We only get one shot at this.
The battle for North America here in Paris. Things are heating up at the SI 26. I'm excited because obviously we're only into the second half of this day. We only have one more day to go before we reach main stage. There's a lot on the line. Fox, I know we saw Shopify Rebellion play earlier today. Did you feel like they were up to the task?
Not at all. Not at all.
Wow.
That's why we find ourselves that's why we find them here.
Fair.
Oh, well, I mean, that was pretty quick. I mean, I personally think they had a good performance against NIP. Do I think it was the best by all means? No, but the fact that they are still here, they still have this last chance to put themselves one step further and make it to main stage.
NIP is NIP. We're used to seeing them get, have tough times, get eliminated from the tournament.
Very true.
SR here against a good team like SSG.
Yeah, that's it. It is the North American battle, the bash, if you will. But of course, this is how things are unfolding in front of us at the moment. D Plus taking on Weibo on the B stream. If you want to tune into that very quickly, make sure you open it up on a separate tab, but keep the A stream open. This is not one that you want to miss. Obviously, G2 just knocking M80 out of the tournament. I mean, Fox, does that come as a surprise?
No, M80 just hasn't looked up to par like the Munich major champions that we know and love. And G2, after the way that they saved themselves during phase 1 to make it to phase 2, it's very hard to be able to break down that momentum. So I was kind of expecting it. I think we all were. That being said, we still have 2 NA teams. One NA team has to be able to advance today, so love that.
They certainly do. Let's start talking about the first, shall we? SSG came into this tournament, I think, with, again, high expectations. I'm sure I'm kind of speaking on behalf of both of you when I say that I expect this team to do well every event.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't really know where we were going to find SSG just given the Munich results. They went out very early, but I think that really put the pressure on them that things needed to change coming into the Six Invitational, especially for players like Foltz, who have won the Six Invitational. So coming into this, they have completely lit the fire from underneath them, and they are one step away from making that main stage appearance.
SSG's just out of excuses. Since they've been able to make this roster, it's been a full year. They have a good coach. They have everything fundamentally. They've had time to have developed their own diversity in their playstyle, and it really comes down to just little intricacies, little issues, and that's what it was against Wildcard on map 2. I mean, the last round easily could have been SSG. We could have gone to a map 3, but they left the site completely open, and that was the biggest issue for SSG. Is sometimes they get so caught up in playing so aggressive and the game plan that what's going on that they get blinded by something completely different out of the ordinary that the other team takes advantage of, and the adaptation just isn't as fast as the rest of SSG.
Where do you think their happy place is? Is it the Adidas Arena?
I mean, I think that's what they're envisioning right now, but it really just speaks into the true testament of this SSG roster. I mean, they are a brotherhood. They do everything together, whether it's the gym, whether it's inside the server, and just being able to just breathe here and relax. Again, it really sets a precedent of how strong this team is.
A lot of this is built on the back of call-outs mentality. We heard it from Ashen. He is a coach that really leads at the front and helps create an atmosphere for this team to sit in, and we see it time and time again. It looks incredible. Fortunately, though, Ollie actually caught up with him right before this match.
Hey everyone, I am here with Call Out from SSG, and we're going to run through ahead of this matchup against SR. This is an all-American matchup right now. Is there a little bit more comfortability? Obviously, you guys have played each other a heck of a lot lately, and you guys, to be honest, you've got the track record on SR at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, anytime it's in any matchup, I think that we both know each other so well to the point it's kind of just like the same thing over and over again. It just whoever executes better on the day of.
And looking toward the maps, we've obviously got Labs and Club. You guys picking Club. Of course, Café is the decider if we need it. Looking more toward Labs and Clubs, though, very structured maps, quite typical of NA at this point of things. And as Super said, it's maps that you guys just seem to rotate between whenever you guys play one another.
Yeah, I mean, Club and Labs, like you said, they're very utility focused, like exterior kind of attacking end. I think that it's a good map for both teams. So again, it's just about executing more correctly, and I think that we're going to be the team that does that today.
Brilliant call out. Thank you so much for your time today, and I hope the best team wins.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Obviously, a lot of conversation about execution there. They've played each other time and time again. What are your thoughts on this matchup in particular?
We know essentially what the maps are going to be. We know the play styles that both teams bring. It's going to come down to adaptations, and that's where SSG fell short when it came to the game against Wildcard. But even just having a chance to speak with them, you can see how lethal it looks in their eyes, that they're ready. There's a different type of energy from their side of the booth to SR side of the booth.
On the other side of the booth, as you were just mentioning, SR, Shopify Rebellion. My question to you, Lax, is overall, when we look at this roster, are they reaching their mark? Are they hitting heights here, or are we seeing them somewhat peter out?
I mean, listen, I know we made the joke about their just recent match against NIP, but you have to remember what happened in Munich. NIP was the team that sent them home, and if you want to get over a hurdle, you want to get over a mental block, it's that first matchup against NIP to put themselves here. Now it's another mental block, because when you look at the history of this team and this matchup as a whole, the Rebellion have lost 6 times in a row to this SSG roster. So again, we want to talk about mental blocks. We want to talk about just physically, mentally being capable to take down this roster of SSG. There is going to be a lot of uphill battles for SR, not just in the server, but even in their own mental.
It's something that they're going to have to be considering, specifically since they're going up against a familiar opponent on a familiar playing ground. But the one caveat to this is that for SR, Spoit has woken up. He had an amazing performance. Ambi has woken up. He had an amazing performance. And that is what you want to see to be able to start that journey through the lower bracket, is big players coming alive, gaining that momentum step by step.
In this must-win matchup, it's all the small 1%ers that matter, and for us, one of the most important things is hearing from the coach. Let's hear what Super had to say.
Hey everyone, I'm joined here by Super, and we're just going to ask a few questions about the ahead matchup you've got versus SSG. Obviously, very familiar opponent here, NA versus NA. Any initial thoughts going into this one?
No, I mean, obviously we're pretty familiar with each other, so it's going to kind of come down to who's maybe adapting better and who's playing better at the moment.
Does that give you a bit more comfortability knowing that this is an opponent that you've played, obviously, all throughout NAL, very familiar players? Obviously, there's going to be a bit of scrim practice in there against each other as well. Does that make it more or less comfortable knowing that this is an elimination game?
To be honest, I think just because it's them specifically, it maybe fires us up a bit more, because I think everybody knows they've had our track record lately a little bit. So I think it just fires us up.
Brilliant. And looking at the maps going into this one, obviously you guys picked Labs, SSG picked Club, 2 very structured maps there. That's kind of typical, I guess, of NA at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we play each other on these maps like every time. It's like kind of rotating between about 4. So it's no surprise to either of us. It's just going to be, you know, again, who's adapting, who's playing better.
Well, Super, thank you very much for your time and best of luck today.
Thank you.
If you were paying keen attention there, you would have found out what some of those, just some of those maps. But obviously, you know, hearing from Super, it's really important to hear from the coaches, because the coach's perspective can sometimes set the tone.
Yeah, and exactly what we're saying, that's exactly what the coaches are saying. It comes down to the adaptations. We know what the maps are going to be. We know what it's going to be approaching, but it's all about figuring out the other opponent, how to be able to make those minute details. And that's what we love to see in a game like Rainbow Six, is counter adaptation. And it's 2 teams in North America that do it the best amongst them all.
Yeah, and I think it's important to take away, when they've played against each other so many times, it really doesn't matter the maps you're going to play. Because if we're looking at history in terms of when they played, last time they played Clubhouse, SSG 7-0 them. Last time they played Nighthaven Labs, SSG beat them 8-7. Last time they played Café, SSG beat them 7-1. Clearly the maps aren't in favor in terms of SR. It's the mentality. It's the being able to adapt. When you know the idiosyncrasies of every single individual on this team, you have to know when they're able to be a switch on a dime. You have to know when to transition one play style to the next. That is going to be the most pivotal factor for both of these teams to get ahead of the curve.
That's why the mental battle is going to be so massive when it comes to this matchup. And you can see in the camera, SSG live and in charge. SR sitting there. If they don't have the mental in check early on, we're going to need those big players to come alive to get that momentum for them.
2 players on either side of the booth right now. One's brother in arms, now on opposite sides of the river, Lax. How do you break this one down?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bittersweet feeling, I'm sure, for both Troy and for Alec here, Fultz and Canadian, if you don't know them by their first names. I mean, if you look back in their history, in 2020 is when they won SI. That's where Troy would claim his 2nd invitational win, and then Fultz's 1st invitational win. This is their stats currently so far throughout the 6th invitational here in 2026. But it really is bittersweet for both of them, because I know they're still friends outside the server, but in the game, someone has to be sent home. Someone's campaign ends, and the others flourish resources to then try to take home another hammer.
And it goes to the differences in IGLs. Canadian, a lot more slow, methodical. Foltz on this fast wave, new generation of Siege when it comes to IGL stalling. And so far, we've seen which one is always getting the win against the other. It's SSG always on top with that fast and aggressive and adaptive playstyle. But time and time again, we find ourselves here, and it's a new battlefield, it's a new day, and SR have the opportunity to gain another step of momentum.
I could not have said that any better myself. SSG may go into it the favorites, but SR, we know what they're like when they fire up, and thank God we know what our two casters are like. Pengu and Big Boy Dev, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Rob. The real big boys in this game are going to be Foltz and Canadian in the server. 2 Six Invitational winners. They've been here time and time again. This is Foltz's 7th SI in a row, and for Canadian, it is his 10th. He's been to every single Six Invitational, but it's been a few years between drinks for him since his last championship. He's the only player remaining in the tournament who's won 2 SIs. Can he push for a third? We're about to find out. SSG versus Shopify Rebellion. It's another all-North American bash here in the lower bracket. Elimination on the line at the Six Invitational. Only one of these teams can progress to tomorrow to fight for a chance to play on the main stage here in Paris as we dig into the first map of Clubhouse.
Such an even score as well, right? You think of these two teams, and it's going to be Clubhouse into Nighthaven Labs. It's a complete 50-50 in the back of my mind. The playstyles, the strategy, the experience, the intrigue capabilities of these younger players. But then we go to Café, and it feels like an SSG map. So if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I gotta get this done in 2. Because I don't think they have what it takes on Café.
And it's the first time that Shopify Rebellion will find themselves up against a domestic opponent here at SI. They've only played Brazil and APAC and Europe so far throughout the tournament. As for Space Station, of course, let's not forget, they had a busy day yesterday. They knocked M80 down into the lower bracket in their first match, only to fall to their domestic rivals in Wildcard. And if you asked any North American fan, which do you think is the best team in NA right now, the most likely to go deep at SI, you wouldn't expect the answer to be Wildcard. In fact, you might think that it would be Rebellion or SSG or even M80, who have now been eliminated from the tournament. But only one of these teams can progress to join Wildcard throughout the rest of the bracket. And like you said, this is going to be a hard veto for Rebellion, but Clubhouse a bit more even perhaps. SSG, though, they've picked it, so they start on the attacking side.
Big thing here is Shopify Rebellion, they played NIP earlier, which is going to have a very different playstyle than that of SSG. SSG a bit more problem-solving oriented when it comes to being on the attacking side, and a bit more about putting on a big maze of confusing elements that you have to problem-solve when they are defending. So I'm really looking towards Canadian, especially on the attacking side when they get there to solve those problems with his team. But for now, it's Shopify Rebellion starting on defense, setting things up here in the basement, and it's going to be a little bit of a roam. But mostly just, I think, falling back for time, looking at the lineup. They have some C4s, they got intel, they got utility, not really set for a roam game.
No, in fact, it's really just the opportunity to shoot drones and fall back. SSG don't have a ton of drones left for the round, but they do have the entire map in control, with the exception of Ambi here in storage.
And they have a mountain up here, which if you don't want to use the drones, you just take that shield and you just walk right on in. Now, of course, there's that small story of the Padawan becoming the master, right? Because Foltz obviously learned a ton of things from Canadian back in the SSG days.
He was the young gunner.
Exactly.
Canadian was his teacher.
Now things have changed. Both of these two guys, so Canadian and Foltz, leading their team on a very vocal role. Both also playing the Monty very frequently. Valcam spots the BB approaching down the blue stairs, but he's going to see a barbed wire very instantly finds the Valcam.
Good spot.
Okay. Sharp eyes on Ashen. He's a young gunner after all.
That's the story of both of these teams. The veterans who have won SI before and the young gunners, Ashen for SSG. Even Benja, arguably, though he has won an SI himself.
He doesn't count anymore.
He's not a veteran? You don't think
not
he's a young gunner
anymore? No, come on now.
On the flip side, of course, Ambi, 4th youngest player at the tournament. He's just turned 20 today. Still very much a young gunner. The Rebellion boy, I mean, he's not the youngest now, but he's finally had a return to form in his match against NIP earlier today. It was a huge clutch after there'd been a lot of criticism leveled his direction recently.
He's still setting things up right now. They got the hatches instead of blue, instead of kitchen. Still missing on the bar, but Jenna will run there immediately and get that done right now. That means they have all the pressure points they want, but look at the focus. Heavy on kitchen, down with the multi most likely, go for a plant, send to obscure the vision, and maybe force them to make a play.
And so the impacts come out to try and destroy the Sen's projector walls, and down goes Fultz. The smokes continue to put him at bay, but he's forcing the plant down while Ashen is doing his best to be a distraction. He will fall, but it's a worthy price if SSG are able to get the diffuser down. Now Fultz can just give information to his team while the rest of the squad watch from on high. However, Canadian sails over a C4 to finish off J90.
The retake.
Numbers advantage for Rebellion, but they do have to look for a retake. Big kill on defaults now. The information on site. Starved of SSG, but Benja holds the line for one. And Newers from up above punishes an over-aggressive Canadian going for the counter defuse a little bit too early. Now Rebellion just rely on Spoit and Rexon, and it's going to be so challenging to find the kill on Newers above while Benja attacks them from below.
A crucial attack from SSG. Ashen playing the sacrificial lamb, dropping down, just looking for a 1-for-1 trade, enabling the Munty to confirm that diffuser because that is the entire win condition. And that's where I will leave a big question mark towards Shopify Rebellion. They land 2 C4s, they find a kill, the retake looks winnable, 4v2. They have a Valkyrie camera in bar the entire time, which they are watching. They know where that Sense is playing on the bar double door, and they only send the Asami to the main stairs for retake. In my mind, you send 3 people, leaving 1 person underneath in case they drop down that hatch and they just play the timer. But they send a singular person. They think they can long arm defuse. There's verticals everywhere, 2 people watching it, no pressure on the map.
Some teams would send all 4 players up the stairs for a retake.
That's too much.
You think so?
Because then they drop down the kitchen hatch and you're chasing your own tail. You leave 1 guy below for the catch, you send 3 people up together with the Valcam and take down at least one of those 2 attackers. I think that's a bit of a, not sure if that's panic, because Shopify Rebellion, they did the hardest thing first. They got the first 2 picks, took out the Munty, cleared bottom main, both C4s hit their marks, and then they bottled it.
Not to overthink things, but the Azami did have 1 Keeper barrier left, which he used to try and retake upstairs. That was Ambi. Imagine if he had been the player down below, using the Keeper barrier to clog up the floor, holes in the ceiling so he could go for a counter defuse. A lot of things that just slightly went wrong there for Rebellion.
Big praise versus T. I think a lot of teams, they take the Munty and they take the Sense and they just send down the guy planting and hope it all works out. But I think Ashen truly getting down there in the action makes a huge difference of the outcome of the round. You never know what happens. He didn't make that play, but SG are happy. They take the first one. See a bit of a stall game. Early 2-brow on the CCTV wall. Buying, what, 12 seconds? 3 times? Just simply stalling out the round here.
Keep in mind, back of your head, Ambi is on this roam as well on the Scopus. Down in the basement, you can always TP. I assume that that's back on site, his other shell, inactive shell. Canadian, where's he spotted?
Top red. He just walked up the staircase and took him down.
Oh,
he was still 2-bow tricking the wall and he just walked up and killed him.
Beautiful from the Dane as he sneaks up. The second inactive shell is actually in rafters. Ambi might have the ability to go and continue battling on that map control.
There could be a very late round flank potential here, but look at the timer. Despite the 2-brow, despite trying to slow down the pace of the game, they've breached every wall known to man. Jacuzzi, connectors, CCTV, and they've cleared the roamer when Canadian fell. So the only real kind of ace up their sleeve is going to be the Scopo shield and Catwalk Rafters.
They haven't destroyed it.
They haven't seen it, I don't believe, because they would have killed it surely, right?
If they're not aware of it, then this could be an opportunity for Ambi to go for a flank. No, the inactive shell has now been destroyed, finally.
Okay.
J90. All right, good start from SSG then.
Incredible start. I mean, again, they've done everything they need on paper. They've got an opening kill, all the heartbeats destruction, and they still got 2 Yinkadelas for side execute and 3 Deimos trackers. Rebellion, again, forced into a spot where they need, like, either a big hero play from individual people or something like a C4, but they don't have any C4s. So they were just down to hero plays, and Canadian watching the cameras, trying to establish the crossfires and where that push might be coming from.
And if you let SSG execute, you better be ready. Ashen goes deep. The flank from the Skopos is tempting. Newers finds one onto Rexon before he's traded back. Ashen is given a lot of mobility, but he can't actually find any enemies. The entire bomb site seems clear because the defense has retaken Connector, which J9O can swiftly cut down. It's Spoit up against the world, and he's now targeted by Benja. And Ashen will quickly peek him from the top of main stairs. Excellent patience from Space Station. And they make a second round look even easier than the first. What did he say?
Come on, you're shitting your pants! Something like that.
Classic Ashen.
It's a Troy quote from back in 2018 SI, if you've seen the documentary, where Troy goes, they are shitting their, effing pants right now. You cut to Penta, Fabian's like, I don't want to lose. Do you want to lose? Let's go out there and show them what we're made of. So a little bit of a little...
that one end again?
Well, the person saying they're shitting their pants lost in the comeback, But maybe Ashen is that guy. He's going to say it and then win afterwards, not falter to Shopify Rebellion. I think for SR right now, though, I think they got to change their approach strategically. They've tried to play it slower, stall for time, play the layers, which SSG are so familiar with, and they're actually letting SSG get to bombs and execute in a 5v5 or a 5v4. I think trying to play that disruption game early, extend on the roam, play some trap operators, might need to be attempted in the next couple of rounds. Because when you play strategy against SSG, again, they're really good at picking that apart. And we've seen their executes. They've been lethal.
Super said it himself in the interview before the game. Typically, SSG has had Rebellion's number. They've played each other time and time again. 7 times in the last 12 months. Almost all of those games happening at a domestic level, only one of them being on the international stage. That was at the Esports World Cup in the quarterfinals. SSG 2-0'd Rebellion pretty comfortably, as has been the story for most of their matchups. The last time Rebellion actually got a map off of SSG, even just a map, it was all the way back in stage 1, 205 days ago, in July last year. Even though Rebellion have looked like a really solid team at this SI, especially earlier today against NIP, I think they might have met their match here against SSG.
Well, adaptation. So it's going to be a long battle here. So if you can figure out your opponent and make the correct changes to your game plan, that can make all the difference. Now it's Folt on the glass. No longer that Muncie. Passive operator is in the battle. Nero is injured. That gas pipe through the wall. Benja also gets taken down. So possible 5v3 here for SR. Oh, hello
Look at this aggressive play from Ashen. He did the exact same thing with the Thermite last round. But the smoke will keep him at bay. Well played from Canadian. You see, Ashen just wants to take one with him before he goes to regroup with the rest of his squad. I like that Rebellion aren't over-aggressing too much. Spoit maybe gave him a chance for a brief moment. Now Spoit's going to be feeling the pressure from Foltz out on the balcony.
I like this. They're fighting back like I was saying, right? Don't let them execute. Try and fight them on the extended room. They're playing for their lives, not for falling back. One keep and pocket of Sport. He's going to hold his ground because there's no pressure from Jacuzzi Breach. It's Ashen main stairs. It's Foltz on the windows.
I like the way Spoit's using the Azami to isolate these fights. He actually team kills Canadian, but it's worth it if he takes down Ashen 4v2. Unfortunately, that does mean the smoke is gone. J9O is just sending it. He goes deep, but his position revealed as he misses a few shots onto Rexon. He looks to try and fight, but Ambi will swing him and find a second, I guess third kill of the round if you count Canadian. Foltz has nothing to do but desperately run up red into Surf's waiting arms.
Really
and
good.
finally, around on the board for SR.
Really, really good. That's the adaptation that they need, right? Recognize, hey, their executes are so superior. We cannot play the 5v5. We need to fish for a couple of kills. And then instead of risking falling back and getting caught off, they will just stay inside a master bedroom connector and gym. So 1-2. The issue is these bomb sites, they're gonna give you kind of different things if you're a defender. You know, CCTV, you can extend to master bedroom, it's kind of strong. When you play gym, holding CCTV can be kind of tricky, like we saw in round number 1. For the basement, that roam game is just a very big coin flip, right? You can lose 2 or 3 roamers, the round is over with the roam clear. So I do think that it's not gonna get much easier, perhaps just more difficult from here on out. At least until the bomb set opens up again. Way to think, yeah.
I like it. Look, these guys did actually play Clubhouse only 2 months ago in the NAL Finals. In their upper bracket game, Space Station 7-1 Shopify Rebellion, winning 5 out of their 6 attack rounds. Rebellion surely have had a lot of time to think about what exactly went wrong back in that matchup. Canadian and Rexon both only got 1 kill each on that map back then. It was Ashen who was stealing the show, 11 kills and 3 deaths.
I mean, good news here. Canadian and Rexon, they can only match or do better. They've both gotten that 1 kill. We got many more rounds to go.
Well, Canadian got TK'd, so we'll give him a bit of benefit of the doubt.
Okay, so the kill that Ambi got last round goes to Troy, actually.
That's right. That's
okay.
right.
So Ambi's on 1.
And we can get rid of 1 death from Canadian as well.
Oh, that's very generous of you. He's going to be happy with that.
He was the only player to die last round, and it was because his teammate shot him.
So unfair. Thermite banned away. Now, I'm a big fan of this personally. I do think with the buffs to Heart Breachers, Thermite getting a 3rd Heart Breach in charge, and of course he has a secondary shotgun, flashes, and smokes. He is such a flexible operator, and for these exterior walls, is the word? Exterior walls, he just pop all 3, right? Jacuzzi, connector, and CCTV as a sole Heart Breacher. So now it's going to slow down the rotations of Space Station Gaming, give them a little less utility, albeit a better gun on the ace perhaps. They responded back with a Clash Bang, something that Canadian's been playing quite a bit of this event so far. He's been a big Clash kind of guy. Doing pretty good on it. But it's again, they're leaving up the roam game pretty early on to hold down that bunkered basement bomb site like they did the first time.
Yeah. It was just mostly the Mozzie pests on the top floor.
This must be a church attack.
Is this aggro here from Benja? I'm not sure if he's aware. Ambi is just around the corner. Benja now gets out the DMR and wins the fight onto Ambi, retreating. Benja, a few shots sent his way by Canadian, but not enough damage to net a kill.
The triple wall had feet hole, so they couldn't contest in triple wall actually at all.
That was a good read there from Benja to realize he wasn't exposed to triple.
What's the strat here, though? Again, like, what's the win conditions for SR? They have a singular C4 and some toxic babes. They can pop the church wall with a range feature. It feels very cooked. I mean, there's no flank happening, right? They have almost no plant denial besides a singular C4 they can get a kill. They can't play in church. They can't play beneath kitchen hatch.
Yeah, they're just not fighting SSG, are they?
It's very limited, that's for sure.
And now without the Izami for late rounds, they can't make as many plays. They can't plug up these holes in the church wall. SSG just have so many options. I mean, yeah, they don't have any
a split attack. It's going to be blue church most likely here. They're flipping it, and without the shield operator, they can't go for a plant match. So they gotta go for kills and bomb site control first, plant later.
Still a call in pocket. Wow, a lot of damage to Folds. Thanks to the Thorn Trap. The Deimos track onto Rexon to smoke. Now they know exactly where he might be able to toss those smoke babes. And it's time to start moving down blue stairs for J90. He times it well with Ashen. The two of them take control of blue. Look to continue fighting, but in there is still Spoit. Canadian on the bomb site has found a double, and Spoit is doing just what he needs to do, holding on to blue for Rebellion. SSG cannot find their way into it as Spoit shuts down Ashen as well. New is in his 1 versus 4, and Canadian playing on the bomb makes it a 3K.
Oh, he's feeling young again. Finding all the kills, logging it down, not even dying. And that was us going. It looks so cooked from Shopify Rebellion. There was 2 saving graces there, though. SSG did not do the vert in the kitchen area, so they could play back B portion and have more crossfires. And secondly, I think SSG were expecting a pretty intensive roam game because they were playing Sophia, Dokkaby, Sledge. Again, no execute bombs at operators. No way to go for plants, and they even found the opening pick. That should have been so much more difficult to hold, but Canadian, on this chassis, gets 3 big kills.
Once you open up the church wall, you should not be able to have a Mozzie just play off of the bomb and win 3 fights.
Yeah, mind you, if you're on that side of the chassis that Canadian was, you can actually see that if you pro in the kitchen hatch and look down to the vert, but there was no vert and hatch wasn't opened up.
It's funny because they had a Sledge and a Zoph, and I'm pretty sure J90 died without using any of his concussions.
Yeah, so that's one of the small things, right? I think SSG just missed one teeny tiny detail there to optimize the strategy.
10 seconds to insertion.
And that was utilized by the fact that Rebellion goes, you know, this spot that normally we can't play in, well, they didn't get the vert. We can play here now. That changes everything. I like this from SSG. Falls back in the Monty, can call the shots, take their time, and find the openings.
No clash to worry about now.
Exactly.
No hard counters to the shields here at all, in fact, from Rebellion. Be very hard to kill this Montaigne. 2 Nitro cells is really all you've got to try and do that.
2 bars interesting to me, right? We see it, this is the 3rd time, I believe, or 2nd time. And
is it for Deimos?
Well, last time, they were just, the second these breaches came out, he was just freezing them, right? Didn't care about anything else. Then he died to Benjamin to walk up the red staircase. This time he's playing deeper inside a cash room itself, with Ambi playing top red warden. I think they're just trying to stall things out so that when the push wants to come, they say, no, not yet, no, not yet, and keep stalling them out.
But where do they want to stall? Because they did contest early on the CCTV breach, and I don't think...
in cash is the answer for them. Then.
Oh, inside of cash
Inside of cash this time, yeah. So they got their 2 people playing the bomb site. It's going to be Rexon and Sport working bathroom and mid-master. And they have the extended roam here, a Canadian and Surf and Ambient connector, so the triple link. The big thing is the person playing connector, Ambi here, if he dies, they cannot get back and forth between the sides. So it's very important that Ambi stays alive.
Monty will make it awkward though once Fultz starts making his way forward.
And direct attack as well. I mean, once you open up bathroom, now Rexon can't play in there anymore. Sport's not going to play Jim, he's going to go back to office.
They had one ADS, which did catch the first flash, but it didn't catch a Selma as it intended to. So Janino has so much ability now, and Spoit was not in position to shoot those Selmas early enough. Now we see the Monty come into play in cash, but this crossfire with Ambi supporting Canadian might make it better.
And the wall between connector and cash is reinforced, so there's no crossfire to deny Fultz to walk in. Canadian is relying upon Ambi to save him, essentially. They have to play it perfect together, but
SSG has fallen off.
SSG is flipping the attack. They're back on the side windows instead. Go for a fast one.
And Canadian is now alone.
I think you sent it here.
Are they just going to go for bros? Voigt was on site. Rexon as well, aggressive on the windows. Does a bit of damage. Surf is also looking for a peek outside. He's going to get the down onto Newers and finally finish him off. But meanwhile, Fultz has gone into the objective. Rexon holds down the fort. And Benj has been silenced by a nice Nitro as well, leaving SSG with so many questions and no answers. Ashen cannot retake into connector. And J90 desperately makes his way up from the main stairs, from the breach. With him and Ashen getting kills together, maybe there's a way into it. It can't take out this BPC, and it gives so much info now for Rebellion.
It's just Rex on the bomb site and Jim. Surf stuck downstairs when bottom main.
How do they play this? J90, 10 bullets in the magazine, but Rexon finished off. Surf has no choice but to get back to side now. The diffuser needs to be reclaimed. Ashen worried about pressure from below, but J90 catches Surf on the rotate. Fultz is on his feet, and SSG take the lead.
Incredible stuff right there. Both teams really adapting so many times in a single round. Surf was cast side, then he was master, he was cast side, he was master, just rotating back through that bottom floor, the basement, first floor, etc. And SSG will call a tag timeout to figure out how they can keep up this lead. I can't hear SSG.
These fucks. Just keep it very simple. It's going to be cash right here. I'm probably just going to talk about that real quick. Let's identify what they're doing on the mesh side, post the drones a little bit deeper. If they're doing the extension off that bulker, let's look for the breach semi with that Montang pulling on the breach side itself. Benja, you have an option. You either take the Thatcher to get rid of the Malusi they're going to have inside of site set, or you can just take hard utility for that. But I want to prioritize a semi-breach on this, and then just fucking crank it out on those guys.
We want Montang on the breach?
No, I want Montang
pulling
the
the BB. Are we freak pursuing Master first or no?
Yeah, apply pressure on the Squeezy wall and flip it over.
Should I bring the BB?
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Alright.
Make sure you're pulling though.
Yeah. And then who
so calm as always.
Yeah. There's two words that I feel like it's used quite a lot there. It's crank it, the first one. The other one is flip it. Because my point I was about to make is how well Surf was rotating between helping the master bedroom people and the people over in cash on the extended roam. Because he was literally spinning back and forth between them. SSG were flipping the attacks. They started cash, then they were applying pressure in master bedroom, right? Getting the bathroom breach, the windows, the office hatch. Then they went back to cash with the Monty, saying, hey, we're over here. They jumped straight out the windows and straight into the bomb side. They were flipping the attack multiple times because they know Shopify Rebellion are going to adapt whenever they feel that pressure. And Surf got stuck on the main stairs the entire time. You saw from Rexon there.
No, I don't think that was what he said.
Well, that's what I can say, okay? But it was tough. I mean,
you can imagine how frustrated Rexon would have been there because he's on side. Surf went for a huge flank to get one of those players on the balcony. As soon as they got that pick, SSG said, well, once offside, we crank. And they go into site. leaving Rexon all alone.
Yeah, the thing is,
He was
right?
trying to hide behind the keeper barriers, but he wasn't his army. Spoit was dead already. He couldn't fortify himself anymore.
And by process of elimination, SSG knew he had to be in the side and hadn't dropped down that hatch because otherwise it would be free. And SR doesn't make it free for you, right? So they knew he was somewhere, knew it wasn't Bath, knew it wasn't Master. He had to be in a corner in gym. They just swooped the room. There he is.
Slicing that pie.
Yeah, that's it.
And Surf couldn't get back either. He was being covered. SSG played it well. Rebellion starting to feel a little bit of frustration. Oh, wow.
Careful.
Damage. I will say, compared to a month and a half ago when they played each other, oh, it was actually 2.5 months ago now, when they played each other in NAL finals, Rebellion have won 2 defenses already compared to the 1 they got in the whole half.
Yeah, I do expect this to be a heavily attacker favored on Clubhouse here between these two teams, so any defensive round is a win.
Canadian is so low. It's so risky going to CCTV. This bomb site is so exposed. Once the breach is open, it becomes difficult. Inside of the site is Fault. He's looking for a plant inside of the smoke, but Surf will deny it desperately. Benja jumps in straight to the smoke. He will fall after he trades back 1. Action knows he needs to go for broke, and he finds that player on the rafters. Can't get a second though as Ambi's DMR strikes true from the top of red stairs, leaving poor Newers for SSG. The last piece of the puzzle. A 1v3 required and no diffuser to speak of.
The stock watching downstairs in case of a C4, any verticality, and it ends up not being the case at all. There are no C4s from this defensive lineup. Has to go for a big one. Couple of swings, couple of pre-fires. Canadian, 1 HP and 1 Toxic Babe. Technically winnable, but very difficult.
It was such a risky play for SSG to put Newers in this position. 1 nade to work with as he has to go and reclaim that diffuser. They'll let him have it.
Yeah.
They know that they can play this for retake. Spoit has 3 Keybers left. They can wait for the plant to go down or just hold their lines.
Canadian.
Old man still got it. 3-3 at the end of the half. A glow up for Shopify Rebellion compared to their last Clubhouse encounter.
Surf saying Thorn Tech in the chat. What do you think about it? It's pretty good. Pretty good bit of value.
What was the tech? I didn't see it.
I think just 2 of them went off. Both Benja on the CC window jump in. I think it was the Thorn trap plus the smoke canister that took him out, if I recall correctly, but I'm not sure.
Right, and then maybe they just wombo comboed it because it was Barb as well.
And then default plant, when Glass walked in deep, I think it was in the floor by default plant spot and also hit him. Didn't kill him, but it did damage and he couldn't sprint.
The other thing about Thorn is even if it doesn't kill you or damage you at all, it just forces you to move.
Yeah.
When you're in CCTV, there's not many safe places to sit where you're not exposed to top red or cash or rafters.
I like the bounce right here. Get rid of the Monty. That's going to be a very comfortable role for Troy to IGL. Capital, great for executing, picking things apart. Makes perfect sense.
I mean, Capital, how do you play rafters with Capital in? Especially with the recent
Benja died to the barbed wire, smoke babe, and this one trap.
Tick damage combo.
Yeah. And then on the other side, getting rid of the Bandit and the Mirror. Again, it just makes step 1 easier. Get direct attacks. Oh, the screech. One more time? Ah, no more time. Okay. It sucks having to deal with the Bandit trickery sometimes. Even here in basement, you could reinforce the triple wall.
He struggled so hard trying to get this little hole.
Yeah, because they canceled the door. My guy's like, dude, really? You couldn't wait for me? I'm telling you, that impact grenade button felt really, really...
He was tempting. He was tempted.
10 seconds remaining.
It's one of those.
Newers has so much set up to do, so I don't
Yeah, he has no time to wait for anybody. That's the thing about the castle. I mean, back in the day, right, when you each had 2 reinforcements and you couldn't do more than that, and you played like Jaeger or Castle or Smoke,
even Mute.
Yeah, Mute especially. Dude, it sucked. You were doing reinforcements like 30-40 seconds into live action phase at times.
Yeah, I've died way too many times reinforcing in the action phase.
I mean, what we would do in Pro League to problem solve that is, let's say I play Smoke and I don't have time. The last thing I do at the end of my round is the triple wall, for example, because then I can do that in the beginning of the action phase, because that's the bomb side. They're gonna have to take map control first. That's how you kind of worked around that. Now, thankfully, you share a pool of 10 reinforcements, and life is just better.
Much better. So your teammates expect you to do all 10.
I was gonna say, until you play solo queue ranked, yeah. That is kind of rough here. Oh, I was gonna say...
The nades are very good clearing those Vulcans.
It's worth it. So essentially, they're spending those grenades right now, so when they get back to dirt late round, they can then go in for free. Also note this, instead of Canadian or Sport spending both grenades, they both spent 1. This means they're going to have grenades in 2 separate locations with different use cases, and or if, let's say, Canadians spent both grenades and then Sport died, now they have no nades.
Yeah.
So they're spreading out the util usage very consciously, which is a great small detail.
Smart.
More teams should do it if possible, but how often do you bring 4 nades these days, right? You can't cook them anymore.
One downside for SSG of making feet holes is it means the drones have so much more visibility. If this was head holes, it'd be very different. But
Yeah, but if you set your toes in there, you have no toes anymore.
Right, they've turned blue into a complete kill box. There's also a bulletproof camera at AKs as well.
It's low-key bait to go blue. It feels like a gap, and you get so many lines of sight like you mentioned, but there's a lot of lines working towards you as well.
If you have an Ash or a Buck, it's not so bad, but you want to really open up these walls.
But you see how they're playing it, right? They're roaming top floor around bar, master bedroom, etc., denying like kitchen hatch and the bar hatch, and then they're giving them blue saying, come on, take the blue, there's no roamers here, but they're holding it from deep within the bomb site. So again, it's a big bait, and they might take it 2 people blue stairs.
Yeah, well, it's a dangerous game here for Rebellion. They're playing right into SSG's hands. They've now cleared that bulletproof camera, I do believe. Noja won't be able to get info off of that. The nades being very, very useful. And the castle barricade follows as well. Canadian, though, shot in the feet by Newers. The UMP buff packing a punch, taking down the Blackbeard. And now Rebellion have no rock, no mountain, no shield to hide behind.
It's a bait, I'm telling you. Blue box like this, they want you to go there. That's the setup. You're playing right into it. It's super risky. It's going to have to be a crazy interplay here from Ambi, Surf, Rexon, and Sport to make this round work.
Rexon's got the long angle. Oh, but he's shot by Newers again. A second kill with the UMP. He's holding on from this doorway. He's vulnerable to so many angles right now, but none of which Rebellion are able to tangle with. Ambi's the last one left, and Newers makes it a 3K. What a killer way to kick things off for SSG in the second half.
That's disgusting. The UMP against the shield, so there's 2 things that came into action there. One, they reverted the limb damage change, right? So before, you would take 25% less damage in your toes, etc., your limbs. That got reverted. Now you take full damage, plus they buff the UMP, plus you play extended barrel. 47 damage a shot. It's like a TMR just shooting you in your toes. Canadian died faster than you could react. Big round for Newers.
Would have been a very different story if that had been a Montaigne, of course. SSG Bandit are happy to go and play more aggressively against these more vulnerable shields like the Blackbeard. It's crazy. You never see strats like that from SSG because it relies on having control of the entire kitchen hallway. Newers could have been shot from directly above his head.
He could. And that's the thing, right? They had bar hatch open, 2 or 3 people roaming there when the round started. And again, what SSG do? It's very obvious when we have the top-down perspective at all the positions. They made blue and CCTV side just look like you couldn't not take it. They had to take it. But like, what's the bait?
It's funny, because if they had Monty, I don't think you can defend that. Like, because they could have
defend the Monty.
Yeah, but like, imagine Monty was in.
Yeah.
Monty
doesn't work.
Monty walks up a dirt tunnel, and someone just plants right behind him, and they have nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, they had no toxic babes left, nothing.
As soon as you ban Monty, different story.
Yeah, and that's why you tailor your strats and play specific strats very much based on the operator band selection. Like I said, I think you can play that round 100 times. I don't think SSG go for it if Monty is open and they know the enemy is good at playing it. It's smart. It's good stuff from the prep team of SSG. And like Super and Callout was saying in interviews with X beforehand, they have played each other a ton of times, especially on Clubhouse and Lab.
Super said it's all about the adaptations. It won't just be about what you've come in predicting your opponent to do. It's having pocket strats and being able to read your opponents at the drop of a hat. SSG did, like you said, phenomenal prep work coming into it. If they have strats like that, Rebellion need to quickly be able to adapt to whatever they're thrown. More castle play out of Fultz this round. SSG have a lot of ideas.
Yeah. It's different every single time. Same thing for Shopify Rebellion. They're applying pressure on the CCTV breach, a little bit downstairs on the lounge and main door. But the open and kill department were feeling a lack of entering in the map and taking those early gunfights. Again, SSG, they want that late round 5v5. And SR are more often not giving it to them.
Watch out for the vert, my friend.
He's careful. It's kind of.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not. Okay, he's not. Well, Cobium, not careful.
Keep huffing that Cobium.
This is an old school vert angle from way back in the day.
This is a very deep one all the way into Garage. With the Capital banned, Rebellion have very little that they can do against a setup like this on rafters. You've got to contend with vertical angles, got to contend with Newers, who is playing down below inside a lounge. You got to contend with the player on the rafters himself. Ambi and Surf in a 2 versus 4, and Surf thankfully can find J90 and maybe take control of rafters. In a 2v4 though, Ambi's gonna have to find a massive opening, and well, it's shut down.
Both walls reinforced, by the way. Even if they got Calographer's control, it was all for nothing. They don't have the hard destruction for it. They spent all of the hard destruction early in the round, so even if they had gotten it, they don't gain a single damn thing from it. SSD, again, one step ahead strategically.
2 rounds in a row, a perfect strat, prepared and played perfectly. Played beautifully. Ashen holding onto the red stairs after he already found his kill on the vert.
Is that attack?
They are strides ahead.
It's gotta be attack. Attack timeout, that is.
Yeah, Rebellion are 2 rounds behind, but I'm not seeing the tactical timeout called.
Oh, there it is.
Here it is.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I think the biggest thing right now is we just got to get in the game. We're sitting around doing just fucking fuck all for like 2 minutes of the rounds, guys. We have a plan. We know what we need to do. It should be like fucking clockwork, and we're acting like we don't know what the fuck is going on, right? If we need to burn something, fucking burn it, clear it, and let's go. Those basement rounds, guys, if we can't fucking push, let's go. We're fucking sleepwalking, right? We're having good openings this round. We're getting good info, and we're doing fucking nothing with it. We have a plan. Do what we do. Stop fucking around. Okay? Play our game. Count shit down. Be together. Play together. We do not win individually. We win as a fucking team. Pay attention to the time and get it moving. Let's fucking go.
Wow. Coach Super, and again, I think he's spot on, right? They're getting to those late round 5v5s. They're kind of getting stuck in the early to mid stage of the round, then it all falls apart off one bad gunfight. Canadian in garage very early, dies alone. Then Rexton somewhere else on the map dies alone. They don't ever get to utilize any of their operators or any of their teamwork or coordination.
And that's what sets Shopify Rebellion apart from other teams. Their coordination, their creativity, and their strats. Very rarely. Yeah, we haven't. In fact, SSG have been running rings around them when it comes to the strategic game, which is funny because, yes, SSG, like, they have good strats, but of all the North American teams, which tend to be more structured than regions like Brazil, even Europe to some degree, I would have thought SSG was the most loose and aggressive.
Most loose and aggressive?
I would have thought so.
I think back in Forest days, maybe, but I think that's changed, yeah.
Fox is nodding when I say that, and Gabe is doing...
Yeah, I'm also a bit like, I don't know, man.
It's all mental, is what Laxing is saying.
Oh, okay. I thought he was calling me crazy.
I thought he was calling me crazy too.
No, I mean, it's true. Like, the battle of attrition is a battle often won by SSG, right? When you go pound for pound, round for round.
And we said Rebellion need to get it done in 2 because Café is going to be a hard one.
That's my prediction, yeah. It's a 2-0 or it's a 1-2 for Shopify Rebellion. That's generally just how I see that map V2 play out every single time. So there's a bit of pressure.
How well they fought earlier today against NIP for the individual performances.
Hey, mind you, NIP only beat Fear because that's a false narrative. NIP on paper is a much weaker opponent than SSG.
Sure.
But they did play well.
NIP did play well against Rebellion, though. We can't deny that.
And Rebellion played well in response, yes.
True. Let's not forget, NIP also got maps off of M80 and...
Now, where are they? Yeah, right. Spoiler, guys. ... They're eliminated. So how much... What's that going to do for you? Right? Come on. SSG is a different beast. This is a big test for Shopify Rebellion. If they're gonna run that gauntlet, they gotta start right here today. First NIP, then SSG, and every single day they will hone their craft until the very end where they're in the main stage in the grand finals.
Seems like a tall order with how they've been playing in this map of Clubhouse. Good drone though from Spoit. This is where Rebellion, as Super said, get all the information. They just have to make a call and go for it. Don't hesitate.
Grims, Candela's information. If they spot a couple of players, they gotta act on it.
Oh, but it's Warden. Can't flash the Warden. And Surf's gone down. I didn't see where that went. The Warden gets tracked, but it's a moment too late. And Spoit loses his head for it. Up goes Canadian. He's smoked off one angle, but this Warden is going to be impossible to deal with.
That's not going to work.
And he cannot find the angle. A nade goes through loosely, but he's not going to get an angle on through the vertical because Janano is sitting inside of the shower at the moment. Solid floor.
About this.
And yeah, it feels like Rebellion blew it a little bit too early. They missed their shot.
Yeah, they said to push, but they forgot the 3-2-1 countdown to work together. They had 2 people stuck below, one on the roof. It was a single-man push with Surf watching him just die. Now it's time for the second push.
Oh, but he's going to walk straight into the crossfire. Newers open the equation. Now he's found a second. Him and J90 together make it a full house and a flawless round for SSG. Ashen's typing question marks in the chat right now. And Shopify Rebellion have blundered their tactical timeout.
I don't blame him. I mean, the question marks, Ashen saying hello in the in-game chat, it is very much the reality that we're in. Because what is that push? After tag time and after Code Super goes, guys, these are the problems. Work together, get information, have a plan, and do it as a team. We didn't see the team aspect. There was a plan, information, and they did have an actionable course. But that action was not timed together. Troy was literally Candela in hand, not ready whatsoever. Ambi was downstairs in bar, trying to shoot a guy through floor. That's not wall bangable. It's a brutal way to lose your attack amounts of Clubhouse that it is about all the fundamentals, the teamwork, the communication. Ying's been banned away, Kite's been banned away, so Shopify Rebellion, they can keep breaching things as they have been doing. The power-ups and defense are still alive, and SSG very much in the driver's seat. Also, we're gonna have to say something here in a second, okay? We're gonna wait for the stream to see it as well, because incredible things are happening right now. And SSG basically okay. Now there is no Mossy mute, but the mute has made an appearance, and that's half of the equation. But the SSG roam that goes way back to when Troy got the hammer with the squad. Come on now.
Troy is going to load into this round.
He's going to
like, wait,
I know what they're doing.
I think they have a mute. Oh, they're roaming. Oh, it's basement. Guys.
Now, of course,
it's an SSD roam.
There's been some modernizations here, right? The Goya Vulcan canisters can both be put on the bomb side or the intra-airs, install a rush for 20 seconds. You have the Scobos, who can deep roam and always TP back and always overstay their welcome. And then you have Solids, which can see where those drones and people are droning from, giving you an idea of where the push, what direction it's facing. So it's very much a modernized version. Shopify Rebellion, there's an impact grenade. Rexon takes a bit of damage, but they're in the building. It's at a bar, the heart of the map. They take down the first player of J90.
Big kill from Ambi. We need the young gun to fire up now for Rebellion. So he's taking a lot of damage. The rest of the roam is still active here. Faults in script. Newer's in kitchen.
Oh, they're
he
coming
can create
for
a real fortress. Faults wants to try and take the fight, but a great shot from Rexon. Makes it a little bit harder for SSG, but Newers has lashed out again. He can always drop down the hatch back to site as he does. He is now the only one on the objective. Benja has GN'd after he found his. Remember, Ashen's on the top floor. Benja has now TP'd back to site. So it's a 2 on site, 1 roamer remaining for SSG.
And of course, you're going to go hunt the solo player. That's close serve. Barely takes any damage though. There's the melee bash. Knocked down on the ground and confirmed by Canadians. So they isolate. They have man advantage. They got Blightbeard and a Dokkaebi phone call and all the hard destruction still alive on Ace. They have all the correct tools to get this round over the line.
Yeah, but Newers has so many Kiba barriers to make the bomb side a fortress, and Benja has gone off on his roam again. They know about it. He can TP back if he wants, or he could even drop down the hatch.
Or you can stick around. It's about min-maxing. If he falls back, they lose the roam game. That shell gets destroyed. So the second he falls back, there is no retreating. But there's a Dokkaebi call as well. If that gets wrong, he'll be heard. So they pop the bar heads. That's 2 of the 3 Selmas, mind you.
And overextending, it does give Benja another flank opportunity. They're looking to push dirt. Spoyd is still upstairs, all the way on the 2nd floor. He's not making a move. Rebellion need to make sure they time this together.
So they got third tunnel. They got away, but it's early. Benji goes to flank.
His final impact grenade, though, used to try and enable that angle. He's still upstairs as he TPs back onto site. The Dokkaebi calls out. Spoyd drops down the hatch, but he will fall. Benja and Newers have hit 10 kills apiece as Surf looks to try and clutch up in the 1v2. Rebellion are on the ropes, and SSG are making Clubhouse their own. Plan. But can Benja deny it? It's fate for a brief moment. Newers is exposed, but Surf is traded back. And a 10-map win streak in the head-to-head becomes 11 for Space Station Gaming, on the verge of sending Rebellion home.
SSG, whenever they're met with an obstacle, they have an answer. Whenever they get punished somewhere in the map, they punish back somewhere else. And for that round, that was Benja. We'll have to see what happens next, but first, a quick break.
Available now.
Welcome back. Now, SSG and SR have played each other hundreds of times, and we talk about the win condition being about adaptation, but we don't explain what that means. Now, when you've practiced against a team so many times, they know what you're doing, you know what they're doing. An adaptation is where you take advantage of that information of knowing what the other team is doing. And SSG does it all throughout this round, but more specifically, they start very quickly right out the gate in their setup. While Hot Tub Breach is getting open, Logi Hatch is getting open, and Server Wall is getting open. But as you can see, Canadian is there with the tuber out, and he is going to rotate to red once the wall is open. But until then, he's staying pretty. What does Benja do? He makes a beautiful adaptation to go before the wall is open. Adaptation, gets the pick, and that pick is what leads SSG to have complete cash control off of that reading. They take cash, they go to set up for an execute, and now the execute is going to unfold. So Ashen is going to lock down the halls, Benja is going to lock down Master, Fultz, down connector, Newers, down connector, J90, supposed to be holding flank. We'll have to see how that plays out, but first, what does SR do? They understand that the execute is coming. Let's go for a counter adaptation. Connector push is going to happen. A flank from Anby, and it's going to work out flawlessly. They get the pick on the Newers. But what does J9 do? He's not holding flank. He gives it up completely because he's seen it before. This is an adaptation. He switches to be able to set up a containment. Now look at where all the remaining members from SR are. Connector locked down. J90 contains Ambi. Fultz is going to push in, forcing everybody from SR to have to move. Benja locking down Master, and Ashen is going to rotate to have Master control. And it works perfectly. SR has no response. They don't even know where J90 is. They get the pick. Surf gets one, but gets instantly traded. And now, Spoit, the golden child, stuck in a 1v3 situation. And it doesn't matter how golden you are. Doesn't matter how golden you are, there's still a 3-man crossfire onto you, and there's nothing you can do. And now that is the type of adaptations that we talk about. And SSG get map 1 off of that adaptation, and we'll have to see if they can get map 2, but we'll have to go back to the desk first.
We talk about the fluidity a lot heading into this matchup specifically. SSG, we know them as the team that will be able to adapt on the fly. Fox has just shown it perfectly, and unfortunately, Lax, SR are just one step behind the curve at every point.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And, you know, I just want to say this because I've been here, I've been a player, I know what it's like to be in this moment, to go against a situation like this. And realistically, I don't give a shit what kind of player you are. Someone has to find their rhythm. Someone has to be able to build out that momentum. Someone has to get animated on that side of SR, because when you look at their camp right now, everyone is just blank in the face. But you look at the side of SSG, everyone's getting hype, everyone's laughing, everyone's having a good time. As much as you want to focus on the game, you have to focus on that mental aspect. And every single time SSG attacks that mental again and again, whether it's being able to transition on dime, whether it's being able to trade off one another, they always have a response. SR needs to do something.
There were 8 multi-kills in that game, and that was dominated by SSG. Yes. Every single time they found a way into rounds. And right now, Shopify Rebellion, unfortunately, they just don't have the answers. Moving over to Nighthaven Labs, a similar map, maybe a bit bigger, but ultimately, we're still going to be met with that same conversation.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And again, I think it really is important that someone finds a round that they can get behind, that they can get animated, that they can get hype, and then just use that momentum to carry them through round by round, because you aren't going to beat this SSG in the mental game. You have to beat them in the adaptation, as Fox beautifully broke down. That's what needs to be happening. That's the transition that needs to be made. Don't focus on the map. Don't focus on what's happening in front of you. Focus on what you can do as a player and with your team, and then exploit exactly what SSG was doing to them and take it by charge.
Canadian, Shopify Rebellion. Their backs are against the wall. Look at them. It's the exact thing we're talking about. You can feel the energy has been sapped out of them.
Can we pan to SSG really quick? Like, you can just see the shift. Everyone just having a good time. Newers waving at the camera. I mean, it's just a completely different atmosphere. It's not the same, and things need to change if they want to keep their life alive here into going Nighthaven Labs.
It's as simple as that. Win and you're in if you're SSG. They are on the front foot, and I'm sure they'll continue to do so here on Nighthaven Labs.
Thank you very much, Rob. That's right. We're getting into the second map, and after a calamitous start on Clubhouse, Shopify Rebellion are on their last chance at SI.
Yet they still have the fan favoritism here. 59% in favor. Sportive, perhaps here. We gotta see Sport and everybody else work together with the perfect teamwork here on the second map, James.
SSG look for their second Six Invitational Championship to keep their hopes alive. They need to knock out Canadian and Shopify Rebellion. Nighthaven Labs coming up right now. SSG has made it to every single international event since Jönköping all those years ago. And now they look to continue the campaign in Paris at our 10th Six Invitational. Nighthaven Labs is picked by Shopify Rebellion, but we need to see a revival because they were absent on Clubhouse.
They very much were in, I think, most metrics. Individually, as a team, in the clutch, in the problem solving, SSG had their number at every turn of every round almost on Clubhouse. Nighthaven Labs does play out a fair bit differently, but mind you, if you're SSG, you're feeling mighty fine. Even worst case scenario, you lose this map, you got Café in the back, right? Come on, that's one of your most home turf style maps historically for this organization and for some of these players. For Shopify Rebellion, you need to overcome those obstacles and figure out what went wrong on the map prior and just make sure that all of that got resolved in the last couple of minutes. We walked by the SR squad outside our very doors and they're discussing, guys, Nighthaven Labs. And I did hear a small, we might not have gone into this thinking that our Nighthaven Labs was better than our Clubhouse, but we're gonna have to play it better than our Clubhouse because right now, it's do or die.
And look, the last time these teams met on Labs, it was a grueling 15-rounder in the NAL Finals upper bracket. It was a second map. Shopify Rebellion had just bounced back after being 7-1'd on Clubhouse, funnily enough, by SSG, only to lose 8-7 on Labs. Now, speaking of 8-7s on Labs, let's not forget why Shopify Rebellion are down here in the lower bracket to begin with, losing in 15 rounds of overtime to Falcons in that upper bracket. And also back in the group stage, they actually beat FaZe on this map in 15 rounds. We've had plenty of grueling matches for Rebellion here on this map.
They got the experience to go the distance, that's for damn sure, and we might need it. Let's see for now. They start all the way down under. Say all the way, but...
This is control room, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, all the way is kind of like based on where you're standing, right?
You are trying to save yourself.
They're playing down under, but not all the way under.
Look, they're not down under until they're down in Melbourne and Sydney.
Like
you know it. You know all about that. Been there.
All the way down in control. Playing on the floor above with the extended roam.
And classically, we have plenty of C4s. The late round plant denial. Deny from above through the Veil. Deny from below with the C4. Faults on that pulse. He's likely running the shotgun as he's got the Reaper out at the moment. Rebellion have so much work to do to clear this map and haven't made a lot of progress as of yet. Everyone outside the building.
I mean, that's the nature of having a Twitch, right? It takes a little bit extra time. Verticality from the roof down towards the bomb site. Sees the water down, does a bit of damage, but he peels away. It's actually an angle all the way to the basement. It can be all the way downstairs. What's the angle here for Shopify Rebellion? Is it nomading off the IT room, holding the retake and trying to go for plant beneath? Because they're missing those kind of plant operators, right? There's no shield for quick entry. No way to shroud yourself going into the bomb site besides a smoke grenade. They're gonna look, they're gonna get the kill as well.
Big opening for Surf, but good trade from J90. Thankfully, Canadian is there to reply from inside a garage. And Benja, as he tries to rotate back, is gonna feel a world of pain. Out goes the Nitro cell. But Ambi manages to run away just in time, and Canadian to regroup with his team and bring Rebellion back into the advantage.
Faults rather either has a pre-played C4 or he popped it immediately on the post. Not entirely certain. Might have popped it in the chaos of the round. But either way, he's back to that primary floor. Shopify Rebellion, despite having numbers advantage, they've reset everything, giving enough time for Foes to fall back and help Newers by that storage bomb site. And be looking for a flank. This tells us that SR, they have very limited information if they're worried about the flank this late in the round.
speaking of late, look at that timer. 20 seconds remain, and with Newers finishing off Troy, it doesn't leave Rebellion with a lot of options. Fultz still has that shotgun, and he's just flanked back upstairs again. Rexon needs to find a safe haven to plant, but he's in the middle of two players, and Newers has swiped his head off. Ambi, the young gun, with no diffuser to speak of, and no time to find these final two players, will desperately sit down. And SSG steal the first round on Labs.
I think I know what happened there. I'm pretty sure that they knew that Pulse was still alive and thought we cannot plant inside a stockroom because the Pulse downstairs will destroy us. So they have to plant in control, either on the desk, on that concrete floor, right by the door where the Nomad died. The thing is, Fultz left the basement a good while ago. It's lack of information from the Shopify Rebellion that is costing them the ability to go from that. Right here, they walk in this door, they walk to the left, and if anybody wants to be downstairs, they can't deny the plant. But SSG one step ahead again. Oh, they think we're gonna play Pulse downstairs, therefore we go upstairs and play the bomb side 2v2. It just feels like even when the round goes well for Shopify Rebellion, it still goes sideways.
Yeah. And how is it that whenever we end up in these 3v3s in the mid to late round, SSG are always finding someone disjointed from the rest of the team? Was it, what, 3v3 or 2v3 for SSG?
I think it was 3v2 and Troy died to a 2v2.
Fell.
I think so, at least. Somebody died early.
Newers snaked his way back into it.
10 seconds left.
Now, the last time these teams played Labs, like I said, it was an 8-7. Shopify started on the attack. So, crazily enough, it feels like an immediate repeat of what we have seen just 2 months ago. Shopify Rebellion managed 3 rounds of attack in their half. Both teams did the same before we went into overtime. And SSG won by winning both an attack and a defense. It tells you how split evenly these teams are on this map, on both attack and defense.
Planting toxins.
Benja had a good bit of value here on both club, especially on Clubhouse rather, on the active roam game, fighting for map control. And when you think of like prime Benjamin, so there's kind of 2 things in my mind that pops out. One was cooking the grenades beneath, and just like nuking people up on, right? Just getting those, yep. What people call them, depth bombs, something like that, up nades, there were different kind of terminologies for it.
Nade from below.
Nade from below. And then you had Benjamin just being completely loosened on the roam game, right? When he has that 4+1 vibe where 4 people working together, and Benjamin can do whatever he wants, just flow around. He's so good at playing just the round at hand, understanding where people can be, where they should be, where he should be to counter it. Right there, a jump out, draws a bit of attention, jumps back in, and will try to fall back, but they recognizes, hey, that breach has been opened up.
And Rebellion been very slow. A lot of things to deal with, and Legions afforded so much mobility because of J90 on the Iz army.
Back and forth.
It's a long way away from the side, but J90 is caught off guard by Spoit. Very quick one from him.
Swapping mags!
Rebellion now further their numbers advantage, with Benja being caught on his retreat as well. And with the phone's ringing, Ambi's caught in a funny spot between 2 players, but Fultz able to push deep into him.
The side is right here, so the map control is running out here for Space Station. They're gonna be stuck in a hard place. They have a C4 to work with and a vertical angle here for Newers, but no one's challenging it, nobody's peeking. Shopify Rebellion just cannot give another freebie. They were here last time, right? 3v2 into a 2v2. Now they're 4v3. They have to maintain the 4v3 and make it a 4v2.
That's a problem for Rebellion that has been present in a lot of these mid-rounds, trading back kills, form up their attack behind one player, behind Canadian on the Blitz.
I'm gonna build a plant here, right? They can smoke fire Capital. Blitz gonna go deep but be the planter. Work convert at the same time. The only response here is Fultz C4.
Good fire, but Ashen is caught out. Peeks too aggressively into the Capital's fire, and Surf will finish him off. A little bit of a tag with the gun as well. As the DMR comes to life and he finds the second. SSG took a gamble going to Kitchen, and Rebellion made them look like fools for doing so.
And a great rotation there. Every single player finding some value. Even if they didn't find the kills there at the end, Blitz, Canadian, just about to drop the Kitchen hatch, go for a backstab, clear out the Kitchen portion as well with the half wall. So really just covering every area of the bomb side. And great usage of the Capital Fire to shut off 90 peak. The timing there in the keeper.
Couldn't believe that.
Quarter of a second.
Yeah. Benja was baited into peeking a little bit too aggressively into Rexon as well. Not a lot went right for SSG that round. And they exit with just 1 kill. Rebellion have got some bite here on Labs. I want to be a bit more optimistic on this second map than we were on Clubhouse.
You're gonna have to be. If you want a good series, a long series at that,
I genuinely would love
a third.
A long series. What is it that if we get to Café really convinces you for SSG?
SSG's playstyle, the history on it, and how good they are just playing the layers game, like playing layer by layer by layer, falling back, peeling back, and they just saw, you know, SR play on it. So I feel like they also have some recent VOD watching.
I know it's a very different story playing against much weaker opponents, but Shopify Rebellion 7-2 to NIP, 7-3 Black Dragon.
They were looking good on it.
It did look pretty comfortable on it.
But then look at Clubhouse and tell me if that same SR plays on Café, what happens then?
Yeah.
They get 2-7. They need to just figure things out right here in Labs, win that map, go into Café with that newfound knowledge.
Oh,
they have to level up.
We won't be on Café for quite some time, even if we do get there. Rebellion have got to lock in here on Labs. A lot of castle picks from SSG all day long.
That's classic, right?
They're loving the castle. They're loving anything that can be a pocket strat that Rebellion might not have seen before.
And Canadian goes, revolt barricade, get a good bit of information. This is how you clear things. Castle barricade, okay, we can't go that way. Hey, Rexon, get over here. Work that sledgehammer. The only issue is they're both gonna join first. That's where the C4s come into action. They got very small Excalibur breaches by the basement for a late round peak. That already kind of shows us what the attack's going to be, right? Yeah. You leave one guy outside the breach, you walk down the exo stairs, go for a default take. That's what this shows SSG. They want a big disruption game, keep the roam alive.
Hi. There's two players here, in for a bit of a crossfire. Be careful not to shoot their teammate in the back of the head. Canadian needs to make sure not to jiggle straight into Rexon's bullets. He might be able to support. No, actually, he's not able to cover off Rexon. Viewers will finish him off. But yeah, you're right. It was a bit of a strange move for Ashen there. Thankfully for SSG, they do tie it back. Fault is still roaming, though, in Cafeteria.
The roam is very much alive in kitchen side, but Monty went to Aqua instead. In a perfect world, you send Rexon or Sport in the soft beats of Sledge and Bog upstairs kitchen, break the floor and force the roamers back, but instead, again, SSG playing those layers, peeling back, holding map control, and now taking on Ambi as well. SR is so widespread across the map, they can't quite help each other. Instead of pushing from one side, they're kind of in 4 different locations. And Serve finally in the building to help his team.
I don't understand what happened there for Ambi.
This is great, but it's a minute too late.
Yes. And it's fighting from a player down that really shouldn't have died. Like, did Ambi assume that kitchen was clear? Was he face checking it? Was he not aligned with the rest of the team that we were focusing up on Garage?
All I know is Canadian and Sport have to work some magic. Canadian with the information, Sport with self-destruction. Following downstairs, so no verticality being used right now. Perhaps Serve peeking for those angles.
Fault's going for a flank upstairs, which means Rebellion need to have a watch on the bomb site, but they spot 2 players. Sport supporting Canadian from behind. The Kiva barrier is going to make it difficult, and Fault, he will go down after he gets the injure. It's not safe, though, for Sport to get revived because New is in a position to quickly threaten the trade. Surf now looks for what he can, but 1 kill is not going to be enough. He's going to need to find 2 more as he picks up that diffuser. 2 flashes to work with. Good fire. He's going to get shot from around the side. Benja has a deeper angle, and SSG have a deeper Labs.
It feels like SR going for a very simplified attacking approach. Again, on paper, it's not a bad idea, but SSG are playing very advanced, high level, doing so many things at once in a single round. You need to match them at that advanced level. Do the take where you're applying the pressure, the phantom pressure, the real pressure, and making it difficult for SSG to read what you're going to do before you do it. Because Shopify Rebellion, I mean, it's very obvious where the push is coming from, right? Where the Monty is, that's where the presence is. And they keep fighting back. There's no pressure anywhere else. Like I said, no verticality, no one pushing kitchen. Ambi dies alone, Rexon died alone. So right here, I mean, Rexon's 1 point of health. This kill here, this pick, excellent. Then they keep over-challenging, where 1 stray bullet will injure or kill Rexon, and then Monty's alone. Then they got ROG to bottom Garrison, do that whole thing that we saw earlier, just to end up walking 3 people in a single door, not using the verticality, not using Garage Hatch, not using the main breach they got as the very first step.
But as we've seen, the operator bans roll on through Pengu. These guys have had a chance to speak with their coaches. Of course, Call Out and Super, some of the most well-respected coaches, not just in North America, but in the world. And Super has called, or the team has called, to bang out that Warden. Now, I like SSG's Capital ban. That's really powerful. It enables the clash for one. It enables a lot of power positions. But there are a lot of other power-ups on the attack that are now extra enabled, extra deadly because of that Warden ban. Both of them are being brought in this first round. The Ying and the Glaz together. Blitz is still in as well. With no Warden, SSG are going to be in a world of pain.
So direct attacks right now, a rush could be very feasible. Roam clear is still going to be a little bit tricky. Because if you have operators like the Glaz and Ying, who you want to have for late stage round executes, who's going to do the entering? The Flores? The Heartbreacher of Ibana? Rexon and Nomad? But then again, this is that tertiary bomb site where a rush and direct attack is very approachable. You get this up this wall, checklist, that's done. Okay, we drone the site, we drone the basement for those C4s, and then you could just Glaz Ying and go absolutely crazy in the server. It's very high risk, it's very high reward. And I think Shopify Rebellion won't know what to do just yet, but they need more information first. There are 3 people by Kellogg window. I saw the silhouettes, you see to his right, on the roof, running back and forth. They seem a bit unsure in the take here.
Aggressive play from the Clash, trying to get some info outside the top blue, but he's forced back for a brief moment.
And Ying is
How's Canadian gone down so early?
Wait, did he just not realize there's a mirror window here? And just run into it?
Oh my god, Canadian. That's a critical mistake. And now Benja is able to reinforce up the wall.
Oh, that's window. Oh, it's a vert. Okay, it's a window below. So he's below on the vertical angles and shot up the window.
Oh, that's an angle.
Okay, that's better than running into a mirror window, though. That's much better.
That's a very good angle. All the way upstairs, the diffuser has also been caught.
But you see the layers. Benj is playing C4 mirror and basement because that's the wing conditions. They can't rush the bomb site vertically, right? And they're playing heavily top floor with the Clash, locking it down. They get the pick. Now they fall back and surrender top floor control. They still have basement under their control. So even if Shopify Rebellion gets to the bomb site, the C4s will be a huge problem.
Yeah, controller room is such a hard bomb site to plant on because of that. The vertical above and below. And Newers has found such a gnarly angle as well between both of those 2 bomb sites. All the way from Lounge. That cuts down Spoit. Rebellion really don't have a lot of choices here. They don't have a lot of options.
Dude, Newers is a UMP merchant. I never thought I would say it, but it's like that gun is good now.
The UMP is absolutely deadly. What an angle. How does Newers survive that though? Surf's got his DMR and he still can't deal enough damage.
Smoke, jump in and pray. That's the strategy right now. Big is right below.
Pure desperation. Benja watching on the vert.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got an angle through the smoke as well. That's an easy double for the Dane. As Surf is left with it all to do in a 1v5.
Oh no.
We expected so much more out of Rebellion in this game. We thought it would be a challenge.
Here comes the Clash.
But no, Surf is now left in just about the worst position you could possibly ask for. SSG are playing with their food. It's only a matter of time before Rebellion get eliminated from this tournament unless they step it up. Surf, nice little C4, but Faults will peek on the back of it. A flawless round. The best we've seen so far from SSG.
It's pretty cheeky, right? Either you shoot the C4 and die to Clash or vice versa. And this will also mean it is time for a tactical timeout, if I'm not wrong. I see a mic down for Super.
Yep. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, if they go back to kitchen, their top's weak, obviously. They're playing it more horizontally, people 90, so we can just make vert, and then rotate the lobby. I think we played that fine. Okay. For the basement guys, remember, if we take storage or we even take into teller's area, we can make vert and just start working the site. Because if they're running around and they're reinforced off, we just need to hold for the flanks. Right, like they can't stop the plant if we take archive or teller or we have like storage. Like we can just start looking at the wall and plant and getting the bomb down. We don't need to be fighting them all the way through.
Heard that.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, keep looking for gaps because they're gonna run around and fight us. But just think about play our game. Don't try to get too crazy. Play our game, guys.
Heard that.
He seems so defeated.
He does, and also a lot of things discussed there is about what happens when they get to the late stage of a round, right? If we control archives and tellers and do the vert, they can't do anything. That's great to know, but you're not getting map control out losing 2 players. You don't have the manpower to do the vert, hold the flanks, and go for a plant. So you're limited. It does feel a lot here from the side of Shopify Rebellion. They feel mentally locked out of this one.
Yeah.
All as Laxton said, it's all the mental game, right? SSG never clocked out.
The mental game, and SSG, the way that they play, the way they conduct themselves, they are bullish. They are just so extroverted. They're so present. They have such an overbearing presence. And That's one of the reasons why they seem to always have the number of NA. And Wildcard disproved that a little bit yesterday, sending SSG to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
But here down, when it comes to elimination, it's one of these two teams that look to try and carry the candle. And Rebellion at the moment just cannot touch SSG. They cannot reach their level on Labs.
You know, when Numerous first came to Tier 1 level Siege with OXG back in the day, he was known as a finger one-trick, more or less. Then he became an Iona player. Oh! I was gonna say, he's playing UMPs every goddamn round, and now C4 spawn peek and surf on the A's after a tag timeout. But that is emotional and mental damage.
He had to count the seconds. That was 23 seconds into the round.
Yeah, you hear the little footy steppies, you play the timing, you do that right enough, and you get it down to a perfect millisecond.
That almost landed on Surf's lap.
It couldn't have been much better. That's for damn sure.
Rebellion now have 3 secondary hard breach gadgets to try and deal with this round after losing their ace, but honestly,
it's not even about the hard breach.
It's just about the mental game.
It's about the mental game. The fact that it's like, let's play our game, let's do our executes. Great, you're playing 4v5 off the rip.
SSG just said, okay, mate, just stand right there. Yep, right there. No, a little bit closer. Yep, okay, good. And then slaps them in the face.
They line them up and they take him down. This also enables Numerous to be a bit more risk-taken with the pulse if he desires to, because that C4 in pocket has already gained them a kill and gotten a good bit of value. The worst thing to do here is if you have things in your pockets, spend them before making those risky moves. But when you get that 5v4, that's when SSG can start playing a bit more passive actually, utilize the clash, use maybe one of those last 2 reinforcements, and just start keeping playing those crossfires and forcing Shipify Rebellion into that really awkward area by the bomb site. You could close this, but
trying to smack that mirror, but the clash comes in, and Canadian's now going to get guard broken. He needs his teammates to come and support. It's up to Rexon to make sure that Canadian doesn't die to the clash here. And the player outside the breach. Yeah. That's Ambi. He needs to make sure that Fultz cannot have too much mobility. Janino actually missed that. Spoit has now crossed, brings out the Deagle. That's going to pack a real punch, even if it lands on one of the feet.
That's all on Fultz here. You play around the clash to give you the information of where they're attacking from.
Good flash. Ambi, though, action will fall. Ambi's found his double with the shotgun, but the Nitro Cell has silenced Canadian on the Monty, and this smoke bang battle continues. Rebellion have taken control of one of the objectives, though, and with that air jab going off, the flank is on for Benja. Spoit locks in, takes them both down. Shopify Rebellion finally conjure up a second round.
If it can't be the teamwork and the execute, let it be a hero play from a player. That right there is Ambi, the shotgun double to open things up, Sport locking down the flank, and a kill by the bomb side. Fultz walking into an air jab. It saves the round from Shopify Rebellion. Still got some fight in them. Mentally, they needed this round. This is how it started. C4 spawn peak 18 seconds in. All right, GG go next, right? No, they fight, they try, and Ambi, he was the difference maker.
I mean, credit to Ambi, the young gun, on his birthday, but let's not forget, Rexon was the one that placed the air jab that knocked Fultz back and enabled them to kill that clash. That's also true. Spoit peeked onto the site, found a pick, and then turned around to make sure that they didn't get caught by Benja on the flank. It's been a very well team effort here from Rebellion. I feel a bit bad for Surf. He's played so well today. I'm really impressed.
I mean, against an MP, he was... I know he wasn't, like, statistically the MVP, I think it was Spoit, but I think from all the heroics that he was pulling off, he was my MVP. That's for them.
There's a lot of impact plays. One more round here for Rebellion, and they tie up the half, which is exactly the same scoreline that we saw last time they met on Labs, and that ended up in OT. So while it feels like SSG has had control throughout this entire series, there is a way back into it for Rebellion.
I really do still believe that the first minute 30 seconds is going to decide so much in this final attacking round for SR. Again, whether it's map control, whether it's the intra-kill, whether it's getting enough of your checkboxes ticked off and saying, okay, yeah, we got that check, we got that check. SSG, they keep playing this disruption and they're roaming. They're not giving them any easy ways in, but look at this bomb site pressure. Ace open the walls because Kite Bandit has been removed from action way earlier in the map in the operator band veto. When you got the Monty, you can constantly pressure the possibility of a side rush. This means the roamers can't be too far off.
The Thatcher as well with 6 EMPs can be tempted. Don't refrag that, Faults. Be careful. This is your smoke, by the way.
All or
If
nothing.
Ambi wins this
Double
fight,
down.
this is surely the round. If Ambi beats Faults here, spots him for a brief moment, but on the weapon swap, and then Faults has to swap himself. Ambi takes him down with the AK. Newers needs to lash out, and finishing off the buck of Spoit, I believe that was on for a flank. Newers, he's in lounge hallway. He's looking to try and push against Rebellion, and J9O is tempted to do the same. Rebellion just have to freeze up and prevent this retake, but Newers has taken matters into his own hands. 2 kills on for the re-roam here for SSG.
You have a Monty, you have a Deimos tracker. Don't just walk in and take those 50-50 gunfights. You got a huge advantage off the back of
And he gets back to site.
Exactly. So not only do they let the Roma get back, that's one thing, but they lose 2 players in the process, lost maybe their plant potential. And once again, they're back outside the building, all by the main breach. Is this going to be 3 people walking in breach, hoping for the best? Because they can retake the vert. They can stop the plant. They might even have Goyo Fire left available. Yep, they retook the vert.
Benj is up above. Are they going to watch for it? Will they be able to plant in the smokes? Canadian starts planting.
They are praying for this to work.
There's no nitro cell, but he might be able to get the angle. He doesn't quite see him. The plant's going to be confirmed, but not before the rest of Canadian's team will fall. It's a 1v2. How does he take this? He needs to fight Newers right now before Benja gets back. He will not win if it's a 1v2, but into the 1v1.
Do me
the
proud.
young Dane must try and take down the shield of Canadian. How does he win this as Benja commits to the guard break? Bash after bash. Low HP for Canadian. Benja barely needs to land any shots. Just one blast from the shotgun and he will clutch up, and he keeps committing.
No time.
But Canadian is held on for just long enough, and there is no time for Benja to clutch up the round. Troy Canadian and his Six Invitational is toying with SSG.
A 1v2 for the ages. Troy on Monty in a post plant, arguably the worst operator in the worst spot. They know exactly where he was the entire time. He isolated the 1v1, sought out the first gunfight, and played that extended gameplay to perfection. Not caught by the Goo Mines, not caught by the Goyo Fire. He held on strong and gets the round victory himself.
And that quells some of our doubts around whether Rebellion can hang here with SSG. 3-3 is the score at the end of the half, and it leaves the door ajar. Just barely ajar.
Yeah.
The Shopify Rebellion to push us the distance to map 3.
They're on the outside looking in.
But a moment like that, right after they had a heartbreaking round where Surf was spawn killed by a C4, and they struggled to find much footing after the flanks, after the way that Newers retook for a 2K, Rebellion needed a hero moment, and who better to do it than their leader, Canadian?
It's gonna inspire some motivation, that's for them. Certain. Now, 3-3 even half. I know some people are gonna sit there and go, oh my god, how could you lose that if your Benja Master just made it a show? It's really hard.
It's really hard.
Unless the Monty generally makes a huge error in the 1v1 extended play, you should never lose that as the Monty post plant.
It's a little bit easier to fight the Monty than it used to be because of the guard break.
But you see how Troy played it. So whenever you get meleeed from the Monty POV, your shield will go out on your left-hand arm away from your body. So what you do, you counter-strafe right when you get meleeed. That way you're minimizing the area that you're exposed in. And that's all he did. And then obviously you're trying to get as much distance between you and the diffuser, so that if you do go down, you have to sprint more seconds towards the case for a defuse. That takes 7 seconds. He couldn't find the door here. He was kind of getting stuck in the wall. But look, it's so unplayable for Benja. He's spamming left click and nothing is happening.
He didn't have the ammo in the shotgun to waste his shots as well. Realistically, maybe he needed to switch to the primary and just try and hip fire.
Let's go.
And the fact that Troy was just toying with him. Oh, it's a sweet moment.
I love the Monty post plants, dude. They can be so disgusting. And it feels so unfair when you're against it, but you can't help but smile if you're the one playing the Monty.
It's also really nerve-wracking for Canadian. It is 1v2.
Yeah.
Like, he had to kill Newers. If he didn't, he's a dead man. It's so easy. Newers goes to his right, Benja goes to his left, and he's a dead man.
It's completely over in the 2v1. They have to isolate.
But you saw how locked in he was. He was literally just not even leaning. He just ADS and just walked like a turret. He just bam, 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 bam. He had to get it. And it's funny, Newers knew that that was the win condition as well, which is why he tucked in the corner, trying to bide his time for Benja.
So what now? Side swap, of course. Electro Bros remove from action again. Kaid Bandit will not see any play today, it feels like. And then Thermite Ace in response. And this does leave, as we keep saying, a lot of power operators on the attacking side. We see some of them right here. The Grim, the Capital, and the Deimos all coming out in round number 1. And this will mean the same thing as when we saw SSG defend. If you let the attackers 5v5 execute here, it's going to be so hard as a defender to do anything about it. So ideally for Rebellion here, an early pick or stalling a lot of time would be nice. Almost swings it down. I think they saw each other most likely.
Pretty sure Rexon spotted him. He's just waiting for someone to walk past his line of sight. Sees a foot for a second. I do feel like the operator bans here kind of cancel themselves out. It's like two hard breaches and 2 anti-hard breaches.
But I do feel like when you do this trade-off, I personally believe it benefits the attackers more.
I would
have stronger operators to pick. But that's what they needed. Open and kill. That's the Grim. It's one of those big 3. The Vert here is going to get a bit awkward though later on.
I feel like we need Newers and Benja together down below to be
track and then go hunting.
Yeah, we need the track and we need the buff.
The issue with opening the floor with Bach is that it works both ways. They can shoot back. When you track in with the Deimos, they're going to be running while they're just permanently marked, right?
Yeah.
So Benja is going to be more and more exposed the more time goes by. But now we actually see Newers down inside our lounge, trying to assist. I think they need a red ping first.
I don't know if he has many tracks.
I think he has
many people.
Oh, he has them all.
All 5. All right.
So let's use them.
He'll do whatever he wants, but no, he's not committing to it. Now Surf has fallen on the side. SSG finally bring things back. The Canadian is still watching. He's going to get targeted by the Deimos. Now, this is the priority for Newers. Canadian has to look for a safe place. This is very aggressive. What is he doing? The C4 ripped as well. Foltz feels the pressure. He has to fall back. A retake from Rexon. And SSG just decides to abandon it. Rebellion are re-aggressing into the attackers.
Troy just rallied the troops. He's like, guys, it's time to push forward. They reach at the ground, then they give it up. Back towards the bomb site. Newers, not enough time to stay back downstairs. Has to start getting up the staircase and help his teammates. Still fire, still smoke, still frag grenades. Plenty of util for SSG.
Everybody's lit but Newers as he clears the dread mine from...
This one nade could end him.
This one, I think it's good. Canadian, 1 HP on Nadian as a guard break comes through, but Ashen is on the floor. Canadian just has to tuck in the corner and force SSG to hunt him. Allows Spoit to find the kills, but it comes down to the 1v1. Fultz looks for Spoit, but a drop shot confirms it.
Ice cold, baby, look at that.
Ice cold, and another clutch today for Spoit.
That's gotta be the 1v1 Tony's paying off right there. When you have to play an out of nowhere 1v1 with everything to be lost or gained, it's a drop shot, it's a hip fire, it's a kill confirmed for Shopify Rebellion, a round victory with that.
Spoit wasn't even, he wasn't even conceived yet when drop shotting was the matter. When you could ADS and drop shot at the same time.
That's before his time.
And yet he's still committing to it. I've seen him drop shot a few times.
It's happened a couple times now. But I mean, honestly, I think the sole reason why he won that might be because of the drop shot. If you look at Force where he's aiming at, you know, he's aiming like chest, head level. And when you hit the deck like this, you'll see, look, the aim is off.
Yeah.
He jukes the bullet. Yeah. It's a big moment.
A desk slam from Fultz. GG go next. Rebellion have finally, for the first time on this map, taken the lead.
So, I'm not sure. I wish we had player comments, right? I would love to know what Troy was saying. He got Deimos tracked and he was gonna die. So he vaults the rotate into enemy territory, and within a split second, 2 people are fighting Electric Door against the Capital, because that Capital turns around, Troy gets shot in the back.
As a crank call out.
I'm like, guys, we're about to crank it.
It's time to zerg them, guys.
And they all jumped out the building. Like, it was ridiculous. It was like the one play that might win the round, but it's not a play I've ever seen before.
Yeah, wow. Well, Rebellion are finally looking lively. They've got the guts to go for a play like that. And with it, they take the lead. I want to see more of that. I want to see synchronized aggression.
Yeah.
The rounds where Rebellion tend to struggle is when players are dying in isolated positions.
The 1v1s.
I will say, I feel like Rebellion, of any team we've watched, they lose more 5v3s than I've ever seen. But they always end up in 3v3s after they get a numbers advantage. How does it happen?
That's been their story today. It's happened one too many times. But can they keep it up? Can they keep building that early lead and just get a little bit better at maintaining it? That's the question. Here comes Ashen. Big on the blitz.
He's right in for it. Beautiful shot for the first one. He's going to double down. Oh, the blitz and the Blackbeard together are a devilish combo, but SSG, they're happy to make a deal with the devil if it gets them the win. Ashen's low, so is Fault, but they have control up above.
Yeah, what do you do now? You have no shield counterplay. I mean, sure, Guma and Thorn Trap, but they're in pre-placed positions that can be dealt with. Don't have that magic C4
There's
on the
a rat
ground.
on the
He's
floor.
waiting. It's Newers. Oh, he wants it.
Slippery little snake looks to try and bite Surf on the ankles, but Surf will fall back. Bomb site is taken though by SSG, and now Surf is left all alone. 2 shields to battle, and Newers is hungry for it. Bit of damage, but he's covered from J90 up above, and a flawless reply as SSG tie the score.
From losing a 1v1 to flawlessly taking a round W right after. I mean, again, what a comeback. Even scoreline, like you said, 4-4. It might keep bouncing, and it just might.
And part of that was Ashen on the blitz. Few do it on the blitz quite like Ashen.
He's just in. I mean, look at this, right? One tap, boop, you're dead. Over, blind, you're dead. Literally nothing they can do. And the only reason why that happened, Shopify Rebellion gave them 1 room for free. Aqua Door. They jump in, they take the whole goddamn round.
Even an Azami can't hold rafters when you're getting picked by a Blackbeard, and a blitz is destroying your teammates set up behind you. Rebellion look for a safer bomb site to hold. Remember, command center servers is still locked. That's on the top floor. They can't go to control unless they want to, well, face whatever the hell just happened right in that round just passed. So they'll go down to the basement.
10 seconds to insertion.
This bomb site is so much about the roam game, especially with the Bandit and Kayi.
Yeah.
Banned out by SSG. Breaching is going to be free, even though you don't have the Ace or the Thermite to do it with. You've got plenty of tin can openers on your power operators. This is the story we often tell, Pengu. Whenever you get Ace and Thermite banned, you bring these insanely meta power operators that just have tin can openers.
Yeah.
Grim and Capital and Monty.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Thermite's great and all, but Capital can be a mini Thermite and have the fire and smoke. It's like, come on, dude. Yeah. Value is incredible. Now, I'm a little bit worried for Shopify Rebellion this one. We don't have a lot to stop the bomb site from, you know, a plant, a rush, a push. And
Flash can get info, but how do they actually kill them?
Yeah, what do they do? I mean, the roam game looks pretty good here, but I'm looking, okay, they're in kitchen, they got venting control, got a bit of vert. It's almost like Shopify Rebellion has cut a line in the map. They say, we have, you know, one half, you'll take the other. The issue is the other part that they're giving them is the EXO default plant with a Monty open and Capital Grim.
But they
can walk in default here to start planting literally in 10 seconds now.
Surf is above though, that's the problem. I think that Rebellion might have accounted for this. Surf is up above, he's watching, the plant is not in default. He's watching where is it happening. As he starts to hear the plant, it gets faked. The Monty's trying to find a safe haven, but he accidentally destroys one, and the clash is coming through. Now the plant will begin, but the smoke has subsided. Fault is completely exposed. You have to go again. There's the vert. Point is here to try and help Surf as SSG try and distract. Another default plant opportunity. But Surf doesn't know where it's going down. They have no idea. And the clash is nowhere near it either. Finally, the plan is confirmed. But only after that does Surf realize where it's happened. Ashen's fire has locked Canadian out of it, and the Monty will go down, but in the retake, SSG have the numbers advantage.
Such a hard round to problem solve, almost impossible, right? Surf stuck in a hot spot, Canadian solo by the bomb site.
Oh, critical kill for Surf, he needed that, he needs to finish off Benja. He is just toying with them. SSG go from a flawless round to another one. They don't care about feeding him. because they're hungry for the win, and they are 2 rounds away from knocking Shopify Rebellion out of SI.
So much was happening in a very short time span, right? Monty in, smoke, try and get the bomb planted. First, they feel like, okay, there's a Solus, gotta plant somewhere else. Then the Clash Shield comes in and stops the Monty from planting, and the smoke disappears. It's a complete chaos in the server, but the Cavitao use of the fire and the smoke bought them enough time to re-stabilize, and then Surf, unfortunately, didn't figure out where the plant was going down, because that could have maybe saved it, right? Had he made one vertical hole, impacted the floor, and then shot the Monty, it's a whole different story. But look, he was looking the wrong way, wasn't sure what was going on. So much chaos. You're relying the whole round to be won or lost off the Solus information. It's one operator covering so much. It's so much pressure. One small misplay, that can happen.
And even if you have info on where the boost spot plant is as Solus, it's actually very hard to kill that planter when he's got a shield on his back. We saw that when Rebellion were attacking with the Monty, and Canadian planted in that spot as well. SSG are on the verge. They can taste it. Rebellion, though, on the other hand, they have to push this deep. They have to go all the way on Labs and then take us to Café, where we don't even really favor them. And it's been a long day for Rebellion. You know, they had to have a 3-mapper against NIP this morning. It's now just past 6 p.m. local time in Paris. And Rebellion's first match was at 11 a.m. And they've been playing 7 hours ago.
I feel like that last round, the attack from SSG, it's one of those things that you wouldn't do that defensive setup unless Monty was banned. It kind of goes back to Clubhouse, right? The kill box in blue.
Very true.
I feel like that attack only works with a high chance of actually working out if you have the Monty. Shopify Rebellion didn't ban the Monty, yet they still ran that setup, giving up extra control for free.
They had a chance to ban the Monty just this round passed, but
that's true.
Instead, they decided to go for the Capitao.
Not a bad choice, but there's the issue with the Ace and Thermite ban. You have like 5 different attackers that are all screaming, ban me, ban me, ban me, I'm a problem, I'm a big problem. And you gotta only choose one. That leaves 4 other really powerful attackers left alive. And the only solution that you really have here is probably spamming some Clash. That might just be the one saving grace, especially with the Capital ban, because SSG, they banned the Mirror in response.
But I haven't been that impressed with Canadians' Clash so far.
It's been alright. I'm not gonna complain about it. I feel like the round falls apart around Canadian, not at where he is playing. And that's exactly what Clash gives you. It gives you a safe area where you control the pacing. C4 for fallback, expecting a person to hold it. They weren't. Tubrow to stall things out. Remember, no kite available, banned out by SSG. The wall will get open in 30 seconds from now.
It'll take a little while though, and Rebellion can do their best. They're good on that time. Now Janino has locked out and prevented a bit of re-aggression here. He's in a cheeky spot though. He's waiting, using this bulletproof camp for info. And Ashton, he's going to get to work on the glass now.
They're not going to know this until his glass starts shooting, but this freeze should stop the gadget from working. Yeah, he started flickering away. You see that? Not a good look.
Ambi eventually does find his pick outside the AT breach, and well, Newers has fallen as well. Now Ashton can fall back if he wants to. It's a Glaz on the other side, and I think Rexon knows about it. He's trying not to expose himself, and the gas is going to make this so awkward. The Clash stands, and Ashton is completely ineffective for the rest of this round. I mean, there's no more smokes.
Yeah. And we've not seen Benji being utilized, right? The 3 Demos trackers could go below. Is an in-garage window, finds one, and default can. Out he goes. Can't be exposed in a 1v4 on that Rafters position. Has to find a different avenue. SSG, what they're missing is a way inside the building that's safe.
It shouldn't be winnable for SSG. And yet, we've seen them pull things out of nowhere before.
The Clash surely just stops this push, right?
Ashton's given a lot of space. He can make his way into IT. He can take the 1v1 versus Ambi. No response from Rebellion. Finally, Surf finds one and doubles down on the backstab. A 3K for the smoke player, leaving Fultz up against his former teammate and 2 other very solid anchors. Rexon holding firm with the DMR as Surf has gassed up. Fultz's only path forward. Canadian shuts Fultz out of it and reties the scoreline for Shopify Rebellion.
And it keeps bouncing, you know? 4-3, 4-4, 4-5. Back and forth in terms of round score. Back to even Steven 5-5. This next round, that's the one you want. It sets you up for match point, and in the worst case, you guarantee overtime. This is the time for Shopify Rebellion. They gotta go back-to-back in rounds. If there was ever a round to do it, this is the one.
Even when Rebellion have a numbers advantage, I don't know how SSG keep finding these picks. Rebellion really struggle with those refrags.
I think SSG could do more. It's actually one of the rare times where I feel like SSG did not utilize their operators to its fullest potential. That Deimos downstairs with the verticality, it is just ridiculously strong. And when you go back in time to the first time they attacked that upstairs bomb site, they had the block below breaking the floor apart and Deimos only tracking a singular time.
Yeah.
I feel like the Deimos being left open has just not been utilized enough by SSG, at least that one bomb site attack. But now it's locked. So, time to find a different win condition for Troy and the boys.
We've seen a lot of Siege from Rebellion today, and now I feel like we've really gotten used to SSG's playstyle. And one thing I'm noticing is a difference between them is in a moment where SSG look desperate, they just miraculously find openings and find kills. When Rebellion look desperate, they have no idea what to do.
The double jump in stock window, die to bench and basement, like that kind of desperate? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
But in that round, I mean, yes, SSG were behind. Ben just still jumps in rafters and finds a pick.
Yeah. Glass walks in Garrett's door, finds
a pick as well.
Exactly.
SSG always make it close, even when they're losing. And that's what makes this team so terrifying.
Now we got Nearest on the blind period instead. Gonna work the floor and go down, perhaps. Step on, of course, get IT breach every single round with no exception. You see Ashen getting connector across the map with a shotgun as well. So yeah, they want to fight for top 4 map control. No more direct attacks, trying to go for a cheeky plant. No, let's fight outside and inside the map. The Thorn Trap went out. Nearest almost did to the C4. This Blackbeard is going to be having a hard time making that entry play now.
Especially against Canadian.
One shot, dude. He's injured.
I think he might even get really aggressive onto him. Destroys him. That shot, Troy, automatic. He gets so many pellets out in such a short space of time. Canadian on his signature pulse. He loves this shotgun. He wants to go for it, but he's worried. There's 2 players on the other side of it. Spoit is supporting him. When do they fall back?
Oh, well, they don't. Spoit gets into the Shadow Realm right after. He drops down the hatch, though. Rexon gets a kill. But do you go for this? If you revive him and you both die, you're playing 2v3. Yep, crawl out to the hallway, make the safe play first. Wait the entire time. There it is. He's back on his feet.
Oh, the timing is perfect.
Oh, nobody goes back in?
Canadian hadn't had time to move out of the hallway, or he chose not to for whatever reason.
If you wait just one more second and crawl all the way out and don't go back in that room, you stay alive. But the important thing here is the person reviving him, Rexon, has full health and did not meet that same fate. Even numbers, but like you said, SSG, whenever they're behind, they tend to just find these frags out of seemingly nowhere.
And they're going to need to, because you've got a player below in Ambi. You've got ability for Rebellion to try and look for these plant denial opportunities.
That's the last bit of
No Nitro Cell. I think they have info. Surf's going to try and hold on as long as he can. He does move into garage.
They have a spare Razor Bloom on Thorn. This could be plant denial. Oh, he just tossed it on out. Okay, maybe not.
Put it?
Maybe just for a jump in somewhere else. Maybe by the window.
In he goes!
Oh,
Surf
no.
will fall. Thor's now in default plant position. There's no one down below to look for the plant denial opportunity, and Thor's... and he swings it! He sacrifices his life, but it's worth it because Rexon brings it down to the 1v1! Ashen can't best him! Rebellion are running it back! Map points!
One by one, they buy enough time. Ambi sprinted in the building by the bomb site knowing I am going to die, but before that, I'm going to take down the planter and give enough team for the other people.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying this entire game, fellas. Ben just said it, Boz saying it, like, we're spazzing out, we're trying to do crazy shit right now. Just push the fucking drones, call a simple attack, keep it simple. We're acting like we can't beat these guys just playing normally. We see an opportunity to go fast, then go fast. If we need to go slower, then go slower. We need to fucking milk, then milk. Push the drones, keep it simple, and just play the goddamn game. That goes to the rest of this one, fellas. It's that simple. Don't worry about fucking crazy shit.
Alright, where's it gonna be? Can't be back, command. Gonna be basement.
Yeah. We just fucking, I think we just clear them out, like shield on front, bring Deimos, and then we'll go Gen half or Exo half.
On this topic, the breach
if they're 4-man roaming, we gotta like isolate the one guy quick before they overflow.
Yeah. Like, I'll bring the shield
apply
water.
Cyphers for too early, Jay. It'll keep them in place.
Yeah, well.
Oh, they're expecting a kitchen when basement is open?
Desperate times. You know what they say? And they have Clash, and Clash is one of those operators that really enables that kitchen bomb site. It's definitely possible. How things started off, Canadian pushing through, getting revived, instantly dying. So Surf tossed the Razor Bloom to this window right here. It gets shot in the verticality. And the Ambi sacrifice play.
Worth it.
Yeah, 100% worth it. And then Rexen catches the vault in animation shortly after, which buys him the 1v1 position with low time.
Potentially the most critical round of the game so far. You can see Call Out immediately called the tactical and put that mic down on the back of it.
He was so ready, despite being in the lead for a good while in that 3v2 rather. I think there's an issue where SR, they lost about some seconds in the attack timeout, so they're gonna get their own, I think.
Yeah, so
Super's mic wasn't working.
Yeah, so they didn't get to talk during SSG's timeout, so they get to talk now. We won't listen in. It's not their tactical timeout, so it makes sense, but we can just play the guessing game.
All right, guys, good stuff. Rexen, you keep clutching. Troy, you keep pushing. Everybody get down and dirty.
I gotta say, did you notice Ambi was on his feet after that round win?
Ah, yeah, he was up there.
After his sacrifice play.
He's the one that opened the door for the possibility of that clutch. I saw him on the top-down perspective. He was sprinting, like, I gotta get this done. Now, shift your mind back to when Canadian got revived in the Pulse. If he doesn't die, he goes straight to basement. Planting is no longer an option.
That was the thing that they were missing. The one ingredient that SR were missing at the end of that round was vertical plantanile from below. Now they're talking about, well, what site do we go next? That's my question, because SSG predicted it would be kitchen, and I thought, well, basement is open.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen this before where you call attack timeout and you do this thing that you don't normally tend to do. And if there was a time to surprise your opponent, it could just be when you're up on match point.
Well, ironically, it's not going to surprise them because, spoiler alert, Rebellion have picked kitchen for this bomb site, which surprises me, but apparently it doesn't surprise SSG.
They had to read.
And that's the thing, these teams have played each other 8 times in the last 12 months.
I also say, if you are up against a team that plays a ton of Clash, they like it, they're good at it. Kitchen is a bomb site that I personally would not play very often unless Clash is up and available. Because now you can play the hallway, you can fall back from top floor. Again, I keep saying this word, it keeps giving you more win conditions. This is a bomb site that does not tend to favor the defenders very often because you don't have many ways to win it strategically. That's what Clash gives you. Shopify, Troy, they love the Clash, therefore this bomb set makes a lot of sense. But when SSG is ready for it, let's see if they can pick it apart.
The Shopify Rebellion on the verge of sending us to map 3, but the last time they took a map off of SSG was 205 days ago, back in stage 1. SSG has had their number the last 6 times that these teams have met. Rebellion need to conjure up the courage to push us to a 3rd map in order to stay alive at SI.
They pop the first wall. They apply that first bit of pressure. It's upstairs. It's gonna be an overclear most likely here for the roam game. It means they can play into the ram the floors, the verticality, clearing utility, peeling back those defensive layers one by one until they're by the bomb site wall and looking to get out of the diffuser. Fire Rebellion, they have a C4 and some Valk cams to work with. If Sport finds there's any kill here, it's gonna be huge. But HSG, they're paying respects to it, right? They got the Dokkaebi to shut down the cameras and go for phone hack later on if they get a pick. Plus they got the IQ because they do not want to die to any of those C4s.
Any of, but there's only one.
Well, that one C4.
Yeah, in this case, I mean, Rebellion didn't look to double down. It's based on the ops that they picked. They didn't have the mobility to switch to a C4. SSG, though, close to getting work on the 3rd, but Benja will fall. Just about one of the best operators you can take out so early. No more Dokkaebi calls for the rest of this round.
Dokkaebi and/or Ram before using the gadget, the 2 most impactful kills you can get right now. That's that 1C4. It frees up Sport to also play more freely around the map. I don't have to worry about having to use it anymore. He's gotten his kill. SSG, planting difficult, right? No shields, no smoke, Capital banned away. The execute is gonna be the most difficult. And they only have 60 more seconds to find out how they're gonna get there. They're re-rotating back to the 1st floor. It might just be, guys, attack from every angle. Find the gap, find the pick, disrupt them. Planting comes later.
Fultz is in the building. I believe there was a Valkyrie camera just in the corner next to him, spotted out by Newers. Doing his due diligence, making sure Rebellion won't have all the info. But they do have time on their side. Look at that, 30 seconds remain. And SSG is still starved for information.
They're left the vert. So that means now all the attackers on the first floor, they can freely roam out the bomb site. And they got the clash, further stalling out SSG.
This is not a good look for SSG. After winning the first map so convincingly, we never thought Rebellion would be able to push us the distance. But Newers might be the saving grace. Rexon will trade. As Fultz drops that diffuser, Newers will pick it back up, but Rexon has been a turret on the bomb side with that DMR. It's up to Zeno to cover, but Newers can do nothing. The Rebels run away with the map. And Shopify Rebellion look to push us the distance. Café is calling.
The biggest test of all in the map veto before this game even started. Can they get it done on one of the most comfortable maps for SSG? I think it might just be the most difficult map coming up. James, any expectation? Do we get to see an overtime?
I hope so. I think we have to go the distance.
Come on now.
It's the first time in 205 days Shopify Rebellion take a map off SSG. But can they take the series? We're about to find out after this.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
It is crazy what can happen when a team starts to get momentum, when a team bounces back on map 2, when they find the ultimate plays, when they get their foot in the game, Lax. It just looks like a completely different outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I said needed to happen coming to this matchup, because during Clubhouse and during getting into this next match, I mean, all of the side of SR just looked blank in the face. They looked defeated. Even in the comms that we heard from Super, it was just very relentless of telling them they need to step up, they need to fix it, and by God, did they do that.
That's exactly what we saw. I mean, SR looked to have come alive, specifically in them just being able to get clutches, and the clutches fix that problem, Lax. They're able to build up on that momentum, and specifically at first round with the Monty just backing up, constantly hitting on this guy. Canadian just plays it so well, does not give Benja an opportunity to get the pick onto him, and that's the strength of having such a good, experienced Monty shield player. But it's round after round where big plays like this build that momentum. It drives it into one-sided favor for SR.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is something that needs to be focused on. It's the mental aspect. Look at the hype that we're seeing after every single clutch coming on the side from SR. I mean, another great round coming from Spoit. Back-to-back clutches. It should have been in SSG's favor. This is the animation we need to see from them. It doesn't matter if you get the most basic kill, the most average kill. It won't become average if it has hype behind it, and they do it time and time again. Rexon with another fantastic clutch, another scene to see from them. This is the SR that we need to see going into map 3.
With the energy behind them, and I think that's something we need to commend SR on. Not only was the energy there outside of the server, but inside of the server.
Look at the numbers.
Exactly. Every single time that SSG tried to go for an aggressive pinch, tried to get that opening kill, I really want to commend SR for the fact that they were instantly responding to it, sending 2-3 people at a time to be able to counteract what SSG's aggressive spearhead take is and shutting down those opening kills.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is they didn't really need to adapt that much. They were far more responsive. They were quick to understand what SSG was trying to do and how they were going to thwart it up, how they were going to stop their attacks, how they were going to stop the aggression, and it was doubling up. It was able to hold the angle. It was able to force SSG's hand. Even in that last round, they could not seem to find their foot in the door. It was great information play coming from the side of Troy, using that clash, using that pulse, using their utility to win this game, and that is exactly the recipe for success that SR has so desperately needed all the way up until this point.
There was a pivotal moment, I think, that really showcased like the flip in energy, and that was Callout's timeout. The second he called that, Mike came down. He was ready to just get the team back to basics. It felt as if the game was running away from SSG at that point.
Yeah, you could really see it on their face. It just started to slip away, and that happens. Sometimes you don't have a good response, and you could see it in their play. I think the biggest factor that SSG needs to work on going into Café is the trade. Simple, go back to basics, because they're getting, even if they get that opening kill or they lose it, the trade is not there. The trade is the biggest falter for SSG right now.
The momentum is with Shopify Rebellion, but I tell you what, this just goes back to a blanket best of one. Winner goes through. The loser, well, they're done and dusted at SI 26. It's time to get underway with Café.
Thank you very much, Rob. It all comes down to this. For one of these teams, for one of Fultz or Canadian, it's the end of the line at SI.
What does NA stand for again, James?
I thought it was North America.
I'm pretty sure it's near airport, because one of these two teams will have to go there very shortly after this game when they find out that they have lost this match.
Okay, European, you can't say that when it's a domestic matchup. It's a North American banger with elimination on the line. Shopify Rebellion and SSG. Shopify Rebellion have finally broken their mapless losing streak to SSG. Over 200 days, SSG has dominated them, has had their number, 6 match wins in a row. And the top dog of North America is yet to be knocked off their perch by Rebellion. But Canadian, he's hungry for that third hammer, and if he's to even get within reach of the SI main stage, he's got to take down his old team.
Bit of a heartbreaker, right? Rivalry, friendship, shared memories, but in this case, only one can continue forward, continue the lower bracket gauntlet run. It's gonna be a long couple of days for either victor, because you're playing a lot of goddamn games here at the Six Invitationals 2026 compared to going straight through upper bracket. because we're, you know, guaranteed some teams top 6 going main stage. Then you play one more game, then we're talking top 4. Like, it just goes very, very quickly. Before you know it, the event is over.
Look, it's sad to say, but in a week's time, we will have a champion. Six Invitational will be over, and we'll be excited for the following major and for next year's Six Invitational, and it'll be another chance for all of these players to vie for the hammer. But before then, we get to make history. It's 10 years of Rainbow Six Siege, our 10th Six Invitational. Very few people have been there for all of them. Very few people have been there since the game first came out.
And that's why I have all these great storylines, right? For M80, Fabian was chasing his 4th hammer. The only person sitting on 3, trying to get a 4th, beating his own record. Their story has unfortunately ended earlier today. We have Shepherd Rebellion, Troy looking for another hammer with a new team, joining Fabian on 3 hammers, but the only person to do it as a player on all 3, since Fabian did it as a coach.
And Canadian, the only player that would be doing it with 3 different rosters.
Wildly
3
different iterations.
Teams.
Yep.
No continuation between them. I mean, even both of your hammers were with the same roster.
Exactly.
Just one player between them.
Exactly. And mind you, when you do that over 10 years, even if you average it out to like, you know, 3.3 few years every single time, the game has changed so much between every hammer for Troy. It's been a completely different story, different meta, different operas, different maps, everything. His teammates, his enemies.
Do you remember watching way back in 2017 Continuum or Canadian.CTM raising the hammer, taking down Error Eternity?
I wasn't watching it.
Oh, you were too salty that you failed to qualify.
I played the EU LCQ, got to the grand finals, didn't qualify, and thought, you know what, I'm gonna boycott the event as of Europe because I am so jealous. I thought my career was over. I was gonna retire. I was gonna quit, James. And then Fabian came around and said, you know what, my girlfriend broke up with me, Junas, his girlfriend too. We have 3 out of 5 players for our Pro League roster. Let's get the band back together. And that's how Penta 2.0 that started winning stuff was reformed.
And that was immediately after the first Invitational that you guys, as Penta 2.0, won your first event.
That's it.
But I remember way back, not just the first Six Invitational, but 3 months before that, when Canadian won his first Pro League title. In Season 3 of Pro League, Canadian.CTM beat Playing Ducks at the time, European team. I remember that was the first Rainbow Six Esports event that I ever watched as a viewer. And immediately I was won over. I remember the final round with Canadian flanking on Bank, the way that he used the pulse to jump out the windows of CEO onto the Blackbeard. I just remember everything that Rainbow Six gave to me, like at the start. It was intoxicating. I was like, okay, I'm in. I'm so in.
That's the thing. Once it gets its hook in you, you're gonna be stuck for a while.
I became a big Canadian fan after that. I have something to admit, Fengu. I was a big Continuum fanboy back in the day.
Oh, really?
And SI 2018, I was back home in Australia, and in Montreal, while you were playing your 0-2 comeback against Canadian on EG, I was rooting for Evil Geniuses. You were the villain back then.
We were the villains. And I gotta say, we were only really able to be a good villain because we had somebody like Canadian up against us, where we were challenging his already then legacy being built as the Pro League winner, as the Invitationals winner first time around. It takes 2 to tango. And without Canadian, that wouldn't have been the story of Penta/T2 the way that it unfolded.
And there's no doubt that Canadian is on the Mount Rushmore of Rainbow.
He's there.
But can he be the GOAT? If he has been so far from a trophy since, what, 2022 when he won with Dark Zero? A lot of people will be saying, oh, he's nearly 30. Surely he's going to retire soon. I think he's gunning.
I'm not sure he is.
For one more hammer before he thinks
he might aim for a couple more hammers and a couple more SIs. And this guy has so much passion for the game. And in terms of IGL, leadership, team culture, structure, etc., there's no denying that he is in the GOAT conversation because every team he's joined has had tremendous amounts of success. Now, they haven't gotten the hammer with DC back then or the hammer with Shepherd Rebellion just yet, but they qualified. They're going places. He hasn't missed a single SI across all the 10 that we've had so far. Cafe has started. Operator bands Valkyrie, Asami, and Capital Grim. We're back to the very ordinary operators. And Ashen has died early on this ledge, giving Rebellion this 5v4. But what have they been so good at this far? At losing the early man advantages.
That's right. It's been the curse of Rebellion all day long. It happened against NIP. The SSG were very comfortable on Cafe against the Ninjas earlier today, 7-2. Look at Fultz, though. He's in a world of pain. The Thorn Trap goes off. He falls back, and it actually baits J90, or rather baits Surf into a kill from J90. Rebellion have to be careful. Spoit.
He's the
He's to make sure not to overpeak, but he threads the needle against the DMR. And Rebellion are back in control.
He was shooting the helmet the entire time, which isn't a part of the hitbox, but you're gonna feel cheated if you die to that. Rexon stands up, clean, one tap. Now what's the situation gonna be here? Falls on the Monty, has to walk forward, smoke off the outside, and help his teammates into piano with him. That's the issue with the Monty. He can get in the hallway, but his teammates behind him, they're gonna get pre-fired and shot.
There's a gap in that smoke. Can they isolate? Bencher takes a lot of damage, but Rexon will go down, forced out by the grenade. SSG. Numbers even again. They march up the white hallway behind Fultz, but down on the stairs, Ambi, young gun, falls back.
He has planted now below, so Ambi's staying alive. He's going to give up the bomb side, play Ambi as the win condition. He has a spare impact and Spot hiding on new balcony. This could be genius.
I think they know about him. A swing from Newers, good enough. Spoit's claimed one. Even if he can't deal damage to Fultz, he's been worse so much. Fultz is going to take the risk of gunfight, the 1v1. Spoit touch. Ambi from below teams up with Spoit. And the European helps Shopify Rebellion steal that round. Look at Rex and he sees him walking forwards.
The brain play. It is such a good read on the situation. Ambi in a fight for his life on white stairs, helping his teammates. Instead, he goes back down. Troy drops the hatch. Mind you, no C4 on the mirror, and Sport sticks around for the rat play. Now they have two win conditions. The Soul is planted now below, and Sport hiding up above. And when the second that Sport figures out, guys, they know I'm here, the one impact that could save a plant denial gets used on the floor to watch the door for Sport. So when Benjamin pushes him right here, he gets shot from beneath from Ambi. So they changed the win condition around entirely, going from let's deny the planter to let's save Sport. He's actually in a great spot when he found that first pick. Beautiful, instantaneous flip of the switch. Had they all stuck around top 4, I genuinely think they lose that defense.
What happened at the start of that round with the spawn pick as well? Spoit finding Ashen. According to my notes, that happened 3 seconds into the round at 2:57.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't realize that I finished my long monologue and he was there.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, it's 5v4, but I didn't see the kill feed.
It happened
instantly.
3 seconds in. I don't know exactly where that's.
It was a window, let me tell you, it was a window.
Yeah.
But pick one, right? It could be any of the windows.
That's Cafe for you.
Yep.
Welcome to hell. Spawn in.
There are certain maps where if you choose a certain spawn, I know you're kind of trolling, right? If you spawn Christmas Market on this map, it's like spawn picking all the piano windows, the mining window, the red window. You're just asking to get
white window jump out.
Exactly. Like there's so many
bakery door.
So really want to spawn either docks or back alley, and then you can get to the building at least and play the round.
Ashen thought he had an angle, but Spoit's just moved.
Those drone holes, man. One of the worst deaths to suffer in Rainbow Six Siege. Look at this. This is old school tech, right? We're playing IQ, but we're playing Thatcher. What are we looking for? What are we disabling? Let's see.
They can target.
Oh, it's a circle, James. He's disabling a circle.
He'll know once he clicks the button what gadget it is.
He'll figure it out. Oh, it's an Unigate. What about this one? What's this?
Wondering. Okay, so that Unigate is over in White Hallway for Mushroom.
What
about this one? So that's the Electroclaw. That's what we're targeting here. And on that mirror window, the second Kite Claw gets disabled as well. SSG, are they able to breach on the back of that? J90 has shot out his stuff. Oh, the Kite Claw is actually all the way down in reading. That's protecting the mirror window, or at least it was before it was deactivated.
It's beautiful. Like, one thing is that it gives you the information of what you're up against. It could be anything, right? But also now they break the mirror window, and that's a great adaptation. Last time, those mirror windows were not protected by anything. This time, they are by a Kite Claw, but they have the perfect counter response. And therefore, they take top floor very quickly, down the white hallway, full sweep. Now, they gotta get Newers into the action, get that hammer active, break the floor apart, get a bit of information, but then another problem will arrive. There's 2 C4s beneath them, one on Canadian's pulse. These C4s can be so lethal because there's so much soft floor destruction, and you can even play all the way down the very bottom floor and still C4 most of the side.
Oh, might be a gap here for Ashen. He gets very close. There's 3 players pinged out by the Lions Gang. 1 HP Ashen decides it's time to go for broke. He finds the first one, doesn't realize there are 2 other players inside of reading. With the breach behind him, the Surf is dead meat. J90 opens the hole and then shoots him through it. Down below in the basement, Canadian lingers with his pulse scanner. Looks to try and take the fight in close range. Flashbang, but it'll actually save J9O's life. He looks for a little bit more on the reload as well. SSG have taken control of the bomb site, and Fultz is starting to confirm that plan. No C4s left available. Rexon under the pump, Canadian as well. And the plant denial comes through far too late. SSG 5v2, and this is an impossible task for Rebellion.
It's a tough one. Yes, they don't HP, but look at this grenade, the crossfire, flawless round victory for Space Station Gaming, shutting everything down. Quick top floor control, a little bit of vert, and then very importantly, they get deep in the bomb site, they look down the hatch. So if Canadian wasn't busy fighting white stairs, they're gonna shut him out from entering freezer for a C4 plant denial. They had a good read, and this is the thing that I was worried about. We saw NIP not even understanding that Pulse has played, that Troy has played Pulse for like 10 years straight.
Yeah, NIP got destroyed by the
He was
Pulse
running circles on them on the Pulse. When we see the first Pulse round in action, SSG, perfect counter.
Oh, yeah.
That was my fear. They're gonna have to flip the strat book a little bit for this one, I think, and play not the comfy strats, but the strats that are gonna work the best against SSG.
It's on Rebellion to adapt. Which is exactly what Super said in his pre-match interview with X-Troika. Before the game started at all, he knew the maps at that point, and he said, look, we know SSG inside out.
Yeah.
They know us inside out. I've said it so many times. It's the 8th time they've played in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about who can adapt in the mid-game, and that's really where SSG's strengths lie.
Do you ban the clash if you're SSG after this round? Because he's shown it once, and it's what you saw in that Heaven Labs how good it could be. Do you feel like there's a better thing to get rid of? Because in my mind, I'm thinking the clash is such a comfort pick, and the other one is going to be like the pulse, but they showed us they can deal with the pulse. Can they deal with the clash? Who'd have thought here?
Good question. Another option is the castle, which has been played a lot previous 2 rounds. Depends. We'll see how this one pans out for SSG. Oh, Spawn Pig. It's a freebie, surely. And he doesn't want to overcommit.
Never free.
J9O on the ramp would be a huge pick to find early in the round. He's the only vertical operator. Ashen's breaching charges as secondary might help, but it's certainly not ideal, especially with a nitro cell for Ambi. Ambi's actually going to be the player in VIP. Makes it very hard to use a shield against him when he's got that freeze ability, because you can't have those sprinting shields come up.
Also stops the Blitz gadget. I know there's not playing the Blitz, but it stops the Blitz gadget, stops the sprinting.
Does it stop Blackbeard from dashing?
No, it's not. Not as far as I know, at least. I'm not sure why it would. It's like Oryx dashing, right? It's like a...
Well, it's kind of like, if it stops him sprinting, it would make sense if it stopped him dashing.
But you can dash out sprinting. You can just stand still and press with mouse button and you still do the animation, right? Because
I mean,
you slow down.
In terms of the game, yes, but in terms of realistically, if something stopped you from sprinting, dashing is just sprinting even more.
But the dash from Blackbeard is slower than sprinting. You actually slow down and take like a step forward. It's more like a step, like a... You know, I just visualize that more out here.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So I'm gonna go out here and say it works.
Oh yeah.
And, no, it works. And if it doesn't, then I'm watching.
All right.
We'll do that. I've never tested it, to be honest.
You know better than me. I think few players would have tested that.
Yeah.
J9O, though, he's used all of his boogie drones from the Ram, torn up the floor above. Red stairs, he's torn up a lot of it on site as well. It's the mining floor completely ripped apart. Now, the bomb site is just so vulnerable. Ambi knows about one, and Spoit helps out. Spoit is so good at holding on to Bakery. Is there going to be a trade, though, from Rexon? Indeed. SSG not in position to look to try and refrag back again.
Oh boy, they must not have seen the NIP game, because that's exactly what Spoit was doing with Rexon and Surf last time out. They hold on to Bakery again successfully. It can be so challenging. Working greatly together. Now Canadian in the battle as well. Careful of the vaults there, my boy.
Expose your back, my friend.
Has all the information in the world. The other players can kind of sit back and watch, but Rexon overexposed himself to the verticality. It's all open. Let Troy do the work. Let him call his shots. You got C4 and Toxic Babe, 25 seconds. A plant is impossible as long as you stay alive.
Yeah, dangerous game here, but Ambi is still on white stairs. He could come back down garage. At the moment, he's kind of selling his team. He's assuming that J9O is going to go down white. I don't know if he is going to retake the vert. He could, potentially. He's gone all the way up above. You're right. He's retaking the vert, and now Newers has to worry about him above. Surflow amidst the chaos gets active with the shotgun. For the first time in the series, Shopify Rebellion have taken the lead and look to try and extend it on Café.
The bakery hold, it never seems to fail. You saw a celebration between Rexon and Spurs saying, dude, look at us, we got that. Again and again and again. Arbiter bans. I was thinking, crazy pick here, right? What if you ban the Hibana? Okay, just crazy thought here. And then you ban the Clash.
Windows. No,
Yeah,
they're gonna ban
exactly.
Mirror, surely.
Oh, they actually banned the Mirror over the Clash? Okay.
Look, you're washed. I know what I'm talking about.
That was not the. It was about the Blackbeard. The two fronts, not about the Arbiter bans. I was just saying, crazy thought. If you don't think that, how does this work?
So if you ban Hibana, what's your thought process?
So if they think that they're gonna ban the Clash, for example, now you play around the Mirror very heavily. You ban the Hibana because now you can Aruni trick Selma charges. You only have 3.
On your Mirror window.
Yeah, you can do like electrification, impact denial, etc. Against Hibana, there's no saving the wall. The wall's gonna go just 2x arrows, boom, 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 right? You run out of impacts at some point. So I was just thinking, if you want a heavy play around the Mirror, that could be the win con.
It was a good idea until SSG decided to ban the Mirror.
Yeah, you would have looked very silly had you banned the Hibana now, but also the Hibana only works against the Mirror windows. The Ying kind of works for the game period, so it is a very niche operator ban. But imagine I got that right. That would have been like a self-glaze.
It's a big... Look, I would have glazed you.
You missed every shot that you don't take.
I respect it. It would have been very niche, and it would have worked so well for Rebellion if SSG hadn't banned that Mirror. But you're right. The Ying is much more of an all-rounder, and we haven't seen a lot of Ying yet, just in that last round.
Moving out to locate a
But now SSG, banning out that Mirror, leaves the Clash in.
The Clash, the Pulse... I mean, Solis, I'm not sure if Solis is ban-worthy,
I was going to say the Castle. I think the Castle's arguably ban-worthy. Are you kidding me?
Not again.
Oh,
it's Monty!
What?
I mean, that must have been top of his head, right, when he's sprinting out of spawn?
Why are you sprinting out of spawn as Monty?
He's got places to be. He's got meetings to attend.
Yeah, at the moment, he's going to be sitting on cats for the rest of the round.
Pulse, pick up the phone, make some calls. You got 3 minutes, buddy.
He's got to make some calls. He's certainly not getting any kills.
All right. So... not ideal. The thing is, last time SSG attacked this top 4 bomb site, it was Monty and Piano making sure that everyone else had a safe position, right? Smoking it off, making information calls. That's now gone.
They also had a Thatcher and a Hibana back then.
I know. But this time at least there's no... Yeah, exactly. He's going to spawn to the window, bang, dead.
Are you kidding me?
Right above the shield.
Could have had his shield up.
That's a thorn trap. It's on the roof, I think, actually. So you can do these thorn traps from the skylight where it lands on the edge of the roof. And your raffle up, you instantly pop them. Are they gonna full send YOLO this because they have no win front?
This is so YOLO. Where's he gonna plan? Oh, it's
right.
because the cast barricade. But I think his backside might be exposed. Ashton, though, through the smoke finds one. Surely not. Surely they can't just go for a glance. Benja falls, but he gets the diffuser down first. In a 3v3, there's no doubt who is in favor now. It's SSG. They can play
on
up
skylight.
above on the skylight. There's no Azami as it's been banned for them to try and lock it up.
No long arm. Like, this is going to be such a difficult retake. They got to get kills. Look at this. He's prone on the floor.
Oh, Jenna is surely going to survive this. Ashton finds another one. Surf will refrag. But you're right. I know. And Newer's up above the skylight. The only universe where they win this is if Ambi hits every single shot. Newer's a flashbang comes out. Jano finds one, but Jano just needs to take out Surf now. And there's no time to get on that diffuser. The final kill, ineffective. And SSG pull around out of nowhere.
The tiniest gap known to man can still be found under a microscope. They looked deep for that one. A single cancel barricade.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Cancel off guard,
I'm gonna talk
SG
about
tech
kitchen for a second
timeout.
right here. So, well, we're gonna do our clear, like our standard one. What I want to prowl though, Benj, is I want you to take the Nomad, and then we're gonna pull this guy early bulk. I want you to take the Flores, pull bake side. That Nomad's gonna, or that fucking Clash is gonna head over to that based off our previous pressure. Benj, when you get above, I want you to air jab high above the kitchen double and high above the whiskey double, and go for our backside on cops who can't fall and then reflow. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
So he's gonna power Nomad instead of the fucking sense for that. But if sites, fucking any one of the mid sites are not gonna go back to cocktail, I don't think. They're recognizing right now their win condition is off like the cheese shit for the most part. Like they're trying to get picks early. Just be aware of it. Don't make it a win condition. If it is reading or mining, we identify they're backing up. That means they're playing for the layer. Let's look for the clear cross. Just be aware of the C4s below. If they're playing to contest off of it, you guys call whatever you want to call based on our fucking matrix. We can do anything off that. If they're playing
the C4, do what?
They're playing to contest. We can do anything we want.
If I had someone talk me out of a bad situation in 50 seconds, I'm choosing that guy. Call out's my choice, okay?
Look, Can we get Maria to translate that?
That is the most efficient use of very valuable seconds I've heard in a long time.
He talked through every single bomb site.
He literally would like venture this specifically to individuals. Do you understand? Does this make sense? It's like, yes, okay.
I like that he asked that.
Yeah.
I also noticed that Super in his tactical timeouts, the first thing he says is, "Can you hear me?"
Yeah.
Just to make sure. I really like that. It shows the experience of both Callout and Super as his coaches.
You don't waste any seconds.
Callout is so locked in on these tactical timeouts.
I'm pretty sure he's in the mirror practicing that. He looks so good doing it. Dude, just pops it up. All right.
Who has the most aura out of every coach in Rainbow Six right now? Because Callout is in the conversation.
Callout is in the convo for sure. And I gotta say, I respect Super dressing up. I really do. I think there's something about that, not the jersey stuff, you know?
I don't know, Callout's just got aura, man. It's
I like
the
Twister as well. I think Twister always has good things to say.
Yeah.
And he's been around for a while too.
Oh, Norris. He's one of the ones in there. Norris has aura.
Maybe being a coach is where it's at. Maybe that's the cool job. Maybe it's not the playing or the casting.
Don't even think about it, mate. You're chained to the desk with me. Good old ball and chain.
You're worried about your job, aren't you?
I am.
It takes a duo to cast, so you're kind of codependent.
So for SSG, they win a round, they take their tactical timeout, Callout talks them through every single bomb site.
Yeah.
One really thing that just stuck in my mind was the way that he's identifying the way Rebellion are playing. So they're going to peel back. If they're going to play layers strats, that's fine.
We do the cheese stuff, the one-off strats.
They're going to do a lot of cheese. They're going to do a lot of peeling back. Watch for vertical C4s. We have 2 picked at the moment. We know Canadian loves them. Even though he's not playing the Pulse, he's still going to do it. He's going to do it with Ambi supporting on the Stolas.
And don't die early, right? The spawn peaks. Ambi finally gets shot down. Benjamin's on the rappel. And then they get the Thatcher Hibana combo to break the walls upstairs and just like slowly work the map. Benjamin's now downstairs in the first floor. They're splitting the attack now because they got that meta advantage. The Ambi, the loose gun, has been removed, giving Benji a much better chance at lurking himself. Second line scan going out.
Oh wow, good grenade and the Claymore as well from Action. Very few operators can do that. In fact, it's just the striker.
Yeah, so he naded in from the new balcony window, and then Rexon jumped out cocktail window to trade, and then they both died, actually.
Yeah, Action's finally realized what's happened. Chuck the lol in the chat. Benja finishes off Canadian. Surf 1v4. This is going to be an SSG round through and through.
They joined him as well. They know exactly where he is, but no more scans. Can't lock down his exact position, but they got the cut right here.
Good bit of damage, both directions. Benja's definitely got the superior weapon. He's still holding the line, 2 bullets, but he's just holding this angle. As the Vert contests him, oh, he's getting absolutely
He's dancing! He's breaking their angles!
There's 3 people watching him. Bots? You guys are actual bots. Bots. And then he said bots in the old chat as well.
Just in case he couldn't hear him.
3-2 in favor of SSG on the attack of Café.
Yeah, they flip it back.
Rebellion need another defense round before we switch the half, and they only have 1 more chance.
Just for the confidence, right? Just like you go into it feeling, okay, we got this. It's not a big issue.
Excuse me, Callout. You have your tactical timeouts to talk to your players. I don't think you should be talking to them right now.
You know, I feel like there was an event in the past where there's a lot of like, oh, coaches' secret hand signals when he's stabbing the shoulder or fist bumping, it means different things. And they were like, oh, coaches, do not even look at your players. And then this event, it's been like, Ganado, and all things. It's been, they've been getting so much more. I like it when the coaches
I don't mind a celebration. I don't think you should be able to say much more than good job.
No. Of course, I do feel like
there was one event where a lot of teams complained that some coaches were, and there were some formal warnings dished out.
Yeah. I mean, if you're coaching, you go, all right, good round, calm down. You know, that's too far. The calm down part.
Calm down, that's advice.
That's an inner voice.
Good job is not advice. Calm down, that's advice.
Yeah. Remember, even back in my day, Shaz, my coach, he actually got told off once because he was just hand signaling to Junas. Calm down, just like this. Calm down, Ambi.
Yeah.
We tried that so many times.
He's literally done the exact same spawn pick before.
Oh my god.
Benji with the spray. Blind through the wall. And it takes out Ambi. No util going to be used from the tuber out for the rest of the round.
There's 2 rounds in a row where Ambi goes down in the first 60 seconds. And the big thing is, right, we talk about the value of a death. Losing to Brow is the only C4 gone, the gadget gone, and a great DMR.
DMR, and it's Ambi.
Secondly, if that was Troy playing, I don't know, let's just say the 2-Brow, Canadian is the RGL. He'll still get a lot of valuable callouts. Not saying Ambi does not speak English. I'm sure he does. I wouldn't know, I haven't played with him before. But I bet you right now, there are better players that could have died with more experience to make better callouts. But Rexon, fantastic shot onto Ashen, evening back the score. And that just changes everything. Hibana is dead. Broad can openers on Newers. They got a spare for the hatch upstairs. Very important to note. Had there been no hot destruction and Hibana dies, that literally makes this round that much more difficult. Instead, they still have a fighting chance. The callout said, don't give them those early kills. Do not make it easy for them. Ashen didn't need to peek that. That's ego challenge. It's one of those cases where... Sorry to cut you off. It's one of those cases where... I'm gonna keep going. Where risk versus reward, right? If Ashen takes down Rexon, that's good. But Ashen dying is really bad.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
Thankfully, there is redundancy. They can still get hatch open. But yes, there's still a lot of work to be done here for SSG. They need to push for these vertical picks. Ooh, I like that air jab. That actually forces Canadian out.
Shouldn't you just tank it though? You get knocked up against the reinforced wall, you're completely fine.
In theory, but it was just worried about being vulnerable to the
you don't want to die, right? Then you're trolling, so I get it. But now you can't go back in towards the side. You're completely locked out due to these air jabs. That means the retake is on beneath the verticality. That's what the Clash is the weakest. They're planting. And the smoke missed, they have no idea it's going to go down. No C4.
Is actually going to lock Canadian out of it as well as they look for the retake. It's far too late. Canadian can put down the shield and look for the kill. He needs to duel it. If he's got two players fighting him, finds the first. J90 swings for the second. And SSG find a 4-2 split on their attacking half. They might have stumbled on Labs, but they are back in control on Café.
That bomb site is so hard for defenders. Again, what win conditions do we have? A single C4, well, he died in the first 30 seconds. A Clash beneath verticality, can't play there. The second they give up the area because of the air jab, SSG recognize there is a gap for about 10 to 15 seconds. Let's take it, let's push it, let's get down that diffuser. And the one Toxic Babe was either aimed for the chassis position, which is the incorrect one that we know now, or it simply missed. I'm not entirely certain. But what I do know is that it did not deny the plant. There's a one shot they had at stopping it. SSG very successful on their final attack in the first half.
Where does that leave Rebellion now? 2 rounds trailing behind, moving on to the harder side. And Ambi's confidence is surely a bit rocked after that.
He hasn't played the game for 6 full minutes.
I mean, 2 rounds in a row, he's been the opening death. The 2 rounds before that, he got the opening kill.
Nice! Yo, Ambi, stolen sauce again! Yep.
What did he say? Yo, Ambi stolen. What?
I heard stole some sauce, but I'm not
That's
sure.
That's what I heard as well.
I'm not sure what.
Stolen
Bomb
sauce?
located by attackers.
It's gotta be some.
I don't know. I don't speak Zuma.
I'm sure he did. I don't know.
Ambi and Ashen, the 2 young gunners on each team, 20 years old.
10 seconds left.
The first day of Ambi's life, he's not been a teenager since he was 12 years old. And look, he's played 6 maps of Rainbow Six today. A full 3-mapper against D+, and then an even tougher game against
12?
SSG.
It's 13. It's 12.
Yeah,
Why?
so it's the first day he's been not a teenager since he was 12.
Oh, sorry. I thought it's... Okay, sorry.
I was going to say the first day he hasn't been a teenager in his life, but then I was like, oh, well, technically before he was a teenager. And I was like, someone's going to pull me up on that.
Well, yeah, sorry. I'm just silly.
No, that's all good.
I would say since he was
13, no, but he was a teenager.
Yeah, I guess the day that... I don't know. That's a, you know...
Look, it's the first time in a very long time he hasn't been a teenager. It's his birthday today. That's woo! He's 20! Yay! Let's not get knocked out from Six Invitational on your birthday.
Yeah, that would suck, wouldn't it? At least you're with the boys, with the family on the road. But of course, why not celebrate with a dub rather than going out of the entire tournament? Now, how would Canadian feel about playing Clash almost every defensive round, only to be met with Fools playing the exact same operator when it's side switch?
2 sides of the 2020 SSG coin, isn't it?
Fools played Pulse as well on 9 Heaven Labs a multitude of rounds, so it feels kind of ironic. Fools, the younger Canadian, in a way, if you will, learning from him many years ago. What do you do here?
I think Rexon's trying to bait the Clash into peeking so they can go for the kill.
Well, let's be honest here. What's gonna happen? Oh, the Magnet crashes the first one.
Want to edge at him.
Then we're gonna...
He's suspicious. He's figured it out.
There's gonna be 1,000 Magnets. It's not gonna work. They're wasting so much time. There's 2 people looking at the Clash, looking at them.
Burn the Magnets with your flashes. Chuck the air jab on the doorway. There we go. Okay. Now he can't retake into Bakery.
As long as you stick around with a gun, of course. Now, there is prep door. They only air checked off the rotate. They could walk into prep door in theory. Just saying.
He could, and then he could shoot the air jab off if he wants to.
Yep.
So, not a lot of map control taken from Rebellion. It feels like they've been very slow just around tunnel visioning on that Clash.
Yeah.
What's the rest of the team achieved?
Smoke and Selma charge perhaps? Or they're pushing in actually.
In deep from Spoit. But he's going to go straight into that Clash. He spots him and air jab. Cleared out Andy. A 3rd round in a row. No impact from Rebellion's young gun. Spoit, a flashbang sent over the top. Camera taken out. Rexon, he's the fire operator. He's got Capital, the air jab.
Right there.
If he backs up into it, Fultz is dead meat. Rexon tries to fire him out, but somehow Fultz dodges between the fire and the air jab and survives. They need to corner him. He is trapped. But he's giving so much information to SSG.
They can't clear him. No fight left. 50-50 gunfight.
Oh, in the fight, Rexon needed it and he gets it, but immediately Asher will trade it back. The 20-year-old now needs to clutch big. 1v2 with Benja on the floor. And the plant will not go down before Spoit will fall. Canadian needs to reposition. He doesn't know if it's a 1v1 or a 1v2. And Ashen has info. Benja's given him the audio call. And Ashen can clutch up big. The Space Station Gaming. He stands on his feet and he stands tall for his team. Rebellion need to do some soul searching now or the game is done and their campaign in Paris will be over.
Fultz did so much work single-handedly, right? Flashbangs, air jabs, capital fire, stalled for so much time. I was thinking of the 2v1 here, so I think you're right. I don't think they knew it was a 2v1. I think they thought it was a 2v2, and they had no clue where Benja was. That's what it looked like, at least. In my mind, if you knew it was a 2v1, you can take that case, you can snuck behind the Clash shield. It blocks the angle in towards the court where the final defender was playing at Ashen. A little bit overexposed, overzealous, they swing wide, they lose the gunfight, and with that the round. SSG, ever since they got that first round lead 3-2, they've been in full control.
10 seconds left.
Now, Showfire Rebellion, when they're attacking on Night Labs, it was tricky for many of those rounds. On defense, when you're playing closer together in nature, they had much more success. They are on the attacking side, and they're gonna stay there until they lose the game or go into overtime. They need to figure it out. There's no more do-overs, no more second attempts. And you need to figure out this round right here, otherwise it's 2-6, it's match point.
And Rebellion have struggled so much when it comes to playing those chaotic executes.
Yeah.
SSG, they pulled off a daylight robbery plan on this bomb site thanks to the Glaz. Rebellion, that's not their forte, that's not their strong suit. I don't think they'll be able to do the same.
Up against the mirror as well, right? They banned the castle and the Asami. They haven't had the chance to that third operator ban just yet. They got a problem solved for this one before they can remove from action if that's what they want to do. It's the mining bomb site. It plays around a lot of the map structure. You can play the bomb site itself, upstairs in piano with the mirror windows, playing cocktail, play downstairs C4s. It's a lot of map to clear and a lot of map to control. Shopify Building, they're showing us right now, it could be a limited attack. If they take cigar, a little bit of piano, walk down the red stairs, maybe a direct plant is possible. But then again, there are 2 C4s. Oh my god, Spoit, you're alive. Double thorn trap, you shoot one, the other one explodes.
Just barely alive.
Point of health. If he wasn't gridlock, you'd be dead.
No, any other operator would be dead right then. But Andy, for the first time in what feels like forever, has found the opening kill. He's got Ashen's number and he's put him down for now. But he's about to get swung from the close angle. It's time to retreat for Rebellion. They've got 2-player advantage.
You notice how Ambi was eager for a gunfight. But the second they get another kill, he falls back, but then re-attempts to swing right after. Thinking Bentimaster left the area, he did not leave. He was just slowly walking towards you.
The timing could not have been worse. Ambi was holding that angle. The second he un-ADS's is when Benja peeks him.
He thought the coast was clear.
How many times have we seen Rebellion fumble 5v3s? They can't afford another one.
Sport, again, still on that 1 point of health. No more smokes for the glass. The win conditions are dwindling. We need individual players to step up, but it's Ben just stepping up first. Another kill C4, traded back by Surf onto Neurus, though.
Oh, and Surf spots another one on the rotate. He should be able to call it to his team.
Careful.
Rebellion need to regroup. The refrags have been few and far between. And J90 reveals his position somehow kills Surf regardless.
Stuck in the corner.
J90 is cornered and taken down. Rexon has been so clutch today, but there's no time to celebrate for Rebellion. Wipe the sweat off their brow and be ready to run it back over and over again.
2 more rounds to tie it. It's funny how SSG, they refuse to let SR go for execute, right? Ever since that 3v3 or 3v4, technically speaking, they are looking for kills. They are looking to hunt down each member. They start off right here. Benjamin goes forward, takes down Ambi. They go into reading. They get cut off by Surf, and then they thought, that's personal. Let's send 2 more people to hunt down Surf. The last player stuck in the corner. J90 had no real way of winning that one in 2v1. That's a Troy woo moment right there.
It's been a while since we've seen those. For a guy who got a reputation for being the most animated player, he's been a lot quieter in his older age.
He mentioned in an interview a few days ago that pretty much what he said, you know, people that watch me, they know me as like this loud guy, this big character person, and honestly, I've just, you know, I've gotten older, I've grown up, I've matured as a player and as a teammate, and my role has changed. I'm no longer the guy who needs to bring the energy. You got Ambi, you got Rex, and you got everybody else for that.
He needs to bring the calm head to the squad is what he needs.
He is that leadership figure role.
We've seen plenty of energy out of players like Rexon to carry that for Rebellion. What I'm going to be watching near the start of this round is Ambi. He always seems to find himself in these opening engagements, and yet you look at what operator he's playing, and he can't afford to.
No. And that's the thing. That is going to change the pace and momentum here for SR, because if Ambi is finding that map control when he is successful, unless someone else replaces him, you're going to be slower in the round. And Sports Factor, he can't do it. There's a Blackbeard. He's kind of slow to the punch. And you got Rexon, a Nomad. So no one can afford to die right now. That's kind of the issue. Benji Master. You want to go 1 for 1? Do you want to jump out the window? No.
I mean, it's dangerous because obviously you're going to be hit.
They got to join. They got him completely stuck.
Know where he is, but they're not going to be able to find a kill as of yet. Rexon
Flash drop.
Flashes him again. Yep. Benja spotted out by Spoit. That's a deep angle all the way from the hatch.
Great use of both the droning, the flashbangs, and the crossfires. Don't even give him a chance to fight back, really.
Good player to shut down too. Benja has been hot on Café.
Yep. Also had one of those C4s, so they got so many more in pocket. Here we see the IQ Thatcher. He's looking. He was really just looking if there's anything to deactivate. There's not.
Not much at all.
No pre-play C4s, nothing of that kind.
There'll be magnets somewhere and some Banshees.
Yeah.
And he's still got 6 charges, 6 EMPs left. If you don't want to use them now for an extra, use them in the late rounds.
I've detected an enemy device.
It's funny how simply playing the Thatcher, not even using the active use of the gadget, is still so valuable.
Very much so. Ambi still needs to get to work with his boogie drones. He hasn't done so as of yet. They've got to worry about 2 of these mirror windows and no counter to either. No Ash, no Ibana. A Blackbeard needs to close the distance and hopefully smack one of them.
Push wide.
Now he knows that this position at Pellets is clear, but there's 2 players. I believe one's just dropped down into Laundry. Ambi finds his shot onto Ashen.
Pop the mirror as well. Big value, top floor control. It's been surrendered by his team at 45 seconds and a ram on the board. Easy vert. Does it so quickly. This could be a default pillar plant. You don't have to get too creative here. I think default is good, safe is good.
Another one falls for SSG.
Nice shot.
A respect from Newers. It finds, again, we just keep seeing them always ending up in these 5v2s, 5v3s. J90 almost in position, but he's cut down by Surf. False, the 1v5. Finally, energy flooding through their veins. Shopify Rebellion continue running it back round by round. Only one trailing behind their opponents.
Really want to applaud Troy. They were playing it super smart and super safe. Instead of dropping over the railing into pillar, not knowing if it's clear, getting caught in that mid-air animation as a shield, he actually went outside the building from white window, which is super safe, and sprinted outside the building into pillar door, where we saw him have a a gunfight, right? The shield block the bullets, and then walk into default. They literally took the way that there's zero chance they throw the round because they know they've been losing those 5v3s, 5v2s. They're playing it safe, they're playing it smart, but Blackbeard's been target banned away now, as has the Warden.
And that Warden ban gives you a clue, doesn't it?
You mentioned how SR, they've not been the greatest at playing that chaotic playstyle, the Ying, the Glass. They've been playing the operators individually, but we haven't seen them full commit, full send it. Unlike SG, they did try that a couple times. But when you ban the ward, like you said, you're kind of showing your hand. They're going to need to play into the craziness of the Ying or Glass, or not get the most amount of value out of that operator ban. So you're playing to a weaker playstyle on paper to try and turn this. I mean, that's adaptation, but it's risky.
It's a question mark for me. What do you do about this clash? We are going to see the Ying played here by Canadian. But, I mean, that doesn't clear the clash. And we've abandoned Rexon's Nomad. Just the Capitao now. Especially if we go for a bakery take here. How do Rebellion get inside?
I was going to say, I think you don't go for a bakery take, but there's also no verticality on the attacking side, so they're very spread out. Like, Twitch is good for, like, the Goyo, the Denari, the cameras, the information. Striker is just utility. Ying and Capitao is great for execute, but I'm not sure how they're gonna play this one through. Just looking at the operators, they gotta show us now. Very much so in the blind. The roam clears, the roam rather is active. They got Ashen on Oryx. Luka just be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Right now he's on the first floor, not even really roaming right now. Curious.
Okay, what's the plan?
Yeah.
Out come the smokes and it...
Say you take Bakery direct attack, right? How do you ever plant? Against the vert, against the smoke, against the angles? There's so many deep angles on code.
You're going to need to lurk. You need to have some kind of pressure upstairs.
It looks like they're setting up for a low-key rush in Bakery.
How are you going to achieve that?
Candela, smoke, and... Candela again. But how do they get in?
Into small bake. The clash starts to fall back.
And there's a shield that they...
Bakery is completely locked up. What's the plan?
I'm not sure.
They're trying to bait something?
They've spent half their util. I'm looking at other players. They're all outside the building. They have to go through because there's double lace on the door as well.
Oh, Surf has been patient. He's found Ashen on the Oryx. I don't know where that was. Perhaps just a deep angle into sight. A player over peeking.
With that on window peek, I think.
Wow, all the way from VIP.
Is this just a bait strat? Like, they're just doing it, hey, look at me. But actually, the strike is happening elsewhere. Now they flip the attack with no smokes, with 2 Candelas. Was it piano window?
It was a main door run out apparently from
okay,
Ashen.
fair enough.
Looks like Rebellion keep toying with SSG. They keep playing everything, but now they commit to it. It has to be a VIP take. The Canadian, the shotgun, but he finds J90 and a second kill comes through thanks to Ambi supporting his team captain. False has to have a big impact on the clash here. SMG comes out, but Ambi has shut down his final teammates. False now must hold on for SSG. Rebellion have been running it hard in this second half. A first round, a second, now chasing a third, and Fault has been shut out of it. Ambi brought back to life, and Shopify Rebellion close the distance.
To confuse thy enemy, you must first confuse thyself. I do not understand what the train of thought was for the attack, and I'm not entirely sure that SR had that figured out either, but they got the round dog, they'll take it.
One thought I had is smoking up the bakery door. Why would you ever do that if you have a glass peek?
I was thinking glass, like there's no glass.
There's no glass, but they did ban the water, so they are kind of pretending they have a glass.
Kind of.
But what does that fake achieve? Does it actually move anyone?
Well, Ashen ran out the main door, so
maybe
he's getting desperate.
SSG desperate and impatient.
Then they flip it because SSG over-rotated towards Bakery, expecting the push and the pressure. And then the literal last Candela blinds the VIP player, and Troy with 1 HP left after shotgun shield trade gets the kill. It's literally all these tiny things that are adding up into round victory. It was almost flawless, but for the first minute and 30 seconds, there's no realistic thinking that, oh my god, they're doing it. They're gonna win this way, they're gonna win that way. They won out of nowhere.
They're keeping SSG guessing. The team that has had their number for the last year. Rebellion have maybe realized, okay, maybe we need to change a lot more than we thought. Maybe we need to be a little bit crazy. We need to lean into the chaos that we typically don't flourish in.
Yeah, I mean, we said when they banned the Warden, already that, it plays into a playstyle they're not super known for, they haven't been super proficient at. and it's working so far. Now Canadian on the blitz.
Yeah, they're getting even more crazy. Got blitz and Ying. A line scan ripped right at the start of the round as well, keeping that pressure on SSG.
So like you can smoke, Ying spam, Grim for information. Canadian can go deeper for a plant. You know, for the tiniest of seconds, I thought they were going to drop down that Skylight and just full send it with everything they had to offer, but they're not going to go for that, thankfully. Oh, that'll be very fun to watch with those mirror windows. That's not going to work.
How do they clear those mirrors? That's a question.
Well, they didn't clear them last time. They just kind of walked past it, right?
They do have smokes from Ambi that they could use to try and smoke up the line of sight and then push deep and maybe knife the mirror windows.
There's the magnets, right? This time they're protecting the mirror windows. Canadian's gonna rush the bomb site beneath instead.
Oh, he's going straight deep into it. Does he watch around the corner? Foltz finds him and a double kill for Foltz on the side. The rush has been squashed for now. But Rebellion, they will commit to it. In deep is Ambi. He looks to try and get aggressive. He wants to get to reading door and take the fight to Foltz, but he needs to drone up first. It's a risky position, and the vertical from above, SSG have so much map control. There's a reason why nobody ever attacks like this. It's far too risky. Out goes the nade. Ampi needs to push deep and find Foltz. The C4 shot from midair, and finally, Foltz is put to rest. Into the 3v3 though. Rebellion might have two players in the side, but SSG don't need to panic. Newer's just around this corner, and he finally shuts him out of it.
Smoke plant.
Time to smoke and plant for Rebellion.
Gonna hold the angles now. The cover has to be good though. Who's down the hallway? Benji injured and taken out. First kid I know.
He's finally turned it up again. He was shut down 3 rounds in a row, but the young gun for Rebellion is about to gift them a chance at match point.
Surprise.
Unless J90 can clutch them again. He's done it before, and he could well do it right here. Ambi though says not today. It's a massive 4K for Ambi. He's been required and he steps up. Large shoes to fill on the Rebellion lineup, but this young gun gets it done every single time.
From losing 5v3s to winning 3v5s, hero plays. The rush was great, but the blitz shot down made it super awkward right after it. If Mute gets blinded by the blitz Canadian and then killed, that could be an instant round victory. Instead, it's Ambi doing primary, secondary, entry, the cover, the plant, they're doing every goddamn thing in the round. And the Lion, the perfect operator to support that attack. That is a round that when you're a player yourself and the first 2 people down the initial push, you're thinking, well, that's the round. You're not gonna give up, you're not gonna stop trying, but you're literally thinking, that's not supposed to be a round victory. So that when you win it, and you get match point, mind you, it's the 3rd map in the field. I mean, this is it. This is the end of the road. That is so much relief. You feel so much euphoria in the moment. Oh my god. Oh my god.
SSG have been in control of this series since day dot. Cast your mind all the way back to Clubhouse, even on Labs. SSG has felt like the better team for most of this.
Yeah, for most of it.
Until the last 4 rounds in a row that Shopify Rebellion have ripped right out of SSG's hands. They have been 2 rounds away from knocking Rebellion out of it for such a long time. And Benja tries to take matters into his own.
Now, does he get caught?
Does he time it? Spoit is up. Oh, he shoots it out of thin air.
Changing mags. That right there changes everything once more. These small things, right? No C4 Benja. They shut down the spawn peek attempt. They are certainly locked in, expecting the unexpected. Claymores were safe, keeping here for the jump outs, enabling the piano repels rather. Shopify Rebellion, mind you, they've won the last many rounds of these out of nowhere attacks, playing aggressive, risking it all. The one thing they maybe should not do is start playing that slow roll once again, because that's when SSG, they feel a lot more comfortable. It's about maintaining that pressure. Keep them worried, keep them occupied. Cadella's going out. 3 guys in piano.
It's a quick rip. And Spoit wants to get aggressive as the mirror window is destroyed. The nade is going to surely secure this kill on J90. How does he not take any damage? Somehow J90 stays in the corner, finds a kill, and looks to teeter and tease us for a potential overtime.
I thought that was on him. I thought maybe he takes like half his health with damage, but no, not at any point of it. Rexon finds one though. Remember, it's not over until it is. Canadian, 2 Candelas, but shotgun primary, limited gunfight capabilities. They got Ambi on the ram, 3 boogie drones, plenty of vert to go around. But Ambi and Rexon have to work overtime in the killing department because I don't think Canadian, without those Candelas, can find much with that shotgun.
This has been Ambi's Cafe. 14 kills. Hungry for more. But Rebellion need to do it 3 versus 4. Wow, Ambi just taking a hell of a lot of damage from his boogie drone. Time is putting pressure here on Rebellion. SSG decide that it's time to lie back and wait. Ashen has a C4. He's still upstairs though. He's not going down below. It's Benja instead, who's gone for the vertical. Canadian drops into the bomb site, needs to take some fights. A player in the middle of the smoke.
Oh no.
Ashen spotted for a brief moment. He finds his time. And he goes for the peek. A second one just around the corner is Newers. Rexon needs to duel him. He's got info on the callouts from Ashen. Rexon confirms the kill, but needs to find the second as well as Ambi is low HP. Newers continues dueling and finally confirms it. SSG are about to push overtime unless Ambi does it all himself. Folks, will not let that happen. Another 3 rounds will be needed to settle which of these North American behemoths survive.
My heart can't take it, James. My heart cannot take more Shopify Rebellion attacking rounds because they are so intense from that first Candela till the last second in the goddamn round. And the thing is, spoiler alert, SR will stay on the attacking side into OT. They have to find, ideally, 1 more attacking win.
Well, it's been an attacker's game, hasn't it? 4-2 splits for both teams.
But not easily.
No, not at all. And Ambi's doing everything he can.
Standing in the smoke might have just been the round-winning play for SSG.
Ashen has so much balls. Just stand in the middle of that smoke, not make a sound, and just find 1 kill on his exit.
Yeah. You have 3 attackers alive. Everything is possible. The plant, the cover, the post, whatever. But with 2 people, nope. It is not the same thing at all. It sounds like only 1 person of a difference, but it makes everything. 1 person planting means only 1 person covering. With 3 people, it's 2 people covering, 1 person planting. It changes every single position, every angle that you have to watch. That's why they went for kills in the end. Until the 1v2, and you have no other choice but to stick it and hope for the best. Now, Benjamin's... Dude. So last round, he opened the head for the shotgun. Now he deagled a small hole into it. He's not going to commit to it, but...
Deploying sensor.
Get a new spawn peek, dude. Come on. Get a new one.
It's like how Ambi on every single round was peeking out fireplace window.
Ooh. Honestly, if they called it... Oh, yeah. So if he had prepped the window, he could have jumped out on the Claymore sound and get a freebie, but it wasn't prepped.
He also had the pulse of JNNO, giving him information to when Rexon walked past. I gotta say, Rexon has been so good today.
Oh, yes.
Such a rock, a reliable old faithful for Rebellion.
I think today has been the day where every single individual player of Shop of Rebellion has had their moment to shine. Spart was a demon earlier. Canadian calling incredible shot. Every single person has committed something phenomenal.
Yeah.
Whereas this team, it's the whole team. It really has been the whole full 5-man.
Aggression from Ashen and Benja. Clutches from J9. New is so consistent, so aggressive, and fault.
But less clutch plays, right? SR has had a lot of individual clutch moments, of big 3Ks, 4Ks. SSD, it feels like everyone is like super evenly committing. Whereas SR has 1 person for this round, 1 person for that round.
Oh, Benja, Nitro Cell, goodbye to Spoit for the rest of this round, and the flanks will not be locked up by those track stingers. Ambi gets aggressive, worried about a C4. He stands on top of the bar. Rexon needs to get aggressive and open up this avenue to cut out the cocktail players. I think Surf just had a Nitro sent his way, but he shot it out of midair.
I believe so as well. That means there's only 1 left for JNNO on the post. So much vertical self-destruction though on the defensive side. We've been here before. Ambi doing the vert. Literally 2-3 minutes ago, similar position in terms of bomb side and approach to the round. But there are more people alive on both sides of attack and defense. How are they going to attack this? Where are they going to plant? They have limited information, right? Almost no drones alive in the entire server. They gotta go fishing, face peek these corners and clear those angles.
They still haven't cleared the actual bomb sites themselves. Players on both of them, they don't know where SSG have hidden back behind, and it's literally just on the bomb site.
No smokes there, Ying, no shield, nothing.
Dropping here feels like a death wish for Surf, but if he does it with Util, perhaps it's possible. Rexon's now dropped below. If he finds his critical kill, it could be everything. Coming up the wide stairs, Faults whiffs! He can't afford to be doing that, not in overtime, not when elimination is on the line. And now Surf has to get aggressive. He has to push deep into sight when his teammates are falling around him. He is the last man standing, and a spray headshot will not be enough. SSG, for the first time, have a match point of their own.
It falls apart before it even begins. Shopify, they will call their tactical timeout off that round loss. They gotta lock it and get this defensive round upcoming.
If they don't find it right here, it is all over. Shopify Rebellion have one last chance to lock in.
Okay, I just want to give us a second to reset. I just want to ask you guys, what do you feel most confident in site-wise? Because I think Bakery has been going well, but last time when they saw the Clash rotate off, they immediately hit. And
I
they're
was
going to use the
jabbed off
Nomad.
anyways. I think that's rough.
Yeah.
I don't think the bar is bad, to be honest.
I like our
We could have
bars.
denied it last time, yeah. I think we could do the we could do the bar aggro too. Like I can mute again. We could play in there with Thorn. We have the castle too.
Yeah, again, I think it's bar. I think bar aggro is fine. We can fight early.
Yeah, we banned Ying. We could just spam Thorns if they smoke.
Yeah,
I think we do that.
Put the Thorn on. Bring Thorn and put it on the red hat.
Can we still run?
I will.
And do we want to run a Rooney in castle or Jaeger in castle?
I think fuck
I'm
the
Rooney
Jaeger,
for the
fuck
gun.
the Jaeger. Yeah,
Okay,
fuck
so
the Jaeger.
we'll run the. Can you do the castle one, Dave?
Are we doing? Which
Oh,
one
I
are we
was
doing,
gonna
Troy?
do the Thorn and see.
Oh, it's all about just winning this next round.
Yeah, what happens on the attack? Well, that's where you rely on Troy Canadian to just call the shots as he sees it. But I mean, honestly, you don't want to look too far ahead of yourself. The only thing that matters if you're down a round is to catch back up to 7-7.
I like the way that Super said, what do you guys feel comfortable on? Because he suggested Kitchen, and immediately the team was like, I actually like our bar.
Felt bad. And that's the big thing, right? When you're a player in the server, you're experiencing it differently than when you're even the coach with the player comms, listening to the match and seeing it for yourself. That's something where you gotta get your players' input. And I think it's very important that the players, they will lead that call saying, we believe in this strat where we feel the best and we know what to do to get it done. Full trust from Super. Remind you, if you lose this round, whatever decision you took, there's no right or wrong. The result is the result, but it will be the end of your tournament if you're SR, well, either team, if they lose this game.
And for Rebellion, they have the pressure on them. They're the ones staring down defeat. SSG finally have a chance to lock it in, to finish it off. It's been a long journey today. And let's not forget, SSG played 2 games in the upper bracket yesterday. 2 tough games.
Some long days. Now they said they're going to play aggro early with the castle, Thorn by Red and New Hatch. If they smoke, we can spam the Thorns as a counter response.
Of course, they're worried about the way SSG rushed it without smokes in the glass last time.
What about the Monty? It wasn't really addressed fully, right? Like, if Monty drops the Hatch, burns the Thorns, and dances with Surf and Cigar with a Thorn shotgun, I'm not sure how that's going to end for Shopify Rebellion. If, like, Surf, mind you, is on an island, solo in Cigar, he has utility. Mute Jammer, Castle Barricade, a Rooney Gate, Thorn Traps, but he's a sole person. Now half of that is gone with that grenade.
Wow.
He replaces it with the Thorn Trap.
Once his castle barricade's gone, he's dead meat as well.
Now,
and a good drone from Faults on Ambi down below.
And if they have a person on the scanner, they can cut off the rotation, leaving Surf completely stuck. Right now, they're not watching it. He could fall back. But again, they don't necessarily know this. So he feels like he has to stick around, at least for as long as he has the barricade. But a pixel onto Spoit. On 7-6 scoreline to open up the round, the opening kill for SSG.
And this could change everything for Rebellion. As now, Surf feels so much pressure and is finished off before he can escape.
Yep.
Ashen's found him all the way from the new balcony rappel. So far away. And now Rebellion, they feel further than ever from pushing this the distance to a 15th.
The difficulty of playing Cigar, you get 5v1, everyone looking at taking you down first and then figure out what the next step's gonna be. And the thing is, Faults is on this Monty, right? He cannot be taken away. There is no C4. He's in a safe spot deep in piano, calling the shots saying, guys, watch these angles, go over here, get ready. Once they push the hallways, once they push upstairs, they can threaten either a plant or just threaten the man advantage and go for kills.
Fault is getting aggressive down white. J90 has made his way forward as well. They need to target these players on Cocktail.
Oh, he bunks it.
And one by one. Rexon falls below. Oh, but immediately dies to the nade. 6 years ago, Fultz and Canadian raised the hammer together, but today, one will send the other home. Brawling in the pits of the lower bracket, Canadian must pass on the baton and let SSG carry the torch for their shared legacy.
Such a hard-fought victory for SSG. A well-thought attempt at a comeback for Shopify Rebellion. I didn't think it was gonna be a close match on Café, and it turned out to be the very closest. Adaptation, overcoming difficult obstacles in the server, but at the end of the day, when you crank it the hardest, you come out on top.
And at his 10-6 Invitational, Canadian will not be allowed to continue chasing his third hammer, but Fultz will continue his campaign. We'll break it down after this.
Wait. Look, we got to have a chat. I know these guys know Nerves really well, but we got to talk about this because tense game. I saw the shakes, saw Fultz even jumping around in his seat. What's going on?
Close game. Should have let him come back that far. Yeah, it was a nail biter for sure.
What happened to map 3 then? That was way too close.
They honestly had some good attacks. They banned the ward in third, brought the Ying out. They were kind of pressuring all over.
How were they pressuring?
Opening windows, faking smokes, faking Yings. It was a lot going on, for sure.
Fair enough. Well, you're watching it in front of you here, OXG and W7M Flux. So is there any one of these two teams you'd like to play against? I mean, OXG obviously from NA.
Probably W7M.
Why not? That'll be fun. Fox, any last words?
You know, keep it real.
Thanks. Type stuff. Thank you very much.
Type stuff indeed, of course. With that, SSG, they take the win, and more importantly, they continue their legacy against Shopify Rebellion, who seem to struggle on all occasions. Hello, gents.
Hello.
Not you. I'm
well,
kidding,
to them too.
and of course, I'm welcoming them in. But, gents, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it, finally.
It was a blast from the past to be on that side of the interview.
You reckon?
You know, yeah, missed it a little bit.
Yes, I didn't really think that was a real interview happening, so I was just kind of standing there just staring at him, so it's kind of funny that was the actual interview.
Oh, you didn't realize that was it?
I thought it was a joke.
Okay, yeah,
But
no, definitely not a joke. But you definitely hit it with some tight
I
stuff,
sure did, and so did SSG, because this strat was very tight. I mean, Fultz playing inside of the corner behind the Clash. Realistically, he's supposed to have coverage from Ashen here, but Ashen was playing a little bit, but thankfully the 1v2 clutch for him, and look all the way in the back.
I was gonna say.
Benja down, giving him the information, so yes, amazing strat, the Clash being able to stall so much time, and then we take it all the way into the last round.
We were all in the grid, like, oh, he got away, and then immediately into it.
Nade blows it up. And I mean, that's just SSG. When it got to overtime, that's where the confidence becomes overpowering, and that's what we saw. You know, SR did have it for a little bit on map 2, starting into map 3, but we saw slowly but surely SSG, tick by tick, round by round, all the way into overtime. They look dominating.
Yeah, I mean, I really do want to commend SR, though. I mean, to be able to fight back the way that they did. Map 1 clearly was a decisive win for SSG. We weren't sure what map 2 was going to look like, but sure enough, they did find their footing. They found the rhythm. They found their tempo, carried it all the way into map 3. I mean, this is the series you want. Reality is there's nothing that's going to remedy this loss for the side of SR. You do not want to exit out of here this early on, not be able to make that main stage. But for the side of Space Station, what a performance, what a game through and through. Every fight, every engagement was a beautiful class to see.
And Newers is the MVP, but still, Benja mastered 9 opening kills. That's insane.
I've talked about his disruptive play and what he does for this SSG roster. I think now with the time that he's been able to and just finding his own footing, we talked Fultz throughout the NAL stage. They just kind of let him now just thrive inside that environment, using that buck, using the utility operators around and forcing players out of position. So it's not too surprising to see Benja be able to have a pop-off performance from Munich to now.
Before we keep going, how about we go ahead and have a look at what was happening on Stream B.
Following a matchup between D plus Kia and Weibo, we were waiting to see who would be the APAC hope continuing on here at SI26, and that was Weibo with a 2-0 win. D plus Kia had some great moments on both maps, a couple of flashes of electric play to get themselves back into it, but ultimately Weibo were just far too strong in almost every department. They take the win and continue on in the lower bracket, keeping the APAC dreams alive.
Keeping my dreams alive as well. Weibo, obviously, they're on a bit of a steamroll here, but I think what's important is probably the context of who they were versing. Back in groups and now into playoffs, it does feel like they've had a bit of an easier run, if you would say so, Lax.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, still, to see SSG making it through, WBG making it through, I mean, that's very important to be able to have an APAC representation on the main stage. That's going to be very fun to see. But the games that we have left here, G2 versus Secret, Oxygen versus Fluxo, which I think that is still going. That is still going. Oxygen, I did see last. They were up, but I am curious to see how that is going to pan out. Still, very important matches ahead.
Yeah. so far, every single team has really been putting up a fight. I mean, the games have been going to distance. We haven't really been upset by any of the matches that we've seen so far.
They've all delivered.
And that being said, I mean, we still got to finish OXG Fluxo, and then we have a great game coming up. So I'm excited to see how the final game of the day goes.
Yeah, and speaking of that, G2 and Secret, obviously, it's a close game, no doubt, but that will be on the other side of a break. Before we get there, though, SI, it's special, not just for players, not just for teams, not just for us here on the desk. It's special for everyone. And of course, it wouldn't be a damn SI without celebrating our incredible community.
in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. The skies will become something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Music plays such a big part of the SI, and I tell you what, that is by no means the exception. That is phenomenal. I cannot wait to hear that when we get to main stage either. Gents, welcome. I feel like I've worked with you maybe once or twice.
Do you know what? You keep doing the EML games with us, Rob. We're going to start bringing you in.
It is actually kind of crazy.
We're stuck into a time loop. It's exactly like yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday, obviously, maybe a disappointing match, all things considered. We had such high hopes for what could have been an El Clasico of EML, but didn't really turn out that way, did it?
No, it was high intensity. I will say that. That was high intensity. There were multi-kills all the time. And it was, the top of Europe. And that's the problem. We keep eliminating European teams. And SI is in Paris, and I'm mad about it.
Are you?
I'm really mad about it. I don't know. How do these teams keep finding each other? I feel like we could be doing this job, this production in 20 years' time, decrepit old men, and then we'd still see these two teams going head-to-head. They'd find a way to play each other in an international event. And of course, Secret, they played Falcons as well yesterday. So
you just can't avoid it at this point. You mentioned head-to-head. How about we actually give the viewers at home some context as to what to expect heading into this matchup?
Looking at this, you're looking at the history between G2 and Secret, and obviously we highlighted a few things. The most important one is, in the whole season of 2025, the only moment where it really mattered, where Secret beat G2, was EWC Finals. Ever since then, even since that summer in Riyadh, G2 have been dominating. They sent them in the lower bracket, in the Munich Major. They also eliminated them from the AML Finals. We're looking right now at the G2 momentum. They're the better team right now in that rivalry that exists between the two on who's going to take the throne of Falcons in Europe.
Yeah, we firmly establish a top three inside of Europe, inside of our region, in terms of Falcons, G2 and Secret. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But I think when it comes to the direct head-to-heads, we're seeing Secret still, getting to terms, getting on the level of G2 and Falcon, and you can see that with that head-to-head.
Yeah, coming to terms, I guess, G2, for those of you that didn't watch the group stages, by like 1 or 2 rounds, only scraped through to playoffs. And now we're talking about them potentially just being the better team in this head-to-head. But realistically, on the back of what we've seen at this tournament, Jack, do you think that's the case?
I would say so. I think G2 was night and day different in the games that didn't matter in group, but were more for placements. And then as soon as they were up against the wall, facing elimination, it's like a light bulb moment. It just switched for G2. They were lights out away against FaZe Clan. They were the same today against M80. They bullied M80 today, our current major champions. And therefore, it's just like G2, once they get into the lower bracket and that pressure just ramps up, something just switches on in them.
There's a specific story with G2 in that lower bracket. I'm thinking all the way back 3 years ago at SI 2023 in that legendary lower bracket run. There's something special when their back is against the wall. Everyone comes alive. Most importantly, that energy that you're getting there, we are seeing it in the games. Against the world champions of FaZe, against the major champions of M80. Today, the fire was going up, and they're still carrying that momentum going into this game.
Well, Doki was on fire, and after the game, he actually gave us a quick little interview, a nice little snippet into what to expect. And Jack, this is what he said.
Yeah, we've knocked out the reigning major champions. We've beaten the world champions. Every team should be scared of us, and I think Secret know that. That was the words that came out of Doki's mouth. That was war.
Honestly, I love that picture. I think it just represents who he is as a player and as a teammate. It's not only for Doki about what he brings in the game, it's about the energy he has. And if you look at that roster and that unit, I'm still seeing that. I'm still seeing the confidence that was built upon the last 2 games. Who cares about what happened in group stage? What matters is they took down 2 of the biggest titans of CG Sports to get here.
Yeah, and what is even better than talking to him after his previous match is talking to him before this one.
Hey everybody, we are here with Doki from G2. You guys have just done the map ban ahead of your game with Secret. This is fast becoming one of the biggest rivalries in Europe. Initial thoughts coming into this one?
Well, initial thoughts are they're terrible, so I don't agree with the rivalry thing. We just destroy them apart from once in EWC. So excuse you, Oliver. But yeah, no, looking forward to it. Vito's good, Clubhouse, Bank, Clubhouse, Consulate, Bank, pretty good maps for us. Comfortable on all 3 of them, so are they, so that's going to be fun. Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath again, so European bloodbath, going to be fun.
Excellent. Couple of quick fire questions now. Is it too early to believe? Obviously, G2, lower bracket run, SI23, you guys have been here before. Is it too early to start believing?
I mean, I don't really believe in this like fairy tale Cinderella story. You just play until you need to stop playing. That's the truth. We've already beat some tough opponents. There's more tough opponents in our way. Just got to keep playing until we need to stop playing. So yeah, anything can happen.
And last question: Would you rather go up against Savage on the Shields or Primetime Doom?
Whatever.
Whatever comes your way.
I'm sure we're gonna get both. So that's Secret for you.
Doki, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck today.
Cheers.
They would make a phenomenal cartoon together. The Pebble and the Boulder, I think there's something there. But ultimately, Jack, some interesting things being said out of Doki, which we're not surprised by.
I think G2 have just hit a train of momentum, and I think G2 are usually their biggest problem to themselves. It's not usually their opponent, and when G2 are playing well, and they know that they're playing well, they just elevate each other. Doki, he's feeling it. Alamau seems to be doing so much better in those late round situations, calling them out, and Laira's just an absolute demon. He's on demon time, as Demo keeps calling it. G2 are a really scary proposition right now because of that momentum.
What Doki was saying in there is, it's not even a contest. Who are they versing? It's Team Secret, a roster that at the moment is in a very interesting position, Leo, because I feel as though this is a moment to make or break even the start of your year. You have another 12 months ahead of you. This would be the best moment they could have.
Absolutely. I think it's the end result of a crazy season for these guys. Finally, a roster that made the right changes. They brought in Mugli and Noah all the way at the beginning of the season. They achieved the best that they could. They won an international title at EWC, but what they want is confirmation. They want confirmation that they're not a dark horse anymore. They want to be considered a favorite, and they were not named as a favorite when they come into this event. And the thing is, they did everything perfectly. The group stage went well. They were first. They showed everything they wanted to show. The problem was, when they reached playoff, they faced a crazy Falcons. And if we look back at what happened there, Falcons, they brought in the momentum. They brought in the fraggers. They brought in the Shaiko, who was yelling and trash-talking. They were bringing the shields with Bride on that Montier with the Blitz. They were trying to be disruptive, and they were bringing the pace to Secret. Secret wanted a bloodbath. Yes, they wanted a TDM. But Falcons, they won at that game. And that's my worry, Jack. What is the one thing that Secret does best? The shields, the frag heavy, the power, the frag heavy, I guess, playstyle, right? That we know and love from Secret. It's exactly how Falcons took down Secret yesterday.
Secret seems to be really good against the international opponents because they can drag all these teams into a bloodbath match, you know? when teams are trying to play default, maybe a little bit more structured, and they're getting run down by a blitz, they're getting all these fraggers in their faces, it's really hard for them to face. But the problem is when they face Falcons, when they face G2, it's a very similar style who know that style inside out. These teams know each other so well, so it becomes slightly less effective.
One thing though, they can take a page of the book of Fabian. What was the last tag timeout he said to M80?
Trap.
He said, bring traps. Bring traps to slow down the shield and the walking around. That's one thing that they can try to do against Alemo and G2.
Doki talked about the map vetoes as we were interviewing him earlier, so how about we lay it out for you? We just spread out what should be an unbelievable entree into a main.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Team Secret. They're going to pick into Clubhouse. Now, Clubhouse longest time, G2's Spider-Man banned Secret. Absolutely love the map. It's their home comfort. They will play there up against anybody. So not surprised to see that picked into, even if G2 do keep allowing it into the vetoes.
And that's fine. They're going to go on Consulate, the one map where they beat FaZe, the world champion, where they beat M80, the Munich major champions. It's a comfortable one for them.
And then if you was to have a game of rock, paper, scissors, that's probably the best way to determine who is the best bank team inside of Europe.
Oh my God.
So we're going to see bank from these two teams. G2 will face up anybody on it. They beat Falcons' unbeaten streak. And Secret, they've got an unbeaten streak to protect themselves.
More than 10 wins in a row for Team Secret on bank. Maybe it stops today.
It's scary. It's such a scary prospect. Because if we do get the third, everything that you've just laid up will be absolutely perfect. It will be an absolute main course. Well, I'm kind of hungry. How about we bring in our main course? Let's welcome for the first time at SI Paris 2026. We've got our TriCast, but more importantly, we got Oscar from Heretics. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing phenomenal. How are you feeling after what was an unfortunate bow out from the tournament earlier today?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but just happy to be here, really. Tier 2 team. What can you expect?
Yeah, you've done phenomenally well, and I'm sure you're going to kill it here. So I'll leave you in the capable and very, very lovely hands of Emmy and Demo.
Thank you.
Well, both of us Demo. This time you actually got a compliment as well, Oscar. It's
have to look around them to get to you now. It's a little bit different.
It's
well, I'm not that big to look around, though.
Sorry, go either side. It's amazing to have you. Obviously, you can give an insight that no one else has been able to on this desk, which is how do you play at the event, right? How do you sort of get your head in? And obviously, an EU versus an EU showdown, you've got a couple of ideas of how this one might cook.
Yeah, it's a banger game, actually. The two titans of EU, I think. Obviously, Falcons is in the upper bracket already, and we got the next best two.
Well, let's wait no more time and start on Club. And this could be, maybe, even with all the other amazing series that we've had so far today, one of the best if we get everything statistical. Demo.
I mean, this is right up our street, isn't it?
Oh,
G2 Secret. We've seen it. I mean, we've seen it all before, but it never disappoints.
There's some elements towards this when you get inter-region games. You obviously get them at this point in the tournament, and there's sometimes arguments of, I hate it. Why is my region the one that's not being able to be on either side of the finals? But it means we are sending the best of the best all the way to the end, right? You're going to hopefully, theoretically, get those sort of top teams. Sorry, Heretics. I'm sorry about that. But hey.
Fourth best EU.
Fourth best EU. Take it. To be fair, actually, this is the complimentary moment of the amazing run that the team has had. And now you get to see our job, which... probably less stressful, I think. Is that fair?
Probably more stressful, to be honest.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm confident in my own game, but...
To be fair, we'd say the same if we had to play.
Yeah.
So that's very true, actually. I think I would be the worst rated player that has ever touched the game if I had to play at SI. I think I'm also going to give some quick perspective on the pair of you two, because you two have known each other for quite a while, I think. And
sadly.
So I might just prop up play-by-play and let you two go at each other and argue about the game itself.
Yeah. Well, me and Oscar, we've had a good old chat about the maps, and we look at Clubhouse. Now, Oscar, we know that G2, they've kind of been prepping this for a while, because it was kind of like their permaban for a good old period.
Yeah.
I mean, up against Secret, though, I think are, again, a very competent Clubhouse team.
Yeah, I think it should be... As long as Secret play that game, I think it should be quite swift.
Well, I'm going to sort of poke at you first here about these bans. Obviously, you've got rid of the Capital, the Blackbeard, and then the double electrics. From your perspective, do you feel that this is sort of the top end of what you would do against these teams?
Yeah, against Secret, they're very good with the util and the shields, so they obviously don't want to play against the shield and good with the util.
Oh! Well, Mowgli opens up. Actually, elsewhere, Lair was just trying to farm some clips, but in the meantime, he's already been put to bed. That is no smoke. The first loss, and the shields are already off to the races. Lair is able to find Adrian. They're going to charge their way up towards the top of red, and the player is just going to try and get out of there before suddenly they're entirely surrounded. The impact will get some impact with Stompin, having the cover over the shoulder, and it's turned into a little bit of a bloodbath here at the top of the stairs. Does have the utility that you mentioned. They're very good at using it, but now they've got to try and break their way against it. Held at bay. Remembering the site is down in the basement, this top floor is just a back and forth brawl. Mowgli dives in, Stompin pushes right back against them, and at this point, a 3 versus 2, but they're vacating, they're getting out of there. They've remembered where the site is, and they've got the cover to bring it back.
I was going to mention, this is the basement. You know, we're not dealing with that top floor. It's that massive extension, that roam game from G2, and it's worked out really well for them. I mean, being able to pick off, you know, Savage, who all he'd said to Doki, you want to face against Savage on the shields or prime time Doom, they've dealt with both of them immediately.
I guess it's sort of the moment with a minute 10, the 3 versus 2, and you're looking at what the attackers still have in their pockets. A couple of frag grenades, a couple of hard breaches, but without the Hibana, they're hoping that what has already been opened is what's going to remain open, because, well, they've got the choice. Get themselves Stog Hatch, get themselves potentially Bar Hatch if it's not been done as well, and then from then, what?
Well, I mean, the clash is still yet to be revealed, I think, for G2. Blaz on that operator, it's now been spotted out. And you can't really drop Kitchen Hatch. You cannot go for that kind of route into the bomb site. You're going to have to look for another alternative because that shield is just going to nullify it. And they may try and double up and maybe go for the Moto take, just judging on where they're positioned.
Now, at this point, Clash has the back line, and I guess the question starts to be, where can you dive your way through? And as the keepers get replaced, and they've got themselves a bit of a split push, it's a question I'll come back to you in a second on Oscar before this comes together. Do you double up or you just try and find the isolation? There's the first cross, there's the first end, and that is the first round.
I think that round is a perfect example of the new Clubhouse meta. You want to work the top floor, you want to hard hold either gym side or the cash side, and they held the cash side perfectly. Got the man advantage, and then they're falling back on the Clash and the Army, and what can I do?
I mean, Clash has been a big issue. I don't know how have you guys kind of dealt with that operator? Because I think the pick rate from her, there's not a massive amount of counters outside like Nomad. I mean, nobody's really going to bring Kali, but I mean, how is Clash at the moment?
The only team I've seen really bring the Kali is VP and the LCQ actually. But yeah, you have to bring a Nomad or maybe even a Cappy, but obviously they ban the Cappy, so you can only bring the Nomads, and you're attacking basement and you've got Nomads, so that's even, you can't really afford to bring that.
You're stuck in. You're locked in. And I guess it's always the conversation that we've often had is there's just so much to ban. Nowadays,
yeah. We've had this discussion. It's a lot of good attackers. I mean, do you then go for the Grim ban? I mean, that operator as well is really good on the map like Clubhouse. You think about the different areas even on that basement. Maybe, yes, we didn't really get to see it, but still, we know how strong that operator is. Basement locked out. Not going to go for the gym and bedroom. G2 opting then for the bomb site, which I'm not a massive fan of. I think just with that exterior breach, you get that opened up, and there ain't a whole lot you can do unless you play this really deep util game, which you've brought in the Wama, you've got the Izami, but Savage on that shield, Oscar, and we know what he's like on that operator.
Impossible to play against. Probably one of the best.
I mean, I dare say, argue, maybe the best at the event.
I'm just play-by-play. You two are the ones that can put out the controversial statements people can complain about later. I'm protecting myself. I don't know anything. But what I do know, it's probably going to start with an approach on towards the garage. When you got that Monty, you get yourself in up and you're looking towards the pressure of, well, there, CC breach. But that's not really the biggest problem, especially with the double hard electrics even banned out. And then from this point here, want to try and drive themselves up against the Izami, against Doki, but he's happy to play in this position. And obviously with those, he's probably going to have himself a little bit more safety. You can hear the air jabs being set up, all three of them in very quick succession around the bottom here, Demo.
Yeah, it looks to be flank protection perhaps here from Doom, because he's going to be lurking inside the lounge. It stops anybody kind of swinging onto the players inside the garage as the approach is now beginning. Savage trying to gain a bit of information, but Just waiting until in goes the Grims. Here we go now. In comes the nades with the Wamai discs in good positions.
No,
but
it doesn't quite get him. The second one will probably get the end of him. No, somehow survives. Doki gets Mowgli as well. There goes the Grim. The Monty's a little bit cornered, but you don't want to try and hit the high rope because otherwise we'll probably going to get caught from elsewhere. More flashes, more burn, but there needs to be something else to support this at this point, and they're kind of just stuck looking for the cross angle on CC. It feels like they're missing something, but hey, sometimes when you're hoping and praying, those get answered.
Loira, don't think he needed to stand up, but Doki, what a great pick, just swings onto the players in Garage. Savage doesn't know what to do. Does he unshield? Does he play for the kill? He thinks, oh, I'm just going to keep feeding that information, but somebody needs to kill this guy. Doki just been allowed to stay up here for far too long.
Well, he unshielded for a second, and that bought another bit of space, but Adrian almost suffered the same fate in his teammates, and now 50 seconds. Would you say this is a little bit too slow, Oscar?
Yeah, especially with the smoke and the C4, this is going to be really hard. They might have to play for kills.
Another thing I've noticed, nothing to open up in towards Rafters, so they have to go through the window. And we know there's going to be a C4 waiting for that.
See, they've got all of the read on this on the BP, so as soon as they try and make this growth, it's going to happen. They're throwing out the bros just to sort of say the statement of, we're watching you. There's the impact DMP on towards that bulletproof. They know they have to try and bait out this utility, but 20 seconds. The defenders have 7 seconds to wait anyway. Here's the first play. There's more of a reveal. They're not quite able to get themselves anywhere secret. They could try and tuck in close on towards the half wall, but instead they've just got to drive because of the bulletproof. They're pushing themselves further and further. They just took the territory, refused to play the game in the bulletproof, and Alamau, can he get the stop? He's swinging his way around, he can't quite find the player, he's a second too late, Adrian!
Oh my god.
Just clutches in. I've hit an oh my god, but I gotta know what happened there.
G2 knew they had to play for kills though, and they gave the picks.
It was the correct call. I mean, we've seen the setup, they couldn't get themselves into the kind of traditional plant, reopen up in towards Rafters. I mean, that Rafter hold would cause Secret a lot of issues, but still able to make it happen. You know, for Loira, just could he have just proned? Did he need to maybe help Doki? It didn't look as though he was under any immediate danger. But it's that shield again from Savage. I mean, that's the danger man that we've highlighted plenty of times. I also think Jum, coming in on the backstab in from Bedroom, was able to get the down, I think, onto the tub. That was also very important, and that's what Secret have. You've got Savage on those shields. You've got Jum who can make those plays.
If we want to trade it rounds, we have them. At this point, we find our way round on towards Jim. You know, there's actually been a play of bar, and I've missed it. I'm kind of upset about that, this tournament. There's only one site at the start of this day that hasn't been played. Guess what it is?
I have no idea.
No idea? None at all? Can you?
Not, well, I mean, surely, has Haman been played in Fortress?
Yeah, I think Wildcard played it.
I can see that actually two analysts in the corner. What do you think it was? Haman, Fortress.
Was I right?
Was
it right?
No, I believe it was a site on Lair.
By being hoodwinked?
I think so. But now I'm doubting myself because I was told this fun fact earlier.
No, we've had a kitchen.
No, it's Lair. It's the army site.
Yeah.
Haman has been played apparently.
Oscar said Wildcard.
Wildcard. To be fair, they've played a lot of weird sites. They just went on a rotation. Anyway, there's the fun story in the...
We got there in the end, yeah.
Listen, if the pro can't guess it as well, then I think I'm doing okay, but... I failed at guessing it.
I've been trying to play the game, not watch it.
Hey, what, you're telling me you're not tuned in for the cars? I'm a bit busy.
Trying my best, but I'm prepping.
That's fine, that's fine. At this point, moment of silence and the buck hunting underneath.
Yeah, I like this. This is good from Jim. I mean, Jim in the buck is a staple operator for him. He can get himself in below. Very capable entry player, we know, if he needs to be. Putting Loira under a lot of pressure, but Loira on the vigil. Going to be immune to the bees, but you can see right now, Oscar, you've got onto it. They can see the scanner from below.
You can see they're trying to just force the play out. The glass has gone towards the top of red, and that's going to at least get rid of the shield. But can they catch the player? No, it does go down, but stopping in Loira. One apiece puts us into the 4 versus 3. Still trying to find a fight through the floorboards with the boss G, but unfortunately it seems like there's nobody that wants to try and step up to the boss. Instead, it's another fight on red, and it's one that Doom can win, level things out. 3 apiece until Doki has a say, and look, instantly fall away. They've done the damage, done the decimation, and have done the sort of deed and slipped away, Oscar.
Yeah, this seems like G2's game plan here is play aggressive till the 3v3-ish, and then just fall back and test their execute.
Think that's something Secret can often suffer from?
Not fully, but maybe I think with all the heavy util, you might have to.
Wow, the heavy util starts to pop. We can hear the smoke and we can see the smoke. Doki hits the door hard and, well,
and over he
goes, but I mean, that's Doki.
It's good info. I mean, you know, Savage is just out in the windows now, so I think for the 1v2 to be played, just a trade game here for the two Brazilians on G2. Savage will pick up the kit and does get smoked off, and he just has to pick, does he go bedroom or does he go in towards Logi, and Logi is where he's gonna go. Shotgun close from Alamau. Good smoke, and there's the boss G. Loira nails him as he tries to make that divide. G2, the game plan's working.
You seen I kill the guy, Con? Fuck him.
Yeah, so we've heard that from all of you across the playdays. I don't know how aware you are of that.
No, I don't swear.
To be fair, I will say you're not the biggest pop-off player. I remember we cast a big clutch of yours. Oh, they will tell you this in a second. After the ban's through, I think we're getting a timeout. We can have a listen in towards the players, and then we'll pick this story up.
Play aggressive off that, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Guys, for this basement round, I don't have much to say, so we can just keep it up with the planning. That has been good. Going on to cash again, I like the idea from Savage over there. Let's try to play a little bit more of timing over there, because we will take them out of surprise, you know. Just go and explode it into the cash wall once we open it. But these two guys garage, so we make them stuck over there and we go for it. And then for this Jhin over there, you remember what I spoke with you about Consulate, about the pressure from below as well. If you need to, just go and open some pixels, but you won't kill no one from below. I need you two on two positions to play, and I need all of you guys around us already, because they won't be standing still just waiting for the bug to kill them, guys. So we need to play punitive mode, either to just go and roll over into that, or get ready for this aggression into this timing. It's only about that. You guys will win the round by this, you know?
Yeah.
So, I see both of you nodding and pulling a face. What are your thoughts on a timeout like that?
Yeah, I thought that was decent. I think you also have to talk about the ban. The Azami ban is good for the game plan that has been called here. Like, they want to play more aggressive, play together, and not let them, you know, just get the free picks. So, especially if they get the picks, they can't fall back.
I think I spoke to Twister, and he said, I kind of asked him, you know, what is the mentality with going for the timeouts, you know, this event? And he says, for the most part, it's kind of circuit breaker. If he needs to get in there and just kind of chill them out, he thinks Savage is calling really great this event. But that seemed to be a lot more specific than what we've seen prior for Twister before this game. You know, he's kind of going more into the strats that needs to be called. Like he said, for example, on that cache, open up the main bridge and rush through it and leave the garage guys just by themselves. You know, that might be the game plan that Twister wants to see. Go more aggressive in the G2, which again is always a risk because we know the players that G2 have and can very quickly lose to a 3K and a 4K because there's been some big multi-kills for G2 so far this tournament. But we head down to the basement, so it may be a while before we get back up to those top floor sites again.
You see G2 here bringing the clash again. I think that's the third time they played the clash here this match.
Yeah, I mean, is it something that you usually expect from them as a team? Is it?
I think I haven't watched that many games, but they like to abuse the info, and it's, you know, it's a walk in info. So if they can play together off the info, it's good.
Well, it feels, I was about to say, it feels like a slightly slower start up top, but it's Stumpin in the meantime getting Noah around billiards.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a mistro, no, for Noah just to walk straight in towards pool table and get killed. I mean, Stumpin has went unchecked. There's been no trade there for Secret. So, yeah, bit of a hit because you think about the operator that they've got. It's the Habana who, as we know, is not only great for opening up those hatches, even towards the later stage, thinking about triple wall in towards Church. A lot of util being wasted, but still, you've got ways in. You've still got the ace, you've still got the hard breach gadgets from Ying. It's not all done, but it's all about these roamers. That's what Secret need to try and find.
You can see they're trying to pinch them out, and Mowgli's about to find a fight immediately. The Candela rolls out from the hatch. The pre-throw in C4 doesn't quite get the landing, but Stompin has the gloves and the gun to back it up. Looks for the second, he's just pre-firing the angle, but think of the time, think of the players, and think of the third, because he's going to try and find a fourth instead. Keeps of them. The king of the game seems to be the statement here from Doki, but if he can make an ace, he might be Lord Emperor sooner rather than later. He's got a second to spare, but instead, they're just going to try and drive onto the site. You assume the pressure's going to come whether he goes up or down. Hello, Clash. Hello, Stompin!
That's king.
Oh, big old ace. Off the back of just himself. He was just by himself, kind of hovering towards bathroom, waiting to play a game of pool, and he finds 5. Obviously found Noah. I mean, the kill for me, it was Mowgli. Should have had him dead right, but he got flashed by his own teammate. The Candela came in through the hatch. And then Stompin, of course, he's the warden, puts the goggles on, wins that engagement. And this is where the individuals, as much as what we've talked about, the players in Secret, G2, and how stacked that they are. I'm still waiting for Laura. I'm waiting for the demon time still, don't forget. It's still upon us.
He's still on demon time. It's like waiting for a bus. But a very violent one here. There's the catch, and then obviously leaning in. They just pushed a little bit staccato, a little bit separated.
He's loving the prone.
Yeah, a lot of prone picks, yeah.
I think it felt like quite a lot this whole tournament. There's been a lot of them. And then
just one guy. I mean, for Secret, obviously off the back of the timeout, not gonna feel great. But that is the basement locked out once again for G2. We will not see them back down there unless we get into that overtime. But the way it's going, I mean, G2 racking up a lot of rounds for themselves. We go back over towards the cache, and this is where we remember it was a very heavy util hold in towards Catwalk. We've seen a lot of Wamais and Azami's being used. Now, Oscar, with that Azami ban, you don't have that kind of credibility now to sit up there as safely as what you could before.
Yeah, but I want to see if they do the timeout plan that they were going to do.
What, the rush through the breach?
Yeah.
Well, they've only got one there right now, and maybe it shook their confidence. Seems like instead they've started to look over towards the stretch. They've obviously got this extension towards Logi, and I guess it's one of those things, but a round like that, if you had the timeout, does it shake you? Does it make you worry about doing a fast-moving strat?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. I think they want to just slow it down, work the picks better.
Oh, they can't do any worse than smothering a flawless on an ace from the side of Stompin, so every way is up, and the first might be this, the pinch. Set up on towards construction, make sure as soon as somebody tries to leave via Logi, they can just get cut off at the pass, and now put the pressure elsewhere. But to be honest, Lair is not backing up into the problem. And Alamau and Stompin, they're sat inside the bedroom side as well. There's only really 2 players around the site, though Lair has rotated back in. There's a bit of work being done by a Twitch drone as well, removing some utility.
Need to try and find a pick for Secret, because that time is slowly ticking away, and there's still smokes that they need to try and find. I've noticed as well that Jum was able to get all 5 scans on the player, so potential destruction from below. We know that Deimos pistol can go pretty crazy. But now this is where they can rotate back over towards Rafters, and without that Azami, we know that Doki is going to be a little bit more of a rougher position if he wants to try and maneuver around that.
I mean,
he doesn't care.
Oh, he doesn't care. Swings out wide, gets Savage, gets the Twitch gone. The grenades will roll through, and they do get the pick as the trade, a very important stat. But you can see the smokes stop and cover the breach itself. So if they wanted to go quick, well, they have no choice. At this point, Alamau has rotated his way back towards site, but Stompin is still on the far side, by the window, watching and waiting, just in case he gets a chance.
I think it's also to note that this time, Secret, they do have the hard breach, so they can go and open up in towards that Rafters wall. Jum has been able to find a pick. He was lurking inside a stock for a good old period, and like I said, open up the wall. They can now try and work this plan. Adrian has the diffuser in his hand. Oh, the top is going to stall him out ever so slightly. Laura going aggressive. Look at this rotate from Blams, though. Will they have any idea he's playing close to the breach? No, they don't. Blams picks up one. No, looks away at the wrong moment. Noah able to get the trade.
They're driving themselves in towards the site. Get rid of the BP and get themselves planted unknown, but underneath, that's where the danger players are. The impact is impactless as they can't quite get the angle. Instead, swung up red, but only to meet their end, and now it's double down. Secret finally find the end of a round, but it was drifting further and further away. They didn't go with plan E, as you said, Oscar, but plan B, it made its way over the line.
Yeah, there was a bit of a dodgy garage clear, I'd say, but they got the kill in the end, so.
It's one of the things, I guess, with those sort of aggressive positions there, the impact of a player like Blaz in that position, how much do you need to be ready for that against a team like G2?
Yeah, well, you have to be just prime reactive, because the guy's going to give the call out, he's going to scream it, and you just have to play. Sometimes the plan doesn't work, so you have to just react.
I guess that's technically what we do as well, Demo.
Sometimes. I mean, if we were talking about Blaz earlier in Fortress, then yeah, we definitely do. That, I mean, I still have to mention it. That Blaz clutch earlier, that has to be the most unexpected clutch that's happened so far. Because that, like, where did that come from?
Well, you could say it in less polite words, but I'm a play-by-play. I don't get into heat.
I keep using that as a stigma.
Yes, I can. Listen, when we bring in a pro for a TriCast, I'm allowed to hide behind anything. That's what I was going to say before. We cast one of your big clutches, and you were so chill. Like, you were just... I would be screaming. Do you not get that energy?
That's just my personality, I think.
Yeah, other day in the office.
I'm one round at a time, you know?
One round.
If I win a clutch, or if we troll around, you know, I try... It's the same emotion, you know?
Do you think that's an important mentality everybody should have, or is that just a personal?
That's just personal, I think. As a team, you definitely need the hype and the emotions, but it's nice, I think, to have one consistent member, or maybe two consistent members that you can always rely on.
Unfortunately, not Noah. First body gone again, and yet again, it's the hard breach. They have just felt cursed throughout this game so far. Keep on being taken down, Demo.
Well, they are bringing in double hard breach, so it's not all is lost.
No.
Still ways around this, of course, but losing that opening pick on a map like Clubhouse, I know that Oscar, we've talked about it. Man advantage is very, very important in this kind of map.
And it's not traded either. You can lose the entry pick, no trade. It gets harder and harder.
Well, that's 2 now.
Yeah, that's 2. That's a 5 versus 3. They've got themselves surrounded here, and G2 are posing up for a 4-2 defensive half. Now, there is still a chance at a catch, but Lair hasn't left yet. He said he can do demon time, and he's going to see if he can try and start to clock in for a shift. No, not quite yet. We are on Mowgli time still, and Mowgli almost gets time for a second before they fade away. The breach can continue. Secret, they're keeping up a pace here, making sure that they're still putting pressure down.
Yes, that clash again, though, that's the issue. It's this extension from G2. They want to fight, they want to waste as much time and util away from Secret, then hit them where it hurts in that late stage. I mean, Stompin posted up right now, using that shield to lock down that gym window.
Question is, they've sort of left the kit behind, yeah, but then they just throw themselves in towards the site. Adrian's suddenly gone for the recollection demo.
Lovely play, though, using the Flores drone to move him away from that mattress into the open arms of Adrian. Yeah, gets that kill back that's needed, and now they're going to try and target that Clash via the Flores, but guess what? Clash has legs and can simply walk away.
I've heard a rumor that Clash had legs. I get to see it in action, and that's crazy. They're still sending the Flores in. They have to try and time this together. I'm wondering what other... It's a utility they want to pocket or just force this player out of the bathroom. Couldn't quite get the catch, but you can see a bit of a rotate. Mowgli's in behind the kit, but he's instantly smoked out away from it, and instead, almost finds a sliver of a fight, but he just keeps driving to Blaz. Blaz picks up 1, the 3 versus 2, and now that clash just becomes infinitely more powerful, but instead, Adrian is going to try and send one way, Savage gets the other, and now another 2 versus 2, but with 10 seconds before it becomes the 1 versus 2, they're going to head down and hope for the best. They've hit the pipe, buy themselves some time on the door, so they can't quite cross that path and get the down. Savage has the perfect cover, and now Stompin puts us into another clutch or die situation, and he almost gets Savage on the way out the window, but the shield, so powerful, so movable, and look how far away that they're going. Savage, he's gone really, really distance on it.
Oh,
he can
no.
just sort of get caught.
No.
He can't make it in time. He's not going to be able to get the catch on it. You can see he's panicking, but at this point, Stompin is cool as ice.
Oh, Savage! Tried to play it safe.
He knew that was the clash, and he still went away.
Oh. That's a heartbreaker for Savage. He thinks, yeah, I'm going to play it safe, go on the rappel, but no! The shield being placed up. I mean, that is a big round for G2 to swing that in their favor, and, well, the half. 4-2. Good showing for G2.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask you 2 questions. The first one is from a 4-2 on that sort of side. Obviously, we talked about this map. Demi said Secret were a bit surprised that G2 wanted to bring them here. Is this sort of what these teams would be expecting, especially with a timeout used?
You're looking for at least 4, I think. I mean, I would say it's expected, but my game earlier we only got 2 defenses. So,
right. I didn't want to mention it. I didn't want to mention it.
But yeah, they'll be happy with 4-2, especially because it's not their pick.
Yeah. Great point that he's made. This is one thing that we've noticed as well about G2, and I know that Jack has mentioned it quite a lot. G2 are a team where they're happy to go and pick a map that they're not great at as the first map, because if they lose it, oh, well, it's our map anyway. But the closer that map gets, the more you're going to worry the opposition. So I think for G2, against the map pick, getting already a 4-2 half and the opportunity still to win the map, don't forget, and even make it close, get it to OT. Secret's thinking, if that was them on our map, what are they going to be like on their map?
So, the second question I was going to ask before we talk about the bans, and I have a bit of a working theory, but I'm curious what your first instinct is that, when that sort of situation happens, as you sort of said, he forgot about the clash, is that a miscomm, or is that just a misunderstanding of how things are playing together, do you think?
10 seconds to insertion.
It could be a miscomm, but I think that's just probably tunnel vision. He's obviously gone, oh, I can win. Like, he's had a Eureka moment. He's gone, oh, I can win from far away. And he's totally forgot what operators are making.
Yeah, I do that, but much lower stress situations, so I can entirely imagine. 4-2, and now we can highlight the bans. Obviously, the double hard electric removal is gone. You've not got that for the side of the defense, and potentially see a mirrored, but it depends on the extension. And then on the other side, Thermite limit that. But then also the Grim sort of feels like it's a ban affecting both sides here. Oscar, what are your sort of perspectives and takeaways on these operator removals?
The Cade.
Oh no!
Nice shot.
Okay, I'll come back to your point because I think I need to talk about this game right now. This demo's hit the floor. It's 3 players either side, and there is some still fire, and that is a way of clearing out rafters. You said, well, they didn't do it the cleanest last time. It's a bit messier here on the approach, but again, think about the site. Think about how this started at the beginning of the map demo.
Yeah, I mean, overall for that trade, it's pretty good for Secret. What a hit from Jim, by the way. I mean, that was brilliant. And yeah, I think for G2, you've still got the hard breach option, which I think is very, very important. It's different if you lose both the hard breachers and then you're sat with, you know, a few nades and a few flashbangs. But we know that this basement, it's all about opening the hatches, getting the walls opened up, creating as much pressure as possible. So overall, not a bad trade. But for G2, it's decision-making. What is going to be their option? Obviously, for Clubhouse, you want to try and have that 5v5 exit. You want to try and hit as many different avenues as you can. Whenever you've only got 3, you're kind of restricted. They've actually spotted the Scopus upstairs. Noah should be fine because he can TP. There we go. No problem at all. So here we go. This is more like it. The 3v3, all players in sight. It's up to G2 for their attack.
They haven't destroyed the shell, though. They've sort of left it on towards the top as far as I could see before. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it could come back to haunt them, but it can always come back to haunt them. And it's actually Alamal's going to find his way around to it, and he's making sure that the Scopus has left. And
nice, Carl.
Changing max.
Could have shot it. No, I'll firm it.
Listen, we all make mistakes in the heat of pace. 40 seconds, though. Still with Denari laser traps, and still with Kibas in pocket, and still with the threat. Do they have enough time?
They've got the Capital, that's important. They've got a bit of util to try and counter that clash.
At this point as well, there's no C4, just impacts to try and stop it. I'm not sure if they were hoping for a bait, but it's actually able to slip their way through behind the case and go for the plant itself. Watch. They've got the cross. They've made sure that nobody can get across this divide, but they almost let it slip. They do get the plant. They do get the planter, and now they've just got stomping. Once again, how many times will we be in this situation? But can we make it 3 for 3 on his impressive tally so far? Holding. And he's about to be held by what he worked so brilliantly before. There's that clash. She's making a quick route up towards the top. Noah is waiting as well. The clash is putting all this pressure on. Stomping, though. He gets Noah and he just gets out of there. And now, what do you do? At this point, do you drop down, hope you can get the defuse in time? They're going to be able to play the verticality. They're hoping he doesn't have the angle. But Stompin just seems so on top of it all, Demo.
Stompin on point to make that 1v2 happen. He was up against the Clash, who we seen was running upstairs. A good play from Secret, used the shield to get him off the verts. But Noah went just a little bit too fast, and he gave himself away to Stompin. Once it goes into that 1v1, look how clever Stompin is. He hears the Clash running upstairs. Just run away. He's going to have to drop the hatch at some point. Wow, G2 getting that over the line. Stomping. Can do no wrong. 12 and 3, I believe he is. Wow.
What a series.
You might be the lucky charm. I was going to say, it's map 1, but you might be Stumpin's lucky charm. That's the way. I mean,
look at that. Wow.
12 and 3 on the KD, positive on the entry, and sort of coming in towards this game as well, obviously, with how the team played earlier on with the GT series we covered. Lair was the top dog. Lair was the one that could sort of do no wrong, and Stumpin, he still had a positive game. He was still 17 to 12. But here, how he's been able to step up to this point earlier today, he was the top-rated player for G2.
The thing with G2, they're all having a great tournament. I mean, all of them. We were looking at the stats earlier, and Oscar, you made a great point. If Blaz is playing well for that team, that's great because you've got the 4 kind of younger ones. Well, I say Doki younger, well, kind of, maybe a little bit. We say the 4 younger ones, and then you've got Carl, who we know is calling great as the IGL.
Yeah, if you're playing against 4 players that are literally playing out of their mind, and one cooler, what can you do?
I mean, that's either one SA23.
It is.
It is.
It is, and a certain Master Avenger, but he's elsewhere now.
Yeah, and goes through into the next round, Benja.
Maybe
SSG.
They've already defeated one of the people from that roster before as well and sent them packing, so there's the split here. Attention on the far side. G2 now, as you sort of said, getting 4 on your swing through there is good when they got that on their defense, but losing that first one in a manner like that, do you think that affects the team a bit, Oscar?
Yeah, I mean 5-2, if you're looking at the scoreboard, you're not happy really. 4-3, you know it's a close game, but you're 3 rounds apart.
Yeah, big buffer. Loira. It's a bit of damage from somewhere, and again, these early engagements will happen, and Stompman chasing that player all the way downstairs. That's good information. They know that the player is on the roam at the moment. And again, Stompman just careful off that. Do keep in mind, this is our gym and bedroom, so seeing basement fights is very unusual in this map, but still, it happens. But it's all about the util dump in towards top red. You can see that shield to defend said player. Stompin has got the nade, but he needs to go ahead and say that, yeah, the util is cleared away before he goes for it. And there we go. The shield is gone. And Alamau with the pickup. And another. Oh, my word. Mobley, you don't hear the Blackbeard running at you?
Wow, they can't hear much more else. It's a 3 versus 3, though. They've gone for the retake, and suddenly they're in a bit of a tight spot here. There's a bit of damage being done. Savage in an aggressive position, but still a swing back up top red and a 2 versus 2. But Adrian and Savage, they did their best to save the missing man. And since then, now a 2 versus 2. Let's get out of here. But look at the health across the 4 remaining players. 50 seconds. No C4 left in pocket, but an impact could be the end of Loira. How do they try and formulate their close here?
This is a great battle. You've got Savage still alive. You've got Alamau still alive with their 2 favorite players. You've got Adrian with Savage. You've got Loira with Alamau. I mean, this is a great 2v2.
There's the pre-fire, just sort of put the pressure on here across Logi. Hop their way back round. The Deathmark can't quite get the catch, but the pressure of a grenade almost getting his teammate probably isn't going to be the way that you want this to go again. G2 now onto the next angle, and I know everything is going to be a challenge, but you can see the position there aggressively. Adrian held himself on the other side of the bed and leaves Alamau in a 1 versus 2 to push this one on towards map point. He can't quite get the right angle. He's not quite sure where he's sort of supposed to be looking. It's just a barrel of 2 guns.
That's the power of the fullback.
Same strategy.
I was going to say, you said it before, it's the sort of strategy that they use. Do you think this is sort of just 2 teams knowing each other very well?
Yeah, obviously they played a lot, but I think it's a pretty standard map, and you know what you're expecting really with Clubhouse.
Yeah, it comes back to what we always mention about Clubhouse. There's not much that you can do kind of new, because it has been around for quite a while. It's different if we're looking at a fortress and then really, you know, we don't know where that's going to go. But at the moment so far, very close game. I mean, great siege on display. I mean, the trade game, I think, has been very quick and very fast. But that's just because this lobby's stacked. I mean, if you look at the stats with all 10 of the players, everyone's in and around like the 100 mark for EPS. Everyone having a great tournament in this lobby. It's just a shame that one of them's going home. It really is.
Ready as well. The sort of...
Oh, hey, EU versus EU. It's just... Oh, why?
Does your heart break?
It's not fun. Especially, I love these 2 teams as well. This is a tough one for me.
I thought your favorite team was Heretic.
Well, they're gone, so we can't support them.
That's all right.
So who's the new favourite? If you have to pick one.
Well, this is the issue. I wasn't a big fan with G2 at the start of the tournament with how they were going about things, but that last game, as always, G2, and I mean, if you're a G2 fan, everyone knows what I mean. Somehow they pull you back in. It's like the mime in Paris. He's showed you and they pulled you in.
Did that happen? Did you say that like it happened to you?
To be fair, when I saw them against FaZe for elimination, I thought they were out. But, you know, and they made it further than me.
Yeah.
But G2 have a habit of that. Obviously, their run to Montreal started with FaZe, and this round's going to start with Doki getting Doom. How do you deal with Prime Doom? Well, Doki's at least found one of the answers, and it's a Blackbeard holding a cheeky angle down on towards Blue. What the mirror was doing there, exploring, I couldn't tell you.
Just Doom doing Doom things, but we'll not question it.
Is that one of the parts of the new meta, Oscar? Roaming mirror?
That's a bit questionable, but maybe you can C4 through the concrete from the baseline, you know?
That's true, that's true. Do a bit of reverse fishing out of the grid and get themselves the pressure on, but are they going to try and sprint their way up red here? They've obviously got the pressure for the breach, and oh no, they no longer have
the garage.
Doki, yeah, outside.
It's either a case where he is swung onto a player. Did he get picked out of the breach? I think he did. I'm looking at my other monitor. I think Savage has swung the breach and killed Doki outside the garage door. A very cheeky kill from Savage, but credit to him. Whenever you're in a big match like this and backs up against the wall, you need to make some plays. Here comes that util dump, but the coverage has come in. Loira is downed, and that means the flames are not going to be active.
I'm not 100% sure that was that really Noah that was just able to get a cheeky little angle. The Capitão's obviously been caught out, but he might be able to get back up. It also like the spray came from elsewhere, but they go for the recollection. They're just keeping the cover. They don't want to go for it and get caught out, but Noah's not moving as of yet. He's sort of lost his life in a couple of situations where he'd rather not. So instead, play it safe. There's a minute. They've still got to get you out of the position. You've still got threat you can apply here, and now they've got even less. They've lost a bolt on that approach, but also what else do they have? No flashes. They're limited in terms of their sort of swing potential, and now they're trying to chase out Adrian on the far side of the map with Stompin with the kit rotating sort of over the top, back and forth. Especially Mowgli that gets Alam out of the 4 versus 2 1.
Wow.
Okay, it's done.
I will say that catwalk position is a good contrast of how both of their teams are playing. G2, they're going demon mode on that rafters. And
demon time.
Demon time.
Thank you.
And Secret, they're holding through the verts. They're trying to come up. Juma's trying to come up at them, obviously, to help for when they were clearing the rafters. But G2, they're just running and gunning. And on the attack, they're starting to slow down, really.
At what point would you want a timeout called if you were in G2's shoes?
I think you could afford one more loss with the 5-5.
This is one of the things that we always sort of guess at, but I'd obviously love to hear the perspective.
I think it literally depends on what's being called. Like, I think if the calls are a bit questionable, maybe the vibe's down, then you want it at 5-4. But if you're just losing because they're better, then I think 5-5 is probably better.
Yeah, I think this game is coming down to obviously some important kills. You know, you think about Rafters, being able to down that Capitão, buy them a bit of time. I must say, I think the added bit of aggression there from Secret just stunned G2. G2 were not expecting the aggressive swing out of the breaches. That worked really well for them, and I think whenever G2 were just so confident they were going into all these engagements, whenever Secret just kind of changed that playstyle ever so slightly, then yeah, that's what happens. Now look at this. I've not seen a strip hold in quite a while. We're seeing reinforced walls, we're seeing nuke jammers. Obviously Savage on the scope push because he will need to escape at some point, but I mean, this is an oldie but a goldie, Oscar.
I don't know if I like it, to be honest, but maybe it could work.
I guess it's one of the things, if you're on attack and you see something like this, it's fair to probably call it unexpected.
Yeah.
Right? Is it something where you think, oh, we need to focus on this, or will we just hold the rotate back via the sort of billiard store and the game store and be fine?
Well, I don't know, it's a 50-50. I'd prefer probably to avoid it.
Fair enough. We've sort of seen a back and forth of some teams like to apply themselves, and obviously Savage, if they're the one in the position with the Scopos, well, they've just left the shell there.
Yeah, and you look at the position that Alamau's in dirt very early on. They may try and avoid the roam game altogether and go direct into the bomb site. The only thing that's going to slow them down, of course, is going to be the Vulcan canisters, that Goyo to buy Secret a bit of time, and surely this is where they should be thinking about getting back to the bomb site.
It's a bit of a strange hold as well, obviously, because you've got Doom there over towards the door of Strip. He's actually the furthest over right now, outside of the shell itself. Savage is above, but in the meantime, Noah's holding the bar. They've got themselves very sort of over the site. There's only really 2 on the site itself, and I'm wondering if Adrian and Mowgli might be under a bit of pressure sooner rather than later, but it's an attempted run out, potentially, as it comes through, and they're just kind of making a statement here.
Yeah, I think it's not really sure where they want to go. Oh! Savage just about a foot. He maybe missed this opportunity, but just about gets there, and there's Lair ready with the pickup. Out on his own, in towards that top floor, gets that trade. Savage has been dealt with, but still there is that presence from Secret. Never mind, they went direct. Alamau is in, he's using that Blackbeard.
Well, that's it. As soon as they got the read, there was a bit of space. They're going to see if they can try and double down on it. They've got the 2 players inside the site, and site is now theirs, but Doom hits the floor, leaves just Noah alone in a 1 versus 4. Caught from the top of the hatch, almost catches the side of Lair, but they had the cross and the watch, and that moves G2 on towards map point.
That's the power of the G2 split. They're so split, it doesn't matter if they die, so another guy's playing. And he gets the trade, and then they roll over site.
I'm really surprised that Secret didn't think maybe we need to pull guys back. I mean, if the Blackbeard is inside the dirt, popping all those canisters, that's where he's going to go. And you kind of need to support him. We know what shields are like. And one thing I will note, too, you think about Alamau's position. He's by himself. Like, I can assure you, there's plenty of times where we see a shield in dirt by himself, and then 2 guys run at him. And there's not a whole lot that you can do. That was an opportunity for Secret that they could have went for, but I think they were just so worried where else G2 were coming from. And that, again, like Oscar said, it's the power of that split theory that G2 like to implement. And again, it's that opportunity spotting, same as what we've seen during the last series for G2. They see just that little bit of a gap, and they flood everybody through. It doesn't matter the size, they'll go for it.
Wow.
10 seconds remaining.
6-4 on the map, and there's still a chance here for obviously Secret to pull it back. It's only 2 rounds. It's not a million miles away, and obviously with the sites that we found ourselves at rotating round on, I think Secret have a pretty clear choice. I think they can't go on towards one of them, but otherwise happy to go elsewhere. The full sort of stretch isn't really working for them, as you both pointed out. The split approach from G2, famed and often talked about for as many hours as Fresh would try to explain it to me, and I still wouldn't really understand it.
Not the Ying shotgun.
We've seen a lot of the Ying shotgun this event. Is it meta? Can I ask that?
I think, no. I think every time I use a shotgun, it's like a pea shooter, and someone else shotguns me, it's like a sniper. So.
But they did say that about the English shotgun, is the more you believe in it, the better it works.
Yes.
So now I guess it's the same with the Ying shotgun. We've seen some big moments of people just driving in towards the side, and we might be about to see another bit here. Alamau gets the breach open, and to be fair, if anyone wants to try and do it, Lair waiting for his moment.
You can even see the difference just with, the ace and the thermite being removed, opening up those walls. It just slows the pace down ever so slightly. You're not getting those big openings. Habana obviously has to take her time, but it just feels like that 3-2-1 is going to come in for G2. You look at where Lair is propped up over towards the Logi hatch. We know where that's going to go.
Yeah, slowly made his way over and then sprinted back. They've decided they can't quite get it in. They're struggling with the sort of cash CC wall. I assume there was the mute behind it. Noah's just playing against that. I think at the time, that's wasted. Mowgli's moved up to aggressively support. Savage is underneath. Doom's still on red. At what point here, Oscar, do you go, maybe we need to go elsewhere?
Well, they could use the Ying here.
Well, they can't anymore. You shouldn't have said that, because now they're able to get a double kill here. Mowgli and Doom just drive forward and go for the retake. There goes Stompin'. Maybe they tried to cook for a little bit too long. Alamau. All that's left he's got behind them, but you know where he is, and they're sort of watching and waiting and pre-firing on towards it. There's one. There's no more there, Demo.
Oh, round 11 secured. That means we go round 12, and still that timeout is there for G2, don't forget.
okay, guys? Master now basement. I think if they go basement, like we can do our triggers, okay? So like we should be fine. Like and then like if they go master, like let's try to
it's not master.
CC. Let's try to force the kills on master. Remember our new setup? So like we're gonna kill everybody if they hold there, we're gonna kill everybody there, okay? And I think like if you go for Jin again, bro, let's do this cash boost fast, okay? Take the Montical because they don't have flash and go garage fast, take garage like push like
I can go bottom red fast also.
So like let's like speed up this first step, okay? Let's kill them like and let's everyone play for that, okay, guys? Bring EMPs also like fast for the Hibanas also, okay, guys? So like open the mini hard bricks outside walls and use the Hibanas and the EMPs for the inside walls, okay? Let's go, guys.
I can play the EMP in the mountain for Jim.
It's gonna be a quick one.
They love their aggression.
Something that, I mean, G2 for the longest time that we've seen them play, especially with, with Alamau on that side. I mean, the impact he had, and when we've seen the way that G2 started playing, it was that kind of Brazilian-esque style where it is just 100 miles an hour. I don't think we've seen, it wasn't the same whenever obviously Fabian was in the coaching position, SI23, it's not the same, but I think now with Alamau and obviously the players, I mean, Lair was the big one, I think, to really make those plays happen and let that kind of play style just flourish inside of our league. I mean, look, you've played against G2 plenty of times. Like, it just makes sure you're losing no gaps. You have to cover everything.
Yes, you're not looking at something, and the guy gets a free K in your back. Like, what can you do?
Oh, here's a good question for Oscar. Lair or Stumpin?
5 seconds left.
I think Lair is probably more enjoyable to watch, but you can't doubt Stumpin's ability.
You can't doubt the king.
Yeah, you can't doubt the king.
He's already, I mean, got ace. I think it's the first ace that you and I have actually been able to cast this whole time.
Yeah, I think other people have got them, but we've not. And we got the best one because it's this guy.
We did. We got the clip one. 6-5. 6-5 here, and as said before, only a single round could be the decider between us getting in towards an OT. There's been a lot of sort of quicker games earlier on in the day, a lot of 2-0s, and then we had a bit of a slow on the other stream, or the game before this even, on A stream with Americans, and well, Alamau.
Really good drone.
Seeing that.
That's not a wait. It may look like a wait, but it's not. And, oh, Lair! Oh, misses his opportunity. That would have been a belter of a kill, but no.
Sort of caught. Adrian's not a million miles away and wants to try and find the next fight and instead going to get chased out. Obviously, he can try and just slip his way away. We heard the hatch be open. They could go for the drop. The Deimos will wait for the first ping, goes for the second. He's just going to play around a very narrow angle here, but they know about each other. Or just knows a little bit quicker here, Oscar.
I feel like he did not need to push into blue. Maybe a bit of panic there.
I think he didn't realize, you've got soft walls and you're getting tracked. That Deimos pistol is obviously going to just rip through you. But there is still this extension in towards Jim and Bedroom at the moment that they're going to try and fight against.
Let's see if they can push their way up, but Doom knocks them right back down. There's a 4 versus 4. They've tried to lead as they continue, but at this point now they've just lost that Deimos and lost Lair and almost lost someone else, but Alamau can just make the connection. 4 versus 3, almost catching her as well, but Blaz is suffering in the same second. Mowgli went adventuring, couldn't quite get a reward, and instead just tucks his way back. But as soon as he crosses here, he's about to get caught by a drone as well. He's a very narrow position. He's going back and forth, but again, think of the sight.
The drone work is impeccable right now for G2. They know exactly where these secret players are. A great collapse as well from Blaz, and he's ready for a second, because again, the information is there. Look how clinical it is from G2.
Well, a 4 versus 1, Noah, with not much more health. He's going to have to try and pull this one together. The plan is being secured, gets the first, doesn't want to get swung on by the second, and unfortunately can't prevent it. That is G2 winning, and Oscar, that was your first time casting. How was that?
It was very enjoyable. Well, it made it easy by 2 amazing people.
Thank you very, very much.
We've got praise.
We've got praise, and I'm sure G2 will be happy. You've been a bit of a lucky blessing for them here. They get to move on towards it, and we'll let you move on and enjoy the rest of your time in Paris. For now, we'll go to a quick break before we're back with Map 2.
Joom, lower bracket run, map 1 is a loss, you put that behind you. What do you want to fix up in between these two maps to lock in for Consulate?
I think we had a slow start on club, so we just need to keep it up with the momentum now and just play our game.
Fair enough. Anything more specific than that, maybe strategy-wise, that you might have?
Not really. I think we're better than them. We just need to show it.
Very good. Thank you very much, Joom. Thank you. Stompen, thank you for joining me. This is a lower bracket run for you and G2, yet you still are doing work. You're fired up. You're hitting shots like I haven't really seen before, Stompen. How do you keep that fire going?
I mean, just because we're lower bracket, you know, like, I feel like a lot of other teams would get pressure knowing, like, every game's an elimination game, but I think it, like, fires us up knowing every game's elimination, you know. We're locked in. All the other teams maybe are, like, nervous before the game, but we just play our game. Same thing for EWC, you know. We were in an elimination game against FaZe. We beat them, so I guess it just comes with confidence. And I never go into a game thinking, like, wow, if we lose, I'm going home. You know, I kind of just play, so, yeah.
You keep playing. I love it. Thank you very much.
He is Boy Wonder. He is Kid King. He is Stompen. I don't know what else needs to be said there, but ultimately G2 go 1-0 up in this series.
Yeah.
We did expect it, but ultimately not possibly the way we expect.
I mean, G2 fans, Rob, Leo, you need to say it with me right now. Thank you, King. Stompen. King.
Thank you, King.
Thank you, King. Look at this coach, though, by the way, how he changes positions in all of those engagements.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. And this was so smart. To play the Clash Shield, to play through the defuse, and then it's not just that. This is the third round that he wins them. When he is there, playing on the capital, wins the 1v2, including the 1v1 against Adrian. Now, in a 7-5 game, in a close game, in a playoff game, in an elimination game, he wins them three rounds single-handedly.
That kid is magical.
Ridiculous.
He really is. He's a king. I will say this. I have not felt like this since Bolo, and I think it's not even comparable. Like, I don't think it's comparable. I think that the level of consistency from this guy, 18-year-old, by the way, 18-year-old, just let that sink in. The maturity in the way he plays, that ability to close rounds when he's alone, single-handedly carrying one of the biggest names in Europe alongside major champions, alongside SI champions. To me, that screams special. I just hope that the rest of the team will follow up on this, because for the longest of times in that map, Stompen was the sole win condition of that roster.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to listen in for 2 seconds.
We can hear that through.
It's
getting hyped on the B-stream. It's getting hyped there.
I'm too big for the solo shot to try and show what's going on. It's obviously popping off in the background, but I think ultimately, Jack, this is professionalism. This is just one of those things where, like, you know, it's a once-in-a-generation type talent. And for them to be in that position, for them to be on the right team, for them to be in the right moment. But I think the thing I took away from his interview is the pressure does not affect him. And that for me, is probably the most scary part.
Yeah, he's just a kid that loves playing Rainbow Six Siege. He's played it his whole life at this point now, and it doesn't faze him. Every game is just another game to him. And I think alongside the IGL, alongside his team, when their back is up against the wall, they find a way to level up, and he's just unflappable, and he was the one that got them through this one.
Well, everyone's in the server. Everyone is ready. It is time for us to get underway with map 2. Let's head to Consulate.
Well, that's the first locked in, and now we'll see if this turns into a 3 series. You all generally think this is going to be a G2 pushback, lock down and move on, and it'll just be another team. But, well, first, one more map, Consulate. So, demo. G2 were able to take that first one and get themselves locked in, but that starts to raise the question of how do you think it will go here on Consulate?
Oh, well, I mean, that makes things very interesting because G2 were able to break the pick of Secret, and now G2 get to go on the map that they have selected, being Consulate, and now Consulate. This is a great map for G2. Nobody ever really lets them play it because they're so darn good on it. I mean, the last time they played it, you're looking at a good old while ago, all the way back on the 8th of November. That's how far back we have to dig. And that was up against KAG back then, and they won that map 7-5. And One thing I've noticed about G2, and really if you look at the past 3 times that they've played it, they've always been able to get a 5-1 split in the defense. Like, their defensive stats are incredible.
Yeah, it's sort of the setup of a team where sometimes we talked about the power of their attacking, we've talked about how well they can do on that side, but, you know, when you get the nitty-gritty, when you sort of dig down into the details, they have that other half to their game. They have that other lockdown. And now they obviously get that pressure of starting on their attack, but prepping themselves up for success. A beautiful flag. We've seen the Dutch flag, right? That's...
I wouldn't say that here.
I'm just hoping I start an argument in the green room between Leo and Anne. If they start throwing it. It's obviously the French flag. Gang, I know it. I've looked at a map before and walked down the street and Liberté and other things that mean I won't get thrown out of the country.
Joan of Arc.
Hey, French things.
Eiffel Tower.
Croissant. What we don't have here is Valkyrie and Solus here, demo of the bands.
Yeah, information operators.
Yeah.
Straight out of there for G2, not wanting to deal with obviously Valkyrie and the information she can provide with the cameras, but then we know Solus is a very good operator whenever you think about the verticality that there is inside of this map. Especially whenever we get to kind of piano bombs like that mid-floor. Plenty of times we see a Solus just sit upstairs and just hold above using the verts and stopping anyone from going for the plant. So in terms of planting, I think G2, it'll be there for them. You know, there's a big possibility that there could be a good number of plants going down.
Holding, waiting and hoping. Stompin, who had such a strong first map, might be the lead in, but instead, oh, it's Doom. Checking the main man out of the front of the reception desk. And there goes Alamau. That's your buck underneath. That's that operator removed who can try and cause all those vertical problems. That's the person who can sort of stretch the width of the bomb site and things a little bit pressured, and that means that verticality will fall away. But Noah, I think the side of a grenade there, gets downed around. They still have the protection of being swung on. Savage is there in a position to just keep putting this threat, and as soon as they put their head round, that's gonna happen. Sort of just fed into the double side. Adrian's gonna get the pickup. Mowgli has the cross onto one. Loira gets 2, but Mowgli being leveled levels things up. Loira will have to ace this one out and can't even get back to reload his guns.
Oh, almost for Loira. Tried to make it back to yellow and just try and cool things down, but they didn't even allow that. Again, it's the trade game is so important in a series like this, and Secret did a fantastic job at that, making sure that they always keep numbers in their advantage. Now, look, don't forget, I mean, we've mentioned it, it is a defender-sided map. So certainly Secret on the preferred side of things. We know G2, how good they are in the defense, their time will come, but really for G2, it's how many attacks can you get? And Loira, good amount of opportunity spotting, but just could not break through. I will say, not a massive amount of util in the lineup of G2 there. I mean, you didn't really bring the traditional operators that we're kind of used to seeing. I mean, again, that comes back to the bans for Secret. I think you look at that top floor, trying to kind of maneuver in towards yellow without your Grim, without your Ying. It's tough, so maybe they should have looked at other operators that could have had the same effect of a util dump. You know, you look at your Capitao. Even if I think Lion's a great map, you know, Lion's great in this map in terms of what he can achieve, you know, with the long DMR, can hold onto the angles, can play the windows whenever you're going for those 3-2-1 little clear outs. You make them stop, you make them stand still. I mean, there's options there for G2, but it's only the first round. Wouldn't get too caught up in it.
Now, when these two teams met in the league finals back in December, this map was actually the potential decider. This was the third that they could have come to, but we didn't quite get to see it because G2 sort of dispatched Secret in pretty strong fashion. 2-0, and as we sort of talked about the long history between these two teams, generally leaning in towards G2's favor recently. I think it's a 6 or a 7-2 in towards their strength. So at this point, they've obviously got now the step up, and for all the conversations about Secret worrying when they go up against Falcons, maybe G2 are just that other Secret problem child that keeps poking their head up and ruining their dreams. Here's about to be Doom, surrounded. The man of so many moments might be about to be cut in half on the side. They've obviously got themselves propped up. It's Loira, the Deimos, not too far away. And at this point, they just want to make sure that they don't get caught out by the track. But as soon as the reveal comes out, these two players very happy in the 1 versus 1, slip their way by. get themselves back closer towards the side itself, but Droom and Lair are still just holding each other down on the other side of the map.
Just about, yeah, gets out of there, Droom. Oh, somebody was breathing down his neck and just about gets out of dodge, and slowly now the peel begins. Again for G2, they've established that map control over towards Teller's right now, and just see if they can try and kind of stem the push coming in towards that side. However, Mowgli is kind of lurking around bottom spiral for quite a while, able to pick up Laira. Now that means Alaman all by himself. Look at this from Mowgli. Oh, what a jump out. Stumping, completely caught by surprise. Alaman was there with the obvious trade, but still the damage has been done. Mowgli good for 2.
Didn't really expect it there, and would you? At that point went so far, Alaman was able to de-shield and get the catch on the split, but now, as soon as he goes for this pitch, there's a player behind him. He's got to make sure he keeps the pressure hot. Unfortunately, he's found nobody but Adrian. Pops his way around the corner. Blaz does find Doom for the 2 versus 3. 50 seconds, and now it is only Doki left. He's going to see if he can isolate the one man that's stuck in the corner, but nobody's swinging on the back of it. Goes for the cross, but the cross had him. Secret. 2 rounds.
Good hold from Secret. I mean, Mowgli obviously with the play. A quick little jump out. Take down that player towards bench window, who's obviously there to cut off the crosses. You can open up in towards that reinforced wall. So eliminating that player helped them out quite a bit in the long term. So G2, that is 2 rounds that has not went in their favor, but still plenty more to go. I will say, I wonder if Romalio uses timeout if things get any worse for G2, because I mean, again, for Romalio, we know he's very specific in his timeouts, where he will use them to call strategies more of the analytical side, rather than, you know, if you compare that to Fabian per se, where it's more about the mental game.
Maybe not Fabian's earlier today.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, well, Fabian was more, well, you guys got yourself into this mess, you know, and I think that was kind of the tone, wasn't it, that we seen from M80 earlier?
Yeah, I mean, it was a sort of different approach towards things, and, well, G2 have got to prove that pushing on is something they can keep doing. Said first 2 rounds gone. Now, the decider is Bank. Entirely biased, as I always am. I want to get there. I want to see a 3rd map, and I want to see all the pressure and stress that can come with it, and that might start here. On the trade back and forth. Just been shown an update from the other stream. If you don't want to know how things are going on B and who else has just been eliminated, cover your ears. Flukezo 1, OXGR.
I didn't cover my ears. I didn't want to hear that. You've ruined it for me.
Paris.
What the heck?
I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Good luck. You're by yourself.
Here we go. It's the demo show ready to take over. And speaking of a big show, that was almost a big old C4. Alamau down to half HP, but still alive. And you can see it's a very direct take coming in from that Secret side, in through the wall. And well, G2, they have got a foothold. Now for Secret, how do they want to try and combat against that? Obviously you're playing that side hoping that you would have the kind of below to above kind of C4s, but maybe they're gonna have to use the C4s, you know, horizontally onto the Monte.
Well, I'm back and here just to tell you in time, Mowgli is having a great map. Gets himself the opener once again and starting to really feel the fight and the fury. You can see the pings on towards the Monty position, but Noah with the pulse doesn't want to cross the divide, doesn't want to be caught out and still has a C4 to utilize if need be, but need be seems to be, oh no, where are we and where are they as they're drifting around? G2 desperately heads up, seeing where the sort of catch and the problem might be. Noah's now got himself tucked in and Mowgli tucks another one out. Stomp it, gone. There's 2 more. There's the safety and the catch from below. They're just going to try and charge the Monty here. Why not? Get him either side. You can see this surround. Someone goes down. Adrian's caught out, and so does June, but now it's just Blaz left standing. Lair was found out. They know exactly where he is because the default was still up, and they should be able to at least get Lair back to his feet at 3 versus 2.
Yeah, the issue is it's the kit. Nowhere near them. They're going to have to try and fight against the 2 players who have stacked up on said diffuser, and now Mowgli even taking the more aggressive stance, and whenever he is in the flow state, This is the confidence that he has. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's going to go for the jump out. Going to go for the kill, and he gets it. And this is where Mowgli is at his most dangerous. We have seen this man just control a game, just control the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, as I said it before at the start of the round, got himself his opener, gets himself sort of going, and since then hasn't really decided to stop. 8 kills, I think, no deaths currently, and I think there was just the 1 assist, but we'll find out in just a second. Either way, great control of the intel game as well. G2 look a bit lost, even though we talked about their bans being the limitation. Secret have been so mobile and seemingly just on top of it all. Ooh.
My time. Guys, look, guys. I think for CO, guys, I think we just change our base here and try to chase the kills in admin, okay? So you play for a long dash control, spider push after, and have both shoots open, okay? I want if it's possible, play both shoots. See if they don't have traps, we can play Monty and Blackbeard, okay, guys? So it's gonna be so strong. We're gonna take long desk, and then after the Monty can go cross and plant gate door, okay? And for the basement bomb side, guys, I want to try more split, okay? Because they are overreact a lot. So if you count, we can also go above, okay? The basement, they didn't play, but I'm talking also for piano, and also if they go Teles again, it's good if you do a backstep garage, okay? You either 3-2 or something like this.
For Teles, gonna play for the kills a bit.
For the CO, talk about what the operator's gonna play, just a boost the shields if possible, okay, guys?
You want me to play the money spiral?
Again, very specific in how Alamau kind of has to listen to what he's being told by Romalio. You know, that all that information, it's going to be for Alamau and how he's going to have to IGL these rounds, because we know just so much of G2, it kind of funnels through him, isn't it? He's the kind of cylinder that everything has to run through. And, you know, Romalio, again, you hear the way he broke it down. Bring this, bring that, go here, go there. That's what it's about. And again, it's up for Alamau to take all that information in and call appropriately. I mean, we heard, I think he was calling for double shields, wasn't it? I think the Blackbeard and the Monty. Just the Monty.
Just the Monty?
Not the Blackbeard.
There's still 10 seconds.
There is. I mean, it sounded like an admin take anyway. That's what it felt like.
Yeah. Get yourself in, get yourself across. Remember last time they tried to go for a pinch on yellow, thing fell apart, and then they kept sacrificing people on towards the corner that didn't quite come to a success story here. Secret, solid holds. Continue themselves set up. They've used the timeout. It was a similar sort of story in the first game, but at that point, Secret had actually got around before they used their timeout, and even then, they were just one off being able to pull it together here. A 3-0 sweep, all the sites locked in by Secret. They know they can try and do it again, get themselves locked in. They need to start trying to shake things up here. Now, there isn't currently anyone holding on towards the vending machine, that long corridor, but obviously if Mowgli can get himself out of there, get the Keybus down, he can hold on towards that territory and terrain for as long as he wants. To be fair, when he's 8-1, why not keep going? Instead, why not double up? Doom's here to help. They've done some damage towards Blaz, on towards the window, and just waiting and sort of wasting utility on the approach here, Demo.
Minute gone. No pick as of yet, but Mowgli may be in the hot seat, but a util comes towards them. But all quiet at the moment. Selma trying to make that entrance, but no! Surely it's got to be the Mistron, because there's no way you'd swing into that if you thought that was clear. Wow, I mean, again for Mowgli, just everything's going his way today.
As I said, it feels like the intel game was there, and well, apart from that bit, but all right, Stumpin', we all make mistakes at this point, Whether it was a Mistron, I mean, you could see the positioning of Doom, right? Doom stepped up, drew attention with the C4, peeled back via the coffin side, and suddenly they were just beelined onto one by five. Knocked out, swings around with the pistol and hopes for the best, but, well, one shield hasn't quite worked. Maybe two later on. Mowgli finds himself one more for the round, and Doki just keep tacking him to his tally. Mowgli. One of the strongest sets of 4 opening rounds I think we've seen from anybody throughout this tournament so far.
Still more to come. I think that's the scary thing. Ooh. He is electric right now. G2 didn't even get an opportunity to set up. That's how quick they got picked one by one by one. It's that timeout, that call we heard for that top floor. Just gone. Dissolves. Now for G2, where do you go? And yes, we've kind of said G2, fantastic whenever it comes to Consulate, whenever it comes to defending this map. The way it's going, And momentum is also one thing we have to mention.
Yeah.
You know, that's where stats kind of go out the window if somebody's just on a heater, and that's kind of where Mowgli is right now. So even if G2 get to that defensive half, who's to say that they may only get one opportunity for a slip-up? It could be a 6-0 half the way we're going.
So,
10 seconds
the
to go.
start, as they mean to continue, Mowgli rallied. We sort of had a brief conversation about this, Dusker on the previous one, about needing vocal players from your team, and he has been that. For this roster, he's been able to find his lungs, and boy, he loves shouting about it, gets himself in. Rallies everybody around him. It's do or die at this point. Doesn't matter how well you've played, one slip-up can send you to the lower bracket, and then from then, you're fighting every single game. Every single step of the way is one that has to be well-paced and placed, and at this point, played, as they're already one map down on the back foot. They sort of didn't really expect Club, but, well, they probably didn't expect to lose it too.
And then we had the Consulate as well, and again, we've mentioned Secret. Haven't really played it all too often over the past 6 months or so. But certainly for G2, it's a map that just constantly gets banned against them. Nobody wants to take G2 the Consulate. And some people are probably sitting there thinking, but why? They're losing for it, but why?
Well, we'll probably find out in the second half, but Adamau might be finding out immediately that he's not welcome here towards the top of yellow. The drop on the drone, the pull back, you can see the pinch position. They're happy to just keep swinging out and putting pressure on towards it, but well, nothing can really lead in. They know the pings. Look how aggressive Secret are still being as well. They're sort of happy to make the statement. Here's some support coming through. They didn't quite get the bite of Noah, but they're still going to try and move in. A bit of damage done towards the shoulder of Doki, but the C4 of Adrian from below finishes off the tip of the spear, and why not snap the rest of the stick as well here, Demo? 5 versus 3. Lair, well, no Lair, just stomping and Plaz. And I mean, G2, the timeout already taken, and they're about to be on the wrong side of a 5-0.
Yeah, it's the same thing again for G2. They just cannot formulate the attack. It never really gets going. Secret just locking it out immediately, and just no kills coming from the side of G2. And Stompin' and Blaz, this is a big old uphill battle that they have to go against. No real info either. I mean, they're pretty separated too. No real opportunities for a trade game. They just have to try and land their shots, and nobody from G2 has really been doing that in this map.
Well, Noah gets the catch on towards Stompin', and Blaz left alone. He was handed a clutch earlier, and surely not again, but there's at least the first, and I've got to cast it like it's always possible, because to be fair, as we've seen, it always is. But with a single C4 and with none of them opting towards the fight, it seems like it's more just time to talk, and Secret, time for 5 rounds unanswered.
Yeah, a really good half already for Secret. I mean, 5-1 on the defense. It's great, and still the opportunity for a 6-0, and there is no reason for us to not believe that it can go that way.
Oh, yeah.
G2 has been a very poor attacking half, and I mean, Mowgli, look at that EPS. Woo! 2-3-5. Ah.
So, we're being beamed a message by our analysts on the telestrator, and we're getting gestures. It's almost like charades right now. It's like I'm really getting mine. About 7 words. I won't say what analyst said it. All they're doing, Demo, is throwing bodies at them. And they're still... I don't know why they can't just... Okay. And they're just isolated. And maybe this is a point that I'm making. Maybe it's from our brilliant analysts, and I'm sure they'll...
I can't let you take credit for it. Sorry, the jig is up.
The jig is up. It's Leo is showing us how things can come together. And now,
I really hope the telestrator camera is recording what he's done, because he has basically just became a mime.
It was beautiful, but it's very, very true. The problem is, Damo, they're being isolated.
Yeah, I mean, Leo makes the point that they're throwing bodies at it, and I think that has kind of been the mentality today, it feels like, for G2 in both of their series. They have been very gung-ho, and this is the other end of the shoe. If things are not going well for you, if they're not getting the kills, this is what happens. because you feel, oh, my teammate didn't get the kill, I'll go get it instead. But then you die, and then the next guy has to go, and the next guy, and the next guy.
Well, there's a guy that gets a kill, Lair, as he tried to enter in towards Visa. Unfortunately, denied. Back out the door you go. You have to try again later.
It's a no from me.
It's a no from, I think, anyone of Secret as well, to get themselves now into the 5 versus 4 versus 4. Noah has been caught. Alamau's been able to get a trade out. He gets in the building, but as Doki suffers next, there's Doom getting the spray down. There's Savage getting on towards Stompin', and hey, maybe Leo is onto something, being isolated.
Jumping in a window. Nobody in the vicinity. No teammates working together, just feeding the kills over to Secret, and this looks to be a nailed-on conclusion. It's going to be the 6-0 half unless Alamau and Blaz can make things happen. Alamau on the Ash. The information just is not with him. He's holding on to angles that we can see that there's nobody there. It's a ghost. Just not wanting to kind of go for that swing in towards Spiral Stairs. Adrian just holds firm, and Alamau, he just has to sit there and wait, but he's lost the Blaz now. This is where everyone can just start coming back to site if they want to, but really if you're Secret, why would you do that? Go and get your kill. G2 are ripe for the picking. Mowgli is on 14 kills, maybe 15, no! Alamau puts an end to that. He has 3 more to find. No diffuser in hand, it's currently outside the main breach. So he just has to try and play for the kills, there's info on him. Secret know everything.
I mean, he's hoping. He's got a ping, and he might be able to isolate at least this engagement, but the chances plant, right? And as he fires one side and fires the other, he can't quite get it nailed on. Look at the verticality, and there's someone to his right down the corridor as well. That is a flawless half. And this brings me actually to a fun moment that I'm going to say loud enough for analysts to maybe have a look at it as well. Every time these two teams have met in a best of 3, the middle map, regardless of how it goes, is very often a 7-1 or a 7-2. It's a weird trend that seems to happen between these two teams where this sort of break in the action, regardless of whether it's a 2-1 series or not, just seems to be it. It's sort of the energy, the transference. I don't think any of them on the middle map of the best of 3s have got beyond 3 rounds for a long, long time. Nothing that I can see is my sort of quick glance, but that's why I like to say it loud enough, because analysts have a lot more data than I usually do to hand. The only data we really need right now, Demo, G2, they have to be flawless.
And they don't have a timeout to help them in any way, apart from the little kind of prep talk that Alamau will deliver as we were getting into those bans. And looking at the bans, it's the shields have been targeted. Secret have lost the Blitz, and they've lost the Blackbeard for this half. Still, though, Monty is always an option for them, so we know that Secret, they love a shield, and thankfully there is 4 of them. Can't ban them all.
Yep. It's been great connectivity here from the side of Secret as well on their defense. Obviously, everything seems to have an answer.
It's the best way to respond after losing that first map.
Oh,
straight in, get the job done, take it to the decider, which, as we know, Secret on Bank, the win streak, that's on the line here today.
Yeah. There's always, obviously, the sad side of this is, you know, we can sort of talk about the positives, and, well, we did between the sides, Stompin' being +10 on the first map, and now he's actually level, I think, or close to across the whole series. He's really struggled. He's that far away. I say +10, and then I see he's at 0 and 6. I'm really bad at maths this late on in the day. He's not quite level yet, obviously. There's still 4 in it, but at this rate, probably hoping to try and find his first here on defense. Get himself led in. In the meantime, Mowgli, 14 and 3 after going negative in the first map, has just pulled the performance out of thin air.
They need 6 in a row. Secret were able to do it. Can G2 match that? That's the question. I mean, you look at the kills, it's just not favorable. Stompin' and Doki. 0-6 halves for them. That's not what you want. They need a big old half if they want to get their team back into the swing of things. And Jum, again, on the trusted buck roll. He's down here hunting for the vertical picks. He's going to try and open up the hatch. I think he's missed his opportunity though, as Loira on the Bandit slowly feels his way back. Not going to be in contention for dying through that buck. So steady as she goes at the moment here, Ami, but I'm sure the action will get heated up as we move on.
I think that's it, right? We talk about that long corridor along the top floor to just keep a long watch. At a C4, unfortunately, longly watch does it's not really able to have an impact. And this is that corridor they've peeled themselves back towards. They've already wasted a minute and a half just on the side of admin.
You can just see how many bodies, again, G2 are putting up against Secret, and that hasn't really worked for them, though. That's the worry. They haven't been able to get these kills whenever they've been trying to match man for man up against Secret. And Mowgli slips his way up, takes just immediate control. Oh, and what a pick! Look at who he's been able to take out. I was going to mention about the time that you said. The Tachanka, you've got rid of the big issue, the glaring issue for Secret was how were you going to get through those Molotovs? There you go, Mowgli steps up and just kills him.
They do get Buck in the meantime, so they've at least limited the vertical pressure, but here, get rid of that. The breach will open at some point. There's obviously still one canister, but... Oh, you are pointing, you are aggressive. What are you seeing?
This is a great retake position here from Laura. Don't forget, Mowgli had already swept through the corridor, had cleared that, and now Laura puts himself into a position where if he doesn't get droned, Secret may not be ready for this. They may not expect that vending player to be there.
Goes for the deep flashes, going towards the swing from the reception desk. This is going to be that pressure, and how aware are they? Quite aware as the first falls, but Alamau battles back, and there's Loira popping in and can't quite get to Mowgli. Still putting the pressure on, almost catches another, but 10 seconds, it's 2 versus 2, and no kit. They're going to see if they can try and take this to the firing line. Noah sitting, watching, waiting, commiserating a loss as a pistol tries to drive its way across. There's going to be a swing round either side. Can't quite get it in time. Does find one. There is trouble, but one still remains.
There's one. We need 5. Still a big ask for G2, but at least they get it started. Great retake position. Have to highlight Loira again. Going in towards vending. Nobody had any idea he was here. Savage, that was quite the shock. And then they just stay alive and run down that clock.
Let's go, guys! One by one, round by round, let's go!
Hear that from Romalio, one by one, brick by brick.
Round by round, step by step, similar thing to what Oscar said on the first map, where sometimes you just got to take it. A single bit by a single bit, and it all starts a journey of 1,000 miles, etc. The thing is, and the problem and the worry is, they just need 1 second, right? They only really need to get lucky once. They only really need to get a tertiary site. They need to push you away, and for how close it got, to be fair, how much of it was Mowgli? Swings in, gets the first kill, 17-3.
7 rounds, by the way, just to let you know. 2 KPR, nuts.
Yeah, that's a pretty good inning, and I don't think it's quite stopped just yet.
If you're Mowgli, you want the OT, you want to get the kill record, maybe. I mean, that would be great for him, but I think for Mowgli, just get the map under your belt, move on to Bank. He's not too fussed about the kill records.
Drones up and running.
In the meantime, recorded kills, Stumpin and Doki have been able to get themselves off of that fabled goose egg and start to see if there's a bit of gold inside. And here, ooh, a narrow line for Doom on the opening fight. It's Erase going against this army. It's kind of nobody you want to immediately lose, but you think about the site, it's not going to be the biggest loss unless you're trying to get, obviously, Bench's wall open and the pressure here from the swing round. They're going to instead cut their way across towards the seeding room, towards that waiting room, and dig elsewhere. Doom rotates underneath, and Secret do that game where they love to sort of prod from multiple different angles, Demo.
Yeah. Just looking at their options. Much more slow kind of approach here from Secret compared to, I suppose, the way G2 attacked the map, where it was just flying in through windows as fast as they can.
Oh, I remember Leo's acting.
So, Secret. Just need the 1 round, but sometimes that's the most difficult. Here's the final one. Savage, I think, in a great position here in towards Spiral, but he has to wait for his teammates to support him before he makes that maneuver in towards the front desk. Doki, though, will go aggressive onto Savage and takes the kill.
It's the first time G2 have been able to get that opening kill throughout the entirety of this map, and Well, it comes against a perfect time. There goes Savage, there goes Doom, and Mowgli might be about to pop off. Blaz finally finds a way to end around without him getting a kill, but Noah is at least there to get some revenge. However, the reception desk is not very welcoming, and well, he might want to turn around and leave. There is obviously a bit of a down done on towards Lair. He's back up and in a 4 versus 1 with full awareness on where Noah is. And fine, he has a little bit of utility, but he has a lot to try and smash his way through. And no kit. You can see the sort of rebuild here. The positions G2 getting themselves in trade situations, getting themselves covered. They still have the verticality.
Wow.
Oh, they
Great
also
shot.
have the round 2.
And from Alamau, connects that. Hipfire one tapped. From Doki. Didn't see it.
Didn't see it. We'll believe.
We'll take his word for it.
We'll take his word. What we'll take is another timeout. This time Secret.
Let's go a little bit into meta game right there, guys. As it probably will be basement right now. We can use this timeout just to bait them that we are talking about some rush and actually just trying to bait them that we are doing it, and just take the top floor a little bit faster, like the top floor, and then just work the round around that. I think it would be good because right now, if we are baiting them onto playing aggressive, as they are extra reactive, it's the time that they will be trying to play more onto words or try to be a little bit more cheesy into that, and we can pick up the skills. To remember, as they are playing aggressive like that, there will be opening gaps that we can use it in this very early round. After that, just slow as you guys are doing, step by step, it's good. Okay?
I mean, we just need to follow. We just follow the game plan and it's fine.
Yeah.
Like for basement, if they do the turtle, we got the full clear. And
Did you notice that? Straight away from Twister. The big brain.
You love it.
Using the timeout to make G2 think that they're going to just call a strat, make it happen, get the round win.
Yep.
Twister's not worried. Twister thinks we're playing fine. Step by step's working well. We're just using that to try and throw them off the game.
And it's something that Secret do as well, right? It's something that Secret often sort of step up is they'll call a timeout. They'll call themselves the situation and go for a rush and sort of playing that metagame level, as you put it, and saying they'll think that we're doing this, we're 6-2, they'll think we're panicking, we're not. Just keep it steady. Look for our sort of baited fake rush. Let's give them this element. And then let's punish them for daring to think we would fall for their trap. The most cunning ruse of all. God, I love it.
Well, let's see if it pays off for them.
Left before insertion.
We head in towards that basement now. And naturally, whenever you've kind of went through that whole rotation, G2 know it's going to have to be that basement. This is where the mind games, hopefully, will play to them in the bomb peak. Oh! Alamau! And look who he's been able to knock off. Mowgli! The man of the hour.
Rotates his way up yellow stairs. Unfortunately, they sort of called it and weren't quite ready for it. G2, whenever there's a timeout, they'll try and step themselves up aggressively there, held the windows, and maybe they're about to find another fight here. The angle is long range from Lair with a boss G that can absolutely cause calamity. So instead, Doom is going to hold and wait. Moving through the beepers, baits the sound, but not quite swung on as of yet. Instead, the players have left, and Adrian gets the pinch on towards Doki, and suddenly it's all popping up Secret. Alamau and Stompin now, all holding on towards G2's hope of locking this off in just 2 maps. But as they drive and thrive their way in, Demo, the smoke will buy a second.
Yeah, but it's only just going to buy a little bit of time. Look at the clock. Less than 2 minutes, which is just so much time, and Alamau tries to make the play, but Noah is there to stop it.
Well, the man who defined the first map has to try and define maybe one of the best clutches of the tournament. A 1 versus 4 against Secret on Consulate. And the Secrets seem to be a play and a bait of we know what you're thinking, we're thinking further thoughts, and those are, we want to lock this one off right now. Secret bounce back from disappointment on map 1 to a very strong map 2. And 3 will be the story to see who continues on, Demo.
Yeah, and the third map is Bank, and that is, as far as we're aware, Europe's map. We know how good our region is in that map, and with these 2 teams playing it, oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Off to Bank after a blink.
absolutely outrageous. There's no other way to put what we have just seen. Secret goes 6-0 up in the first half, looking so convincing. By God, a complete turnaround after Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It is just incredible, Jack.
Well, we know G2 have some heavy hitters, but so do Team Secret. It's the beauty of our teams inside of the European region. They're aggressive, they're confident, and of course there's one person that we need to talk about. That person is Mowgli. He was absolutely sensational. Some of the things that he was trying inside of this half was audacious. They were outrageous. Look at these kills, 2 of them outside the building on Consulate, which isn't something that you always see. And I think the game plan from Team Secret was perfect. They know G2 like to play split, whichever map they're on. So what are they going to do? They're going to double up, triple up on the points of entry, play together and isolate those picks there.
I just feel like I'm watching a Frag movie. It's the Mowgli that we know and love. It's the Mowgli that will take risk, and when it pays off, it pays off. Every single defense, by the way, is an opening kill for Secret. None of them were traded. All the way, the spearhead for Secret is Mowgli. He's the one that will get aggressive and get that. That's why his play style fits so well with Team Secret. What a way to punish G2. And what a way to come back after Munich. On your right side, you have his performance in Munich.
Yeah.
He was the worst rated player of the roster. He was struggling, minus 25 in KD. And if you look on the left of your screen, you've got Mowgli here during this map. And by the way, at the event, he's the best rated player for Team Secret. Something happened during this offseason. Something happened. Between Munich and now, he figured out how to be aggressive, but also how to be consistent with it.
That is an astronomical EPS that he's just achieved. Like, that was, you know, we talked about Doom having life games. That was a life game from Mowgli.
I actually have a fun stat for you. KZ currently tops the charts at 199 EPS. Until the final round where he got spawn killed, Mowgli was at 210 EPS for the entire map. But unfortunately, that does not unfold the way we wanted to. He's not the greatest player in a single map at the tournament yet. However, we move to a third and final map. And this one is big. This one is Bank. I don't know what to think of this.
Honestly, Bank has been for the longest of times the home turf of Europe. And just to say this, obviously we all know G2 took down the incredible win streak of Falcons on that map. And by the way, thanks to a stomp and ace on the last round. But most importantly, the real kings of Bank, Team Secret. 16 win streak on the map. They have not lost it the entire season. It would be a first for them to fall to anyone on that map this season.
So you're telling me 16 straight. Elimination match. What can G2 do?
They need a savior.
And his name is Stompin'. It's as simple as that. He was so good in map 1, they really need him to step up in map 2. He had a rough he had a rough consulate. There's no way around this. But the one thing that we said about Stompin', his big strength from map 1 was that he's unfazed in any scenario. He will not even be thinking about map 2 whatsoever. He's just going into this as a fresh one.
What I will say is the contexts are very simple. Either G2 win this and go through, or Team Secret keep their streak going and make it to 17-0. It's time to decide the fate of Europe.
It all comes down to this. And where else would you rather be? Oh, and how narrow it is to mine eyes. See of a story of G2 versus Team Secret E. It is Bank. It is EML's home, and it is one map. Let's get into it. I want this to be the best game I've seen in a very long time. I've seen a lot of great games, Demo. You and I both.
We've seen the G2 Falcons game that they mentioned where they took down the streak. We were there.
We were there.
You seen an ace from the king. You seen an ace from the king today.
We were there. Well, we get to say that.
Does lightning strike twice?
For ending a streak that's lasted over the year.
Yeah, I think actually, Leo, I think you've downplayed that. It's over the year for seeing not the season. It's the year that we have to look at for Secret and how darn good they have been on that map. But we have to give credit to G2 as well. Again, phenomenal on their day on that map too. I mean, what do we do?
we, my fine friend, sit back, watch, and enjoy what hopefully is a worthwhile map, because ultimately, may I remind you all, one of these two teams, their journey ends at the end of this. Team Secret or G2 will have their SI Paris dreams shot down before they've even begun to hit the main stage. And it has to happen
10 seconds remaining.
So, with these bands, with this tale set up, and with history ready to be written, as has been put across all the beautiful boards here in Paris, let's see who's got the position for a 2026 to remember. G2. They'll be starting on their defense. They'll be starting themselves on a side that generically they've, I think, found more problem with. They've generally been a bit sharper on their attack, but it is bank, so a lot of teams often are. One of the big tells of this demo that I'm curious about is the entry statistic. Both teams actually positive for it generally on this map, and great at converting it even more so.
Good drone placement from Jum. He's on that glass, and he wants to try and get himself in towards Garage. We know how strong a position this can be for the attacker. He's going to use the smoke grenade to kind of give him that advantage, that head-up gunplay up against Blaz. He will tag him ever so slightly. And for Blaz, can he get out of there? No, the leg! Oh, down goes Blaz! The sniper rifle connects.
Well, when I'll talk about that Secret, when they get the opener, it's an 88%.
And straight away from Doki, they've lost Garage, reinforce that wall.
Yeah, let's not try and play that game. Let's get it locked in and make sure that nothing else is slipping on its way through, obviously. You got the stretch above the main two floors here. They're getting the clear down. G2's pulled themselves back. They're not going to go too exploratory. You've got a lot of stairs you can lock down. You've got blue and you've got operators to make it happen, obviously. Stomping, though, likes to sort of go against the grain, and he's snuck his way up main, and he can hear the drone rolling out, but how confident is he that he hasn't been caught by it? He's about to find the first engagement. He waits and baits and removes just one Mowgli. Massively important reaction there to ensure that didn't get any worse for wear, and now, as you can start to see, the pressure is boiling its way underneath.
Yeah, good trade. Really good trade for Mowgli. If that was a double kill for Stompin, that would have been a disaster for Team Secret. Now, the next step. How do we clear out the player in behind the server rack? They're going to do that with the Grims. They will spot out Doki, but he can make his own cover, using the Keeper barrier, fortifying his position, looking for swings as well. But he's just going to sit and wait. They have to push him, don't forget.
They have to, and he's just turning this into a bit of a bunker. And the 4 versus 3, as long as he can keep it, as long as he can. When you look at the Goyo on the door, and they waste time, and players Doom caught out by the swing. And look, you can see Secret, I'm not going to say panicking, but starting to try and put the pedal to the metal and hope they don't get caught in a crossfire, because G2 so rapid going for those swings, and the width is something they enjoy, but Noah enjoys killing Doki. 3 versus 2. 20 seconds, and the fire starts to pop alongside the smoke itself. They're swinging their way around on the rotate on towards the hatches itself, and you can see G2, they're trying to work out exactly where the kit is going planted. It's over the top towards main stairs. They're going to try and go full sprint, full send, and full to the back, but they were ready for it. Lyra! All 3 is a delicious feast for the demon.
A huge round for G2. Up against it, but the time being G2's 6th man. Secret spent so long dealing with Doki. That was the problem, was how long it took them to clear him out. I mean, Doki also did a phenomenal job. We'll see the kill hopefully here in a minute. This kill right here. Big to pick off Jum. And then just no time, the Goyos, the smokes. Just look at that bomb site, by the way. Plagues of Egypt have invaded into Mike.
There is that late night heat and fire you want. You asked for demon time early on. Might be starting to clock in. Obviously, if you missed the opening game of the day, the reason G2 is still fighting, this is their 2nd series to play out today. They've already dispatched one of the biggest opponents in M80, the recent major champions. So what else? Demo, what else on that tally is
Somebody else who's been able to lift a big prize this year. Imagine walking into that gladiatorial arena with so many other people's belts around your waist. Don't forget FaZe as well was also knocked off prior to that, so they are collecting everyone. I mean, they need Fury and X. That would be ideal for them, and then they've really got everyone who's had a trophy this year. G2, how will they fare now in towards this top floor? Now, Savage on that shield. We know the power that he can make with it. He's usually currently, to get a bit of information, over towards the window, a big C4, but hits the barricade, and Savage is fine and dandy. It's got the nades too. Looks as though they might try and stem a little bit of pressure in towards Spiral and in through lobby, but these walls being electrified. That's a little bit of an issue here. EMPs go in, able to get the Cade, so should be opened up.
Getting a bit aggressive there, the Cade, hoping he could try and find somebody, but he's rotated his way out of the elevator and it's just going to keep his head down a little bit. In the meantime, you've obviously got Duke. The Deimos could get in and get underneath, but it's actually Savage on that shield, gets the first kill. Blaz removed from the back of that position, and now Lair is going to have a little bit more work to do and to cover. Doom has got himself prepped a bit underneath.
Yeah, ideally it should just be Savage swinging in through the window. He has the shield up so he can't get shot as he goes for the rappel, and then looks to get himself into a plant position. However, there's a few areas he needs to clear, elevator being one of them. That's why they've opened up the long angle over towards Kanto, and this is so close for Lair. Runs away at the wrong time, and Adrian picks them up. Now it's a 3v5. If Secret can just go step by step, work through the motions, this should be solid for them.
He was just kind of hoping that he wasn't quite paying enough attention, but Secret, they're locked in. They want to make sure that they can keep their impressive role for all the titles that I've said G2 have taken. They've only really just had a glance at the one that Secret's got. It's not quite theirs to have yet. 5 versus 3, though. We had time before, and as we enter this final minute, will we have it time and time again as it cyclically repeats itself? It's Doki that starts to make things feel a bit worrying, but they make sure they keep the pressure up as Doki doubles down. Somehow finds a second Doom, though, with the Deimos has a bit of a response. He's doing his best, popping up and trying to put the players down on the singular approach. As Alamau gets himself a third, though, it's suddenly a 2 versus 2. And that sort of tragedy starts to pop in. Both take scraps of damage. Both trying to reposition on the side of meeting, and both seemingly being pinged out by that intel game. But the intel reads that Doki's down, and just in the 2 versus 1, 20 seconds, Alamau, his time to step up, but Secret put him down.
Oh, it's getting loud in that room. Both teams up for this fight. And a massive heavyweight clash. I mean, Doki tried his best, and so did Alamau to get some kills back from that 3v5, but just the man advantage was too much that they had to deal with. Yeah, Doki gets wallbanged there, unfortunate for him. And then easy cleanup there from Adrian. I think they had a drone on him. I've seen a yellow ping come in, so good information there from Secret. That's the top floor. Not going to be locked in again. We go straight for our third bomb site choice into the open area and kitchen. What is the play going to be for G2, who have, again, we've kind of seen the style that G2 have approached this game. You look at the first map, it was that kind of play very heavy, go aggressive, peel off when we need to, whenever we think we've wasted enough time, got the picks. You then kind of come around into Consulate. We've seen the attacks. It was all over the place. Individuals trying to make the plays, not working for them, not winning engagements. Mowgli having the time of his life. So what do G2 do different? What's going to be the game plan going into a map like Bank, which plays very different to the other two, where it is all about making sure that you can take that map control on a big old map. Mowgli, an opening pick for him. Lair goes down. Big player to pick off. Gonna be sent to the cameras, and I mean, he is the Valkyrie. He's gonna get some value in those cameras.
Yeah, but I think knowing Lair, he'd probably be happy just to get more value out of his gun, but this is almost what we wanted, right? First map, you had some big players show up from the side of G2. Second, Mowgli really ran the show, and here, getting a little bit of both either side, and hope that it continues. Though, a lot of work here for the Twitch to just get done. You've obviously got a utility to burn your way through whenever you approach pretty much any of the bank sites, but First step forward will be that lead in on towards the pressure here. Outside elevators along the long watch, the flash in towards janitors. The player just drops up. Doesn't want to see what happens next. You do still have a little bit of an aggressive position of Blaz towards the top of the stairs, but he doesn't want to face-to-face with Savage, and fair enough. They force them back and back and back and all the way down towards the bottom of the main stairs. Next, getting himself a rotate, can try and reapply the pressure up top blue, but Secret done a lot of clearing on the top. The problem was, again, as it was the first time, time.
Yeah. Minute 20. Still have to get into the bomb site. This is only the kind of tellers and archives section where obviously G2 looking for that extension, and Secret still need to work their way over to the actual bomb site in towards open area. I mean, the hatch is still closed and electrified, and actually don't have any hard breach to remove that. So for Secret, not having that hatch as an open, you know, that may slow them down, where they're going to maybe have to flood in through bottlenecks. You know, we know that open area hatch, it's great just for that immediate drop. You're in, you can plant. If you don't have that, you're going to have to try and find an alternative route. And if it could be like a jumping through copy, I mean, that's a risk. I mean, even in towards the Beepers right here, look at where the player is tucked very close. I'm sure with a shotgun as well, so... And the big old flank! Where's he came from, Blaz? Is able to try a bit of pressure, but he gets killed doing so.
They're expecting a double down, but instead it's a rotate round. Aggression on the front, the smoke is slowing them, but look above. The Buck is trying to find an angle, and the aggressive trade out will come together. It's a close fight against the Black Beard. Not quite sure what that interaction was, but it wasn't anything G2 like. Secret, they pull themselves ahead.
Oh, big moment there for Blaz, though. Really could have had it. Came out of nowhere. He must have dropped the hatch and looked for that flank. He's a happy Frenchman. Oh, I mean, for G2, I thought they were in a good position, you know, with the hatch being shot, being catered off, and you could have had that bottleneck, but I think whenever you kind of look, you know, Blaz not picking up that kill, the 3v5, great neg, though, to clear away that player in behind the desk, clearing away that Azami. That was very, very important. You had the cutoff, I think, from Copy Window, was able to kill that Azami. And then you have that man advantage that Secret can just apply. So for G2, some kills not going in their favor. Sometimes, all you need is a little bit of luck. You know, that goes a long way in a game like Siege. At the moment, Secret, they have that.
They have themselves the one extra round as well. And as alluded to earlier on, both these teams, with their enjoyment of Bank, both generally have more success on the attack. And that's the split that Secret is going to try and drive home. Again, they're just both bloody good at this map, and it's always fun to see them sort of go toe-to-toe, but as the removal of Hibana comes through, the Warriors' Secret might be a bit too slow, as they found themselves struggling with time on this site before. Will they adopt something different, Demo?
Yeah, and also don't forget that's both of the ranged hard breachers gone, so whenever it comes to that top floor, you think with the Kanto position that was opened up and Laura died from it, that's not going to be an issue whenever we go back up towards that top floor, so that is good for G2 whenever we get around to it, but we are going to go back down to that basement, and it was the time management from Secret that was the issue. They couldn't clear the power positions quick enough. I mean, they're bringing plenty of util to do so, but, you know, dumping util and following up on it's two different things.
They can already see that the side is pretty empty, but here, an early destruction of utility, and it's just perfect. Everything you want there.
And you think about what really hurt them in the last round. Yes, they took their time clearing away those certain positions.
I'm reloading.
But then a Goyo gets popped, and there's just no way into that bomb site. Bringing in that Twitch, clearing that util early on. Think of the time now that is going to be up for Secret. They should be laughing all the way to the bank. I don't know. Sorry, had it sitting there. Plucked it out, had to.
Yeah, that's fine. Stick to analysis, so let's leave those to me, and I don't think you should bank on anything more like that. Going for the break on towards elevator here, see if they can try and get the angle to the players. A minute 30, and they've got themselves in a similar position to the time as they did before, but this time there hasn't been an early trade of bodies. Adrian prepped and ready to roll as more fire burns itself on the hatch, just sort of waiting and waiting. And remember, it was a Lair triple kill that was able to pull this one together, but aided, as you said, by the third man. The shield will make this a little bit of an easier route. You can hear the bees start to come down. Lair starts to pop off again, but it's Doki that doubles down, and a stuck man in the bottom of an elevator will G2 swarm, lock him out, and stop him going anywhere. But Noah, the saving grace, saves the face of one and catches Stompin'.
Jum in a great position now to try and hold on to that garage player. Oh, and Blance is none the wiser. There's an angle onto him, and he walks straight into it.
3 versus 2. They have the long watch across both sites here, and they're going to see if they can try and get themselves gathered and go for the plant tucked in towards B. But Lair, 2 canisters could be the slow, and oh no! He won't be able to do anything else this round, as instead Secret slam their way to the fight, but Doki drops the man with the shield. 30 seconds. You can see the width, one on gold, one in the site itself. They're going to see if they can maybe just try and get the cover. They can hold the crosses. I don't know what entirely he's going for, but it's nothing. As Noah threads that narrow angle.
Oh, that is a risky challenge, I thought, from Noah. I actually thought Noah made the perfect play. He's rotated into position where he can just cut off that rotation.
Guys, look to me. Like, they are playing like fast the second step, and then like we are panicking the late round. Okay, let's be calm, like, and play like we're gonna target. Like, let's communicate our cross party. We are dying for stupid angles. Okay, I think like either if you wanna fight more, fight also the first step again. You can do the basement wrong. Be ready for the shield like in the archive tellers. Okay, Cal can hold the server, or we can also like just do the 2 above because like we have ace here above. But also I want to fight more first step, okay? Maybe like Laura play below if Valk, okay? If you like are confident on that, like let's fight more the first step, and then like after like they do the first step, let's be ready for they do fast like the second step, and like we be calm in like the late round. Okay, let's go, guys. We got this. Let's go, Laura. Come on, let's go, Laura. Let's go, guys. I have an idea.
What's the idea? No, you can't cut off at that. No, who lip reads? What's the idea, Doki? What is it?
So we'll have to try and work it out.
Please say Amari. Come on, I need an Amari in this game.
Well, I don't think so, because they're on defense. But
that's true. I just want to see an Amari anyway.
That's Doki's plan, and he's going to really hope.
What is the counter per Oryx? Give me an Oryx. Oryx up the hatch in the basement. Love it. Oh, it's top. No.
We're up top, and well, maybe Doki's plan was I'm going to get back on the boss G, because to be fair, he got 2 and a bit kills last time that he was here. Problem is, that doesn't win you around.
So this bottom side should be a lot more stable for G2 because of the Habana ban that they went for previously. You don't have the ace, you don't have the Habana. Opening up that counter wall is not going to be a possibility for Team Secret. And because that's not going to be a possibility, it actually kind of frees up G2 in terms of their operator selection. You don't have to bring a Bandit or a Cade to really have to worry about those walls being opened up. So you can bring in a few more traps. When we heard Romalio mention maybe a Valkyrie below could help.
Trying to just get that filter of intel. That huge cavernous space that is the lobby of Bank. Something Doki's not going to get anything on because Noah gets a very early pick and read onto, as I said, the player who went for the big things before maybe went for a bit of a big action here and has a great gun for peeking, but the energy currently felt by Secret and the energy that they can try and add on to this is massive, and this is also the concern. G2 love to throw themselves out of the building at least once on their half, and Lair almost gets caught rotating inside. In fact, it was Mowgli who took the first bleed. It was perfectly timed. Lair gets caught rotating underneath.
Yeah, he's just wallbanged him in through lower elevators. Wow, that Valkyrie blow that Romalio said, let's bring that and see if we can create a bit of chaos. It's gone, and 2 players off the board before we even hit halfway through the round is not a great look for G2. Jum below looking for any bits of gadgetry, and he will be able to spot out, I assume, some of the Valkyrie cameras. That's the main thing to take note of. But again, for Secret, it's just that step by step. Just go through the motion, just work G2 for all they're worth.
Oh, a lot of damage done, and out of all that's left, they've just pieced them apart, and brick by brick, you might say you build a build, but the building's been blown. It's been pushed over. It's 3 pigs, and They've huffed and they've puffed, Demo, and everything's fallen down for G2. Just like that.
I thought that was not intended. I thought the brick house was supposed to help them. Not the case. He's lost his mind.
Do you think, this could be a guess, do you think he really wants to play in front of a crowd in Paris?
I mean, one thing all the Frenchmen have done really well. I mean, even of course, for Blast, don't forget as well, this would be massive for him.
Yep.
But you look, obviously, the Falcons are the obvious ones. Baby Shark on Wildcard gets that privilege. I mean, there will be French players on the French stage. And as I've said that, guess who's ran over? Thinking, look at me, look at me, it's Leo, I'll be there. I'm French too, don't forget about me.
Leo's French? I always thought he was Scottish. So, it's a tough situation. I don't think I really need to say it, but we'll break it down by the fact that Blaz and Alamau are in a similar state to how Stompin and Doki were in the last map. Haven't been able to get themselves into the kill game.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Doki, really, there's not a whole lot going on for the G2 players. Somebody needs to step up. I mean, back against the wall, this is what G2's made of. I mean, you think of the comebacks that this team has been able to perform over the course of its history as an organization. One thing that the G2 DNA has, it's not over yet until the last kill is found. And they still got a chance to at least salvage the half for a 4-2 split. But Secret, the confidence that they have, they'll be looking for that 5-1. Doki, opening pick, goes his favor, and look at this look at this from G2, this is better. Take the fight to Secret, don't let them set up. It's something that Romalio touched in the timeout.
Yeah, they've dug themselves in. They've been able to get these opening 2 kills. There goes the Docker Beat. There goes the Blackbeard. And there goes a much more limited approach now for the side of Secret. Instead, they're going to have to try and piece things together. Send a boogie drone down a corridor. It can't do much other than add some audio distraction, but nothing on the back of it. Sort of shows that maybe this one hasn't quite operated the same. They're prepped up on the copy window, maybe going to get the cross and get some of the control above, but, you know, think about where the kid is right now, Demo. Was it a failed rush that they attempted?
I don't think that's something that Secret would have went for, because again, that slow and steady approach has really benefited them. Adrian looking to see if he can just find a few picks outside that copy window, but right now for G2, just sit in your hands, you have that man advantage. Mowgli has made a big old play in for open area, the forward can't get hit him, but it doesn't matter. G2, they get that important round to at least give them a bit of hope now, as we have that side swap.
And you can see the energy from Romalio and Doki, obviously, just trying to get the team energized. And remember how long of a day it has been here for G2. They were faced with not just one sort of reigning champion, but 2. We've alluded to it before. And here, when you are, what, 6, 7 hours, 8 hours later on from an earlier showdown, gotta just try and find that extra pocket, that extra moment, that extra bit of belief you can carry your way all the way to the end. 4-2. It's not that unheard of.
It is in the realms of possibility with this side. And again, it's that belief that G2 need to have. We know that G2, whenever they're on their game, everyone playing to the potential that we know that they can beat anyone on their day. I think the biggest issue, though, we can say the same about Secret, that both of these sides are so evenly matched across just the tournament. Look at the stats, so similar. Who is going to take it and send the other one home?
10 seconds to go.
Right. Into the second half. Basement defense is where we kick things off. You look at the lineup from Secret. Plenty of denial. You have the Goyo, which is a bit of a given. And the Tachanka coming in from Adrian. And that clash from Savage as that extra layered defense. I mean, Clash, I don't think sees an awful lot of gameplay on a map like Bank.
No.
Mostly because you have to deal with like 20 different angles, and Clash is a lot better in the kind of bottleneck scenarios. Because you can't very well just kind of set up your shield and look towards server if you know somebody can drop the hatch and red and kill you while you're behind it. That doesn't really help. So I am curious to see the Clash come in, and it's going to be used as more of a kind of roam-centric operator, just to put that early pressure on the G2, kind of make them stop, make them think, why is the Clash up here? This is unusual.
Well, we had an allusion towards a Ying shotgun, and we've seen some mixed results, but this is a long corridor, and you're going to have to hope the blind carries you a bit of a distance as Army is under a bit of pressure from Deimos on the other side and can drop the hatch as soon as the swing comes around. The Clash is there to offer some support. The blind's come through, and at this point, just clearing ground, really. Force them further back, take the terrain, and do it at least 30 seconds quicker, though, with a bit more utility usage than what we saw Secret achieve.
Yeah, this is good from G2 again. Getting themselves into a great position where they can start opening up that bomb site. Breach! Get the hatches open. Still got plenty of util. Obviously, the operator we have to look at is going to be that also those shields that we know can be used in one of two ways. One, you send a kind of lone Ossa in towards Garage, you set up that shield, you create that beautiful cross in towards red. Or the other, you come in through server and you use that to help with the plant.
Now look, the fact that obviously you've still got utility to remove, and they're still peeking their way up the hatches itself. When you've got these Goyo canisters, the chance at hucking grenades in and hoping they can get the piece pulled apart. The C4 out the door does not catch anybody. Again, they have another fire canister they could pop, which sounds like they did. Mowgli does pop one. There's the trade back. Stomping, swings out, gets revenge, and gets some pressure on towards servers. Now, that player on those stairs is massively surrounded. Doom, how long can he hold on for? Can he get one? Do they even know they've dropped down? Yeah, they seem to do as they're either side of him. No, back in. Stomping's going to push on. Instead, it's all the focus. There's the fire, there's the swing, and there's not quite a catch. He doubles down. Doing all he can to keep G2 on the up and on the pressure. And this is where Alamau on the Ossa comes in big. Just set the shield up, you can go for the plant. There's no C4s, there's no impacts, these shields will remain. All they really have is just to flame them off via the Tachanka, so that's the operator that they need to put pressure on. Well, here's the coverage, here's the swing, and here's the attempt at the plant. But Tachanka, Adrian, Buddy, there's stuff going on the other side, and he's blinded. Just as he went for the fight itself, lost the man. Loira finds his own in the meantime, and well, this one has pieced itself apart. G2 in one of the hardest plant retakes. Noah here. He's going to go up because what else do you have? He's going to try and find his first engagement in open. Does he know about stomping? No is the answer. G2. 2 rounds in a row either side of the half, and now only 1 round separates them.
Clinical from G2. Great dissection the way they went through the motions. Use that Ossa. And Adrian just not in a position to use the Tachanka. Was really worried about that backstab, and that just plays into the playstyle of G2. We know the players that can just go off on a wonder, can make a play, can make things happen, and that's always going to be in the back of Secret's head. The what-if kind of element to the game of Siege. And as we know, once that diffuser goes down in this bomb site, Emmy, there ain't no way anyone is going to get that diffuse off.
They're starting to believe. And we came into this, to be fair, with a pretty even 51-49% split in the voting. So I think everybody else always has belief. And, well, who tipped the scales?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Probably
10 seconds left before insertion.
Be my guess.
5 seconds left.
Either way. They've got everything to try and slow down. Maybe keep eyes on. Get the Echo with the extra drone. You've obviously got big, wide play spaces here. And the way that they sort of snuck in, you could see that Secret were opting to try and get aggressive. Peek up the hatches, cause problems. Not immediately. They gave them some ground, some positions to chase, to have to clear out. And at that point, the Secret was how they would try and fight back. But with the Echo, the active droning they could offer towards these potential roam players, I mean, we're still obviously always waiting for somebody to pop off. That's just this roster, and the first bit will be the Ossa push once again. Alamau not been able to get himself a kill yet, but if he can get the shields down and have the cross, well, That's what the team need.
Yeah, I like the Osa again. He's a good operator to try and control that ground. It's also very good at kind of getting yourselves into the map of Bank, which sometimes through those windows can be a little bit dangerous. We know a shield covering your face does help things out. And oh, look at that thing from Savage! There was no cover from the windows! He just walks up to the breach and he kills Laura! The Thermite gone! The main way they were going to get in to this site is gone!
And now that kit, right by one of the most dangerous walls on the entirety of the map. How do you get there? Probably with the Talon shields we see, but it has to be some important cover coming from the side of Janitors. They've already proved they're happy to swing onto these awkward angles. Hits the Grismot.
And yes, they can get themselves over to the other side of the main breach, but how do they then get through Janitor? The whole reason why you open up that wall is to make Janitor unplayable. This is a big issue for G2, and they need to try and crack it. They've still got util from Doki. He's got the firebolts, but Savage, he's the counter operator. He's the Wamai. So realistically, the arrows shouldn't be doing much.
They have a backline. Secret just have to make sure they keep that awareness I talked about before and keep the read through. There is coverage from the bolts. There is chance at forcing players, and with the smoke and the rat doors, you can imagine things are going to get a little bit spicy when they try and go for the development. But 3 impacts, they can get rid of those just as quick as they appear, and that's the game that Secret have to hold on to. Here's the coverage. Will there be any pressure on the side of it? As I said, they're happy to swing and even happier to find results, but Mowgli now retakes this cross. They have either side the pinch, and he just has to not give himself on towards Stompin'. But again, this kit position, they're all around it. They're everywhere, Demo.
They have to try and get a move on and find these players. The Doki call goes in. Doki looking for the creep up in towards Janitor. Savage finds another. Doki now makes himself known. The DMR now. Savage with a drop shot. Free for him in the round, and Stompin' all by himself. 15 seconds, walks into the Elamine and walks into his demise. Savage, good for 4. Wow, wow, wow. Secret, I mean, that early kill. Yeah, being able to pick off that Thermite, and we've seen that Janitor position. I don't think we caught it on camera. I was able to see it. Alamau tried to go for the plant with the Osa shield, but then what does Savage do? Just peeks Janitor, throws the impact. Alamau can't go for that anymore.
Job done. Job done, and I sort of said it at the start of the round. You're always expecting somebody to pop off, but to be fair, it's not always Savage going for that position. It's not always Savage the one that's, walking up towards, as I said, one of the most dangerous walls, especially with the setup that they had. You had the Osta at the back of top square. That's your cover. But they were expecting Janitors. They weren't expecting a madman to suddenly decide, I'm going to go.
You got to have some big cojones to go for that. I mean, like, oh. What a play. But I will say, not a lot in it. 2 rounds is what separates it.
5 seconds to insertion.
Secret. Open area will be locked in.
The bomb.
For G2, what do they need to do? I mean, again, I don't think that this is anything to do with how G2 are operating. I like the strategy, I like the operators, I like the attacks they're going for. It's just that one slip up, letting a guy kill that Thermite. It's just, this is how, at the very top levels of Siege, you will be punished. You make that one mistake, and the enemy team will just grab that and run with it.
Now they've pulled away from the Osta. They've got themselves